labor, brought it straight from the dirt. Double my grind, just to triple my worth. Rocking the same clothes from the first to the third. You can say what you want, but I'm making it work. Fruits of my labor, brought it straight from the dirt. Double my grind, just to triple my work. Rocking the same clothes from the first to the third. You can say what you want, but I'm making it work. They finally got my back against the wall. History on the way, they plotting my downfall. I'm watching the trajectory, people acting deceptively, sipping my drink. I'm thinking this is the last straw. I'm past opportunities, open up doors, turn them into hallways for my homies to walk. Been going to war, optimistic views turn sour. Been hungry all my life, who ready to get devoured? Never cower when it's time to go. I got the future in my vision, but you rather troll. I'll take the challenge to balance my ambitions on a grown man mission. In my room drawing plays, I plotted it to precision. My description, I write it on the walls like a hieroglyph. Plain ticket acting funny, that's a power trip. Trick knowledges, I study hidden facts. Take the buildings out the picture, got my city on my back. Yeah, fruits of my labor, brought it straight from the dirt. Double my grind, just to triple my work. Rocking the same clothes from the first to the third. You can say what you want, but I'm making it work. Fruits of my labor, brought it straight from the dirt. Double my grind, just to triple my work. Rocking the same clothes from the first to the third. You can say what you want, but I'm making it work. Building my life, I'm preparing for my luxuries. All the subtleties go deeper than a submarine. I preach respect, don't sacrifice it for checks. People that turn to snakes don't deal with this kind of stress. My fam stay watching me, thinking of the old times. I'm trying to decipher how many still in my old rhymes. These opportunities turn Judas when they fit the bill. Probably the same invitations, thinking we should chill. I'm on some next level, dawn type business. Corner markers out the corner office, guard like business. I'm a hard life witness, brought it out the red clay. Put it all on the line, cutting red tape. Running from dead weight, trying to keep my head straight. Now I'm sliding in my path like a drag race. These people never get the drop of my plans. Boy, I'm in the fast lane, leave you right where you stand, it's crazy. Hey, minute time ticking, it's a new breath. New checks, new chance to rebuke stress. I'm too blessed, I'm a full-fledged mogul out the gutter. You would swear I learned the ball while I'm bold, yeah. Fruits of my labor, brought it straight from the dirt. Double my grind, just to triple my worth. Rocking the same clothes from the first to the third. You can say what you want, but I'm making it work. Fruits of my labor, brought it straight from the dirt. Double my grind, just to triple my worth. Rocking the same clothes from the first to the third. You can say what you want, but I'm making it work. from the dirt. Double my grind, just to triple my worth. Rocking the same clothes from the first to the third. You can say what you want, but I'm making it work. Fruits of my labor, brought it straight from the dirt. Double my grind, just to triple my worth. Rocking the same clothes from the first to the third. You can say what you want, but I'm making it work. They finally got my back against the wall. History on the way, they plotting my downfall. I'm watching the trajectory, people acting deceptively, sipping my drink. I'm thinking this is the last straw. I'm past opportunities, open up doors, turn them into hallways for my homies to walk. Been going to war, optimistic views turn sour. Been hungry all my life, who ready to get devoured? Never cower when it's time to go. I got the future in my vision, but you rather troll. I take the challenge to balance my ambitions on a grown man mission. In my room drawing plays, I plotted it to precision. My description, I write it on the walls like a hieroglyph. Plain ticket acting funny, that's a power trip. Trick knowledges, I study hitting facts. Take the buildings out the picture, got my city on my back. Yeah, fruits of my labor, brought it straight in the dirt. Double my grind, just to triple my worth. Rocking the same clothes from the first to the third. You can say what you want, but I'm making it work. Fruits of my labor, brought it straight from the dirt. Double my grind, just to triple my worth. Rocking the same clothes from the first to the third. You can say what you want, but I'm making it work. Building my life, I'm preparing for my luxuries. All the subtleties go deeper than a submarine. I preach respect, don't sacrifice it for checks. People that turn to snakes don't deal with this kind of stress. My fam stay watching me, thinking of the old times. I'm trying to decipher how many still in my old rhymes. These opportunities turn Judas when they fit the bill. Probably the same invitations, thinking we should chill. I'm on some next level Don type business. Corner markers out the corner office, guard like business. I'm a hard life witness, brought it out the red clay. Put it all on the line, cutting red tape. Running from dead weight, trying to keep my head straight. Now I'm sliding in my path like a drag race.
Welcome to the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals. We are here in the beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil, to watch the top students from around the globe battle it out to be on top. Last year, though, we saw Team Anubis come in from Egypt and beat out the competition to take the crown. But this year, it's anybody's game. You're watching the future of Valorant, and I can't wait to see who's going to be crowned champion. All the action is going down right here at the iconic Pacaembu Stadium. Now, we've seen 47 teams come to battle it out here at Red Bull Campus Clutch. The last 2 days saw teams split into 8 groups where they competed in a best-of-1 round robin, with the top 2 teams from each group securing their spot in today's bracket. And today, teams will compete in a best-of-3 single elimination bracket. If they lose, they're out. But if they beat 2 other countries, they move forward and secure themselves as one of the top 4 and guarantee a spot on stage in tomorrow's semifinals. Tomorrow, the bracket format continues as the top 4 fight for a spot in the grand finals, where they will need to win a best-of-5 to walk away with 20,000 euros and become the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Champions. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. It's my pleasure to say, welcome to the Red Bull Campus Clutch.
Yeah, we got it like that. Kick drum, hit your whole body, go crack. Baseline move, take you off of the map. We rock crowds every time we react.
For this one, Dory trying to find the kill, but Burmso with the ace!
Okay, on for the ace. Then you get one stop on the second.
Oh my god!
Last 3 players get to the final one as well.
Yeah, we got it like that.
It all started with 30,000 student Valorant players from around the world. Now we're down to the top 80. 16 teams ready to battle it out to put their country on the map here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Welcome to the Pacaembu Stadium, a legendary stadium where we've seen some of Brazil's top sporting heroes etch their name in the history books for all time. Now one of our teams here are looking to do the same. Raise this trophy high in the air and become your Red Bull Campus Clutch World Champions 2022. Vamos! Now, of course, we have flew out from all over the world some of the best broadcasters Valorant has to offer, and they are all here ready to talk you through every single piece of action that goes down here over the next couple of days. Plus, we've got some very special guests that will be joining us here on the show too. On the analyst desk, you will see very special people joining to talk through everything that happens, and the first one is one you do not want to miss. Plus, on the top deck of our illustrious set here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, we have casters calling the action internationally. We've got Portuguese broadcasts and we have Spanish broadcasts too, and it is all set and ready to go. Now, take a look at this trophy. Are we ready to start this process and see who is going to lift it high in the air? I know that our players are ready, but before we start to throw you into our best of 16, let's take a look back at how we got to this point. It's time to kick off this show on the analyst desk.
Red Bull Campus Clutch was a really crazy week.
So crazy.
I knew this! I love it!
We were the underdogs. Egypt, you know. How is Egypt here?
Okay, so you live in a tent and riding a camel every day? No, dude, like Egypt is huge.
Oh my word!
They're just tearing it up. But the final, they totally fell apart.
Oh no! Oh, it just gets worse! Here for Anubis, can nothing go right for them?
Like, we're so disappointed in ourselves and how we played that bad.
Like, it was the hardest game of my life.
And we got also screamed at by our manager.
It was a motivation in Arabic. A lot of curses, I believe.
Come on, guys, you can do it, but in a really loud voice. If you got second, it's not enough, you know. This tournament made so much to Egypt in esports.
So the guys went back on stage, and their reaction was wild.
What else we have to lose? We lost 2-0 and the second match 16-0. What else we have to lose?
We went in and just did what we do best.
They hit the flawless, and that's what they needed.
Frollo was alone against 4 people, and he clutched a 1v4.
One more to go here. Fantastic clutch from Frollo.
Everyone was like really hyped and ready to win.
The momentum shift was just insane.
It was the greatest comeback any team can ever do.
And we took the whole series. We took the trophy.
Only one man left standing, and that's it. We have our finals champions. It's Anubis.
I actually can't describe how good it felt.
I screamed Pharaoh's Pharaoh's because we were underdogs. No one expected us to win the whole series. It was so crazy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Sao Paulo, but most importantly, welcome to the analyst desk. I'm your host, Belly, running the shit with award winner Jess. How you doing? How you doing? It's good to see you.
What's
looking
up,
good
my
today.
man? It's an absolute pleasure to be here. Sao Paulo might be heating up, but the players, oh my God, they have fire ready for us.
Exactly, and also one of my favorite people in the world. We got the one and only Keo. Keo, how you feeling to be here in Brazil?
Oh, being out here in Sao Paulo, first time in South America, has been amazing so far. Looking forward to watching some insane Valorant gameplay today.
Yes, now talking about insane Valorant gameplay, us three, we were all together in Madrid. We had a dang good time, but the thing is, we saw Anubis come into the scene and win outright, and they turned out to be superstars.
I mean, if you just watched that VOD there, you would be surprised about the fact that Anubis was so dominant throughout their group stage.
Oh, yeah.
They get to the finals, and then they lose the first 2 maps. And they didn't just lose the first 2 maps. They got 13-0'd in the second map. We're talking about best of 5. I have never seen a reverse sweep where you've had to come back from such an intense map loss like Anubis had to. Maybe it was a bit of manager yelling, you know, quite loudly as we heard, but that doesn't mean that you can't come back. So I'm so proud of those boys, and some of them are back here to defend the title.
We know what the thing was. It was a really big emotional win, right? And Keo, one of the biggest things is we saw players like Shalaby go to a professional team, and we saw the future of Valorant. How important is it for these players to pop off to show the whole world that they're the future of this game.
I mean, what it meant to Egypt last year was incredible. It actually changed the future of esports in Egypt after them winning this tournament. So, whatever team wins here could potentially be changing the way that esports is viewed in their country, which is a pretty big thing on the line on top of the massive prize pool and a huge amount of respect throughout the world.
Oh, big time. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at the teams that are currently in this tournament. Let's take a look at the group stage standings right now. And, of course, NA on top, United States with 5 wins and 0 losses. Keo, our region's putting on the show, man.
Oh, North America's looking really strong. Obviously super dominant, 5-0 in their group so far. One of the best players that I've seen on their team. Big shout out to Ferbza real quick because, oh my goodness, he caught 19 kills in 4 rounds in the previous qualifier to get to this point, which is insane.
Right.
But looking forward to seeing US play. We got Slovenia making in there 4-1 with a solid difference as well.
Gotta love it. Also, shout out to Guatemala right there as well. Love seeing them here. But Jess, let's take a look at the top 16 bracket. There's a few teams there that we love seeing. And my question to you is, what's the team that you have your eyes on?
Man, while we got Group B up, I mean, we got to talk about New Zealand. Australia, I love you boys, but you did not end up qualifying here for the top 16. So I got to talk about my next door neighbors, New Zealand, representing the E-Blacks. That is a huge, huge honor to be able to do in your country, and that's something that they wear with pride here today. It looked like, when I was speaking the other day, they might not be able to qualify. They're going up against Brazil, Switzerland, Romania, South Africa, and I was like, boys, you gotta step up, and step up they did.
Oh, big time. Take a look at Group C as well. We got Macedonia on top, undefeated, 5 wins, 0 losses. Ooh. You know what, Keo? You know what the beautiful part about this event is? These regions are showing just how good they are, and they're putting their region on their backs.
Absolutely. I mean, being able to go 5-0 in a group against some people that have, really, I mean, Team Canada, that was Big Pizza Val there in that one. Canada had 2 teams here, but they were one of my top choices to potentially win the entire event, and they unfortunately didn't make it out of groups because of North Macedonia there.
But you know what the big thing is? I actually spoke to the Irish team the other day, and I said, hey, how you guys feeling about this? And they said, you know what, we lost? We're just happy to be here and have a good time.
Oh, heck yeah. Speaking of happy to be here, the Australian boys, Group D, as we said, they didn't end up making it. Netherlands always manages to do pretty well in all of the FPS, so I'm not surprised to see them on top. Chile representing their region as well. I was surprised about Germany and Italy. My
Seriously?
boys, they did not show up. They got absolutely obliterated there, but I mean, we're moving on to Group B.
Yeah, Group B, what we talked about earlier is this was potentially the group of death. Canada's LCQ ended up going 5-0, showing up against one of the hardest groups. Turkey had 120 qualifying teams to potentially get here, and they got knocked out in groups. So the top teams in Group E are looking really promising.
And here it is, Group F. We have Egypt showing up once again, undefeated, showing the world that they're a real deal.
They had the highest round diff. You look all the way to the right-hand side of your screen.
Oh, that's unfair.
Plus 45.
That's unfair.
Plus 45. Not a single team even up. Look, I say that there was one team that got close to double digits against them. Everyone else was just winning 1 or 2 pistols, and then see you later, Egypt ran away with it. That is absolutely incredible.
Right, and for Group G, you got Peru going 4-1 as well, tying with Indonesia. Keo, you gotta love it.
Oh, absolutely love to see it. We want a good close game, and this group really provided that for us. Going 4-1, we got Peru and Indonesia moving forward in the bracket. Looking forward to seeing how they play.
And one thing that's really interesting, seeing teams like France, Germany, and whatnot in the mix, Europe is usually good at these FPSs, and these regions are giving it
like the DACH region, for example.
What's going on?
What is going on?
Hey.
I think they underestimated their opponents here, Belly. I'm not going to lie to you.
Jess, I'm telling you right now, I think it's a new era for Valorant and FPSs in general. And last but not least, Group H, let's get into it. Portugal on top, and that's honestly what I expected.
You expected that?
Oh, yeah, Portugal's fun. Yeah, last year we saw players, Portugal, Spain, players like Janny popping off, going big.
Yes.
These players are extremely talented and flashy, and they're extremely fun to watch.
Yeah, no, I'm so happy for all of the teams that were able to qualify. And it means that we get so much more representation for new countries that we also didn't get last year. Mind you, the players that have graduated from university can't come back and then, of course, be in the team upon which they were last year.
Yes.
So some of these teams have to hand it off to the next generation of these college players. And they're like, all right, you got to hold the crown for us, and that means we get some fresh blood.
Listen, if you pass the torch, you got to be able to take it and lead the way, right? But also, let's lead the way into top 16 bracket. Let's see what the matchups are, baby. And taking a look at it, USA versus Chile on the top left side of your corner. I want to see what my boys do. But, Jess, take a look at that. Egypt versus Indonesia. That's going to be our first game of the day.
People don't realize, I mean, I'm from the APAC region, so I already knew this, but APAC players, especially from Indonesia, you got a couple of the Filipino players and whatnot, they are cracked. I'm talking like SEA region in particular is a region that has firepower that just strikes you. People in the Indonesia group were not prepared for what they were going to see against Indonesia. That's why they're here on the top. I'm telling you, they're fast, they're furious, and they're accurate.
Well, Keo, I have a feeling that you're prepared to see Canada pop off because you said this team you kept a close eye on.
Yeah, like I said just a bit ago, I think they were in probably one of the hardest groups, and they were able to go 5-0 with one of the highest round differences against one of the hardest groups that I think is happening. So I know a couple of the boys on the Canada team. I'm excited to see what they're going to show up and bring to the table, but I know they're going to put up a good fight at the very least.
All right, well, check this out. I'm going to put both of you on the hot seat right now, okay? We're going to start with some early predictions. They weren't ready for it yet. Egypt won it last year. They're popping off right now. You got North America doing well, but Jess, are you rocking with the NZ fam, or do you think another team is going to hold the crown?
There is a new addition to Team New Zealand. I'm not going to say who. We're going to get into it a little bit later, and hopefully they win, who is one of the top-rated players in this entire tournament thus far, even though we've got teams like, and we got returning players like Prolo from Egypt. So what I will say is there are some cracked individual players, but this is a team game. And Egypt has what it takes to be an entire cohesive team and unit, and I think that's what you need to win. So I still am a little bit, on the Egypt team, even though my NZ boys would, don't hate me, boys. I love you guys.
Good safe bet, I like that. Keo, in North America, we have a saying that is any given Sunday. I think anybody could take it, but for you, though, who do you have your eyes on?
You know me, I got to represent my North America boys. I've played ranked with the U.S. team and the Canadian team. I know they have a lot of heavy hitters, and if they're going to show up in this tournament, it won't surprise me if they walk away with the trophy over there. And it's going to be amazing.
Okay, all right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to get the day underway, we actually have a fun little content piece, the ABCs of Valorant. Let's go ahead and take a look, and it's going to be a little bit fun. We'll see you on the other side.
Do you know your KDA from your IGL? Fear not. Red Bull Campus Clutch has you covered. Whether you're preparing to dominate the tournament or celebrate your squad.
KDL, IGA? I don't know what you're talking about.
We're here to make sure you can letter in Valorant from A to Z.
Ladies first.
A is for aggro, which is a playstyle that sounds fun, and it's a valid option if you're looking to open up a flanker for an off angle. But it's also going to mean that more crosshairs are on you.
And they're pushing into Garden. They're playing this super aggressive.
A also works for abilities. Each agent has a unique set of 3 standard abilities plus 1 ultimate ability. Some are diabolical. Others merely devastating. Paired with your weapons, abilities become powerful tools for executing all kinds of strategies and earning credits for
the buy phase. Use this short window of time before each round begins to spend credits on new equipment, like weapons or armor. Buy for yourself or splurge on your teammates.
Clutch is when the last player alive on a team wins the round, either by achieving the team's goal or by killing all the members of the opposing team.
Now left in a 1v2. Get
If somebody mentions default, they're talking a strategy that's getting teams the most wins in their current meta, at least until the next patch. The tried and true spots to plan a spike or defend a bomb site are default.
This is a different variation to try and get value on these eco rounds.
During an eco round, your entire team needs to resist temptation during the buy phase and save your credits so you can make more powerful strategic purchases later. The opposite of an eco round is a
force buy, aka time to spend that money. A strategy where you and your team don't have enough credits for the perfect loadout, but decide to spend everything you can in an attempt to surprise the enemy and win the round.
A bit obvious, but watch this. G is for G.
The G key on your keyboard can be used to drop the spike. Make sure you give the spike to a teammate before you peek a risky angle. Or better yet, don't peek the angle.
Find what the best spots are to hold an angle.
Okay, that's definitely one way to impress your IGL. In-game leader. On a competitive team, the IGL is responsible for strategy and makes sure everyone knows where to go and what to do.
In Valorant, sometimes the best thing to do is stay put and do nothing but jiggle peek. Basically, pop left and right from behind cover to see what's going on, or to bait the enemy into giving up their position.
Would I be jiggle peeking if I pop left to let you know that KDA means kills, deaths, and assists? And then popped right to say that a lurk is an offensive lookout position to catch and surprise the enemy.
Pro-level jiggle peek. You're good to visit all of Valorant's maps.
The coldest of which is Icebox.
Icebox brings a lot to the table with zip lines, jumping techniques, endless angles, and more. When holding the A site, watch out for the funky plays coming your way.
They'll never know I'm here, because N is for Ninja Defuse. Defusing a spike without the other team noticing.
While you're doing that, I'll be out collecting orbs. They're scattered across the map, and grabbing one gets you 1 point towards your ultimate ability. But they do make some noise when you take them, so be warned.
Keeping your crosshairs in the right placement will help your aim infinitely. You'll be able to fire immediately and help your accuracy tenfold.
Some weapons are great up close, but why not get up close from far away with a quick scope? It's a high-risk technique where you scope in and spray away.
Is Asuna going to be able to stop this?
Life is full of second chances. For example, retake happens when a group of defenders gives up their position to regroup, coordinate, and try to retake the site in a more controlled manner.
Saving is another strategic retreat. When a round is about to end and you're looking to keep your weapon for next round, play it safe, hide, and stay out of trouble.
Still running around here, he's going to die, and didn't want to save, would rather have the money going into the next rounds.
Pro tip: when you cause damage to an opponent without killing them, let your team know they're tagged, and they aren't at full health.
U is for utility. That's what we call an ability that works as a useful zone control tool. Things like smoke, walls, blinding abilities, and flash grenades.
Coach is very aware. Speaking of control tools, did you know that it's pretty much impossible to cheat at Valorant? The Vanguard is always watching.
Moving around makes a lot of noise. Pressing shift to walk makes it easier to lurk.
If they do find you, hit the X key. That's the default trigger for your ultimate ability. You'll want to save that for when you really need it.
Yoru is the 14th agent to join the Valorant roster. A skilled illusionist, his unique abilities include Fake Out, Gate Crash, and Dimensional Drift. New agents drop at regular intervals, so you'll want to try them out to get used to their abilities.
Last but not least, Zoom Mode. Different weapons have different types of Zoom Mode enabled. Zoom in by right-clicking. So, that's Valorant, from A to Z. Now that we're primed, I'm gonna go play. BRB.
Oh, we almost forgot the most important letters.
What's that?
GLHF. Good luck. Have fun.
And as you already hear right now, the audience is absolutely loving it. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk once again. My name is Veli, and next to me I got my girl Jess. And Jess, you know it's about that time, right? The first matchup of the day is getting ready, and it's time for us to introduce our first team, Egypt.
How absolutely iconic that we get to introduce the first team here on the stage for the Red Bull Campus Clutch here in Sao Paulo. And it is a team that has a returning champion.
Gotta
the
love
second man on your screen, Krollo. Oh my goodness, the fact that they can make it back to playoffs, be able to defend their title in Krollo's honor, and then in honor of all of the others that stood before them. My God, I'm so excited for them.
And there's so much on the line. With their success last year, they actually saw one of their players go straight to Vitality, a professional team. Ooh. And that lit a fire under everybody else, and it shows them, hey,
You pop off right here, you have a chance to make it to the big leagues.
I think a lot of people who are coming here right now, especially from some of the smaller regions where that access is limited, accessibility, especially to international lands, is so limited. I came from Australia. I mean, unless you're playing lands in Oz, you're really not able to get, or you're one of the best in the world. It's difficult to get in a land environment. Red Bull's like, no, we got you.
Yes.
Fly you over here, sit you down, go against the best of the best, and if you're like Shalaby, who was that player that got picked up by Vitality, was on Team Egypt last year, this then all of a sudden becomes the real deal. This is big leagues kind of stuff. So you start here and you end up somewhere crazy.
Well, when you make it to the top as well, you're a little bit opinionated, and actually Team Egypt, they had a little something to say about the play style from these Asian teams. Let's go ahead and give it a listen.
I think like the Asian teams have a like aggressive play style. The European have more like structured team. Like NA teams has like a strong individuals. It's not hard to adapt to these play styles, but it's kind of different to play from you go from playing aggressive to playing structured to playing slow to picks and stuff.
I love it. Looks like Egypt did their homework against their opponents, and it looks like they're ready. But Jess, you did your homework as well, and we actually have a replay from round 10 of a previous matchup against Spain. Tell me all about it.
This round was one of the best rounds of Valorant I've ever seen.
Okay.
And on attack is Egypt right now. Look at Krollo, defending champion. He sees that they're being pushed aggressively. This is what he's talking about with Asia. And then he says, if I paranoia, I enable my duelist, the Vez. But not just that, they know they've got the entries. They get side control and they take it and get the plan down. This is something that executes it clean. They're very cohesive. The coordination is unreal. And then watch a Vez. Always being enabled by his supportive teammates. This is high-level Valorant. Watch the flash from Defero here. He is incredible on the KO. They're waiting. They're not over-aggressing. They have the man advantages. Boom, flash, pop-up, freebie.
Come on.
No, Valley's not over. Look at him. He's got 3 kills. How many do you think he ends this round with?
Don't tell me he gets an ace.
This man does not stop. Look, he's chasing him down. He's like, where's the last? Where's the last? It's mine. This is my ace. Chasing him. Boom. Gone.
Gotta love it. Hey, listen, if we see some gameplay like that once again, I think Egypt might have their way, but take a look at Krollo's stats right here with an ACS of 229.4. Don't forget about it. He's looking to go big on this stage.
The man has not skipped a beat since last year. He came to Spain, he showed us what it was all about, and then I feel like he was just like sitting back and he was just like brewing, waiting to come back to Sao Paulo. The man is a supportive player. He's not your, duelist who's sitting there usually just grinding and farming the ACS. But the man has got multi-kills galore. Up his sleeve, he's just pulling out multi-kill, multi-kill, multi-kill.
Yeah.
I can't believe what he's putting on the board as a supportive player. Incredible.
I couldn't believe what I saw, okay? All right, so the way the team was playing around each other was beautiful, okay? But the confidence was even better. And speaking about confidence, Team Egypt said they're only here to win again. We're here to make Egypt back-to-back champions. You gotta love it, and also I love what the man has on his head.
I also watched him dance during the welcome, and he is one of the best dancers. He can shoot, he can dress. The man's got style, as you can see, and he can dance. It's like a quadruple threat. I don't know if that should be allowed.
All right, now speaking about threats, let's introduce Team Egypt's opponent. Let's take a look at the Indonesian roster and what they have to bring to the table. Jess, this team, they're going against the biggest name at this event so far. I'm looking at all these players to absolutely bring it.
My dark horse of the top 16 right now, this team.
Really?
Absolutely. Southeast Asia's done it before. You think about APAC teams, you think about Paper Rex. People underrated them for so long.
They're hungry.
They're hungry, and they're fast, and they're furious, and they know how to play incredibly well. The man on the furthest right of your screen, you can see Vascaliz there. He's one of the big hitters for the team at the moment throughout the group stage.
Okay.
So far, I'm telling you, HNF as well, their duelist, second highest rated jet player in the entire tournament. These are numbers that are flying under the radar. Each of these players is big, but no one's talking about it. And I tell you, I'll yell their name off the rooftop, bro.
This is some hype you're giving them right now.
I'm telling you, bro, they are underrated. This is probably, given the seeding, probably one of the hardest matches they'll have. But if they can swim, they beat Egypt, they beat everyone.
Well, as underdogs in this matchup, they say the hungriest dogs bite the hardest. But also, we have a soundbite from them as well, where they said, actually, we want to play versus Egypt. Just in order to be the best, you got to beat the best.
Absolutely, I think.
I want to play against Egypt because they
they won the last Red Bull Campus Clutch, and I want to show that Indonesia can also play like that, or better.
All right, gotta love it. Listen, you see it on our faces right now. The pop-offs are here. Look, APAC is going hard this event. I love it.
I love it. Look, in order to be the best, you have to beat the best. How many times do you say that? You were a player. I was a player.
True.
I wanted to verse the best because I was like, I can't get better if I don't verse the best.
Big
so
time.
they're setting the bar really high. And if they get over that, there's no more obstacles for them.
They're talking about setting the bar high. Let's take a look at some individual stats for Vasquez. You gave him a lot of hype, Jess. And the man, hey, bigger ACS score, and he's looking to go even bigger on that main stage.
The man has a point to prove. He's also one of the initiators for his team. And, you know, throughout the past, I want to say year, we've been talking about a lot of initiator players in comp, especially with the introduction of Fade. So if you're a great initiator player, you can be not only a team player, but you can be self-sufficient as you're running around the map. We saw Depero on the other side, you know, on the KO. Some of these players are the biggest threats, and you take a guy like this out, you can almost, it certainly confirms some kind of win condition in that round. He's a win condition for his team.
As an initiator main, okay, absolutely love that. I want to see them pop off and do their thing, all right? Shout out to them. Also, ANF, let's take a look at his stats. Why does he stand out to you?
This man is attempting to come in, and I gotta say right now, Jet is one of the highest played agents at this entire event thus far. So we're really talking about, there's a lot of Sova players, not a lot of people who are playing on the Fade at the moment, so on and so forth. So for him, jumping on the Jet against so many other Jet players throughout the groups, to be the second highest rated is actually huge. They haven't really moved on. We're still playing on patch 5.10, so there is still an opportunity to play Chamber, but people aren't picking it up. They're going, you know what, I want Jet. I want Jet, I want Jet, I want to be the best Jet. And HeyNF says, I'm going to be one of the top 3 Jets, and he needs to show us yet again. Can't just do it in the group stages, buddy. Now's the time to show us that you are the top 3 Jet.
I'm trying to see some duelist action, baby, but also I'm trying to see some action on that main stage. Before we jump into the game, let's see what maps that we will be playing on so far. And Jess, it's all about the map ban phase. That's the first part of the battle.
I hate to let everyone know, but both Egypt and Indonesia's favorite map is Ascent. And if Indonesia bans it, they ban one of their best maps, but conversely, of course, Egypt's best map. Instead, they got rid of their worst map. And if we don't see Egypt pick Ascent, then I don't know what's going on. They get a freebie. Map number 1 becomes almost certainly a freebie for Egypt. So they've taken that risk. They've gotten rid of Breeze. Or Egypt has gotten rid of Indonesia's one of the only map Indonesia played outside of Ascent that they won that Egypt didn't play. So Egypt only played Ascent. They only played Pearl. They didn't play Bind. And so now Egypt gets to ban one of the good maps. And
there we go.
Wait, what?
We got it right there, baby. They're going head-to-head. Yes, we are hiding nothing from this event. This is the World Finals, baby.
When Indonesia said they wanted to beat Egypt and become the best, and that's how they would prove that the best, they've also picked their opponent's best map. There is no way to ego a team better than beating them at their best map. Pearl coming in, not surprising. That was the other map that, you know, Egypt have played. It wasn't their strongest showing, but it was weak for Indonesia, so that's great for them as well. Map veto from so far the picks and the bans does look like it trends for Egypt, unfortunately for Indonesia. But if they win their pick of Ascent, it's all over for Egypt if they can get that Pearl running. Fracture Icebox out of the pool. I'm not surprised to see that.
Not at all.
I mean, look, this map pool screams to me Egypt. But it is such a big ego pick to pick your opponent's best map, and you're like, yeah, I'm going to beat you on your best map. They beat them on their best map, they probably win this thing.
Ascent, Pearl, and Haven. And speaking of Pearl, I love seeing this new map in play and seeing the meta currently unfold. And we're going to see it between some of the best teams here at this event. Indonesia versus Egypt. Jess, do you think this is going to be a close game, or do you think one team has a big, slight, or maybe a slight edge over the other?
I'm concerned that we're going to jump into map number 1, and it's going to be a huge blowout for Team Egypt, right? Because this is their specialty map. I will say Indonesia is good on this map as well. It will be very much a clash of styles, 2 bullets going head-to-head, and who wins, you know, who's the fastest. But I think overall that will go to Egypt. I don't want people to set their expectations based off that map, though. Because when you move to the next 2, we're moving into a little bit more unfamiliar territory for these teams. So that's when I think it will ramp up into a lot, you know, much closer. But if Ascent is a lot closer, Egypt has a problem. Egypt has a problem because they must win that confidently to convince me they are going to be, yet again, the Rebel Campus Clutch World Champions.
I'm excited. I'm ready. Jess, by the way, I want to say nice watch, but you know what time it is, right?
Oh, let me have a look. Yeah, what time does it say?
It's time to get these games started. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals. And it's about that time to get the first game underway. We have Team Egypt versus Team Indonesia. Let's go ahead and get it going.
All right, sir, our analyst desk is ready. I know that you at home, you're ready. I just want to make sure. Sao Paulo, are we ready? I'm ready. After all of the hours traveled, the maps played, please welcome to the stage, looking to retain their crown, it's Egypt!
May the best team win. Good luck.
Now their opponents feature 2 former futsal players on their roster. Can they kick the champs out of play? It's Indonesia!
To the team that got to round of 16, beware, you don't want to face us.
The stage is set. The players are all ready. It is time to kick off the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals. It's the round of 16, and this series is ready to get going. Over now to our casters.
I don't know if you can hear me, but we are ready to go. It is Egypt versus Indonesia, the world champions in 2021, to kick us off here in Sao Paulo. Gus, I am so excited. This is your hometown, and we are feeling it today.
Welcome to Sao Paulo, ladies and gentlemen. This venue has seen some of the most historic matches in really all of sport here in South America, and welcome to my home. This is going to be an amazing match to start things off because Egypt, of course, is not only our champions from last year, they're coming in from the group stage with an amazing run so far, but this game's going to be great because of the competition that we have in front of us. Indonesia, they are no slouches themselves. They have themselves some pretty decent experience in their region.
Right, yeah, here's the thing, is that Indonesia, technically, they are the second seed, right? Technically, they are the second seed in their group, but you look at the statistics and you look at the way things went, they come second place only to Peru. It's head-to-head that ends up losing them the first place seed. They actually have the round differential, plus 34, and in comparison to other teams, it's one of the highest, the fourth highest coming out of the group stages. So Indonesia are a team. It's a region that is known to breed talent. You look at Paper X, one of the top teams in the world internationally. So for Indonesia, expectations are on them. This is a challenge to take down the former world champions. Egypt, they are coming to take the title back. But for Indonesia, step one is here in the round of 16.
Egypt, they've already seen this type of stage a lot of times this year. They've seen 6 times gold this year, Sully. They've already lifted trophies. I mean, they already know what it's like to make deep runs, but I mean, if anything, they just need that one diamond, that one gem, because they haven't made their way through VCT. They haven't been able to really get that big tournament, and it seems like this one might be it. They beat Ascend a few weeks ago. They weren't able to make a run out of that tournament, but that was the big one.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Egypt, expectations, no less, are finals. If you're not making finals for Egypt, to me, that's a disappointment for this team. We know the capabilities they have. This is a team that has won, like you said, 6 times gold. This is a core that has played for 2 months. They're one of the top teams. They are signed to professional organizations, these 5 players, so expectations are high. We know what Egypt can do. We've seen what they've done in the past, and coming into this one, they're looking even in better form, right? Krolo, one of the returning players from last year's championship team, coming in even better form. Last year, Red Bull Campus Clutch 2021 over in Madrid, they started 4-1. Here, they're 5-0 with the best round differential at plus 45. So expectations for Egypt, we know where they're at. We know what they can do. Now for Indonesia, it's the question mark. Technically, they should be the first team with round differential. They lose to head-to-head. We know the talent that they have, and we know exactly the firepower. Statistically, we've got the best players in this event coming out of group stages.
Oh,
right?
And not just the best players, right? We have the best map pool possible for these two teams.
Exactly.
I mean, we haven't really seen any maps outside of these three for either Egypt or Indonesia. Sully, the battlegrounds could not be more perfect for us to just get the most even battle out of these two.
Right, we're looking at that first map. Both these teams in the group stages, their most played map, both coming out of it 3-0, looking sharp, looking fresh. We know what Indonesia like to go with this. Both teams, very similar styles. I love Egypt and how they love to push you in your boundaries, get aggressive. And everyone knows, right? Southeast Asia, Paper Rex, this is an Indonesia team that will get in your face and will get dirty with you.
Talking
they are not
fireworks,
afraid.
bro.
They're not afraid.
This is just going to be a good, entertaining game. And, I mean, we were looking at the stats a little bit earlier on, and we were expecting Egypt to have a couple reps at the very top of this entire tournament. But it's actually Indonesia with Vasquez at the very top. He not only has a high KDA, he has the highest KDA in the history of Campus Clutch. He has over 2 KDA per map already. The closest person to him is someone that already competed last year. Vasquez is not the only person that we need to look out for, but he's the biggest reason, as for now, that Indonesia is in this position in playoffs, that they're at least here. The full 5, though, needs to step up, but over on Egypt, there's actually 2 players at that point that can step up.
Yeah, and that being Crollo and Avez. Crollo, the #1 fade player, controller player in the group stages. He stands atop of everyone. Clutch percentage at 44%. This is a guy that's had 9 opportunities, put in 1 VXs and always stands up. And in general, he stands up no matter what. Now for Avez, the second player we want to highlight on Team Egypt, the most first bloods coming out of the group stages. He is extremely potent when it comes to finding first kills. But then again, when we go into this agent comp selection, one thing I'm looking for is I want this guy Avez on Jet. I want this guy where he shines the most. When he's playing other agents, he doesn't look too hot, okay? So Avez, one of the players to watch out for, Crollo for Egypt, and we're talking about Vasquez over there on Indonesia.
Yeah, and we do have a little bit of news. We were looking at map picks a little bit earlier on, and things have actually changed up. We might bring up the full 3 in a little bit, but we have news that the first map is actually Breeze. So we're going to be going on to Breeze instead. We didn't mean to bamboozle y'all, but this is really where things get spicy because Breeze isn't just a place where Egypt is familiar. They beat world champions Ascend just 2 months ago on this map. Yes, it was a best of 1. Yes, Ascend has had a new roster at that point, but Egypt were able to do it at that point, and we're going to that map.
Yeah, I'm going to be nothing more than excited to see Breeze. It's an interesting map specific for Egypt. And we're getting lied to again.
All right, now we're good. We're the ones getting bamboozled.
We're getting bamboozled. We are back to Ascent. I've changed my notes 3 times, but we are on Ascent. All right, listen. That's all you need to know. I was excited for Breeze. You told me Breeze. I didn't hear it. I'm thinking, okay, we're going to see
At least I could bring up Ascent. That was an excuse.
Right, exactly. Okay, so Ascent being our first map. We're looking at these agent comps. I mean, we don't have it yet. Players are just getting ready. But again, let us reiterate, Egypt, this is their opportunity to bring back the World Championships here for Egypt. And there's no expectations other than the finals. We know what this team can do, but there are other deadly competitions. So, Egypt, let's get things going. Start it off strong with this best of 3. Indonesia, you know what you have to do. It's a big upset here if they take this one.
Yeah. No, let's readjust again because we were talking about specifically, the players that could be able to step up. How are they going to be able to step up? Because we saw the agent select, or at least prior agent selects, they have been just staying away from those aggressive picks, right? We haven't really seen the Jet. We usually see the Chamber alongside the Reyna instead. But I feel like on a map like this, Ascent, and of course the way that we've seen Indonesia play, we need some sort of shock to the system. And, picks like Jet would be that.
No, and one of the things is that they're picking up Jet here on Ascent. They played it 3 times at the group stage, so we know HNF is going in with a Jet. He's one of the players that stands out the most on Jet. The thing is when we go further into this, where he's switching over, we go to the second map of Pearl, and he's looking at the KO. That's where things get scary because he doesn't perform well if he's not on the Jet. He's double negative both times he's played any agent other than Jet. He played Raze in the group stage on Bind, played KO in the group stage with on Pearl, and so both times he went double negative. So we're looking here in this first map. We need these guys here in Indonesia. HNF, one of the big dogs. Again, one of the top performers here coming out of Indonesia. When he's on the Jet, he can be deadly. So this first map is as crucial as it gets for them.
Right. Are we even going to see that sort of impact early, though? We haven't seen a single pistol round be dropped by Egypt. And, I mean, you would like to give it over towards the fact that they've been dominant the entire group stage. maybe the group is just a little bit easier for them. But just that fact that they already like to come out of the gate swinging both halves, you're not really going to get too many opportunities for Indonesia to just get those easy rounds. It has to come down to the execs. It actually has to come down to good organized Valorant.
Yeah, and you know, when you're on this world stage, you're on this kind of international land, and you're representing your country, pressure gets to you. So for Indonesia, this is the first time they've been on stage. It's the first time we're seeing them here at Campus Clutch. Team Egypt, returning champions. Krollo, he's got that experience. Avez has played internationally as well. He was a part of that Ascend winning lineup where they were able to take them down on Breeze. So experience does play a big factor. They're playing in front of a crowd. So expectations for Indonesia is, okay, get the nerves settled. We know what we need to do. This first map Ascend is as crucial as it gets. For Team Egypt, I think the pressure's a little bit less. And here we have it. We're going into Agent Select. And so far, as clean as it can get, Sand has been playing that KJ. Avez, again, on that Jet. Same with HNF. Mirror compositions, and it's down to these two.
Wow.
Avez, the #1 first kill leader coming out of the group stages. HNF is one of the top performers on Jet, has, I think, 16 first bloods alone out of the 3 maps that he's played. So he is as critical as you can get when it comes to first kills, only though when he's on Jet. So this is him to step up.
Yeah, this is good adjustments, though, from Egypt because, again, before Ascent, things have changed a little bit. They were playing up with the Chamber before. They weren't playing with the KJ before. But it seems as if both teams are ready and raring to go. Sully, to be honest, I can't draw a line anywhere here. Indonesia alongside Egypt. 2 teams with a whole lot of momentum this year. And, I mean, to be honest, I still can't call it.
I think it's hard to decide, right? If we had to go with the winner, I think a lot of people are looking at Egypt. A lot of people are looking at Egypt, what they did in the group stage. Leaders and around differential. And look at them. They just look so confident. It looks like they know what they're doing. Indonesia as well. I love how the nerves have settled for both of these teams. And we know, okay, playing with confidence in front of the crowd. A lot of these guys, right? A lot of the people in the crowd are collegiate athletes as well.
Yeah, I mean, we do.
It's just homies vibing in the crowd right now.
Yeah, I mean, we got 48 teams coming into this weekend, 48, 47. And, I mean, surely, right, if we only have 16 teams remaining, there's about 150 students sitting out in the crowd from different countries. I mean, is this probably the biggest LAN so far in Val? I don't think we've seen this much representation anywhere.
No, we have 47 teams, 44 different countries being represented here. So there's a lot of representation going on in Indonesia. There were two representatives for both Egypt and Indonesia.
Not even Brazil got 2 teams.
No, not even. Egypt and Indonesia, they come in with 2 representatives. It was Bravado earlier in the group stage. They get eliminated. Wukong as well get eliminated. Wukong, the other Indonesian team, actually in Team Egypt group stage. That was the only team that Egypt struggled with. An Indonesian team, 13-9, the most rounds that a team got on Team Egypt in the group stage was the other Indonesian team. And while they came out of the LCQ, Indonesia are actually directly qualified. So that's anything to go off of. We're looking at, a very, very close matchup if you want to go off of that.
Well, you've already had so much experience under Indonesia's belt this year. I feel like almost everyone that came up for Indonesia had experience in VCT Indonesia this year. But ladies and gentlemen, we are finally kicking off the Campus Clutch Global Finals live from Sao Paulo, Egypt and Indonesia here on Ascent.
And it's a very early aggressive look here towards mid from Indonesia. 3 players stacked up towards B-Link. And that early knife thrown out by Pierce is going to establish very early control. You can see already Egypt have backed off of this cat control. DePyro might actually elect to give up this mid side here towards cat. There's a split coming in towards A. As Vasquez, one of the top performers, is already creeping towards A main. A little bit of contact and a first pick from Raph down towards mid.
They still have no idea that the Omen is there, though. Krollo trying to find an opportunity to potentially get that trade back on the KJ, but that's clean. Again, that element of surprise still there. Krollo was waiting for that KO to step up. That was a really good feint for Noise. That might have pulled away 1 or 2 rotations, or at least that's what they think. They have an A site with only 2 players in front of them.
Yeah, things have slowed down tremendously here from Indonesia. 3 players stacked up towards Cat. They wanted that early mid control. They found that first
Good
pick.
swap of position.
Turret gives the info, but DePyro, he's already left the site here.
That's beautiful. That KJ had that turret at least deactivated for a little bit, but finally came back on site at the perfect time, but it doesn't really matter. Indonesia, they are on site. They are safe.
Spike planted.
Spike does end up going down here, and Moria, he wants to get close, aggressive. 2 players, the Frenzy goes on swinging through for 1. DePyro will get the trade. It's 4 players left on site, and these 3 players from Egypt, they are locked out right now.
It's tough. That shock dart needs to get a bit of damage, but it's not going to be able to get anything. Vasquez has been MVP so far this tournament. He can sweep up a little bit over towards Heaven. It needs to work. DePyro getting up a big kill over towards Gate. Sand, Schneider, overwhelming. Raph's the last one remaining in a 1v2. Plant is away from him, but they have no idea where they is. Raph spraying away. Sand with the wide swing, and Ref still nails the Red Bull clutch to open the tournament.
And it is a huge opening for Indonesia. The 10 pistol rounds that Egypt played in the group stages did not drop a single one. Indonesia, only a 50% pistol round win rate. That's 5 out of 10 that they played in the group stages, and they come in huge to kick things off here in round number 1. A pistol round win sets the tempo. Indonesia, we know what this region wants and what they can do. Pace, pace, pace. And when you're playing at the SEA tempo, things will get scary for you.
Indonesia, you love to see that fire. Again, you said it, not a single pistol round going the direction of Egypt's opponents. And now, of course, in a very uncomfortable position, they gotta push the situation a little bit. Indonesia doing the right idea here.
Slower tempo here from Indonesia. Smoke actually on top of that turret, so that will keep some of those Indonesian players here expecting some form of aggression. So a lot slower from them this time around, trying to feel out the pace and see what Egypt want to throw at them. For now, it's just a slight shift. Again, that smoke will keep these two players locked in over here towards the B side. It doesn't collect too much information, but Indonesia will start to shift now towards the A side. 5 players begin to group up in Egypt. Unfortunately, they have the wrong gamble. 4 players stacked towards B. It will be a 5-on-5 retake by the looks of things, and Indonesia should be successful in getting onto site here as you look at the eggs that come through.
There's going to be no pushback. KJ Util completely negated Egypt. All their eggs in one basket over towards B, but again, it's pistols. As long as they get close, back over towards A, without anyone rushing in, they could be able to just waterfall out with these pistols. It'll be tough though. Look at the position that Indonesia has right now. It's so safe. 3 players back over towards A main. Just trying to play the back crossfires, and you still have 1 or 2 players peeking out towards heaven, just trying to be a bit of a nuisance. The only thing that we can really see here from Egypt is take away a gun or 2, affect that economy long range.
Pierce has already come back in from the catwalk side, so he'll be ready for anything as he looks to clean things up. A nice 2-piece from Pierce, and we're walking away with 4 SMGs here from Indonesia. Egypt wanted damage, didn't get much of it. They're going to elect to take themselves out to the spike. And a nice clean 2-0 start for Indonesia. Things are ramping up here. Egypt, the returning champs, will have the rifles finally in their hands. And this is where things will get excited to see the action that they can do. Already Indonesia leading those first kill departments, 2 successful plants. A and F is looking to lead us through the back.
We were talking about the quick and fast approach from Indonesia. We shouldn't be seeing that this round. Nor are we seeing too much of an investment from Egypt either. Really just trying to play.
There's an Odin already here, and there are 2 players at the ready.
I love that. Odin spraying in, but nobody's going to peek it. They already saw the Prowler. The information's there, but again, it's just default anyway. Info's going to come all over the place.
Yeah, Raph is going to look to take some space. He does take a little bit of chip damage just off of that Odin. This is Indonesia scouting it out. Even more damage done. Vasquez dropped down to 72. And look, you can see the protocols already. A Snyder is going for that spray. Avez is right there, waiting for any kind of peek, any sort of information play that Indonesia want to go for, any kind of punishment they want to attempt. Maria at this long distance with the Spectre is going to definitely lose this fight as he tries to creep on out, breaks the turret. And doing that is going to lock more players in here towards the A side. Pressure has been made, and now you can see the shift. That's what they wanted. Break that turret. You've now kept the Pyro and Sand locked in towards this A site, and they will shift back towards B.
They surely heard the turret that was here, though. I think Raph, of course, might have taken it away. So they're thinking about, again, just cutting noise, readjusting. This is where they're going.
There is no one up here towards mid. An easy smoke and a split, and you can see these 2 players. Both players on Egypt are locked in towards lane. They're going to have to worry about their stairs and split their line of sights.
Fez has to do all the work here. Has still a few smokes to work with, but Schneider's just going on with the Odin. He's still going to kill back. 2 more players remaining, and it's just a farm. You have got to be kidding me. Indonesia made the XX look a little bit easier earlier, but Egypt, they shut him down completely.
Right, get those rifles in their hands, and that's the damage they can do. Both players towards lane. I got worried that they would have to watch their stairs, but there's a very, very fast rotation that comes out from Crollo from that mid side. Gets back towards one. He beats out through the smoke to ensure they don't have to worry about their stairs, and they're already locked into fight there. So well played there from Egypt. They will get the first round after the pistol and the bonus. Or this is their bonus now. Indonesia have picked up the rifles. Pierce, having forced that van in the last round, will be electing to go to the Spectre. But this is what we saw in the pistol. Early mid-control establishment. And Maria, I think, actually shrouded step. Yeah, he wants to beat them to the punch. Krollo might get caught off guard here. No! Yes, he will.
Oh, but the TP goes just a little bit awry. But Pyro's there for the kill back on ANF. Dash back for Aves, and this is some really good repositioning here. They can at least cover up back A, but Indonesia, they're taking up so much control right now, trying to take up A Heaven.
Good chunk of pressure. Maria continuing to push on forward. It's going to find another trades. We continue to go back and forth. Team Egypt finding just a little bit of space here now on the B site. It is going to be Sand alone trying to lock things down. Two players begin to approach. It's Pierce and Vasquez. And Sand on 40 HP might just concede the site here, but there's a very fast rotation to Pyro. Not too far off of it. There's a swing and Sand goes down.
It's just going to be a readjustment now. Retake for Pyro and Aves again. The two smokes, they could isolate something, but so many angles to clear. They have no idea where Vasquez is, but Vasquez shows the back. Doesn't get shot down though. Pierce is still down to 50. And there goes the kill back for Vasquez. Still a 1v1 now. They have to play Ring Around the Rosie. But Aves again. He's actually just going the wrong way. This is chunking out so much time. Vasquez is getting scared, but he puts down a perfect piece of information. The hunt delays just a little bit more. Player off to his side. Aves starts to run. And Vasquez can't nail the shot. The fuse going through. Does he have enough time?
And he does. Just enough. Aves moving as quick as he can. Vasquez, he played this to perfection, but Aves, the one-on-one duel is what takes it down, and Aves is one of the top duelers. Again, you put him in head-to-heads. 25 first kills. This isn't a first kill, but we know what he can do with these head-on-head duels, and he does it perfectly here. Indonesia, a successful start comes to a halt as Egypt bring us back level 2-2, and we go into this. There is an ultimate available for the side of Indonesia. Pierce has got the KO ultimate, he's got the null command, but in this situation, do you really want to use it? Indonesia grouped up towards, again, the mid and B side. Once more looking to work this mid position.
It's such a situation where Pierce can make so much noise here, but he just sends out the knife instead.
And they're going to confidently go down towards a smoke and a knife to clear out that catwalk position, so they know, let's put full focus and attention here towards this mid side. And another attempt at a split. We saw this 1-4 split. It did not work out. And it won't work here again. Aves finds first blood here with the operator.
Has to get a second, but he's on the move. What is that wide swing? Raptus goes right through the smoke, and Pyro is there for the trade back. Now Indonesia, they have no other option than to just try to salvage the site. ANF does get on top of the Pyro. Vasquez trying to rush in with a frenzy, and it ends up working out, at least for that kill back. A 1v2 now. Sand is taken back. You have ANF getting closer. This is scary.
And he's trying to cut down the angle when you're in a position like this, when you are the clutcher. It's about creating opportunities for yourself and Team Egypt. They have to clear every
the peak
single
needs to come
angle.
in before they check Boathouse. They got it. ANF in a 1v1. Sand has no idea where he is, but the KJ ulti is going to come in. 10 seconds. This is more than enough time. And he has an updraft. ANF, what sort of heroics can he pull now? He has the angle. He's sliding. He's surfing. And Sand gets the kill anyways. And is going to be able to nail the defuse.
Another successful defuse for Egypt. That's back-to-back here. And you can see the idea in ANF's mind. He needs to create some sort of off angle, but as he's coming down, Sand, he plays it smart. He knows that he can force the issue. ANF has to be the one to press, and Sand sticks back in towards Boathouse to give Egypt the lead here. 3-2, and now we get the rifles back. This is where that null command comes in. Lockdown used on an anti-eco. That's big for Indonesia. You draw that out, and now you have an opportunity to put in even more damage.
Right, and Indonesia, they were saving up their ultis just from that last round. They only had the null command, but now they have 4. Big round here from Indonesia. They barely have enough cash to get a rebuy if, of course, they can't win.
Again, early pressure from Aves. He goes out big again. Aves to find first blood here for the second time in a row. Team Egypt already up in a 4 versus 5. Null command is up for Pyro. And yes, you have these 3 ultimates to work with for Team Indonesia, but you've got no info. You're trying to rework back towards Cap, but Aves is already gone. He's repositioned back towards mid, and now this drone will buy even more information here for Team Egypt.
Turrets destroyed.
They do take away the turret. So that's at least just going to take away that one piece of distraction for this rotation.
The peace of mind to lean towards this A site. The Pyro already preemptively gets a 3-man tag, and the ultimate does come through.
Very overwhelming, but the Pyro just keeps spraying! How does he get 2 out of that? And Avez perched on top, and he gets 3. Unreal for Avez. Flawless.
And what more can you ask for in a hold like this? The Pyro playing clean towards Garden, and there's just some level of disconjointness between Team Indonesia. They smoked themselves off. They smoked in front of Gate with 2 players entering. And Indonesia, the pressure's starting to get to them. Small mistakes will add up. You're giving isolated fights, opportunities for these Egyptian players to win them out. And when Avez is up top with an operator, that's when things get scary. Again, the ult dropped out from Pierce. Team Egypt, they are starting to feel it. You're putting in Avez in these aggressive operator positions where he can find first bloods, where he can find map control. And they're looking to do that here again. A slight switch up. They will move Sand here towards the mid side to play off of his alarm bot.
Avez, once again, another early peek, and he has that info on Pierce. That flash is going to miss him. Avez, a big opportunity for a first pick, and Sand even gets one over towards mid. You saw the panic there from Indonesia. They got the info, and they had to push up mid there, and it just doesn't work. Egypt are able to come back safely now.
Yeah, and Drone is going to force the issue again. This rotation from Egypt. Sand is going to start to shift on over, and it will put Indonesia on the back foot. This one-way is just so menacing to go through. You're waiting for this smoke to fade, waiting for any cue, but Tapyro is in a safe spot. He can take the fight, flash, nade, get out.
Big frag coming in alongside the flash. That's perfect for Tapyro, and it's even better for Frollo if he can take advantage of it. He's only able to get one. Vascal is only 1-2. Morea in a 1v4. He needed that opportunity over in heaven, but Egypt with another lockdown round. Indonesia just had nowhere to go after those first few picks.
This is where you start to get a little bit worried for Team Indonesia. This was the momentum they wanted those first 2 rounds. Set the tempo, set the pace, and now they've elected to call the tactical timeout. This is the power of the reigning champions. Team Egypt kicking it off, and one of those players again, Avez, he's found multiple first kills, 3 so far. He picks up Yup, and it's lights out already. 3K as soon as he gets it in his hands. And Indonesia, it's how do you deal with that pressure? You've got 2 ultimates to play with, 3 if you want to conclude the Omen ult. The Fade ults, the Nightfall, and the lockdown to try and work your way in. Now, how do Egypt adjust? Now, this is a moment where you're thinking, okay, Team Indonesia, they've called the tag timeout. How are they going to work this ultimate in? How are they going to try and bring momentum back to their side? And it's going to be with these ultimates. So, Team Egypt, let's figure out how do we want Tapyro's ult to work? How do we shut down these ultimates so they get no momentum on the site?
Will it be a reaction? Will it be a call out? Tapyro just needs to be pretty much at just the right place to just try to be in the middle of an Indonesia take, and that's just going to have to be extremely proactive info gather around, just always making sure that they have a decent-ish idea on where Indonesia is going so they could try to get that ultimate and just stop that first take, because we just haven't seen any good readjustment from Indonesia, any good second interaction from them. It's that first take or nothing for them.
Yeah, and it looks like Indonesia are going to try and spread themselves in to figure out where exactly is the Pyro and how can they play around this null command. And an early A main establishment here from Team Egypt. And this is going to allow the Pyro to shift around the map. He was the mid player for a time. He can shift back towards mid.
That's the big part.
And we're going to see what he elects to do here with this null command. And both ultimates for Team Indonesia are leaning towards his B side. Morea cannot go down here. This is so much information. And they know where the KO is. They know where the fight is being had. And Team Egypt, they are forcing this issue heavily.
Morea actually peeks in with the KO flash. They wasn't able to do much, but that's a lot of util being taken away. But still, Indonesia, they just need to react here. They're taking up some space back over in mid. But what is this retake of B main?
And there's a very similar exec going on. Team Egypt, they know that this is the split they want to go for. It's always one player in towards B main, and they've elected to double up. Avez will take the market angle. Odin here for Snyder, and here comes Raph. Might just walk into the death hammer, and Snyder holding down the trigger, finds nothing. Avez in the corner, and that is the entry you want from Team Indonesia. Site cleared out, and there's no one here in Team Egypt to receive.
Egypt, they do have the 2 here. The Pyro does have the null command to try to get some sort of retake going. But this is finally a full-man retake, or a full-man post-plant here for Indonesia. And might just be a save here, even though the catch is pretty good.
You can see the positions that they've taken up from Team Indonesia. Crossfire help, a log from these players. The Turret's going to try and get in from the knife as well to try and kind of slow things down. That's a great flash from Rolo, but no one is enacted.
Oh, Pierce, he somehow gets unflashed too, right on time. And the crossfire is just there too. HNF comes out of short, and he barely finds an angle onto Pyro too at the end. Indonesia finally back on the board.
Yep. They were able to clear out towards B main. A nice switch up of the B pressure. You can see how Team Egypt tried to adjust, and I think it's something that they talked about in the tactical timeout is okay. That B doesn't work. There's some discontinuity or some unjointedness, unconnectivity between the Team Indonesian players, and now they've solidified that. Catching Team Egypt off guard with a switch up on their B exec. Nets them their first wipe around, and Team Egypt still plenty of credits to buy up here. The op still in the hands of Avez, and he is going hunting once again towards mid.
I haven't really seen too many top mid peaks, and Avez seems confident that one might come. KO already, the flash should be coming out, but again, no pressure coming out from Indonesia really anywhere else.
Is he looking to knife close? Are they expecting that pressure? Yeah, they were. They
I mean, they've seen that cat push so many times.
They prowled so deep from Link. They were, yeah, and you can see there. There's the knife to try to clear for anyone close, and they know where Avez is now with his operator. So much util is being utilized here, though. Both prowlers being brought out here towards mid. HNF is going to get caught out.
They still have that continuity, though. They still have the alarm butt over towards mid. It doesn't matter if they get that contact or not. They can just back out.
And there's the shift back over towards the A site. Is this where they want to use the lockdown? They're still hunting, and now they know, okay. Pierce is over here towards the A side. The lockdown, space cleared for it.
Pyro doesn't have the knife.
They've all shifted over here, Team Egypt. It's the Pyro again, who has this null command, but can he get the timing right on it?
It might be perfect. It might be in the perfect position for it. All 5 players are here and they're dashing on through, but no command comes out. They just have to hold on. 3 players are here with the crossfire. It's going to be Raph the first. The Pyro still dancing around Jenny. 2 in the back at sight, both getting fragged. 3 combined for Rad. Pierce, Raph still somehow surviving, and they still somehow get the frags in the back of sight. It's a 2v2 to go, and Schneider's already here, picking one out in the open. Jenny still. Pierce picks one out in the open, but it might not be a kill, and it definitely won't be. Egypt barely hanging on. That 3-man hold had to be it.
And I'm sitting there expecting that lockdown to come out, that null command to come into play, but no ult's used. The Pyro gets suppressed, and look at this decision from Schneider to jump down to the lower ground, to split high and low. Now you've got to rub up the player to your right, now you've got to rub up the player to your left. There's no chance for a lineup, and Schneider making that quick second decision to guarantee the round there for Team Egypt. But there is pressure from Team Indonesia. Still have enough credits for a buy. They're going to get the lockdown and both the KO ultimate into play here. We've got 4 ultimates here on the side of Team Egypt, and 3 ultimates here for Team Indonesia that they have been holding on to for quite some time now.
Almost every single round that we've seen so far from Indonesia has been this spread approach. Have they actually been able to recollect themselves? Have they been able to group themselves together and actually be able to get something on over towards that mid side? No info take back over towards A, as per usual. But Indonesia, actually, we've seen this turret deep B main before, but we haven't seen this sort of transition off of it.
They've re-cleared back towards mid. The turret is going to keep, they know, okay, for now, no players able to focus on the side. ANF is looking for blood, he wants something, but he gets nothing for it. 1 knife left, he wants to try and recharge. There are already 2 players at the ready.
Oh, and this is going to be a 4-man, 3-man crossfire here? No, they've actually isolated with the smoke. That's a big smoke, actually. They can come back over towards heaven. But the Pyro! Lining up 3! Too easy. They had no idea he was there. All just lining up for his crosshair, and Crollo trying to make something.
30 seconds left.
But Pierce somehow actually stays alive. You still have 2 players remaining over towards that heaven side, but Avez coming in at a good time. Yeah, that's it for the round, right? Maria just trying to do something here, trying to take away some of these guns, but the spike has to be in their control, right?
Maria, get anything? He does get 1, puts us in a 1v2. Maria could go for the plan and grab the spike, and it looks like Santa's are very wary of that possibility. 8 seconds left, and yeah, no time. Will elect to save.
He's got to stop, though. He has no idea what this KJ is.
Team Indonesia not able to get that 4th round as Team Egypt move us on to 7, guaranteeing at least this first half here on Ascend. Still, no ultimates were used in that round. We're still holding on to the 3 major ultimates. The knives were used. still have that lockdown in play for Sand, still have that null command and lockdown for Pierce and Raph, and we're waiting. When do these come into play for Team Indonesia? Those can be momentum swingers. We have 2 rounds left in this half. So we want to see them be put to use here.
Yeah, we see so much retake potential, and we just haven't seen, you know, the quote-unquote retakes from Egypt. Indonesia might have to take full advantage of that in that second half, but they need the rounds here. They're going to have to use that lockdown for some sort of cheesy round, but they have to be together for something like that. They go for the dry peek, and it's just some info.
It is actually Frollo Maria that does avoid it. ANF will find first blood. Picks off Sand and removes all KJ util. So that's going to bring Avez now over to the B site. A huge gap has opened up here towards mid, and Maria dancing with death over there towards Krolov. Again, the top rated controller coming out of the group stages. Team Egypt have split themselves up again. A lot of pressure on Avez here on the B site. He has an op, and it's in very close quarters. Snyder, he can support here with the 100 Sphere, but we'll see how Indonesia approach.
Yeah, an impossible situation here for Aves. He's the only one having to strap, backing on out, able to get one, still pulls out the shotgun, is able to actually get a second on the ANF. Nobody's rushing him. Aves just has all the time in the world, but finally Vasquez coming out. Still the 1v2 though. We've seen a lot of DePyro. DePyro's seen a lot of Indonesia. There's a little bit of damage for him, and DePyro, it's his chance.
You see the HP. Pierce and Vasquez on extremely low with Vasquez. The back of sight will give Indonesia a 4th thrifty round, overwhelming the power of Egypt. And you can see ideas were there. The teleport from the Omen, the Hunter series, all to try to support Aves. Indonesia overwhelmed. The uncertainty of their positioning is no effectivity towards that Hunter series. And we're at 7-4 with Indonesia coming in again. Still the lockdown and still the null command.
Unreal, really, because they just started off that round. I said they needed something cheesy, and there's no other cheesy thing that you could do other than a 3-man pistol swing in the middle of B main. Here comes a big rush from Egypt, though. It's going to be 4 players coming in through B main and through mid, but nobody from Indonesia is going to touch this. Look at this information, but will it matter?
A very quick shark attack, and there's no one here to receive on the A site. Indonesia looking to get this spike down early, and we have our first 5-on-5 retake. Finally. Lockdown, we're going to see them both come in. They need to retake, and you can see already Egypt, Sand, looking to take space back in towards guard. Lockdown in effect in Team Egypt. It's a Venn diagram here on the A site as First Blood does find its way into Egypt.
Molly up, but they're not actually rushing it. Here comes Aves in a good position, but only able to get one out of it. He gets traded out immediately. Lockdowns are in. One even got destroyed at the same time. That's huge. ANF coming in. Only able to get Sand out of it, but with the one, Raph in a perfect position. Could be able to do some cheeky business. What was that TP? A 1v1 against the Pyro now, but the Pyro just needs to go for the defuse. One more Molly remaining. 41 HP. Barely showing the forehead, and Raph is somehow still alive. Just playing away with the bomb. DePyro tapping away, getting desperate. There's no way they can play with the heart of Raph. Well done, Raph. Pulling Indonesia a bit closer to Egypt.
Switching sides.
And at halftime, we see it. A clutch play, a 1v3, and just the hop around there from Raph. He knows what he's done. He plays that so well. But with the nanostorms, and the thing I love about Indonesia in that play is the KJ goes down, and they know what they need to do. Force the issue in towards Garden. The spike is planted in a position where Raph can toss those nanoswarms. And Team Indonesia, on their map pick, on the least favored side of a set, have brought us within 2. And Team Egypt, there is work to do for the returning champs here as Indonesia, on this defensive side, have the most success. We know what this setup can do with them. KJ, we've seen what Egypt can do with their KJ. Let's see exactly what Raph can do here now.
It's going to be quick, but look at the amount of util they have on these to be able to react with. Might be good here for Indonesia, but it has to be that fast rotation to really take advantage of it. Aves, he is in the middle here, no battles. 2 players in the back of sight. How are they going to be able to survive here? If they just going to have to pull out flashes, pull out trades. But again, Pierce just has the full peak. There goes the Prowler. There's still only one person in the middle of sight actually looking to fight. One person finally goes down, and it's going to be the kills for Rad in the back of sight, unless Pierce can still get more. How does Pierce get more? ANF still has 2 in front of his eyes. It's a 2v2.
And they don't have the spike. They're so split apart here. Indonesia as ANF gets another. Here we go. Krollo, one of the top clutchers in this event, has got a chance in the pistol. Indonesia for a second pistol here in map number 1.
Ooh.
And Krolo goes for the go! And Krolo's got one. Spike in his hand, and it's low HP for HNF. Position is unknown. And uncertainty plays in the back of his mind as Krolo continues to scour. He has 2 smokes coming up here in 2 seconds. But HNF back towards B main and Krolo yet to move. There's uncertainty for both these sides. Now with the spike getting tapped, HNF knows. He's stuck towards the B site and Krolo.
He has no idea where the jet is. HNF could be anywhere. Oh no, the wide swing, and Krolo just gets eliminated. HNF, well done, not falling for the bait, advancing that position as much as they could without getting spotted. That's the only way you could play that one out.
And this is the only team in Campus Clutch that has ever taken a pistol round off of Team Egypt, and they've done it twice.
Twice.
In one single map. And this is the big thing. You win the pistol, you have the second round after, you have the gun advantage, and now is an opportunity for Team Indonesia to tie things up, set the tempo again. You're on the defensive side, your favorite side, and Team Egypt, solid in the pistol, have pace to them. Indonesia, control the tempo. HNF already elected to pick up the Marshall. And it will be Indonesia putting early pressure here towards A main as Egypt looking to battle back, but they are split across the map. That knife over towards B is going to catch 2 players.
Yeah, it's a lot of really good information. They already saw an incredibly pressured peek over towards A, so still clearing out B main. At least gives them a little bit of peace of mind and also an opportunity to retake mid. And as that happens, HNF has the crossfire over onto Sand. You still have a Vez to deal with, but this is just a good position for HNF to just farm. A couple players over towards top mid for him to play with too, but Raph is here.
Slow shift back. It's full control from Team Indonesia over towards his B side. The knife might actually keep some of these players here, but it's HNF. HNF is here for the cross.
Here we go.
One. Here we go.
Oh, okay. Good patience.
Does he get another?
Surely, right?
Surely.
The Basculus. They're just trying to help out a HNF, okay? Actually going to be blaming Basculus for taking away that ace because we got a flawless for Indonesia. 2 rounds going back in Indonesia's favor. The last 4 going their way. We could easily be seeing a completely flipped scoreline for Egypt just off of that 1 pistol round before we ended the half, Sully. Indonesia have brought it all the way back before things got slippery.
Looks all around. They're still focused, locked in. Job not done just yet. You know what happened in that first half? Indonesia win the pistol, they win the second, and then it's 5 straight. Coming out from Team Egypt, or 4 straight, apologies. It's slower here for Team Egypt. With the SMGs, the goal here is to close the distance, and you can see already what HNF is looking to do. There's 1 player up close, Maria deep in towards mid. Raph does get caught out by the KO knife.
That's a very patient setup, to say the least. Very deep back towards B spawn, but
he has dropped an incredibly early nanostorm that I don't know if it's been spotted. It has. It's been pinged out. There's going to be no control established. Flash will give him the control. They look to break the turret, and this is drawing players from Team Indonesia.
Drawing, but again, pulling them more towards mid. They might get into a deep battle here, back over towards Checkers if they actually do end up peeking.
And HNF has gone very deep in towards A main, so they know this hit is targeted towards the B site, or is it Egypt? Putting all this pressure.
So much info.
Right, there's a knife that came out towards Cat, so Indonesia were worried about this B pressure. They were worried about this B play, and HNF.
No, HNF! Gonna be running right into the rotation and only able to get 1 out of it. But hey, it's the one with very early information. The rotation coming in fast, but will it be on time to get into the middle of sight here? Maria with a very cheeky angle, able to take away that Cat spot, but still a sight is there.
And they do, they get a frag grenade on the typical spike play, and look at this, 2 players towards heaven. Can they get into the site? Door closed in their face, and now a 3-on-4. These players, util available. Fierce has a flash, and so does Maria.
Full rifles, but full SMGs, and Krolo knocks it down just a little bit early. The battle over towards heaven is going to be the tough one. They just waterfall out, and Krolo is still providing that pressure. Do they know Avenge is here? But do they know Maria is there? They take out Maria, and now it's a 1v1. Vasquez can't do anything about Krolo. Krolo back at it again.
Between the top 2 performers of this team, Krolo has got the better one-on-ones. He's better in the clutch, he's just better here. And he takes that fight perfectly. The angle for Team Egypt, and for Krolo there specifically. A slow start for Team Egypt in that round ramps up to a one-on-one finish, and Team Indonesia have got the rifles out, and HNF is holding on to the operator. It's Egypt who take heavy casualties in that last round. You can see the buy. They're walking with an SMG and 2 Bulldogs, lesser guns than what they would like to hold here, and HNF has struck for one again here in the first rifle round of the second half.
Huge shot. Avez have been such a pivotal point of entries in this entire tournament, one of the best entries. Now Egypt, left without their dashing jet, still have an alarm bot to deal with over towards mid too, so again, they're just running into everything.
No early turret here though towards B, so that Prowler that they dropped just a second ago, now even the Haunt. It's a full clear towards B main, but still no rotations. Morea's gonna catch a dink on the fadeaway. And he's worried about Cat. There's not a lot of control here coming out from Indonesia.
Not at all.
Morea is stuck.
Yeah, Morea had a paranoia and everything. Could have been able to use that over towards A main, but had no idea who was Cat. That is such a scary situation. But they do have someone in the back of sight, in the back of Jenny. Vasquez is trying to help out, but this is all Pierce. Pierce is able to get one back, and Pierce is still dancing. Yes, he's suppressed, still has the space, able to get another shot onto Schneider. It's only Krollo now in a 1v2, but can be able to revive, I think, onto the Pyro.
Swing through the smoke,
They just have to swing, and they're gonna be able to get both. The swing comes in on time, he risked it for the biscuit, but we're at 8-8.
Indonesia, the rifles are in their hands, and it's their time to shine. This swing on through. I mean, you want to risk for the revive, right? You think you have safe, you think you're covered there through the smoke, but it's just, in this instance, I think you take the 1v2 there. Raph is going to go for the double. That's going to charge up his ultimate as well in Team Indonesia. Their map pick, their defensive side are looking strong to take this first map here. Egypt going to be relegated to lesser guns here, so it's going to be hard press, really, to see them winning out this eco round. I think they have a couple of ultimates charged up, though, but for Indonesia, this is an opportunity. Reset, build your economy up. You know they have the lesser guns. And it looks like we are in a tech pause, I want to say.
Looks like it. Well timed too, though. The deep point for really both of these teams. We've seen Indonesia really lose out on a lot of positioning there, lose out on a lot of information later on in that round. From a position where they usually had a lot of control and a lot of pushes from. I mean, just the fact that they leave Cat completely empty there.
It's Egypt who would like to take the attack on this combat. You can see the IGL there, Krollo, one of the veterans, talking through his team. And you know, he's been there before.
Yeah.
They've been in worse off positions to get to the finals in the last campus clutch. They played against top teams. They know the pressure and what it's like to lose the lead and lose momentum. And so this timeout is, again, regain that status and regain that momentum as HNF is going to get forced off by that KO. Knife Avez looking to go aggressive, but it's Vasquez with the Spectre to cut him down. And immediately Raph out for Markets race for 2, and this is a shutdown. It's just pistols here for Team Egypt, but Indonesia, they've dealt with that almost perfectly.
Yeah, finally a confident round, really. One where Egypt finally gets a group take going, and in Indonesia was able to click through. So at this point, we really need to get at least some sort of progress for later on in the half in terms of economy. Because listen, everything, every little piece of util is important. Every little piece of cash
they're
is
all
important.
5 are here. Every single player.
They're just going to get the info.
Here, right?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Up. You've got one player close and
I thought they would maybe
already
get one cheeky one, help themselves out. But it's just not going to happen, is it?
Raph, I think he wants a little bit more. He's already got his ult charged up.
Surely.
But 4-man swing on through, and yeah, no chance there. As Indonesia will take the flawless and take the lead back for the second time in this game. They led at the pistol, and they didn't have it. Now they've got it again, Team Indonesia. Again, let's reiterate this. What an upset this would be. Here in the first map, this is the most played map between these two teams. Team Egypt are phenomenal here as well. 3-0 in the group stages. Indonesia 3-0 as well. But clearly, they've got the better of them so far. Team Indonesia didn't play last year, and here they are, looking to take map 1 off of the world champions.
Let's see what the guns are like, though, for both of these teams. See what really the retake dynamic is like for Indonesia. But HNF posted up with the Oppie. I mean, they have full idea that he's there, but it doesn't matter. Dodges the flash, and he still goes in for the frag onto Avez. But to go for anything. This is actually a really interesting lockdown. Are they going to try to fight this? They still have the fade up. They still have a lot of util to be able to stop them.
There's no way to break it down. They're looking to delay and wrap.
Exactly.
To find one they have.
Can they still keep going? They have to peek out. The smoke is there. Yes, the site is going to be theirs, but they're still trying to peek out.
Yeah, lockdown here for Rap. He's going to try to retake back in towards Spawn. That doesn't get as much space, and you can see Snyder. He's the deal breaker.
Wow.
The backs have been broken, and Indonesia are back into the site. Pyro tries to get close in Sand. He knows he can't do much, and there's already one detained, and that should be it, unless Sand can step up big.
Oh,
but it's not enough. Team Indonesia,
no,
so smart for the retake. And they will find double digits. It's Team Egypt.
Wow.
Backs are now against the wall. It's another eco here.
I mean, wow. That retake just on the lockdown alone was already it. That was everything. All they needed was that smoke in front of them. They played out some decent timing, but you got to give it to Vasquez. Realize the pressure at least onto the lockdown. Realize the pressure going over towards stairs to peek out from gate at that time from market. It was only at that time that he could have done so.
Very early paranoia, and there's a contest already. Is Vasquez looking to use it? Is there some kind of fast play here? HNF has popped it. Apologies, that's Avez that's popped the knives, and Vasquez didn't elect to actually use the fatal. Avez goes across, but now he comes down. HNF to shut him down, and already Egypt picking up the pace. The big heavy hitter is gone.
Yeah, two players in the back of the site, though. They have no idea this is happening. Rav is here, Morea is here, and the crossfire goes through. Morea with 3, Rav with the last. Beautifully, beautifully done from Indonesia. Put the heavy hitters on the front lines, and you still have 2 soldiers in the back lines. Love that for Indonesia as they pick up a very, very clean round.
And you really can't deal with that pressure any better. Morea makes the TP with the ultimate. Indonesia welcoming in that aggression. Avez with a huge shot onto Avez, bringing him from the skies.
That shot was so sick.
And slowing the pace down from Team Egypt. Now we're looking at it, 11-8, champions against the wall, and Indonesia, the underdogs, the newcomers here, looking for 12. KO holds up to Pyro, and there's a chance here. Still Pierce in the back, is gonna get shut down, and that should be sighted. Morea can't step up big.
It's all gone. The util from the Sova ended up getting all of that info. There was no chance that they could be able to fight that back. HNF, Raph, they have a whole lot of cash for the rest of this half, but you do have to start thinking now of the potential of the comeback, the potential of the resets, if they happen. HNF barely shows a pixel, and he actually has to run away. That's it. Well done, Egypt. Finally something off of a take.
Raph, I think, is just going to try and get as much damage as he can. He knows that, in fact, that getting 1 or 2 kills would happen. He's not going to actually get anything, Egypt. We'll find a 9th. Still Indonesia in the lead as HNF is looking to back away. Still a null command available, though, for Pierce. He didn't get that one out. So you're still on thin ice here, Team Egypt. You use the Pyro's null command to get yourself into the site. Will save 5 rifles. That's probably the biggest takeaway from this round. Yes, you win the round, but you walk away with all 5 players alive. We're moving here to round 21, where Team Egypt, pressure is on them. They know that. That null command is lurking. Null command for Pierce is what could change this game, change the flow of this map.
Definitely takes the pressure off of their shoulders here in terms of them being against an 11. They know that they won't get reset immediately. There for Indonesia. Just didn't have any of the right players in the right position. Being in the middle of the A site, can't really compensate for that. This round, though, it's going to be a way bigger push over towards B main. They have the Prowler with a lot of info.
Very aggressive here from HNF. Again, on this jet is where he shines at first bloods. He spots a turret, but the turret doesn't spot him. So Sand is thinking, could be safe. More info for that Prowler and a free frag. A trade back, though, a 1-for-1, and in the meantime, that pressure towards B main has made a gap towards mid.
Yeah, they're going to take that gap over towards CAD. Do they know about the second player here? Pierce has the null command, too. If his teammate is able to get that information, There is a paranoia still in Maria, too. 3 players are coming up. Are they going to spot Pierce first? What is the angle here for Pierce? And he's gone. Maria, they know he's there, but Alves is there for the frag. Neither one of the two in the cheeky spots are able to get anything done for Indonesia.
Yeah, and Egypt just abusing the gaps in this defense, drawing and bringing in those players towards B main. They see the recognition. Okay, pressure towards B main. Mid is going to be open. And as soon as Krollo goes down towards A main, they know.
Oh no.
Indonesia have gotten aggressive. It's still not over though as Raph, he's got the Odin and he's looking for damage.
ANF with the knives too, could go flying. Able to get a headshot, has to be a 1v3. And the flash is good. DePyro takes away ANF. One more round for Egypt to tie things up.
Really not meant to be there for ANF, unfortunately.
No.
He was cooking. Saved the op from the last round. So we should have enough to buy here, and it looks like the rest of the team does have enough credits to purchase rifles before things could get tied up. In Team Egypt, you can see it in them. Wow. On their faces, they know momentum is back in their favor, and Indonesia, it's their time to reset here. ANF has picked up the op once more. That ult still lined up. Pierce and Vasquez both with an ultimate now.
Very important ultimates. Retake ultimates, stopping power ultimates essentially.
And you can see both of those ultimates are locked in towards the B site. And I think they've just given the info away. The Haunt goes out and the knife. So we'll see how Egypt play off of that. If they want to approach the B site, or if they decide, okay, let's just avoid it.
Yeah, you can see them chipping away at mid with a deep smoke too. They still have an alarm bot to deal with, and the Owl Drone didn't take it away! That peek was almost so good for ANF, but Abez is just better.
He wants to go aggressive there, and this is the question. Indonesia, now you've lost that mid control. How do you want to play this? Is it a retake towards A, or is it anchor and shut it down towards B?
I mean, what a time to put this type of position here for Maria. They have the crossfire. It's going to be Raph taking away a lot of information here, but what is going to be the situation in the middle of A? They're only going to have to depend on one there.
They're starting to shift away back towards the A site already. You can see Pierce is looking to move. It catches both, but they don't know. They don't know. Maria.
They hard check it. Abez takes him down. Raph has to spray away and not able to get 2 out of it. And Schneider takes down Pierce. Pierce is trying to get into the middle of A in time. And Vasquez is going to have to go back
30 seconds
towards enemy lines. Oh my word, 11-11. Yet another comeback has been made in this game. We've seen 3 different comebacks from these teams. And this time, it's a tough, fragile situation for Indonesia. They'll have cash in the next round, Sully, but if they lose another one, are they going to have enough?
Surely not. I mean, this is a tricky spot to put yourself in because you're either playing for overtime, or you play for the match with this next force buy. And surely this operator goes back to the hands of ANF. These ultimates, they have them, but they are in no position to use them. Egypt are playing around these ultimates almost perfectly, figuring out where they're positioned, and slowly working them out so that Indonesia can't get the jump on them. Whoa! Vasquez, he's doing a little bit of damage. Might get another. Now he just needs to stay alive for 3 more seconds. He's sitting in the smoke.
Yeah.
He will get away with the operator, but we'll look at the buy here in a second from Indonesia. But Egypt are getting their ults online as well. We're 1 away from the null command. We've already got the lockdown online. Indonesia have been holding on to Pierce's null command for the longest time. And now, with this tack timeout, I imagine called by Team Indonesia, you need to find an opportunity to use it. And you need to use these ultimates to give you the early advantage. Do you want to get aggressive is the question. And they haven't really done that ever.
Yeah, no, I've been waiting for really a confident time where Pierce would have enough information for him to be able to use that null command. But we've seen situations where he's been up against the ropes. We need more from both Egypt and Indonesia at this point. We're at 11-11. The crowd's feeling this game, and we're only at map 1 of day 1. This is sick.
I think everyone in the crowd knows as well what this means. Egypt, world champions of the Red Bull Campus Clutch in 2021. And in their first map in the group stages, the most that anyone has brought them. 11-11. And I think everybody knows Team Egypt are the top dogs, and they want to see the Pharaohs fall. We're back into the match in Indonesia. One more chance, one more opportunity. And they've got 4 ultimates to do it. Let's see what they've got for us.
Egypt's going to take it nice and slow. This is a weird little setup here. What is going on with Indonesia? We're talking about fast and furious on one side, slow on the other. 3 players, 2 players now going in towards main, but it's going to be HNF with the first peak. You do have the flash potential on Pierce.
It's 3 players on both sides, and look at Krolo's off angle, HNF. He expects a turret here. He expects someone else to break it for him.
Oh no, there's a turret. There's a turret, and his name is Krolo. He snaps on heads.
I want this peak to happen, HNF, and he's aiming low. And this is Egypt sitting back. They want pressure to come to them. They want them to fall into their hands.
4 players on this side too. Egypt has completely shifted over towards B, and the turret is going to get turned off too. HNF, he's going to get spotted. He's not dashing, and he still somehow gets a kill out of it. He still has a player right behind him.
Once more, they get aggressive again, Indonesia, but it's Egypt that backs away. First blood to Indonesia, their 4v5 conversion rate. Well, it's got to be strong here, Team Egypt. It's another shot from HNF. It's a missed one this time around, and it's Pierce who lines up another.
Gets the spike, lines up 2, lines up 3. There you go, Pierce. Schneider, the last one remaining in a 1v4. Egypt have been looking red hot, but Indonesia put up the brick wall, and they can't do anything but go down. Indonesia finally get a 12.
Match point.
One more round in this map is all they need. We either have got OT, or guess what? Pharaohs begin to crumble. The pyramids are starting to fall. In Indonesia, all it takes is one more. The opener for Campus Clutch. And it goes like this.
The first game, man. The round is 16. This is sick.
And there are 4 ultimates on both sides.
Whoa, we just haven't seen this from Egypt. They're all going towards the B side. It's going to be 3 players here, and they're just going very early with a paranoia. They take that full control. The smokes are up.
And it pops so early. Lockdown in as well. This is going to clear the site.
Whoa.
And they're smart here, Egypt. They don't jump the gun. They sit and wait. HNF is looking for something. But he's battered down by the util.
They're not going to be able to take advantage of this lockdown, but Avez, how does Avez get in the middle of sight here? He takes down Pierce and could still be able to fight, could still find a red carpet into the middle of this site. But look at the retake. You still have 2, but they find it. Egypt are through into B.
We've seen this retake position before. The same lockdown in the same spot. And look at the position. There's a late alert from Snyder. The Fade ultimate comes in, but they do not know Snyder.
No, Snyder. The alarm bot. The alarm bot. It spots them. Are you kidding me? 3v4 now. 2 in the back of sight. Still spraying away. They have the crossfire. DePyro still waiting for any sort of pixel, and it just doesn't matter. Sand, 1v3, coming up from behind. They know exactly where he is. They're already halfway through the defuse. Sand, the spray. Not able to get it done. 13-11. Indonesia win map 1.
And they know exactly what they've done here. In Sao Paulo, Brazil, this is where you etch your name onto that trophy. In Indonesia, they're 1 step closer. Map number 1 goes their way in Team Egypt. A shocker. Again, it's Indonesia's map pick, but both teams go 3-0 in the group stages here on Ascent in Egypt. What a shocking way to open up the Campus Clutch.
I can't believe it, because we were talking about for Indonesia that players like Pascal is right top of the entire tournament, who has such a great individual impact, but we just didn't see that. The entire team had to step up at the crucial comeback moments. I mean, Sully, they were down 4 at some point.
Hey, I said it, man.
How did they do it?
You put HNF on the Jet, and that's really all you need. The Pyro, though.
It's just HNF.
On the side of Team Egypt, he stepped up big. We didn't see Avez. We didn't see Krolo as much as we wanted. But it's HNF on that Jet that plays lights out. Looks phenomenal with those entries and those openings. And talking about the defensive side, the Yampe, he wanted the fights. He wanted to get aggressive. And now they lead in 1-0 fashion here in the round of 16. Do we see Egypt going home early? I don't know. It's early days. Early days. Blade and Indonesia are playing. Bring the heat in map number 2.
Hey, we expected fire out of this one. And ladies and gentlemen, you're looking at Sao Paulo, Brazil, where we bring the fire. This is sick. Map number 1 could not have been closer. But map number 2 and map number 3, we're just going to familiar maps. We're just going to familiar territory.
Yeah, and it's not a map that exactly the side of side of Team Indonesia haven't played too much. They played it once. They went for
Not
Chamber,
a lot of variety.
KO, Fade, Astra, and Sage. So both teams played this map once in the group stages. It's scary still, though, for Indonesia, right? You're not clear just yet. We knew the map win condition, or the series win condition, was win map number 1. Your map pick, one of your stronger maps, one where HNF is on the jet. Again, I'm going to reiterate, when he plays any other agent, played it 2 other agents in the group stages, Raze and KO, double negative both times, 9 and 18 and 8 and 16. Not a good look, and now he's going back to KO. So still, things aren't, you're not, hey, job ain't finished. Job ain't finished.
Job ain't finished. Job ain't finished. And again, we're still very much waiting on what is the rest of our results, because ladies and gentlemen, we have an entire round of 16 going on right now. It is 4 games going on at the same time. We're going to be having 3 games going on throughout the day. And if you guys just want to catch up on everything, of course, go over towards redbull.com, check out the Campus Clutch page. And I mean, to be honest, you guys need to catch up on what has been going out throughout the last few months. We've been going through months upon months of qualifiers, and I mean, teams like Egypt and teams like Indonesia, their qualifiers were the hottest ones.
Yeah, and I mean, Team Egypt, Team Indonesia, 2 of the top teams so far that we're seeing. And Ian, we're going to throw it to you and let us know your thoughts, because you were on the stage and you saw it all.
We said that this was going to be a wild event, and our first map has definitely delivered. Welcome back, my name's Ian Chambers. I am with the one and only Jessica, and we said there were going to be some very special guests joining us on the show. And from G2 Gozen, Game Changers champion, Mimi joins us live here today. Mimi, how are you feeling?
I am nervous.
You, the champion? You're nervous? I'm nervous to stand this close to you.
I'm behind the monitor normally, like not like this.
Not in front of the camera.
No.
Okay.
Well, we're going to be picking your brain a little bit.
Yeah.
I also want to look back on that amazing win from back in November as well. I know that Jess was in the audience for that, shed a few tears.
No, don't tell them I cried.
You cried?
I cried. I did. I'm gonna have to admit it. I did cry after that win. It was amazing. That comeback. I can't even. Historical.
I'm wondering if we've got any Indonesian tears at the moment. It's probably a little bit too soon for that. Egypt, our champions last year, have been a bit shook here, a bit shocked by this strong Indonesian team. On Ascent, what were your thoughts?
I was on the desk before, and I said Indonesia are my dark horse team. I said everyone's underrating them. People don't know. They're hard hitters. Southeast Asia has some really big gunners. HNF is playing one of the most OG Jets in a stylistic play I've seen in so long. The fact that he's playing it like a shotgun, he has power positions all over the map. I'm so happy to see that Indonesia was able to beat Egypt on their best map. You've ever have a team go up against you, Mimi, that picks your best map and then dips you? Have you ever had that happen? No.
No.
Like
Never.
statistically, never. No one's ever picked into your best map and beaten you.
No, actually, I don't think so. You're right.
And that's what they just did to Egypt.
I think that's pretty impressive.
How are they feeling? How do you think Egypt's feeling after that?
Egypt?
Yeah, like that's their best map.
Yeah, I don't know, but it was Indonesia's map pick, right?
Yeah, they picked into their opponent's best map.
Yeah, I think they're maybe a bit shocked. Like, I can imagine that Egypt would go into the V2 and be like, "Yo, this is ours, right? This is our BO3." So I can imagine they're a bit shocked, but I hope they're not having any doubts about the next maps, because anything can happen. It's their map pick now, right?
Jess, would you say that was like a bit of an ego play that paid off?
They said in an interview yesterday that if they want to be the best, they have to beat the best. And then they took it a step further and like, if we want to be the best, we have to be the best on their best map. And I was like, that's really deep. I was like, if you do that, then yeah, I'm on the hype train. And all of a sudden, I got to change my prediction, because I said if they win Ascent, every other map is up for grabs.
And Mimi, you know what it takes to win big. You know what it takes to get to the mountaintop of a tournament. Do you think that kicking off a round of 16 against the previous year's winners is actually quite an exciting prospect for a team that wants to make an impact?
Absolutely. Like, this is a huge ego boost and like confidence boost for Indonesia. And I think, I hope that they're not going to be too light on the next maps, because I think that's one of the factors, especially like Red, like they're probably one of the more experienced teams, I would say. Like, we personally have been practicing a lot versus them, and they're a good team for sure. So I hope that they're like just calming down for the next map and being more prepared, because they're also going into Egypt's map now.
So you label a team as dark horses before you see them play on a big stage, right? how quickly does that label almost go into the rearview mirror? Is it there yet? Are they still the dark horses after winning a map against Egypt?
To be fair, it was one of Indonesia's best maps as well. Yeah. So if you're able to diff your opponent on that, that's all well and good, but what is the range? What is the depth of your map pool at that point? That's when you see the better teams. That's where experience comes into play. Mimi's kind of highlighted it a little bit. If you've got a really big map pool, which G2 goes and do, happen to do really well in best of 3s and best of 5s. So that's something that Egypt has up their sleeve. However, moving into Pearl, that's going to be a tricky one because we've seen Indonesia struggle. We've seen, of course, Egypt already play it. So it's a map pool that is a bit iffy for the side of Indonesia.
Yeah, I mean, it's an obvious thing to say, but this is where we really start to see if these teams have the stamina to handle a best-of-3 situation. Every single game that we've seen played up until this point have been best-of-1s, so it's now time to see if they can rock it. Now, these are two players that I know that you highlighted coming into this, Jess. HeyNF, Avez, is there a jet diff here, do you think?
Ooh, we haven't said jet diff in so long. I feel like we moved on. We're playing on patch 5.10, so we're still on like the old patch, so there's still a possibility to even play chamber. Yeah. And these players are like, no, let's bring it back. Let's go back a year or two. Let's play jet. The jet diff is really different because Avez, so aggressive, prefers to rifle, prefers to get into the business, whereas Avez, I think HeyNF is one of the most controlling operator players, jet diffing people in the group stage as well I've seen throughout this entire tournament. When you're seeing jet players like this, do you prefer opping or you prefer rifling?
Opping for sure.
Me
like
too,
they were doing amazing, getting those first entries on the dev side. Like it was beautiful to watch for sure.
I know that you were impressed with the way that HeyNF played Jet in the OG way, right?
He was an OG Jet play. He was like, here's the position, the power position I need to be. I have an op in hand, and I need to hold this position. I'm the one that has the upper hand 9 times out of 10 when I got an op in my hand. And there was a moment in B main where he got spotted by the owl drone. He is outlined, and he didn't move. He said, I have the better weapon. I might be outlined, but I got you if you swing, and he actually did. So I think the amount of opening kills he had, I got like 4 here just with the operator. The man's crazy. The man's crazy.
Now, there is only one former world champion, of course, on this Egyptian roster. However, we do know that last time out in the grand final, they have the ability to come back.
Oh, we're pulling the reverse sweep. Oh, actually, I know a little bit about a reverse. Do you know anything about a reverse sweep?
I heard about it before.
Yeah, you heard about it? What does it take to undertake a reverse sweep?
You need to be strong mentally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else?
You need to have fun.
Oh, there's a fun aspect. You guys were singing. I remember this.
Yeah,
you guys were singing.
If we see some singing on the stage, the first
Egypt
team that sings will win this tournament.
Please sing.
I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, I know they're hearing us. We need you guys to sing. Yeah.
They'll sing. They'll sing. One thing they might want to sing about is the fact that their next map is, of course, their pick. Let's take a look at where we're going next. We're going to Pearl. They love this map. They're one of the only teams that have been part of this process that have picked it quite a lot. I think it is the least picked map so far. We're going to Pearl.
Yeah, I mean, it's a new map. It's a very tricky map. It's one that when you take a team to, you better be prepared. It's something that teams try to take you guys to, and you guys had hidden it for so long. You absolutely decimated your opponents when you first went on there. I think, however, with the VODs that we have, for both Egypt and Indonesia, Egypt held their own on this map. And I think for Indonesia, they'll be feeling a little bit squeamish that they didn't throughout the group stages. So I think that diff in the map might be playing in the back of their minds.
You're expecting to see Egypt bounce back here, Mimi?
For sure.
For sure?
I hope so too. I'm Team Egypt.
You're Team Egypt?
Yeah, I am.
I was so excited for you to join us. Look, before we throw across to our casters and get into this, there's so many reasons why I was excited to have you here. Of course, the fact that you did just win Game Changers back in November. Let's just.
Hello? She won Game Changers. Can I get some applause? That's what I thought. We have a champion among us, please. Thank you. Respect on the name.
I want you to tell me what it was like before we go to Mimi in the crowd during that moment, because it was such a huge, iconic moment, not just for G2 and all the other teams taking part, but for women's esports in general.
Yes.
It was history making.
You know when you get goosebumps when something excellent happens? You're just like, oh, that felt different. I had goosebumps on my goosebumps. I was like, how do you feel in this moment? I was just like, I'll just cry. I guess I'll just cry. I don't know what else to do. So, I mean, Zaz, your former teammate, she lost her voice. So all I could hear was just this slow whistle in the background behind me as she's screaming for you. What a day. And to be champions of something that you have done so many incredible things with, that's something that you will never outlive, I don't think.
So that's what it was like sitting in the crowd watching it. How did it feel to be on the winning team?
I think it was really, really hard to process that it was actually happening. Like, when all the confetti came down, I was like, whoa, we actually just won. Like, I just spent, like, the last 5 days here at this tournament living, like, this was, like, by far the best week of my year, like, one of the highlights for sure. So it was just really unreal. And, like, even after, it's still, like, really hard to realize there's been so many supportive messages and, like, people just coming to me and being so nice. For some, I'm just me. Like I'm just like me. And
but I think I think people love your modesty as well. Yes. Of course, you've achieved amazing things, but you seem very humble as well.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks.
One thing I actually want to pick your brain on is the fact that, as a professional player like yourself, and to win big tournaments, so much goes into it behind the scenes. Oh, yeah. And then there's a lot of pressure that comes with being on a big stage, surrounded by big broadcast talent. Not me, Jess, the Esports Analyst of the Year. Have a live crowd. How do you think these students can handle it?
I think that it's hard. Like, being on stage for the first time is always very, very nerve-wracking, but it's really important to just have fun with it, and this way that you'll forget the crowd. Like, you forget what's happening. If you just fist bump each other and full focus on each round, everything will be fine.
All right, are we ready for the next map?
I am so ready.
Are we going to start this process with a huge shock? Could we see Egypt lose here and exit the tournament for good, or will we see this go to a third and final map? It's time to find out with our casters.
Well done.
When you have the words of a champion telling you to reverse sweep, you have to have fun.
Just reverse sweep.
You have to have fun.
It's just that easy.
She's done it before. She was down, I think it was 0-2, come back 3-2. The wise words of Mimi herself, you just gotta have fun. But the upset potential here is real. And Indonesia, they know what they have to do. Step 1, take your own map pick. Step 2, take down Team Egypt. You know what you need to do here. So going into Pearl, expectations are raised for Team Indonesia. And I highlighted in the beginning, HNF is one of those guys that was iffy when he's not on Jet. Played phenomenal. You guys saw it there on Ascent. He played exceptional there. First kill after first kill, multi-frag after multi-frag. But when he's on an agent other than Jet, he's been double negative both times with group stage. Raze KO 8-16, 9-18. So let's look at this agent comp and see maybe have they elected to change things.
Again, on a map like Pearl, you need that defensive utility, and they got to think about the chamber. And you already see Indonesia; they pick out the chamber already.
And it looks like we're not changing anything here, at least for now, for Team Indonesia. And yeah, it's HNF. One of the big worries back on the KO of Vez has elected to pick up the Raze. And again, both of these guys, phenomenal on Jet, but I think where I'm worried and where we're going with this comp is HNF is the big question mark. Crollo back on the Astra. We know what he does in controller. We know this man is a demon. We'll see what he's got for us, but again, HNF and Avez, the two highlighted players, we don't have that duelist back-to-back. No. Instead, Sand and Maria, we're looking to pick up the operator. They didn't touch it at all in the last map.
Which we had a lot of opportunities where we had to see it. But with the chamber, they're forced to do so. They're forced to be in defensive positions where they just have to play eagle eye. They just have to play on their perch, and they just have to play one-by-one picks. But that's the magic of Pearl. The Pearl where you really just have to keep baiting your opponents, just to keep coming deeper and deeper and deeper into the sites, deeper and deeper into the choke points. And with the long winding halls, I don't really see, too much op advantage from the chambers. But man, Egypt, this is a difficult spot. Last year, they never had to come back, Sully. They never had to come back. They were always in the advantage. In the finals, beating Portugal. In the semifinals, they were beating their opponents. Egypt, they're down. Can they make it back now? It is map number 2 here between them and Indonesia.
Starting off here on the attack. It's a slow working towards his B mid side, and already Avez, First Blood King, the FK King. He's already found First Blood here, and Sand is dueling up against Maria. Crollo, he's got this lurk, and oh my goodness, he's got 3 players.
Oh, what a position, but Crollo actually peeks out early. It's going to be Schneider to try to help out with some bullets, and at least Pierce was able to get 2 out of that. The transition should be easy. B is free.
Maria is elected to back off instead. They are worried about this mid position. They lost that B link, and that's where Vez is looking to go for this last second flank. He's got an opportunity. Wall goes up, so they're playing this long-range angle. It's only 2 shots, though, for Sam left in the Headhunter. So he's going to back away, and he will play this long angle. You still have Avez. He could find blood here. He's got 2 players starting to approach him, and, well, he's got the ghost. And there's a new Shalaby here. You want an MVP? Well, here he is.
Oh, man, that's what we're calling him. Avez around the corner, looking to tap away.
Well, that's not very Shalaby.
But he needed trigger discipline. All right, buddy. It's going to be the 2v3. Both players still in sight. And this is... Okay, that's just tough. DePyro's just sitting in the middle of the smoke. It's just going to be a minefield. DePyro's able to take away one. He's just right-clicking away. How does DePyro get 2 there? Sand is still on the edge. Pierce is down to 17. The element of mystery just works out for Egypt.
And Egypt are back with their pistol round success. Again, coming out of the group stage is 10 for 10. And now they were 10 for 12 after that last map. Indonesia taking both pistols in Ascent. And Egypt will have the first here. They draw blood up against Indonesia. They have the rifles, or apologies, they will have the buy. The SMGs more than likely. Actually, I'm a big fan of this buy. Heavy hitting guns here. The Guardian and the Bulldog. You're going to walk away. And the Phantom. Wow, now, this is something we see a lot more typical nowadays, is forcing these rifles so you go into your bonus with strong guns to play with. You will have lesser utility, but in favor, you've got the weapons. And Maria, wow, here with the chamber.
Yeah. Usually in that type of situation, you see like a mixture of like some Spectres, but I mean, Bulldogs down the line, rifles down the line, essentially. All good. Indonesia, they know the situation. They have to push.
He's taking an off angle here, Maria. High-low here with Vasquez. If he's sharp enough, he could find something, but Egypt are going to start to shift back. The mid-play did give them some info, but Vasquez, there's a lot of pressure here from Team Indonesia, and Maria has elected to TP out. Rendezvous back towards B Halls. And this is a great read from Team Indonesia. Granted, they have only pistols. They still are moving 5 players. This trademark, it can get covered up. Here's some one smoke.
Util's good too. Double smokes in the middle of sight, just really overwhelming. They just need to get past Rap, and wow, the nade actually completely takes away Moreo. That's going to be 2 free guns back for them. Sorry, what am I saying? Excuse me. Indonesia, excuse me. They're the ones with the pistols. My word. And they still have to come back too. Yeah. What am I saying?
Grab roll. Give Sand a little bit easier to fight. Frollo not too far. Nice solid cleanup here.
Vasquez, wait, it is 2 guns. It's 3 guns at this point. They get the trade back from DePyro, but Sully, that's the risk.
And that's damage done. Indonesia. Vasquez is fighting 3 frags out of nowhere, and that's big reinvestments back for Egypt. They lose a Bulldog, and they walk away with a Guardian and a Phantom instead. They walked into that round with 3 rifles, technically, and now this is a situation where, okay, I'm talking about that buy, you get the bigger guns, you want the better weapons, so now in your bonus you have a better chance to win this round. But now they've got 3 pistols instead, and it's Indonesia with a full buy of rifles. Yeah, I guess the 1 Bulldog, you don't want to count that, but it's a full buy nonetheless.
Okay, there goes Avez, okay. All the way up with a Prowler right in front of him, but he's going to have 2 players in terms of a crossfire to try to deal with. That's good, though. He can pull away at least for just that 1v4 over towards A. Vasquez gets that kill, but the rest of his teammates coming on quick. HNF is there right on time, but how did that spray connect? HNF striking down, and now Schneider now remaining. He actually picks up 2 kills here, and alongside the Bulldog has a little bit of a chance. Knows where Vasquez is, looking for a headshot, but that's slick from Vasquez. Finally around for Indonesia.
And I'm liking the damage that Indonesia was able to pack on there. 2 big kills come through from Schneider. Wants to do a little bit more, not able to find much else. But Indonesia dealing with Avez's pressure really, and I think the only issue there is something that we saw in Ascent is kind of the lack of cohesion with these exits. Especially when you look at Ascent B, there was a player putting pressure in towards B main. You need those 4 players to act quickly. You needed those 4 players in A main to act quickly as Avez is pulling the pressure. He pulls 2 players out of the fight.
Yep.
All you got to do is worry about 1 player. And you couldn't find that frag in Egypt.
Okay.
Have the rifles back. We are going to go into a tech pause, so Team Egypt, not necessarily what you want when you want the momentum, but...
Okay. Well, we got something here. At least we've started off the attacking side pretty much fast and furious.
Yep.
That last play from Avez was realistically the only thing they could have done, even though that was solo with a rifle. There was no trade potential in that sort of position, but I'm intrigued. They at least have a good idea on the push and pull of Pearl. It's a newer map too. We didn't get to see Breeze actually out of these players either last year.
That's the one map that we were talking about. That was where Egypt, Team Rad, as they are normally
Team Rad.
in Tier 2 competitions,
Yep.
in the Red Bull home ground, I believe is what it is.
Yeah.
It was where they took down Ascend
Yeah.
on Breeze, the former VCT World Champion. So again, experience aplenty for this Team Egypt side. So they've been in this position plenty of times before. Not here at Campus Clutch. They were dogs back last year.
They were.
So they've been in positions like this similarly. They know the pressure on them. It is their map pick. Lots to work with here. A lot of room to play with. And it was Mimi that said it best. Have fun. Loosen up. And that's what you want to see from Egypt.
Got filling in a little bit, finally. I mean, the game hasn't provided too much for us to feel. Just yet, or at least this map. But this is high stakes. Sully, we were talking yesterday. This feels like what is a top 3 game, a top 4 game.
You see that on camera, a little pan? We saw Jess Goa, Esports Award Analyst of the Year.
Owner of a Nook?
Owner of a Nook, and we're back into it. Sand is up top towards B-Man, and he is looking for that pressure. It's been Egypt 3 rounds in a row, posting Sand up in that spot, welcoming any play that Indonesia want to play towards them, any aggression for them.
And look at the hard readjustment from the KO too, with this info that they were at least inching towards getting over towards A. We could have seen that inch back there, but instead, it's a weird position for Indonesia. They just don't have any eyes right now.
Yeah. Raf is alone in the back site. They are expecting a player here towards B mid. You can see the chamber trademark not going to be in effect, so you have to have Vasquez as the information. A knife, whoa, but that is really early. He actually gets nothing for it, so illusion of information, but in response to that, it's Raf. Electing to get aggressive towards B, allowing this 3-player shift now.
Yeah.
And look, 2 stars already dropped here by Pierce.
Whoa! He doesn't even try to take that position. He just clears it and just goes back instead. And now here comes literally the entirety of Egypt off that one play. We could have seen Hayanef go big, but Sand going around the corner. That nade combo from Hayanef, real good. He comes in with a flash too, but Abez barely able to get a shot in. 2 players in the back of sight. Make that only 1 now. They're all gone. Corolla just goes in swinging, and he's able to get both. Raf, do they have any idea that they're here? Corolla is just going to be able to check anyways, and the info is there. Raf can at least try this 1v3, has at least the heal, has at least the wall, but the crossfire is there. Egypt shut down the opportunity, but Sully, Indonesia, they had the ideas there to try to take back some sort of control in the round. It just came at the wrong time.
Yeah, you had the players there on the A site, but I think what it falls down to is Egypt. It's this kind of level of uncertainty that they bring, and you put pressure towards B, and they walk in towards Art, where things get a little bit dicey, and that's where the control is, really. That's where the control is for Indonesia. But a great smoke from Krollo, concealing that pressure, allows them to walk on through, and it will give Egypt first rifle round. 3 ultimates for both these sides. The Fade, Nightfall, Cosmic Divide, Rez for the Pyro on Egypt. And it will be Maria, who again looks for an aggressive take, but it's instantly shut down by Avez with the opening.
And can't do much too with the Prowler. Had to peek out. Still one in the back of sight. Vasquez. I mean, he's just gone. What is up with this nade? Avez, two XX in a row. We see that one nade taking away all 100 HP of the 1 player in the back line. That just leaves Indonesia now just with the 2. Trying to get back some old points potentially for Raf here. But they're not going to get anything. 4 players remaining for Egypt at the very end. Indonesia, they need one here to try to at least put a dent in by the end of this half.
Now, Avez does get the showstopper online, so we could see really big entry potential from him, but a nice clean round coming out from Egypt. Avez doing what he does best. Entering cleanly onto site, finding 3 with that nade, creating so much space. That is the power of a raise, especially when you're entering towards the B site. Throw that nade towards back halls, and on the A site, throw it towards back dugouts. And I think he just wasted a blast back of Vez.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I think he tried to jump on the
did
box.
Did they boost the teammate?
I don't think they did anything, actually. So Vez, not the double satchel blast back, but he is breaking that chamber trip really early. What that does is it's now drawn. You can see already Vasquez. It's even drawn out the ultimate.
And it's not going to hit anyone. Schneider's not hit. Nobody's hit. So all 5 here. Indonesia try to take back information over towards A main, but again, you still have one there. Krollo was looking out for that sort of push. But Indonesia, they're safe.
A lot of early util being drawn out here, though. They are safe, but they have conceded so much space here towards mid. And on the Pearl, one of the crucial parts allows you to split sights and maneuver the map and maneuver it. But HNF on the KO, finally finding success in his gunfights. Slows things down and pops the no command to put an end to any antics on the A site, especially here towards Art.
Yeah, but that's while Pierce didn't see anything at all back A main. That was just HNF feeling the pressure. Back from Art. But this position up from the fade back over in mid. They needed to be in this position, just a hard watch.
The res comes through. DePyro brings Avez back online. He still has a blast back and a showstopper, and that's the Q. But it might actually be a fake, and it looks like it is. It's already caused shifts, and Avez looking to punish. It's up close!
Ooh,
Vasquez here for a double to shut them down. And now there's nothing left, and now there's nothing more as Vasquez finds 3. The #1 fade out of the group stages has put an end to Egypt's reign here. And Indonesia will find a second round. And what a stop from Vasquez.
The #1 fade, the #1 dog from group stage, 100%. That was farming, although you'll say stuff about stats. You'll say stuff that the game might have been easier. It doesn't matter. Vasquez was on top. Vasquez is the one that's snappy this weekend. And finally an opportunity for him finally comes to fruition. But Egypt, we haven't seen too many opportunities like that for Indonesia where they're able to peek out 1v1 or they're able to kind of pressure themselves in the last 20, 30 seconds to make a move.
Cosmic divide here for Krollo, and there's a 3-player stack here for Indonesia. I think Krollo was watching for this lurk and looking to set up his team. Yeah, both stars coming out very early. A nice grabble, though, slows things down, but now info is lacking. Maria, the first time he's on the outfit, he wants to go digging.
Maria gonna be able to TP too. Amazing kill onto Avez, and that takes away so much potential. You've seen that nade go so big in that site, and a Cosmic Divide goes in that they're not even going to use.
Yeah, that Prowler is actually going to buy so much information. They get nothing off of that. That should cue some kind of rotate coming out from Indonesia. There's a check. There's a look back towards AR, and now the shift comes in Egypt. It's Krollo.
It barely doesn't even matter. Indonesia has 2 players over on A, posted, ready, raring to go, but it's going to be 4 players here from Egypt. They don't have a lot of advanced util. That wall is real good, but it just delays, and it leaves only Pierce here for the crossfire. Pierce looking for a gap. DePyro does actually find Raph over towards short. And again, Pierce not able to find anything, just delaying for the rotation, able to get one. Takes down Sands. Could have been able to find another one, but it's going to be 2v3 or 3v3.
Maria looking back for that op. DePyro locked into position. No smokes left here as Vasquez tries to clear. He will look for a fight. DePyro up close. He is doing quite the work in the middle of sight.
Yeah, but HNF finally comes around the corner and able to take him down. These last 2 attackers, they're far and away from sight, and they have a box in front of them covering. This is tough. Maria in. The swing comes in, and HNF is there to cover. He was the man defusing too, and HNF is just better. A 3rd round finally coming back for Indonesia, but that one was well fought.
I'll tell you, HNF is stepping up in a way I did not expect. I really doubted him coming into this map. I really doubted him. Double negative in the one map they played against Peru in the group stages, and he has come up massive again. Had a really big hold in that last round towards Art, and he's a huge 3K in this postman. I got worried. Maria misses that first hop shot. I think, okay, there's an opportunity for those 2 players in towards a main from Egypt to shut down the spike diffuser, but no. And they are not having fun. Egypt, they know they should have had that round, and Indonesia, a very early knife is going to catch those 2 players off guard, so they know there's some level of aggression here from them. And we're looking at a very similar setup. You have Sand kind of posted up back towards B, looking for any aggression.
Yeah, with a knife like that, you should be getting more than 2 if it is that sort of full commitment from A. So you see Indonesia try to pull back some information, and it's working out over towards Art. Look at all of this positioning.
And a shift back. They see no aggression towards B, and I think that's what's cueing this rotate. But look how quick Indonesia can get there. They haven't cleared out mid, so I don't know if they're going to rotate directly through B mid.
B is their best option.
But Snyder, Prowler's going to clear this close angle. Sees no presence of the operator from Maria. And Indonesia are kind of playing they're kind of playing off-site here. It is trying to delay from Vasquez, but he's ultimately going to concede this site, and it will be a retake. A 5-on-5 as that wall goes up, and they're not looking for any map control here in the middle of sight. They want to get the spike down. But Avez actually in the back lines.
Really
He's going to stick around, it looks like.
Sure is, just to watch out for that flank, but he's going to be 3 players coming out from that front side. Avez lining up too. Has to be easy from here on out. Raph trying to come back in with Vasquez. And we did see a flank start to come into fruition, but HNF just needs to help out the rest of their teammates. Avez going in again, farming 4 kills. An ace for Avez! Firmly putting Egypt back in the game.
And you want an MVP. You want someone like Shalaby.
Yes.
From that last campus clutch, someone who can step up. This is a roster that from collegiate athletes go to tier 1 teams. And Avez filling the shoes of the once great Shalaby before him. A massive ace. And he puts the pressure on Indonesia now. You wanted something to fire you up? Well, there you've got it. Egypt, a clean exec. Wanted to play retake there, but Avez, he puts the issue, presses the fight in towards back calls where the one retake point is. The thing is when you're playing with that Sage, it cancels out a lot of the options for that retake. You throw that wall, you can really come from back calls or squeeze through it. And a lot of these teams, especially with that wall positioning, will try and go for back calls. And Avez, ready for it, reads it like a book.
Indonesia, an incredibly tough position. How does ANF go into this round with a rifle? It's a hard half, to be honest, but Egypt, they're treating this round in just the right way, essentially, with the credits that you're looking at. It's going to be a split over towards A, and it's a pretty confident one. 3 players going towards R.
Yeah, HNF is the hero rifle towards B. He's actually tucked himself in that little nook as you walk up B long. Oh, that nade combo, and down goes Vasquez. And Avez is going hunting. Avez is back at it again for a double.
Jeez, he got hungry.
And there's nothing left here for Indonesia. One flank, it's a shorty of all things, and Krola will find it left onto the hands and the shoulders of ANF, but it's Egypt again with another clean play. It's Avez who opens things up. He's been so successful in these entries.
ANF is actually going to start off right. I don't be able to at least take down Krola.
If there's much damage that can be found because you look at the economy of Egypt.
Still a lot of Valorant to be played in this half, I think, just in terms of like the long term. But it will literally have to be like Indonesia winning 3 rounds for that 3 rounds in a row for that to come into fruition. But it could happen. Indonesia has their full buy round going into the next round.
Personally, I'm a big fan of this. I think Egypt, I don't know if this is actually a tactical call, but maybe just pure coincidence. ANF, this was only 2 off of that ultimate, and you can see the ults when you pull up tab, for those viewers that didn't know. But Indonesia, they don't give ANF an opportunity to get close to the ultimate, so they don't have to worry about this null command moving forward. Attack pause called by Indonesia. And you can see the sigh of relief on the Egyptian players. He's closed his eyes. I wonder what he's thinking.
I don't know. Honestly, I think he's just thinking about the trophy. It's like, all good, all good. Friday night, I'm bringing the trophy to the club. We're going to have a good time. We're going to party in Sao Paulo. We're going to drink Guaraná. We're going to eat churrasco. It's going to be a good time.
And there's deep words from the Indonesian coach as well to his players to try and bring them back. This Indonesia, a moment to breathe, a moment of rest. They were in a similar stance in that first map. And how did that go? Brought it all the way back.
All the way back. With a pistol round, with an eco round.
And it's Egypt, the leaders at this World Final that I feel are in full control of the pro. But it was the TAC pause that set things up for Indonesia. Yeah. And now we're back into it. TAC pause is over. No more time to think, no more time to rest. Maria is going to solo anchor the B site with the Tour de Force in Egypt. A heavier lead, a similar knife that comes out from HNF. It actually catches both those players again. This aggression from Vasquez, whoa.
Yeah, no, just based off of that one smoke, right? Just playing with death there. And is going to be able to back out. They just got all that information, but again, they just back out and they can easily just retake that mid side. Egypt hasn't really done anything this round yet.
Early
They're just baiting in so much utility. You already get the wall, you already get the Prowler.
Crollo's going to break this down. We're only 30 seconds into this round, and that wall coming up, they're hoping that's enough to keep them off of mid, but it will bring Raph back for a second. And
they are getting that info A, though.
Pulled the rendezvous back and wants to reposition, but he doesn't have an anchor to get out just yet. Now he does, and it's a rework here from Egypt. Back in towards the B site as Indonesia get aggressive towards A, and Maria missing the first shot.
A pivotal spot. I mean, these are two flowcharty type areas where Maria is supposed to just get one and done shots.
It's a dangerous reposition.
Able to get the first.
He's all the way up top here, and it's a very deep off angle.
Wow, and he still actually got one out of it. Not too bad, but Schneider, that was an immediate trade. Wrap around the corner, get a spray on through. That was perfect onto DePyro, tracking through the smoke. Vasquez still trying to help out, trying to see if they can find a pixel on top of the smokes, but it should be a plan from Egypt.
No, a full clear back towards back calls as well. Avez is going to try and take that space back. Spike does go down eventually. And there's a double flank coming through. No chamber aligned to watch the flank, and there's one with his back turned.
Schneider! Schneider's not going to be able to see anything. It's just two players on site playing for their lives. One's in the middle of an alley. They're up against the wall. Crollo spots the one in terms of Vasquez. Do they have an angle on the spike? Crollo just needs to play. ANF right in front of him. Pierce. Oh, Pierce has to get the kill, and indeed they do. ANF with the defuse. Indonesia, they give themselves a chance in the half again.
A lovely retake as well. The util being dumped in the back lines after the one time Avez gets an ace there. This is a seize, a nade, a grab well, all to clear up that back line. A prowler as well early on. So Indonesia recognizing the threat in that retake. Able to make it work. And that double flank as well, kind of just sealing the deal. We're at 4-6 in Indonesia. 2 rounds away. And tying us up here at the half. 2 rounds left to play. ANF and Vasquez both with the null command and the Nightfall. Again, another aggressive knife, but it doesn't get broken. There is aggression being shown here from Indonesia, and that's going to force Egypt off of the angle. And will cost them util the retake.
But look how Indonesia is actually reacting with that knife. They're pushing 3 into main.
A heavy look in here towards A as Raph.
Okay, that's good. They're backing out.
Wall drawn out off of that util. And yeah, Egypt elect to back away. Schneider is going to look for anything that he can get here. Prowler doesn't get any info, and that's Indonesia's cue. Nothing towards A. Let's start to shift back towards mid specifically.
I mean, this is a setup here for Indonesia too. They have their wall. It is deteriorating though. They could just be able to lead these double doors and try to help out towards the double door, or excuse me, help out towards Fox.
I think these ultimates are trying to force them back into the hands of one, back into the hands of Maria. Can he find something? They've popped both the null command and the Nightfall, and it is such an off angle.
Yeah, it's going to be a weird one. Maria, like I said, he just needs the ratty, flowcharty angles just to get one, but he gets none. Maria, again, a big opportunity, but he gets into the back of state. There's 3 players here to try to help out. Everyone from Egypt still alive with the Cosmic Divide in front of them. That's a perfect wall. They're going to be able to plant off of that, but still, we can see a couple of swings through this Cosmic Divide. It's getting dangerous, but nobody does it.
5-on-5 retake in Indonesia. They've got the positions they want. They're already here on site.
The patience is so good.
And there's no util on either side, so it comes down to just the gunfights.
There's no smokes. There's nothing for Indonesia to get back into this. It's just dry peaks. 5v5 dry in this long lane. Schneider has a spray. Same with Stan. DePyro getting another one. Everyone getting a piece of the pie. Egypt flawless.
Last round in the half.
And a long angle dancing between the pillars. I mean, that is so well played. You can see on the minimap, there is no opportunity. No one is peeking for more than a second on Team Egypt. 7-4. They've guaranteed the half, and you can see it. They know they played that perfectly. And Indonesia with a scrappy vibe for this last round. And it's Egypt.
Are they going to pull something scrappy too?
They drew out both the ultimates in that last round. And it is fast again towards B, and there is nobody home.
Out of all the rounds that Egypt elects to just beeline it straight first sight, it's going to be the time that B is all the way empty. Not a single person there for any sort of first contact. Maria does pull out. Okay, no, does pull out the big D, but it's not going to work out for really anything. 4 players still remaining for Indonesia, and 3 of them are going towards that spawn. It just matters if Egypt are actually going to be able to plant, and yes, they are. They plant deep.
There's a Vandal and a Bulldog here in play, though, from Indonesia, and the Bulldog is coming from a very long angle where it is only one. Sam cannot overextend here, and he's smart to back away.
Yeah, still has to deal with Basculus, but it's only going to be one player over towards his position. That's a good bait, though, just in terms of the Prowler. And Sand takes him away. They have the control now. All three remaining now are isolated. DePyro, oh yeah, they have no idea DePyro's here, but the revive comes in at a pretty good time too. Crossfire in, Pierce not able to get anything either. Pierce tried his damnness, but Sand clean up with 4 frags to wrap up the first half. Egypt, that's more like it.
8-4. And on their map pick, it's what we wanted, it's what we expect from the former world champions. And just given what they've done as a collective 5, 3 championships in the last 2 months, 6 in total for this team in this past year alone. They know what it feels like to win championships, and they won it again. So lift that trophy. It all starts here in Indonesia. They put up a fight, but Egypt have battled back here on Pearl.
Teleport's ready.
And we're in the second half here. The pistol round. Once more, the only team, again, to take the pistol round away from Team Egypt was Indonesia. So can they do it here again? We know how important it was in the last map. It's even more important here.
Yeah, Indonesia had to go all the way down to the wire. And even got 2 pistols rounds out of it. But look at this, Indonesia, even in a pistol round, going almost completely default. They're pushing so deep into long, just trying to get some decent ground. But Egypt's not giving anything. I was about to say, that chamber could easily just be peeking right now, just going Wild West style. But we get nothing solid.
Slow from Indonesia. Snyder is going to be playing off of the chamber util. Nice smoke, though. Actually pulled away. Good stuff. And that nade is going to do a heck of a lot of damage onto Avez. He pulls him back as well. A&F tucks himself in the corner. 55 seconds left. And a wall. A very, very well-timed wall from Egypt. The Pyro will slow things down, and he hears the noise.
Ooh. Pyro feels the pressure. It still backs up. Indonesia, though, they still have ground all throughout the map. They're so deep.
There's an avenue back towards the B side as well, given the fact that Basculus has tucked himself in towards B mid, and the timing, it could not be better. 30 seconds left and a rotate from Avez. He's got no util. We know what his aim can do.
Snyder. Oh, it's actually crossfire, but that wall is perfect. It's a red carpet for them right into the middle of sight. They're going to be able to plant. It's a 5v5 post plant, and Schneider immediately goes down. HNF is able to get a little bit more control towards that back of sight, but Egypt, they have nothing essentially to work with here. Indonesia has full sight control.
Maria alongside Pierce down the alley. Shut down, but it's Rap and HNF.
Okay, that's good. They can stretch out in towards the back lines, in towards Spawn. They still have a line of sight over towards the spike. This is still very difficult for Egypt. There goes the crossfire. There goes Rap. A 1v2 for Krollo. Krollo just walks out. Gonna be able to get one in the deep. Still rolling. Rap checking in. Krollo just trying to play, trying to see if Rap walks on in, but Raph plays it perfectly, and Indonesia, the all-crucial pistol round is there.
Pulling it away again from Team Egypt. Get back in your mojo, Team Egypt, because you cannot let what happened in the first map happen here again. It was Indonesia that got the momentum for losing the first half on the pistol. That's 3 pistol rounds won between these 2 maps. The only 3 ever taken off of Team Egypt. Avez and HNF dueling and stepping up massively. 19-9 for Avez, both taking the majority of the first kills. And Avez statistically was over 50% of the first bloods in the group stage for Team Egypt. And here he really isn't giving up much. He is playing quick, fast, and deadly. Well, quick and fast are the same word, but you get the point.
Efficient, Sully.
Efficient, fast, and deadly.
Here we go. 4 players looking to go through double door here for Rad in Indonesia. They have no clue. They think that there's maybe one person here. They think that maybe Fade is here, and Avez gives them a nasty surprise right through the door.
Another first blood for him. This is a very advantageous position here from Team Egypt. And a wall, apologies, not a wall. I thought Tapara might have had one. Sand. No shots left in the chamber headhunter. I have to work at a classic from distance. And he is alone. Not really any rotations that can come in. The noise made. 2 players shifted in from B mid, but that's the site conceded Egypt. They have a 5-on-4, but I think with the lesser guns, this feels near impossible. But a lot of map control, site control given here as well as to Indonesia.
This is real tough, but Indonesia, they need to establish crossfires here to actually like make this efficient, to actually make it work against the pistols. And indeed they do. Establish them. There's 3 players right in the middle of sight. All with Spectres, all with rifles. And Egypt just walked out one by one. The Pyro trying to go back in, and that's it. Okay, the pistol's not able to put in a dent, but it has to be Indonesia now.
And I think the nice thing is that it's a ghost that was lost ultimately, right? Not much lost here in this round. Only a ghost being lost on the wayside, so it's a nice economic standing for Indonesia. Not a lot of worries economically now, but Egypt, they pick up the rifles, and both times that we've seen, all 3 times really, that we've seen them pick up the rifles, that means first half of the first map, second half of the first map, and first half of this map here. They pulled things back cleanly. You can see there, 4 and 5 were theirs. So, apologies, 3 was theirs, Egypt. Have the rifles in their hands, and it's a strong buy. They picked up 3 Bulldogs this time around off of the Ghost from Raf, so they can compete, but they want to close the distance. They're going fast towards B main.
Tanaf trying to be a hero, and he actually does clear out a bit. Chamber TP's back. He actually pulls out the double peek from the Fade and the Raze. But Indonesia, they're not actually going towards B.
But it's instead to force, give control and draw the illusion that there's a fast B play, but instead they work back towards A. 2 players getting aggressive though in that smoke. Crollo into Pyro, and Maria on the other side wanted to challenge. Doesn't actually get anything. And there's a 3rd player in rotation as well. Sand has already shifted to the A site, so A was in lockdown no matter what.
Vez just playing the contact peek and actually not going for the jump peek anymore.
There's not a lot of util here on this B site left.
Yeah,
Snyder has got 1 Prowler, no util for Vez, and mid has opened up, but there's a crunch. Snyder kind of ready for that play. You already have Sand there as well, but they're shifting back. The B site is where they want to end.
Yeah, this is a very cheeky spot for Snyder, but the smoke goes up before he gets on. He's not going to be able to do anything with it, and indeed it happens. The Haunt goes out, Schneider looking to track, but there's only 1 person over towards Long, and he doesn't even spot him. So now, this is going to actually be tough for Egypt. The wall up, the spike finally down, but the spray is real good from Schneider. Straight through the smoke, he's able to get it, but the 2 players back over towards Elbow. It's pretty tough. It's pretty much going to be 1-by-1 kills for those players. Egypt might have an easier time.
There's not a lot of util to remove these 2 players either. Slow orb as well to prevent any entrance as well. Egypt are running low on the clock here.
They're not making any moves.
Haven't stepped into the site just yet. Avez finally drops down, but these 2 players could be deadly.
Here we go. They were just trying to clear these angles. Pierce around the corner. He was only able to get 1, able to get 2 out of it. Hanef still alive, but the trade comes back from both Crollo and Sand. Efficient at the very end, but they took their time.
Just enough time as well. Kind of timing that drop as well. 6 seconds left. Things got a little bit worrisome in that back line. And B Halls, Indonesia, will concede the rifle round. Kind of as we expected from what we've seen, the patterns between these 2 teams has always been that 3rd round has gone the way of Egypt, despite if they lose the pistol. And Egypt, 9-6 they lead here. Rifles for both of these sides, and Indonesia, there's no hard feelings. They know they have a 1-map lead and room to work with. Rifles picked up, but it's at the cost of armor. 2 sets of light shields, and this is a very interesting look. A boost over to peek in towards the B mid side, the B link of the attacker spawn. And the way both of these teams are using, using their Sage Walls, extremely different. Indonesia have elected to go aggressive on B with their wall, and now they're doing it again with aggression.
Pierce with the off angle. He was just a straggler, essentially. And the Pyro are able to immediately use up that revive. But again, only 1 person in B right now. And it's just a contact peek at this point. It's just going to be a retake.
That's smart from Egypt. They basically have a free 4-on-5 if they push 4 players like that into one extremity. The site given up, and there is a fade ult. Nightfall for Vasquez. Going for the spike plant. Maria is going to catch 1 off guard towards B mid. So that's not really an avenue that they're worried about. They know they have to come from Evan. They have to come from defender spawn. And there is util to work with here for both sides.
Yeah, Schneider already starting it off with a haunt that isn't really at an optimal angle just to get as much real estate, right? But Maria going in for the awkward swing once again. Does get a little bit of damage, but he takes on a lot of damage. He's all the way down to 1 HP and 2. It just needs a headshot, but not going to be able to get it. 2 players once again back in the hall. Wrap alongside Hay. We did see some decent success there, but one person just jumps over the wall. Vasquez lining him up, able to get 2. Just needs 1 more, and has full control of Spike. Crollo, how did he escape this one? Crollo, how did that last shot come in? But surely he's done the defuse. Gone. Indonesia by the skin of their teeth.
And just enough time bought by Vasquez. That C's coming out, and it's a huge win for Team Indonesia. All 10 players going down at the very end of things. But that C's doesn't do anything. It really doesn't do anything. It might have drawn him up the spike for a second, and that's what gives him the advantage. But even then, Crollo would have had to take the fight regardless.
That shot was sick, though.
The post plant from Indonesia, fighting in the site and fighting in the long avenue where they have the tactical advantage. I think we're in a tech pause once more.
Yep.
But Indonesia, big round to win, resetting Team Egypt, putting them back onto pistols. And we are back into it. Indonesia, this is a moment where they can financially reset themselves, set themselves up for success. They're going to have to play with the Spectrum, 3 sets of light armor.
Yeah, they can't drop anything this round, essentially.
Yeah.
This is their bonus, or at least that they have to make a bonus. And it starts off with Egypt, at least. Putting on a bit of pressure over towards A main. That's some potential for sure to take away 1 or 2 of those guns.
An interesting knife dropped by HNF, really close to the top of main, so they're expecting Egypt to play aggressive, and so that's why they're kind of sitting back now.
Was there any rush for that to happen?
No, I think they're just expecting aggression. They wanted to catch them off if they played fast.
I'm sure it was a call-out.
Egypt, up close, 3 players. The Prowler's going to get a lot of information and a lot of kills. Oh, Crollo!
Collateral from Crollo!
Creates an opportunity, but it's the site taken up here by Indonesia. That's 2 rifles picked up. Apologies, 1 rifle, 1 Spectre. Vez on 4 HP, and he's already on a fast flank. There's no one really watching. Pierce, in astral form, now comes out of it. And he's been tucked away. That's a perfect smoke to give Vez an opportunity.
Yeah. If they actually had someone spotting for sight, though, but this is going to be real awkward for Vez, and it's just a body shot needed. Sand, Crollo. SMG alongside the Deagle to deal with. They do try their hardest, try their damnedest, but it is Murray and Pierce to get those last 2 frags. Decent attempt at that collateral. That was fun to watch.
Yeah, almost an opportunity given to Team Egypt. Buys are back for both these sides. Not as clean as you wanted from Indonesia, but welcoming with 3 players is definitely going to be a big bolster to their economy. Ultimates lined up for both these sides. Arez available for Raf. And Pierce for the Cosmic Divide. We saw the way that Egypt wanted to use it, approach towards the B site. But this time, 4 players leaning in towards A main, and he just drops the trademark and backs away. There's a feint of aggression. It's interesting, because now they're re-aggressing again.
We've seen a lot of retakes or re-aggression into A main from Egypt too. That trademark is actually huge for the rest of the round. Are they all going to show face here and try to rotate? I really don't know what the idea, other than, of course, just a rotation frag.
We haven't really seen a 5-man exit come out from Indonesia towards this A side. And
they're just going for it. Here we go. Vez is going to be around the corner, waiting out for the nade, and he's going to get caught with his pants down. Still DePyro trying his damnedest. Going to be able to get 1. Make it a second. Well done from DePyro. They're safe, and they can make this a 4v3.
Crollo's still in the backside. They have to pick and choose their fights, and when they've smoked him off, they're hunting towards Art. Nothing being given up here by Team Egypt. As the C's slows things down. What a deadly peak that would have been. Indonesia leading in towards Art. But in the main advantage, it's Egypt that have it. 4v3, and Crollo has not moved a muscle. This is very well played here by Team Egypt.
They just lost this map control too. They're going to use the Fade as a bait. They're going to use the Fade as a bait to go through double doors here. It's going to be the peak from Vasquez, and the Astra needs to pop out for the information, but the trademark is there, and it just doesn't matter in terms of the KO too. The KO is trying to come back to try to help out against that Fade, and DePyro actually gives a little bit too much and ends up going down. B is empty, and we could see a plan here.
They have to be worried about long, though, and San has already arrived to the scene. Pierce is going to tuck himself in towards B Halls, and we'll see what Sand can find. The knife will give them the info where all three of these players are.
This is huge. You are divided. 2v3 now. Pierce and HNF. They have a crossfire in the back of sight, and with the Cosmic Divide, this is so good. They just have more space to deal with now. They're forced into the middle of sight. They know where they are. They're essentially sandwiched. HNF playing around with the Divide, but Sand still alive. It's a 1v1 for Sand. Still has a gun, still has the Vandal, sprays away! It takes out Pierce! Egypt maintained their lead, and what a way to do it!
You have to go for that swing. There's no star on the spike for him to play with, and he knows this is the issue he has to force, and Sand coming up huge in the one-on-one. A reset would have been on the cards for Team Egypt, and they know that is an important round to cut off the blood flow of Team Indonesia, the lifeline of momentum. And Egypt are back in it, have the lead, maintain the lead.
That was great.
And 4 ultimates. Showstopper, op is in the hands of Avez. It's a double op situation between him and Sand.
It's going to be that early peek back over towards mid, but Sand in the 1v1 takes down Maria easily, and Avez, wow, okay. Avez is actually able to find something off of that position. I thought Raph might get a little bit too close for comfort. They got it done. 3 players now remaining for Indonesia, and it's just Pistols.
Feels maybe a little overkill, the double op.
Yeah,
Eco, right? Sand not cleared out fully by the Prowler. Great pressure here from Team Egypt, as it is going to be Sand looking to clean things up. Toward a force, swinging from Snyder. Simple and clean. 3 ultimates now moving into the next for Team Egypt. The Fade ult, the Showstopper, and the res for the Pyro. But it's Indonesia. Going to have the buyback here at 11-8. A critical round for them to pick up.
Indonesia, you hear the crowd. It's time to fight. 8-11. There is no way they're going to be able to buy back from this if they end up losing. It'll be 8-12. They'll lose out on that advantage. This is a massive round for Indonesia. They're going to pull off something big in mid.
Prowler, big information out towards mid. Wow, a lot of pings. Which is, I think, 3. And that wall comes up in response from the Pyro.
Yeah, they're just going to break that down. That's just for util.
Looking to slow things down. 20 seconds into this round, and that wall comes out. But it gives time for Egypt to kind of adjust. You see the shift back over towards the expectation of a mid play.
But they need to take away the chunks of this wall and see how much of a funnel it can turn into. But they just maintain this position now. Egypt, they're not pulling anything either. We usually see some pushes back over towards A main, but nothing of that is going down.
Prowler here to clear out art as well. There are 2 players to meet them. The Pyro, no slow warp. Snyder can slow things down. Ooh, but he's back towards mid. He's shifted all the way back, and well, they think that they've pushed them away. Avez's Showstopper has done exactly that. Fade ultimate in the grab well, and this could be a deadly combo, but he doesn't peek.
Oh, so many players caught in the middle of that one. 3 players in the middle of the ultimate, and he has Sand just trying to help him out, but what a sweep for Vasquez! It's going to be 2 players in the middle of the site. Only one, I think, actually able to actually crossfire, and Vasquez takes down another one. Another wild swing from Vasquez. Pretty much opening things up all by himself, pulling Indonesia back into this round, back into the middle of this site, and Egypt, they still have 3. All coming towards the same position, all towards their spawn. Avez not able to find anything, and look how safely Indonesia is playing this.
Yeah, Vasquez is still sitting on that Nightfall, so he has an opportunity to pop that ultimate, and yeah, in the back lines, they shut things down. A flawless round for Indonesia, and whatever Egypt wanted to get started, they've taken it right back down, 11-9. Still a 2-round deficit. But that is one to get the blood pumping again from Vasquez. Calm reactions. Calm reactions from Team Indonesia. Job's not done, and they know they have to keep their cool.
And again, not switching up too much. If it works, it works. Indonesia, they've been able to pull a lot of attention from Egypt, just in their precautionary contacts. But over towards that mid area where they usually get a contact, where they usually get a 1v1. There's no one there.
And they know they've cleared out this pillar. The Prowler gets the info that there's a player there, but the knife tags nobody. So they know where Sand is playing now. At least one towards B, and it was an aggressive look. So we'll see how Indonesia elect to prance around. This Vasco is still with his ultimate if he wants to clear in. And they will break the trademark again. Early pressure, forcing the hand of Egypt as they've dug 3 players now in towards Art. This is a big gamble. They shift back. It is going to be DePyro who goes back towards B mid.
Uh-oh. They're still going in. Vez looking for the peek, and he finds Pierce. That's a massive kill. So much util taken away, and Raph knows that they need it back. Takes back Pierce in terms of the revive, and look at Egypt, 3 players back.
3 players get tagged there as well, and Vasquez wants to target them with this Nightfall. Gets a tag on an only one, though. A split back in, and these 2 players are here to fight. The wall goes up, perfect timing.
Wow!
DePyro slows things down.
Raph just trying to inch on through. They're still in the back of sight, and that crossfire just might be good. Krollo waiting for an opportunity. Krollo swinging around, able to take down Vasquez. And it's only 1 now for Indonesia with only 1 HP. Pierce, he's down and out for the count as Egypt 1 away from pushing it to a map 3.
On to 12, Egypt. This is more confident from them. Well-timed wall, slows things down. They didn't rush themselves. They adjusted perfectly in this round. They're getting hype, and Egypt know 1 round away to a map 3 in Indonesia. You look at these buys, though. No flashes for HNF. Light armor for Raph. And 2 sets of light armor, so it's a scrappy possible last round. A Prowler even missing as well for Snyder.
The entry potential is cut. Simple as that. Indonesia, they need to be aggressive. It'll be dry at times. They at least make some ground back over towards A main, but Egypt is fighting this every single round of the way. Has the double satchel, can stop 1 or 2 peaks off of this, with the Prowler too, so much pressure.
But Indonesia, they're not pushing into this. They break the trademark back towards mid. The smoke pops as well. Level uncertainty, and it will walk into Pyro here, but aggression back. Sand has gone deep in towards B, but there's a shift back again. Leaving now the A site is all of Team Egypt. And really, I'm looking for a way from the fight. This Krollo's got no stars. He's going to get tagged out by the knife. He's backed away, forced even further. It's a full site take from Team Indonesia. And you have Pierce on an extremely late lurk looking to fight. They are going to clear out Art now in a 5-on-5 post plan.
Snyder just runs away. It's a 5v5. This is fun. Krollo, he already got a bit deep. We already have 2 players ready and raring to go back over towards short, but it's going to be the crossfire between the chamber alongside the KO. Here we go. Vaz on the front line immediately gets traded out by HNF, but it's going to be that. Ooh, that swing through the smoke could have been so good, but you still have a 1v1. DePyro trying to go through his Pierce, waiting for a target. Pierce, here's the sound, but Sand was ready, and DePyro takes down the last. I mean, Egypt could not have made that look any easier, sliding their way into map 3.
13-9, Egypt. A clean end, a very clean retake, patient, cautious, alert as well in Indonesia, talking things over.
Even they look confused.
Yeah, going to a map 3, they know that should have been theirs. I think the swing comes in late over towards Art from Pierce. Even having the info from the down KO, you should know where those players are. Miscommunication, goes for the early swing. And we have got a map 3 on the cards. Egypt bringing us back, bringing us level. Indonesia showed some great moments, even not on their map pick, a map they look shaky on in the group stages, as Jess was saying in our analyst segment, but still, Indonesia, more work to be done. Work was never finished with that one. It was the win condition, but Egypt were quick to slow things down and take map number 2. And kind of dominant fashion, not necessarily.
Yeah, kind of, because we just had the streaks actually go in their favor. Indonesia, whenever they were actually able to get guns in their hands, whenever they had a little bit more of an even round, we saw the scrappy battles. We saw the 5v5 retakes, but the 5v5 retakes would end up in like 4v0, right? So, yeah, the round would seem like it was going even. The entire game seemed like it was going even, but in reality, Egypt, we actually saw a massive control of just of just map flow, right, of just rotation flow. We didn't see anything from Indonesia in terms of actually being able to control Egypt, actually pulling them towards them, right? We didn't get any of those scrappy pushes. Egypt, they were confident the entire time. Whenever they took that space back over towards mid, that double push, they had no problems whatsoever. They were chilling. It was a red carpet that entire time. So Indonesia, they need to put some sort of pressure onto Egypt at this point in terms of the strats, right? In terms of the util throughout the entire round, because we just didn't see it. We would only see it throughout one area of the map.
Yeah, I mean, mid was a big contest for both of these teams, and I think Egypt had the better of it regardless. My big takeaway is HNF, right? Big question marks coming out of it. On the KO, I'll mention it again, double negative. Both times he played any agent other than Jet. Looked good, sounded good, and Ian, well, we've got a good game on our hands. Break it down for us, man.
We have indeed. Thank you very much, Sully and Upman, by the way. Happy birthday, Upman. Yeah, did you know that?
Happy birthday.
It is. It is
He
Upman's
kept it
birthday.
secret. Happy birthday, my man.
Happy birthday. I am here with Jess and Mimi, all set now to pick apart that second map. We are going all the way. By the way, Mimi, G2 goes.
I mean, hello, champion. Yeah, legend of the game.
Yeah. We're going all the way, and Egypt come back swinging.
Wow. I mean, that was necessary, especially on your own map pick. You want to come in a little bit confident. You want to be able to show that you are able to bounce back. And I think experience showed throughout that map. Mimi was harping on about it. She goes, no, I think they'll come back. You know, they've got the experience. Do you think it really showed throughout that map?
For sure. Like, it really did.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me as well is just the fact that they had superior map knowledge. I mean, if you compare it to Indonesia throughout that, especially on the defensive side, power positions around the map, Indonesia looked a little confused about whether they should aggress upon areas like Art, maybe down on Hall and B long. They gave up a lot of those power positions throughout those defensive rounds, ones of which they could have contested earlier. They could have gained that really important information. I know you play a lot of information on the side of Pearl as well. How important is it on a map like this where every single second of information counts?
It's really important. And you also saw Egypt, like they were grouping a lot up both on def and attack side, which really gave them the upper hand. Like they were really good at doing trades and taking those like late information plays that you really have to do in Valorant in general. So I think they really played that well.
Jess, how smart is it from this team to make this map their own? You know, we touched on it earlier on. It has been a very minimal pick map. We haven't seen it that often during this process. They've made this their home turf.
It's great and it's dangerous all at once. One, because let's say that if everyone else hates it, they just ban it. And all of a sudden this map, this niche map that you tuck in your pocket, just gets banned all the time. And you say, okay, well now I actually don't have a niche pick. I just have to play what everyone else is playing. It's the same with Ascent. Indonesia could have banned it knowing it was in, Egypt's best map, also being one of their best maps. It's tricky. I think if the other team doesn't ban it, great, sweet. You can pick straight into it, but it can be an easy ban.
Do you think Indonesia might struggle to pick up where they left off now? Because there was a point, I think, for a lot of us watching that we thought they could close this series out there.
I think that this was actually a close game. Like, I don't think that Indonesia is going to give up that easily. So it's going to be exciting on Haven. Like, really, it's just who has the strongest mentality at this point.
One thing that was very exciting on that second map there is this ace from Avez. Now, there's talk of this man stepping up and filling in the shoes of Shalabi. Is that something you agree with?
Ooh, that's a big statement. Shalabi was a legend of Egypt and still is. I would say he does so, but he has a very different flair. Shalabi was up in your face. I remember his Reina plays, for example, so he's a very aggressive, close-range kind of player, whereas I think there's a different style to it. I don't want to say that they're filling any shoes. I think he's got his own sort of place to be able to put himself on the records.
Absolutely. Now, Indonesia did come close there. What do you think made the difference? Do you think that maybe some of the players were in the wrong roles here?
Yes, absolutely. You know what? I'm going off your point here, Mimi. Mimi hit the nail on the head with this one. If Indonesia had been on the roles where I think they would have gone, like the Chamber, for example, it's not an agent they play a lot of, and I think Maria does better on a controller role. Put, HNF on the Chamber where he really rocks that op like crazy. Have a little bit of a swap around to some of those agents. The fact that map was so close and I could see players uncomfortable with their agent, that actually is bad for Egypt because you should not have let that many rounds go off the scoreboard knowing that the other team was a little bit uncomfortable on their agent. So I think, given what we saw on the board, I don't know. If I'm Egypt, I'm not feeling confident after that.
Mimi, as a Valorant champion, you've been flown out here to Sao Paulo to witness this action live with your very own eyes. And we are now going into our third map of our first best-of-3 series here in the round of 16. What do you make of the standard of some of these students you're seeing on display here?
I am very surprised right now. Like, I was watching the Danish the finals of the Danish qualifier, and like, I love Denmark. Like, I'm Danish, right? But this level is like a bit above, and I'm really surprised. I'm very happily surprised. Also, like, there's students, like, I don't know what to expect from them, right? But this is lit.
It is lit. That's exactly how I describe it. And Jess, I feel like Red Bull are really like paving the way for student esports, because what we're seeing and witnessing here, you know, it's a very grand stage, and we're seeing, you know, hundreds of people out here in force, not just competing but watching along as well. It's giving students a platform that you won't get anywhere else.
I went to university for many, many years.
Yeah.
And I was playing esports at the same time. I was a competitive player once upon a time. A lot of people say, well, you suck now. Well, I was good once upon a time.
And a world champion coach, you know.
Yeah, I mean, look, I moved on. If you can't play, you coach, they say. So that's where I ended up going. But back when I was a player, I mean, I was in Australia. There's not a lot of accessibility to lands, especially back in those years. And when I was playing, if I had the opportunity to fly, even just in my own country for a LAN, I would have been stoked. I would have been bouncing off the walls. The fact that, you know, these students can fly to Sao Paulo, Brazil,
crazy.
To play in a LAN on a stage in front of cameras in front of you.
Yeah. And let's not forget, a lot of these players are leaving their home countries for the very first time, hopping on a plane. I'd have been quaking in my boots. Like, you know, it's superb, and I'm loving every moment of this process. However, sadly, here in this round of 16, Egypt, Indonesia, one of them will drop out of this tournament. Let's not forget, the loser, you had to come one heck of a long way to get to this point, not just physically, but through wins, map wins, group stages, all the good stuff. So the question I've got for you now, who is it going to be?
Don't do it to me.
Who steps into our quarterfinals? Mimi, is it going to be Egypt or is it going to be Indonesia on Haven?
Egypt.
Oh,
she's gone for the world championship pick.
You know what? I'll go the other end. I'll go just to counter you.
This is not a competition.
It is now,
between you and
Mimi.
me.
All right, so you've got a world champion. I want to try and put my stakes up against you here. I think if Indonesia will take Pearl that close, a map that they didn't particularly comfortable on, to go on to what I consider to be a default map of Haven. Everyone knows how to play Haven. Yep. It's not a new map by any means. I think they have a really good shot.
Well, it's time to find out. We talk about experience, we talk a lot about mentality. Who has got that cutting edge that will give them the difference to secure that spot in our Red Bull Campus Clutch World Final quarterfinals? It's time to find out with our amazing casters. Let's go. Vamos!
You know, we started off the day, and I was thinking, all right, Egypt, the reigning champions, this is their tournament finals. No expectations. We know what they can do. We have everything lined up for them. Finals or busts. But here we are, Indonesia taking map 1, and Egypt do bounce back in map number 2. We're here in map number 3. It is Haven, the decider, Gus. And expectations are kind of out the way, because this is not a map that Indonesia have played ever.
Well, it's not a map that it's not a map that Indonesia has played, but it's also not a map that we see Egypt win.
Yeah.
Like, we just haven't seen them in the tournaments that they've been playing recently be able to be competitive on this map.
And what we have seen in the past is kind of a weird composition from Egypt. They pull out the Phoenix, they pull out the Rage, they're looking at the past compositions. And for Indonesia, it's not a guarantee. It's kind of a guess is what we're going for. H&F has played Jet in the past, but this time, he's sticking over to the Neon instead on Haven. Now, we've seen teams like Optic play this successfully in combination with Pierce. And one of the things that you can do on the Neon is you can break that breach fault line. Pyro will be sitting himself on the breach as well. You can break sight lines in the control that they want to go for, and it's a completely different comp coming out from Egypt as well. The Jet instead of a Vez on Phoenix, a KJ in the mix, no Raze, and we have a breach there as well.
Yeah, it's just the fact that they were already experimenting really hard on this map. The Phoenix alongside the Raze, that's tough. That's tough to even think about. They were thinking about the Phoenix pick, even on a map like Breeze too. Whatever, that time is way gone by. Egypt, they look real confident today in terms of just having that Jet in their lineup. And Vez, not a bad player to keep that on, because we just need that explosive factor, and he's been that explosive factor today.
Yeah, and one interesting thing that Jess was talking about when we threw it to the desk is that this is an Indonesian team that did not look confident on their agents. And one of the things is that there's a lot of role switching going on for Indonesia. A lot of players that We're playing Initiator, now playing Controller. Raph in particular has not played in 5 months. He's been playing the KO, the Sage. Specifically for Maria, he used to just play smokes, and now he's over here picking up God knows what. He's taking every agent that he can to fill. He's back on the smokes here this time around. Vasquez back on the fade. We know what he can do. It's map number 3 here in the round of 16. World champions are on the line in this final map decider, and it is fast. HNF again breaking through that fault line to get a main control, to get a long control.
Schneider felt the pressure, but didn't actually use any sort of huge util there. It's not a bad position for either him or DePyro, though. It's a lot of util that they can at least delay with.
It's a noise cut here from Indonesia over towards a long. Schneider looking deep in towards short, but it's a late exec and a fast pop as well. Not a lot of util to get them on site. Just a single smoke from Maria. Has elected to go for 2 shrouded steps instead, so he's going to look to get aggressive as well.
Here we go. DePyro with a double flash. It's going to be HNF on the front side going down, and DePyro just keeps on tapping away, but not able to get anything. Schneider still here, and Schneider still tapping away. Does find at least one. At the end, it's a 3v3.
And Maria, he's got so deep in towards heaven.
Done.
And Indonesia put themselves in an advantageous position. Now the worry is we have to re-clear heaven, and Egypt are going to spend time doing just that.
Yeah, the Omen's just going out solo. It's such a weird position. It's actually a crossfire. You have the Fade in the middle of the site. Chamber waiting out. And not only that, but they smoke it off. They're forcing everyone to push. Sand does actually push a bit of a forehead. And that's just it. Indonesia, they make it look easy.
And another pistol round taken. Egypt, they did not expect that kind of play. Maria goes huge here. Drops back down to play with the rest of his team. And there was an instant split. The paranoia comes out early because I think Egypt was thinking we can just barrel our way back into sight. We already had Avez going back up towards heaven. It was a nice split. Maria meets him, takes him down with the frenzy, and that is a huge frag to give Indonesia that control. 1-0 up. Raph is going to go onto the Ghost and is only elected to buy 2 Headhunter bullets, so he doesn't have the best of weaponry to combat, and a Marshal picked up for Avez as well, looking to maybe take early control, maybe pluck some heads off the shoulders of Indonesian players.
That double is going to be a bit dangerous. Back over towards Garage. But again, this is just the right way to approach this type of round if you're Indonesia. You have a Ghost. You can start tapping away just on Raph. Raph is really the only one giving out a contact. He ends up getting a kill too. But again, if Indonesia goes anywhere, they have to clear every single hard angle. So they're just going to do so as a team.
With a nice clean start, we know Egypt. Avez, one of the players that stepped up massively in both the first and second map. The Pyro was well there on that first map. Needed, and we talked about it. Everyone knows you were here for the last campus clutch. Team Egypt had the big dog Shalaby. And Avez has stepped up massively in that way. But now with your backs against the wall, one of the first times they've ever experienced the need for a reverse sweep. And it comes here in the round of 16. A little bit of damage done there by Krolo as Indonesia, locking themselves in the corner, have made the possibility of an upset all too real. And a nice smoke from Maria. He kind of locked himself in a sight. Might end up going down. He's on 15 HP, so he might look to back away. DePyro.
Yeah, DePyro can just tap away.
Might want to, he might find this frag. Oh, paranoia. And then the shrouded step doesn't work out, unfortunately. 3 players that walk away, but keep in mind, Indonesia, they did come into this round with Raph on just a pistol.
Oh, and they actually opt to go down here, even though they had an SMG at the very end. So they're just going to go stick down with the pistols once again, but Indonesia. What am I saying? Overlay back up. But that was weird, though. I actually would have wanted to see that SMG purely because of the a little bit of lacking util. You actually have one without the armor.
Getting the 5 rifles up. Indonesia. It's Raph who will be the one to go to the rifle. And looking to close the distance again. A very early play in towards Garage. He's going to beat the util, and he's going to get all this control. Difficulties with the turret, but that is Garage picked up. Indonesia, just like that. The power of a Neon, you can take so much space in a quick instant. You can see the shuffle that Team Egypt have had to make. 3 players leaning towards C, and it's pulled Avez away from that A site.
How is Egypt going to respond to that? How much util are they going to commit to take that garage?
I want to see Krollo play his backside, drop a smoke in front of him. Paranoia goes out to slow things down, but Indonesia off of this control. It's a re-clear. It's a retake. And HNF is just chilling.
Egypt has nowhere to go. They're re-clearing. They're group re-clearing everything.
They've cleared back in towards C-Long. And now Indonesia, it's a group up back towards mid. This is a great fault line, but it's going the opposite direction. Never mind. Perfect timing on that one. No. And DePyro finds one.
Well done, DePyro, and he just backs off immediately. Even have Sand trying to readjust for Krollo. In the back of C could do a bit of damage, but that's a good flash. We're at least going to get the plant.
Spike will go down, but what's the take here from Indonesia? Raf, the only rifle. Garage still in control, but a nice clear, a nice dink though from Vasquez, but still shots to be found. Avez working the back lines. HNF trying to duel, trying to fight. A lovely paranoia as Avez is able to cross, and Schneider good to find another. Clean from Egypt, that's one of their strong takes here throughout the series. The retakes against Team Indonesia.
Yeah, just way too much focus from Indonesia in terms of the garage. But again, they just wanted to go for the trades, right? 2 players go down immediately. You just got to recommit to fight. And Indonesia, they just get completely locked up. Well done, Egypt, to spot that out over in garage, immediately send out a smoke, force them to wide swing out.
Raf still with enough to buy the rifle, but he is going to have to go to lighter armor. So 5-on-5 with the rifles here. And Team Egypt stabling themselves economically off of that last round, keeping, I think, 4 players alive, 3 players. They lost count there for a second. A nice vault line, but it is still going to be one to make the cross, and the Hand-F is not looking. Hand-F's not looking. Avez gets away with one for free, and Maria will find one trade back, but still space taken.
Yeah, Maria just TP's right on top. I think they're searching for him. Avez still gets the kill right onto Raf, but dissipates the smoke, and he still goes down. But Vasquez takes all of that and is able to get 2 from it. That's beautiful.
How quick are they to react, though? There's a flank coming in, and Sand, that paranoia, deafening Vasquez, giving a chance. Sand in the back lines, and Pierce is tucked
isolates
in a
the
corner.
one. Good smoke. They knew that someone was short too, just off of the Prowler. And Krollo just comes out, isolating the man in Cubby. They're still trying to pull the man out of short. And Sand finally comes out and takes down Pierce. They've isolated Vasquez. They're still searching for him. Vasquez has a seize, still playing around the box. Krollo wide swinging Sand in, and Krollo takes him down. Egypt had to be efficient at the very end there.
They're able to tie things up. Heavy fighting. You can see the idea for Team Indonesia is cause confusion with that smoke in towards the middle of sight. But Egypt, very well handled. You take down Raf, and there's no flank watch, so that allows Sand to come on through, create another avenue for this retake. And Egypt, you can see it. They know this is a team that loves to get hype. And now they've tied the scoreline, and now Avez has got the operator. A very light buy from Team Indonesia. Avez, we know he can shine on it. It's 1 player towards A. And again, A&F is looking to break the sight lines once more with a fast Neon overdrive.
Yeah, Schneider spots that, but it's going to be literally no one else. It's going to be just the Neon and the 1v1 from Avez. Neither shot gets hit. But here comes the A progress.
Shift back to Pyro has got the Rolling Thunder, a very deep drone. That actually doesn't get a lot of information for Schneider, and so they think maybe this is clear, but Pyro is in a position where he can drop that ultimate to support either B, C, or A. A lovely shot from Pyro, but it's an inch up over here. Sees the barrel, and Schneider's called it out. He does get another. Nice strong ball, and he's going to maintain this control as well.
Throwing in a shock dart. Not going to hit the man on the spike, but this is big. Schneider here helping out, pushing things down to a 5v3. KNF, there's a bit of a pain in the side in terms of the actual exec. Let's see what he can do now around the corner. Going to be able to get 1, not the second. The Stinger doesn't do all too much. There's still 2 players remaining now with Schneider trying to go for Vasquez, but Avez just isolates Vasquez, and that's just about it. DePyro takes down the chamber. He had the tour de force. He had a bit of a chance. And that's just it for the round. Egypt's already back.
They're getting hype, man. They're getting hype. quick replay here, and you'll see, again, one of the strong suits of Team Egypt has been these retakes. Indonesia not afforded any opportunity like they did in the pistol to close the gap, close the distance, and create their own advantage. They're back on the rifles here. Lockdown for Sand. Nightfall for Vasquez. And it looks like there's a lighter hold in here towards Garage. This is where you typically will see KJs use this lockdown, especially just trying to retake sites. But Avez is going deep. Off of that breach stun, he knows where Raph is, and he wants to try and pluck him out, and he's going to get the chance.
Dashes away. All good. Indonesia still maintaining more or less the same positions, but again, you mentioned more or less a lighter hold over towards Garage, but this is a lot of utility.
Schneider was actually able to get on some Hunter Siri as well, so they're going to start to shift on over. Leave Avez to anchor, and that is a great Garage hold.
At least for now, it just delays time.
One-way smoke comes out as well to give a bigger advantage to Sand. They want to maintain that for the lockdown, and it is going to be Indonesia reworking back in towards it. They've got really no other options. And Vasquez does not have the positioning for the Nightfall that he would have wanted, but will still drop it out regardless.
Sand trying to back out, and you still have Frollo in the back line, and that actually collects him too. The information is on for both players in the back of C. He still ended up getting nothing off of the Sova. All 5 players are in the front side here for Indonesia. 3 players in the back for Egypt. Here comes the crossfire. Krollo going to be able to get one, make it a second. Great lineup from Krollo, and he still has a TP to use if he wants to get away. Info is there for him, and he's just able to play whack-a-mole. One more player remaining, and Krollo knocks them all down again.
It is such an effective hold from Egypt. The cue of the Nightfall, that lovely Garage hold as well. There was really nothing there for Indonesia to try and work back into. The Nightfall is at such a distance that doesn't tag really anyone except for the one player in towards Garage. Yeah, exactly. I mean, they knew the lockdown that they had. And that Hunter Siri as well, slowing things down. Nobody was getting into that site, and Krollo in the back as well with Sand locking things in. Attack pause with Team Indonesia, and that was a back-breaking round, a demoralizing round from the former champions. As Team Egypt locking things in place as they take and maintain the lead.
Both Egypt and Indonesia having fan sections, actually, which is a bit of a funny dynamic, although we're in Brazil. Egypt, of course, have their second team who qualified in Bravado. You have Bukong in terms of Indonesia in the crowd, too. Indonesia, they need some sort of energy right now, man. Things are looking depleted.
It's a little bit early. And they always have these slow starts. It's off of these tack pauses where we do see the revival from this Indonesian team. Krollo just spitting into that mic, letting his team know what he wants from them. Avez back on the operator. They're going to try and establish control again towards A, and Avez might be fed the opportunity to find a multi-frag. Lockdown still available for Sand. Hey and F. They want to pop the ultimate. Savez not given a chance, and instead it's out towards Long where that fault light comes through into Pyro. Does slow things down eventually. Smoke in their face, so they don't really have the info, and they're playing a little bit blind here in Egypt in terms of where these players are. Not exactly knowing the amount of players here towards A keeps these players on C locked in.
Yeah, it's just an awkward position where these players are for Indonesia, right? How are they still so deep into A main right now? Although they have so much long control, they had one person washing that cross the entire time, and finally they start to advance. Hey and F with a stinger, and now here comes the overdrive, and Pyro is able to shut it down immediately. 3 players are here, an immediate TP from Krollo too, in terms of a rotation. But Indonesia are still trying. 3 players coming up from Long. Pierce on the front side getting a big kill. Schneider can hold it down. He's able to get one with the lockdown behind him. And Schneider is just in the middle of a point-and-click adventure game. He's able to get 2. And it doesn't matter what sort of util they have. Egypt have the frags.
Absolutely no chance again for Indonesia. The way that Egypt are dealing with this pressure is phenomenal. The ultimates have been top-notch. That lockdown as well. To come in just to secure the round. Egypt, they layer themselves. They will peel themselves away one by one, drop util that slows the push down and allows them time to adjust. They're wasting util from Indonesia. Those flashes from Pierce are finding no effect, and that's 5-2 Egypt.
Be big.
We have a fast look here, and Avez, he's the challenger with the op.
fault
Flash
line.
doesn't affect it, he still gets it.
Yeah, he's skating in, and the shotgun comes out, but Abed's not able to get the kill. Sand has to get the trade, and indeed he does. Trying to back out, but oh my word, the Rolling Thunder coming in, and Crollo completely dodges the paranoia. The man is chilling now in the back of sight with a 1v2, and Pierce and Raph, they don't even want to try. They're just running for the hills, but it's going to be an empty A site.
Yeah, they're going to shift back as quick as they can. Egypt again. Crollo in the back does a great job. That paranoia at a perfect time, catching both those players blind, forcing Raph to TP away. But there is a chance here for Indonesia. A 2-on-3. Almost a full kit for Pierce to play with on the breach. No flashes for Egypt to get back into the site, but a full kit from Schneider to clear things out. And this,
oh, whoa.
Time to set for Indonesia. Time to create an advantage. And this is where I want to see them get aggressive, but they've elected to instead sit. They have to worry about their flanks, and that's what they're both looking for.
Oh, wow. Just the early. Aggressive Yuso already, but they still have a fault line. They still have a flash to use. They get that information in the middle of sight. The crossfire is gone, and Raph just has to peek. They're all done. Egypt continues a very decent streak here. Indonesia, they got stopped again and again, Sully. They had the Rolling Thunder chance in the back of C, but Crollo had the right option.
Yeah, I don't know. I just felt there were so many other options that Indonesia could have done there in that post lane. Gotten aggressive. You had the Aftershock playing towards spawn to win the spawn fight. The Aftershock can deny the spike plane, but they just like to sit on site. I'm not a big fan of this kind of play in the sense that you don't know where your players are coming from. Cut down one of those retake angles. Try and find and pick one off. And Egypt are gifted that chance. A great recon bolt and a great slow clear from the top of heaven to first remove Pierce. And they're back onto this eco buy here. And Avez has just been, I mean, he's changed up the opposition every single round.
Oh, wonderful. And he takes yet another kill from yet another weird position. Avez, we saw it a lot. Back over on Pearl. But that was just a weird spot. How are you on top of half wall? Still now the rest of Indonesia. They do have a little bit of util that's based on over towards Garage. But Sand, he has a rifle, and he's spraying on fully. 3 headshots for Sand, and all of Indonesia are gone again.
It's just on to Maria. 1v5. Egypt. This is no
What
less
is going on?
than what we expected from the Pharaohs of Campus Clutch. The experience from Crollo leading this team, bringing them back. They're having fun, as Mimi said, right? To reverse sweep, you have to have a good time. You have to have the vibes. And it's exactly what Egypt have right now. With a dominant lead, attack pause is where we've seen Indonesia make those storms, make the comebacks in that first half. They have nothing of it. It will be HNF to try and get aggressive once more in towards Garage. Supported by the breach fault line, it looks like, for Pierce.
Yeah, they tried it a bit earlier, and this time they actually group it up with the smoke too. There goes the stun. It works out in terms of the control. HNF is actually safely into Garage. But Egypt now, they're essentially holding Indonesia back just with that one smoke. But Egypt, will they get over aggressive? Abez is all the way up front.
So aggressive from Abez, and the thing is, he's kind of
Oh my God.
free. He does get backed away by the Prowler. Good clear back from Indonesia, but they have left one player, Raph, back in towards Garage. It's a double re-clear, but it's one-on-ones that he can have, and he doesn't win it.
Spots the barrel too. He was fully ready for it, but Sand takes him down. All of Indonesia. They might have had a bit of a chance back over towards mid for it, but now they're going towards A.
And that's the cue back. Maria already tagged down so low. Abez and Snyder looking for it. Abez goes for an aggressive peek. It's good to find when that paranoia is huge. Slows things down again. Fault line as well from Vasquez. Slowing it once more. And there's really not much going for them, but Vasquez good for a double. A 2-1-2, but a lockdown in play.
If there's anyone that could do it, it has to be him, right? It's still...
He has the Aftershock ready as well. He knows that this is coming in. He missed it the last time, though.
No, he did miss it.
And it's in an off angle. It's not going to break it.
No, they got... No, they're pointing it out. They're pointing it out. He's lining it up. No!
He can't break it. It's too far away.
It's way too far away. Well done, Sand. What?
Does he get it?
No, but it's way too late anyways. 1 second, 2 seconds. They needed someone in the middle of the site to actually be able to take advantage of that. To Pyro. He has his own Aftershock. Do they have a man watching long? The Cease comes in at a good time. Pierce, 7 HP, and he's gone with a gust of wind. Egypt, they felt the pressure a bit, but that lockdown position was just too good tactically.
A perfect read from Egypt on this retake again. That's 4 retakes alone in this half from Egypt. All with E6. The only one they've lost was in the pistol. They did not win the pistol retake. Ever since then, have not dropped it once. Indonesia are struggling. It was those, look at that, 5 retakes, 1 alone. I got the number wrong there. They're even better than I thought. Indonesia. Rifles, scrappy, 4 sets of light armor. And Egypt are storming their way to the quarterfinals at this rate.
Indonesia, we haven't seen too much over towards that mid side. They're trying it. It's going to be 3 players, just booting it all the way up towards B. It's going to be their first real attempt.
It's DePyro. DePyro's got the Rolling Thunder. He has an Aftershock to play with as well.
They're letting him in.
A retake setup. Yeah. It's a fake. It's a fake.
They had to back out. They still have 2 players over towards C to deal with it. Morea's in the right position. Avez, though, picks up the op. He's trying to run. Has a Phantom. That's good. Avez can now just dance. Krolo's here to help. Avez with another one. Krolo with a double. Egypt finally feeling the pressure. Finally up against the ropes from Indonesia. And they still scrap back.
It's unbelievable. Who other than Avez to dash forward, understanding the position that he's in. I mean, this is just phenomenal jet play. You wanted someone who could fill the shoes of Shalaby for Team Egypt. You got it here. It's plays like this that show us Team Egypt, they're not a collegiate team. They're a team that can compete with the best. And Avez, split-second decision, dashes forward. Krolo to the rescue with him as well, and adjusting with that Phantom. 9-2, last round of the half. And it's more or less the same. It's a double Nanotron setup, but this time HNF will be good to find one. Space in the back with a TP from Morea, and that's an open C site. A chance to finally get it going, but you look at the ults that Egypt have.
Oh, the opportunity from Sand there. Sand has never gotten a solid chance to take down Garage there. Got overwhelmed, but here comes the Rolling Thunder already, and a counter Rolling Thunder.
And it's for Avez. That Rolling Thunder is for Avez to open us up. He's popped the knives, and nothing for HNF.
Still, Pierce has to fight back for Garage. Still 2 players in the back of sight, but you gotta be kidding me with the Hunter's Fury. Morea left on his own, left on his lonesome. A 1v3 trying to fight back with the offer in terms of the Avez. Defuse is going down, and Avez just has a face full of knives to give him. Are you kidding me, Egypt? So clean.
And in full confidence as well, DePyro with a massive jiggle in from Garage. He's stunned by that Rolling Thunder, but is still able to find 2. And Egypt, that is 6 successful retakes. Again, the only one they failed to take back was the pistol round. And, I mean, it was only the first rounds Indonesia got. Ever since then, Egypt have been nothing but lights out. Former champions here to take back the throne. And it was a shaky start in this series, but it's been nothing but class from them.
I mean, finally, the one position where Indonesia had success in multiple times. It was Garage. They finally get a kill out of that position too. They break into C. It's another situation where Egypt's up against the ropes. They have to retake. And we see our 6th retake of the half. Going into this now, it's all pivotal. Indonesia, you see the pressure. 3 players coming out from A.
We're going to try and beat this smoke. It is Sand, and Sand is just ready. Swinging into the smoke. Sand. Maybe a little bit more. Lovely flash, but he still gets another. Sand has got reinforcements to his aid. And Egypt, an unbelievable start to this second half, an unbelievable finish to the first half with 6 successful retakes, and they kick us off here most likely. The pistol round win unless Raf and Morea can come up with something huge. The turret's already watching the flank.
Shadows stretch up the spike.
And the smoke doesn't even cover. No, still gonna walk into it.
It does nothing. Here we go. Egypt gonna have a couple players looking towards that long side. And Raf, okay. Raf and Morea both get spotted. Vault line over towards their direction. A lot of util coming towards their direction, but they're just gonna try it. Going one by one, but everyone from Egypt is in the middle of sight here. 3 towards the back, and there goes all of the wide swings. Egypt, 11-2. What is the situation here for Indonesia? It is incredibly scrappy economy. I mean, they have to invest.
It feels like it, right? Unless you want to play for 10 rounds straight of overtime. Indonesia, see what they elect to go for with this buy. And this is a team that was calm, but these are not the faces of calm players. These are the faces of worried players. And they have gone for the force. Light armor, 3 Spectres, 2 Stingers, a lack of util for a lot of these players. Fault line early. They need to get aggressive. That is a great counter. A phenomenal counter back. Any aggression they wanted has just been canceled out, and it's just been dismantled here by Egypt. 3 kills. And Indonesia, the pressure is on to perform, and they are not performing well. Egypt in the backside are starting to crumble. It's a little bit worrisome, but instead it's cleaned up nicely here by Pierce and Schneider. What more could you ask for? Series point, an advancement point to the quarterfinals. And Indonesia have got nothing in their pockets.
It's just unfortunate that Indonesia, they try the Hail Marys the last 2 rounds. That works. Incredibly early on, they push on in, trying to shock the system, right? Trying to take down Egypt using their own game, but
Thoughts coming back.
It's not exactly a lost situation for Indonesia. It's Bulldogs alongside the SMGs. Are they going to try anything cheeky? Are they going to try to stay safe and just try to play some good fundamental Valorant? They do spot the players over towards long, and it's an immediate call in terms of a rotation.
3 players already here from Indonesia. Dash through. They want to try and swing from the same, or from 2 different sides, but Avez will not offer himself the peek. Rifle available here from Sand, and Rifles. 3 Bulldogs for what is Indonesia, and ANF. He wants to try and fight, but they have just been so good in these duels, and they're even better here.
No charges left.
They're just going to keep charging through, doing the back of side. Indonesia finally get one in the air. Raph is able to get 2 out of this. 1 in the back. Vasquez has done a lot. Finally getting 1. It's an even 2v2.
Lockdown available here for Sand as well, and there it comes.
Are they going to push out?
They are immediately. They're trying to fight this early. Crollo, Maria, good for the first, and now it's on to Sand. Sand dancing in the back. He's back towards short. Doesn't have the chance, but he's got a 1v2, and that is all you want from the champions. Egypt keep themselves alive with nothing more than a dominant performance there in map number 3. And the champions continue on in 2-1 fashion, a reverse sweep fashion.
The Pharaoh's gold glistens just a little more, Sully. 6 times this year they were able to take championships. They're looking for their 7th. And what I think might be their biggest obstacle on their way there has just been taken down in terms of Indonesia.
And Indonesia, it looks like a cakewalk in map number 3. It might have just been a warm-up in map number 1, to be honest, but man,
it might have.
Egypt, this is the gold standard of collegiate esports, of Valorant esports here in the collegiate world. And they have done a phenomenal job, kept calm, kept cool, the energy, the fire, everything you want from a team of this caliber was shown here today in Egypt. They still have 1 more best of 3 to play with. Their journey is not finished yet. Job's not done.
Job's not done.
Job's not done.
Job's not done. You got the quarterfinals up next, at least 3 more BO3s to go. But we are going to be saying goodbye to Indonesia. And, I mean, simply put, Indonesia, any other part of the bracket, we would see them in semis.
It does. And the unfortunate thing is, as we talked about earlier, is that they are placed against the number 1 team in a head-to-head decider. 4-1 in their group against Peru. Both teams going 4-1. And ultimately, the thing that decides it is the fact that they lost the head-to-head. They had the better round differential. Yeah. They had everything going for them. One of the top teams, a class team, lost out on Pearl 13-9 in similar fashion they did today. Still looked amazing. A lot of good things to say about Indonesia. Yes. A lot of things that we can praise them for, but ultimately, they're not the ones moving on. There were some great moments. HNF was one of those standout players I felt like. Vasquez, I don't think was the player for me, though. Did not stand out as much as he could, but still, I mean, Indonesia, they put on a show today. They tested the Kings. They tested the Pharaohs. Yeah. And we've shown they can bleed.
Yeah, I mean, we ended up seeing the Kings, really, right? Vez alongside Crollo. They came alive in that 3rd map, the 3rd map where we really saw them dominate. When the 2 were together, they were great. When they were individuals, they showed why they really put Egypt on the map here, why they really are this deep in this tournament, and why they are that force. Of course, the rest of the team, they have their experience. They've been together for months at this point, and they've been facing not only just top Middle Eastern talent. Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, they faced Ascend and Fnatic just a month ago. I mean, these guys, they are the most primed and ready to win this type of tournament, and those two players were the ones that show that experience.
Yeah, and I think it is the experience that really comes into play, and Jess and Ian were talking about it, and the desk was talking about it as well, the pressure that comes with representing your country. Krolo's done it. Avez has done it. They've played internationally. They know what it's like to have that pressure on them, and they perform well. When you're down a map, it's all about collecting yourself, resetting yourself for the next two maps, and what do? They do exactly that, almost perfectly as well. Coming back strong, swinging into that second map, take it 13-9. Next thing you know, Haven, a map that we have never seen this Indonesian team play. We know it's successful there for Egypt, and they do it almost perfectly.
Yeah. So Egypt at this point, they're going to be moving on into quarterfinals. We still have at least 2 more games going on in our day. Thank you all so much for joining us. I mean, this was only our first best of 3, and this was as close as we can get. We saw some pretty lopsided runs. We saw some 5-0 runs. We saw some 4-1 runs, but we started off with a close one. What else do we got, Sully?
I think up next on stream, at least, we have USA versus Chile. Northwood, the representatives, my boys.
So excited,
back
bro.
home. I'm excited to watch these games. I mean, this is only just a start. Again, I'm calling this the gold standard of Valorant collegiate esports. And still, I mean, what more do you expect from the reigning champs?
Yeah.
We can't expect anything less. They performed here today, and everyone has to watch out. We've been shown they can bleed. Everyone knows there is a bouncy on this team's head, and you have to know this is the team to look out for. This is the team that needs to be taken out. Otherwise, it's them to the finals all the way.
Right. Let's point one thing out real quick. The maps that we ended up seeing in this best of 3 were the same maps that we pretty much saw for Egypt throughout the group stage.
It favored them exceptionally well. Ascent being one of the maps that, okay, both teams played extremely well on. It was a close game, I think 13-9, I think, for Team Egypt in the group stages on Pearl. So we know that these are 3 maps that they were good on. A map that, well, Indonesia struggled with. Almost a perfect timing as well for them to get these maps. A Haven map they've never played, at least for Team Indonesia. A map that, well, Team Egypt, they have experience in traditional teams, right? So this was a map pool that favored them exceptionally well. They have an extremely deep map pool. When you're a team that's been playing together for this long, I mean, the 10 players that we saw represent Egypt have a deep, deep history. And they have that chemistry, so the map pool from the get-go is going to be as deep as it can get.
All right, so we're finally done up here. No more of us. We're actually going to send it over to Keo for a quick winners interview.
There we go, and congratulations to Egypt winning that in Map 3. You were particularly dominant in Map 3 versus the other 2 maps. How do you think that happened? What was that momentum shift for you? And yeah.
Our first game, as my team always, we start like slow start because we didn't warm up, we didn't be like active on the map. So first map was a slow start for us. We lost it, but we came back stronger and we concentrated more and we adapted so fast. That's why we won. And every single player on my team is just insane.
Yeah, you guys are adapting really, really fast. All right, so Team Egypt won Campus Clutch in Spain, Madrid last year. You guys are coming back being the champion defender. You have a lot kind of riding on that. How do you feel? How do you guys feel confident in that?
Yeah, it feels good and it feels bad. It feels bad because you feel like you have so much pressure because you need to bring this trophy back to Egypt, as my friend took it back last year. So it brings some pressure, but we will get it. Don't worry.
Absolutely. Love that for you guys. Do you have any other potential threats that you're looking out for? Any other teams that you might be like, okay, hey, these guys are going to be a big dog? I know Indonesia was a really big threat for you guys, and you guys were able to take them out in the first round of the quarterfinals.
I think every single team here is good because they qualified from their city, their country, so they are good. We are putting every team in consideration. So yeah, we're not afraid of any team. We're just trusting ourselves.
Love that. That's awesome. Well, confidence here from Team Egypt. We're going to head it back up to the desk over there. But good luck to you in your next best of 3, and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Analyst desk where, okay, is it a shocker that Egypt moved on after doing their thing last year?
No.
All right.
No, I was muted. I was thinking about what I was going to say, and I was like, you know what? Mimi was right. I wanted to be a contrarian. I was like, I'm going to go for Indonesia. They surprised me map number 1. Taking a team to their best map, that's an ego trip. And then winning on it is even better. But they couldn't carry it up. They didn't have the depth in their map pool, and that's where they fell short.
Right. And also, I would like to introduce a star on the desk right now. We have a champion in the building, ladies and gentlemen. The coach of G2 goes in. My man, Carcass. Welcome to the desk. How are you feeling?
Thank you. Good. Very, like, amazing to be here. Like, amazing to be in here, like in this event overall, and like to be part of this amazing like stadium and crowd and stuff. Like it feels like honorable.
It's beautiful, right? And we are watching the future of Valorant, and hey, you know it best, especially the analysts. Just go, Analyst of the Year, by the way.
Stop,
hey, there
stop,
we go,
stop,
there
stop,
we go.
stop. We got a champion. No. I mean, this desk is just full of just the best hype, so I'm just all about it.
It's not every day you see stars during the daytime, but let's take a look at the highlights right now. But hey, we have to say this match did not disappoint at all. From map number 1, Indonesia, they were giving it to Egypt, and then things evened out all the way until the tiebreaker map.
What can you say about a team like Egypt, who has not only last time we saw them in the World Finals, they made that comeback, they got that reverse sweep, they had the reverse sweep in them. I'm going to just say that they have the gene. From now on, Team Egypt has the reverse sweep gene. I hope all of their best of threes don't give me a heart attack like that every time, but it's very impressive that they've got that depth of map for maybe Ascent, even though it was really good for them throughout the group stage. It's something they might just have to rejig a little bit, and then it will come back in the map pool and they'll be fine.
I really love seeing Egypt get into their flow, though, because the moment they did, there was no catching up to them. But hey, gotta give it to Indonesia. And Carcass, we have to say, these young players on this main stage showing off their skills to eventually be pro players one day. It's so important that they go all out and have fun.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think that's why they did reverse sweep, actually, like, because they had fun, you know?
Yeah.
Like, that's really important. And as we had in Champions, right? Like, singing and just enjoying the moment, right? And
that's the best thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think, like, one of the things why they won Haven like that dominantly, I think they had, like, super nice retakes. Like, they were prepared for everything. You can see that these guys, like, prepped for this event. And, like, yeah, they did amazing.
Yeah. You need to have good retakes on Haven. I mean, it's the only map with those 3 sides. You've got to be willing to give up, 1 or 2 here and there, and those retakes. That shows a team that plays together often. That's coordination.
Yeah, and especially, like, they played versus comp of Neon and Fate, where they're good, like, fast executes coming in.
Yeah.
So, like, you have to be prepared for that if you want to, like, outplay. If you never faced it, like, it might be hard for you.
It's going to be extremely difficult. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at the final stats right here. MVPs on both sides. Jess, my question to you is, though, who really caught your eye in this matchup?
Look, I'm glad that the last map was actually decided by support players, because I was speaking about, the jet diff earlier on, and I was like, that's all well and good. And I like to talk about support players because they are the one that prop up the stars, the very flashy players. Carcass here, Sydney, he's got some of the best support players in all of Game Changers in the world. And then Egypt, I mean, not that they were quiet in previous maps, don't get me wrong, but on a map like Haven where utility is key, where retakes only happen with utility that is smartly utilized throughout that site, that is something that Egypt did way better than Indonesia. There was utility diff, there was support player diff through and through, and I think one of the stars on the side of Egypt is depth for me.
Oh, 100%. Oh, the breach right there,
I
he
mean,
was
I'm
the
telling
absolute man. But like you were saying earlier, Carcass, it was all about the retakes. As you see the post-plan stats right now, Indonesia, 2 for 8. But when it comes to Egypt, they were perfect, 2 and 2 on the day.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm personally like liking more the composition of the Egypt team.
Okay.
Because we also played Jets. Like, we got rid of Chamber on that map, even though like Mary is like really good on Chamber, right? Okay. But I think Killjoy brings a lot to on this map, and like having this map control, because you can't really use only one like sentinel trap to cover like all the angles. Like you need to invest people for fighting for the space and stuff. So yeah.
I loved that. I loved the control in Garage as well with the KJ. Like every time that Garage control was being contested and I see the KJ there, I'm like, they're about to run it down. I'm like, I know, they want the turret, they want the nanos, they're getting mollied, everyone's trying to take space. It was actually a mess. Some of that Garage take was an absolute mess. Go back and watch it. It's just chaos across your screen.
I know what you're going to love even more right now. We have a full page of depth stats right now. Let's get the man up on the main screen, please. He was phenomenal in game all around, and just can't say more about him.
The biggest thing is that I can give you all of these stats and they can look like okay.
this is an okay stat board, but it's not about the stats for depth. It's about his impact. And it's something that at the moment we can't really give you a statistical number. Hopefully in the future we design something that, you know, tells you exactly how impactful he has been. Assists aren't really going to give you the kind of thing that he was able to do, but he's well up there with that as well. And his ability to be able to control the map, section it across, get his team in on attack, that's something that is an absolute essential for a good Breach player. I think you really understood what his role was throughout that map.
Yeah.
Now, moving along, we're going to see where Egypt will end up in the bracket and who they will be facing up against next. But also, speaking about who's coming up next, all right, I know we have 2 Europeans on the, well, 1 European on the desk, got someone from the APAC region. We're going to have NA taking on Chile, and I can't wait to see who's going to come out on top. They will play the winner of, they will play Czech Republic. I like that.
Czech's already been decided.
Yeah,
Spoiler alert, I did not know we were spoiling right now. I was unprepared, but it turns out Pakistan lost it. Okay, that's a surprise me because Pakistan was gunning. Pakistan was gunning. I don't know what the score was for that particular match. We don't know just yet, but that's a very good outcome for Czech.
But also, ladies and gentlemen, if I could point your eyes to the top right side of your screen. All right, Egypt moved ahead after beating Indonesia. But check this out. They're going to go against the winners of Denmark and Canada. Jess, you and I both know those 2 teams are gunning.
The Danish have, I mean, obviously, the Danish have some gunners, and they've got some really cerebral players. People that have incredible map knowledge, utilize that with their mechanical skill, are able to move. But I don't know, Canada has kind of been hitting hard this tournament, and I feel like if there's going to be a time where Denmark can't stand up, it's to Canada. I got to put my money on Canada.
When it comes to Valorant, Canada is so stacked.
Canada's got numbers.
All around.
Canada's got numbers.
Right. Now, Marcus, I have to ask you, which region do you think is going to step up in a big way this event?
It's a hard question, actually, but I gotta be cheering for Europe, right?
Oh, of course, get out of here.
No, we're sectioning the desk right here. I'm an invited European now. I've lived in Europe for so long, and that's it. And it's just me and Carcass, the buddy gang over here, and then we'll just leave Valley over
I'm not going to ask them questions anymore. It's just going to be the Valley show, okay?
You can speak about Team US, and I will speak about Chile.
Team USA, baby, let's go.
Okay.
Actually, speaking of which, Team USA will be on the main stage very shortly, and I actually know one of the coaches involved, so shout out to them. They've been actually...
You were a player.
I was...
come on, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, wait.
There's a God on the desk.
Well, okay,
Analyst
of the year, Jess, okay? I was actually a pro player in Gears of War, and Paul was in the scene as well. They're excited for this. They're going all out. These students, they're ready to take it to the top, and I can't wait to see just how hungry they are exactly. So, Jess... Talk is one thing, but it's going to be all about that action on the main stage.
We just saw it with Indonesia and Egypt. Indonesia was like, we want to be the best. We got to beat the best. And I was like, that's a lot of talk. And I'm like, and then after Ascent, I was like, they're doing it. Like, you know, talk the talk, walk the walk. Unfortunately, they fell short. You know, a little trip at the end. Send me a postcard, please, from wherever you ended up after that trip. But I think at the end of it all, Canada and, you know, what happens with those games on the other side of the board, I wouldn't even be thinking about anything. It's map by map. I know a lot of teams these days are playing map by map. You're not even thinking about the fixture. You're just thinking, what can I do in this half? What can I do on that half? What can I do this map? I don't even think it's about the series at that point. If they're that serious about winning, it's round by round. Yeah.
Big time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to send this over to a short break as we get both teams prepared for the next series of the day. So check it out for now. Me, Jess, and Carcass will see you on the other side. Kick off game 2. We'll see you soon.
Welcome to the very famous Pacaembu Stadium here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And we're here for a very special reason because we have the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals happening right here. Welcome inside the purpose-built LAN environment. Now, 47 teams, 235 players, over 6,000 teams competed to just be able to stand here. That means we need a lot of space. We have 12 booths for all of the players. We have a nice little VIP area. We also decided to add yet another chill out area, and it has one of the best views of the player booths battling head to head throughout this group stage. On this side of the door is one of the most important parts of an entire broadcasting area. Why? Probably because I sit at the desk. So of course this is great. We have everything we need, but I have the best view from the Analyst desk I've ever had in my career. We're just living the life out here. We have more. Come down here. Careful again. I don't think there is a better way to watch a video game than from a beanbag in the front row. Like, Am I crazy? Let me show you the view that the players are going to have. The Dragon Canyon is powering all of the games. If you get up on this stage and then you manage to win, all 5 players will walk away with their own custom Intel Nook, the most portable gaming device that exists in the world. They are very good. They have... I think we're done with the tour, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time for the second series of the day. Let's talk about it, Team USA. But before we do, just for a moment, Jess, how nice were those nuts?
After I put the Nook under my shirt and I ran away with it, Intel actually let me keep it. So shout out to my buddies at Intel. You know I'm going to use that little Nook. That thing is light.
I'm ready to nut somebody out. I want one too.
I don't know if you've ever
That's
used,
my dad joke of the day.
You and I probably travel all around the world, and then you want a game, you want to stream, and you're like, what do I can't just deprogram everything, pull everything apart, and then rebuild everywhere. I do that though. I actually unbuild and rebuild every event. So the fact that I have a Nook now, I'm wrapped. I'm wrapped.
Shout out to them. So also, let's go ahead and introduce my boys from Team USA. Let's get them up on the screen right now. And there you have it. Jess, I know that people doubt NA at times, but I feel like right now is going to be a new era for us.
I think when you come from a region that has so much competitive pride, and I think I'm saying that nicely, there's competitive pride on the side of North America. It's always NA versus EMEA. There is a lot of EMEA representation.
Oh, big time.
And a couple of the North American representation. So if you are one of the very few teams left to be able to hold up that pride, you're the ones that are taking this really seriously, and NA always does. So I have no doubt every single one of these players right now has a lot to prove, not just for themselves, but for their country.
Now, one of the players that I definitely have my eyes on is definitely Benji. That man was popping off. We watched the VOD, and he puts in work. So, Carcass, when it comes to both of these teams, United States versus Chile, Latin America versus NA, play styles evident on all tiers. Who do you think might have the better run?
Like, I'm a fan of like underdog stories and stuff, you know, like for the smaller regions. Smaller regions.
Are you going against? You guys just keep going against NA. What is going on here?
Who's the underdog in this?
I mean, I'm not sure about the underdog, so maybe it's like I formed it wrong, you know. But like, I'm talking about the smaller regions.
Of course, yes.
Yeah, and it would be really nice if Chile could take
it.
We're Team Chile over here.
Yeah, I respect it, but you know what? One thing for sure is when it comes to NA, we're full of confidence. It's up to the brim, baby. And Team USA also has something to say about it. Let's go ahead and give it a listen.
I'm confident just because, you know, from our past experience, I know we're solid players. We tend to not really get aggravated in the moment. From all the lands we've been to previously, there's been moments where we start like a best of 3, like down 0-1, and then map 2, we're also losing. And we have pretty solid composure, and we know we trust each other. So I think our chemistry and our trust with each other will pay us dividends. I think we will win. I think Team USA will win Red Bull Campus Clutch.
All right, you guys heard it right there. And I also got a second microphone. Up mine was just so hyped. Something happened to the microphone. Wow, but you know, we're going to get that settled. But there we go. NA with the confidence, but they were saying that they definitely depend on their teammates. And Carcass, you know it is a champion coach, okay? Trust is everything when it comes to being the best in the world.
Yeah, like you need to be trusting your teammates and coach and stuff, you know, and like as I said previously, like even coming to the stage and like having this pressure of like all the fans cheering for you and stuff, you need to also have fun and like enjoy the moment.
Yeah.
And if you're gonna focus the round by round, like as we talked, you know, like half by half, and like the map by map, like it might end up good, you know.
Oh, yes, and it's really important that when you do get on this main stage and you have an opportunity to show everybody what you got, Jess, it's not always about the flashiest plays, but you got to be there for your teammates. Shout out to the support players out there.
That is the biggest thing. You need a well-rounded unit. And they can talk about trust all they want on the Team USA side, but on the Chilean side, I am telling you, these boys have cohesion like I ain't ever seen before. You gotta watch some of these VODs. These boys are gunning. The tradability from some of these players, I don't know if they're just like in tune, and I don't know what the comms sound like. I don't speak any form of language outside of English. Look, I speak a bit of German, but not enough to understand. And the fact that they're sitting there, just not even speaking, I doubt there's comms. They've just got the brain flow to go with each other. This team, I said Indonesia was underrated. I think this is another team that people have underrated just a little bit, given the round diff that came out of the groups.
Are you saying Chile might be a little hot this match?
I think there's a little bit of hotness and spiciness to come with this Chilean team.
There we go. And also, when it comes to these Latin American teams, their aggression is my absolute favorite. Carcass, it's almost if they just don't fear anybody out there. They love the gunplay.
Yeah, like I'm excited to see what maps they're gonna play and like what compositions they're gonna use. So like probably we're gonna see some spicy, as you said.
Well, we talked to Chile, and they actually spoke to us about what a pro player needs to be. It's definitely a mindset. Let's go ahead and give it a hear.
The Red Bull Campus Clutch represents to me like the chance to be recognized. As well, like Crew and Leviathan playing the best tournaments in the world, like champions, knowing franchises. Now we can do it the same as they are doing, but here in the Universitary Red Bull Campus Clutch, world champion.
All right, welcome back, welcome back. Jess, you've been around, you've been a professional coach, you've been Analyst of the Year, obviously, right? So, the thing is, being a pro player is definitely a mindset, and you have to have the right mentality day in and day out in order to achieve that goal.
There is a lot of pressure in being a player, and a lot of that pressure actually comes outside of the competitive matches. I know that sounds ridiculous, but you know, all of the prep that you do, the way in which you respond to hard situations, the way that you are able to communicate with your teammates when the going gets tough, all of this is stuff that you practice. No one just innately knows how to do all of these things. When I was coaching, you know it as well. When I was coaching, players would get so frustrated, and you're just trying to give them little tidbits of methods as to how to overcome that. You've got the singing. I think that's excellent. I didn't give that to my players. There weren't much singers in the day, so I gave them other sort of icebreakers to work with, but you need that.
And at the end of the day, you can't win everything out there. You're going to have short-term memory and learn to move on. And moving along, let's go ahead and take a look at the map ban phase. Carcass. Here it is. Fracture is going to be the first one banned. Jess, what would you like to see here?
I'd like to see another Pearl. I'd like to see everyone's... You know, I shouldn't speak. I'm never going to ask for a map again because it's going to get instantly banned. That was actually incredibly cast a curse.
What would you like to see? I want to see Ascent again.
Yeah?
Haven as well.
Oh,
like,
Haven?
I would love to see like Haven from Chile.
Really?
You know, like...
Oh,
it's tonight.
There we go.
Okay,
what is going on right now?
The United States was like, yeah, we'll pick into that. We'll pick into that. That's good, too, because, of course, if you look at the fact that, you know, it's been played, 3 times recently from the side of Chile, so that's something that United States, maybe they're countering. Maybe they're picking into Haven and they're like, we're going to do a counter strat to you. That's sick. Breeze.
It's going to get in.
Man, it's so good to see Breeze before, you know, before it just leaves us. That's
yeah,
it. I'm loving that. I love that.
All right, they got Bind out of here. Haven, Breeze, give me Ascent. Please make me happy.
Yeah, I love this. I love this. The big thing for Chile right now is that they get to decide which is the last map. And a lot of the times, you can either go, look, I want to get rid of something that I think is going to be uncomfortable for us.
They answered our prayers. We got what we wanted. There you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, Haven, Breeze, and then Ascent for United States and Chile. Let's go ahead and have some fun, though, all right? Lighthearted discussion. When it comes to predictions, you said you're going with the underdogs in this matchup, Carcass. You still rocking with Chile, huh?
I'm going with Chile, yeah.
You're going with Chile.
It's going to be 2-1, but Chile wins
2-1. Close game.
Chile.
Close game.
All right, all three. Look, I believe all 3 maps, but just looking at how the U.S. played, and they didn't have an easy group. Like, that's the thing, is looking at the depth of their group. As much as I don't want to predict North America, I just think that they do have what it takes. They've shown it in the group stage.
There we go, Jess. We got her on board.
I don't know. NA Airport, we'll find out.
I have a very silly answer. I just want both teams to have fun, okay? That's all I want at the end of the day. But, ladies and gentlemen, so far, this has been an absolute blast. Jess, second series of the day. We have one more after this. This is just day 1 of this live stream. This has been a blast so far.
I cannot believe we're sitting here. This whole arena is huge, by the way. You saw the walkthrough
it's
before.
beautiful.
But this is a collegiate level, student level tournament land. This is not a major. This is not a world championship. Well, the world championships and world finals for Campus Clutch, baby. But the fact that we're sitting here and we're not trying to point out, you know, tier 1 players. We have players who are hoping to make it there.
Oh, big time.
This is the step towards it, and we're sitting in a huge arena. I can't even believe it. I can't believe it.
Carcass, your first time ever on the main stage. Think about it. Go back in time. How nervous and excited were you to perform in front of a lot of people like this?
I mean, I wouldn't want to say it, you know, but it's like, I remember I went like 0-14 or something in my first match like this.
That's okay.
That's why I'm the coach.
If you can't play, you coach. That's what I did. Yeah. That's what I did.
There you have it. So, Jess, actually, how long have you been in the game?
In esports?
In esports, yeah. How far you go back?
I've been playing FPS since 2014. So I was a player in 2014, Call of Duty, moved to Rainbow Six, played competitive, made it to Semi-Pro League, and then I just moved into coach because I realized after a while, you get old, you can't move as fast as everyone else anymore, and then moved into coaching, so.
All right, so I have another question for you as well, because you worked in many different regions.
Oh.
Which region was your favorite to work in?
Ooh, that's a tough question. APAC has the ability to be innovative at a level that's surprising. I think, you know, Europe works in more of what's the meta, how do I do that to the best ability. North America is far more mechanically superior, I think, than a lot of other regions. People might, you know, argue against me with that, but I think they really focus on the mechanics. From an excitement perspective, APAC always kept it fresh. You never knew what was next.
Yes.
But EU, probably if I think about fundamentals as a whole, and I love supportive plays, I think EU does supportive plays best. Yeah, that's why I'm sitting on that one.
I'm going to have to say, after covering a few international tournaments, my favorite region outright is going to be Latin America.
Okay.
I love it. Their aggression there in your face, and they want all the action. So even though I'm rooting for my boy Evolve in North America, right? Shout out to those guys. I really hope that Chile brings something special. Okay? No, don't look at me like that.
Yo, Carcass is like, you better be
Carcass is like, No.
Yeah, that's the team for this match. That's right.
Yes, big time. So, first series of the day, we saw aces. We saw some good strategies.
Yeah.
Do you think we're going to see some more innovation here?
I think innovation is not even what I'm looking for, honestly. I'm looking for these players to come out and say, I know what I already do well, and I'm going to put it on the stage. I don't think you need to reinvent the wheel. You did it in group stage. You were undefeated. This is for Team US, their opportunity to go, we were dominant in group stages because we did this. Right. Have a look on the main stage as to what we did in the group stage. That's all I want. Don't change anything too much, boys. You don't need to. It worked already. Why change it up now? It works.
Right. Now, Carcass, when your team is going on a main stage before a really big matchup, what type of motivation do you honestly give them?
I mean, we're talking like about how we prepped for this, you know? Like how much of effort and work we put into exactly this day to have it, you know? Like, and we're just going with the mindset that we need to have fun once again. Because it's not the other day, it's not like special or something, you know? Like, and if you're gonna lose, like, who cares, you know? Like, there's always gonna be next tournament, next match, you know, and stuff like that, you know? So you need to play the same way you play in practices, and yeah, like, this is our just biggest motivation.
Hard. That's hard to translate practice to a match.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how many times we used to dominate in scrims. We'd be called like the scrim demons, and then we get into an official match and they're like, "Where's the scrim?" And I was like,
big scrim energy, but you know, we also have big game day energy because, ladies and gentlemen, let's get right into it. We have North America facing off against Chile. Let's send us over to a very handsome man on that main stage. Ian, bring the teams on out.
We are having the time of our lives here in Sao Paulo for the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals. We know a couple of teams that are making that extra step towards potentially lifting that trophy high in the air. Who's it going to be next? It is time for our next fixture, our next best of three. And welcoming onto the stage first is a team that refuses to drop maps. It's just not in their DNA. It's Team USA! Their opponents are a tenacious team that refuse to give up. And they are ready and all fired up here in Sao Paulo. It's Chile!
We're from Chile, we are here to win, and you guys are going straight to the airport. Bye bye.
The atmosphere inside this custom-built set, which is, of course, inside the iconic Pacaembu Stadium, is incredible. And what's even more amazing is that we are just getting started. So far, every single map has delivered, and I believe we're going to get more of the same right here, right now. USA versus Chile. Let's cross over now to our amazing casters.
Thank you very much, Ian. We are here in Sao Paulo. It has been an excellent journey. More difficult for some than others, but we are here, and that is what matters for the Red Bull Campus Clutch. USA versus Chile. I'm John Allen. Kramer, you happy to be here?
I'm loving every second, to be honest, John. I can't wait to get into this map. Bear in mind, Chile came into this. I would have rated them as underdogs, but having seen their group stage, they've been playing out of their minds. Northwood, of course, the USA team, they were originally meant to be one of the favourites to win this. Against Chile, maybe they have met their match.
Potentially. I mean, on paper, I would say that in the USA, I'm seeing a little bit more strength right now, but as he said before, tenacious. This Chilean team will not give up.
Absolutely, and I want to mention as well, in the group stage we've seen a lot of Haven from both these teams. For Chile particularly, it's a mirror matchup, same composition being played by the USA. So I think that Haven, for me, is going to be a map I really want to see here to really test that tenacity of the Chilean team, to see if when, with no other curveballs to throw, can they still match the USA team.
That's really what we're going to be looking at, keeping it together in this best of three. We've seen the group stages be those best of ones, right? Yeah. So it does go down to sort of favourite maps or maybe least favourite maps in a lot of circumstances. So maybe we're going to see a lot more of that expanded roster. I mean, we saw it in that first match, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Getting the Indonesian team taking the map off maybe the favourite Egypt for that first game.
What I thought was also interesting about the game is we saw Pearl as well, a map which we have hardly seen this entire tournament. The fact that the second we hit playoffs, the first series, we end up seeing a Pearl off the back of that as well. That's just incredible for me.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was also the back and forth between the two teams, right? It was that conversation. And Egypt, probably one of the favourites of this tournament, also being shown have a little bit of vulnerability.
Yeah, you say conversation. For me, it was more of a shouting match. That game was filled with some incredible plays, start to finish. And, you know, we have the play of the day coming up at the end of the matches today. I think both Indonesia and Egypt have a really good chance of featuring on that because they had plays back and forth constantly.
Well, you know what? You should be really excited about that because that's only 1/3 of the matches that we've got on today. So you've got plenty more still to come to take a look at, to see where those good plays are going to be coming from. These two teams, though, there's been a lot that the USA certainly has been through, all of their qualifying stages, absolutely rising to the top in the region.
Do you want to know what the USA team's win-loss rate is at the moment?
Tell me.
22 wins and 0 losses. That's their performance coming into this tournament, including the group stage games. So they go into this as a powerhouse. The Chilean team, it's been a little bit more scrappy, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they've been worse, per se, because they've been up against some damn good opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a struggle for a lot of these teams, right, to get through. Coming through in second place does not, by any stretch of the imagination, discount you from being a front runner at this stage.
I'd also mention as well, Chile, they were in the group of death. You know, that Group D, having to go up against so many good teams. They got through with a victory against the Australian team and only a 12-round advantage in round difference. They got through by the skin of their teeth. And on the topic of tenacity, if that doesn't demonstrate it, I don't know what will.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, this is, I think, one of the only two teams currently going with a 3-2 record coming out of group stage, right? So they do still potentially have a little bit more to prove. Haven was their map that they took 2 losses on, so we'll be seeing if they can sort of patch that back together, or if the North American team are going to try and take that one back.
Well, now we're hitting the best of threes. I really want to see the duel between Dip and Tex. The IGLs of both teams. Dip, of course, being the American IGL, but Tex being the Chilean IGL. Both of them also playing the Fade. Interestingly enough for me, Tex likes falling back on the Jet, and it's not all too common to see an IGL run as a Jet.
No, I mean, it's much more common to see them as potentially an initiator
exactly.
or something, a recon.
Sovas are very common as well.
Exactly, and that's what Dip has been playing over the last couple of days, right? So it's really, really interesting, as you say, to be that person who needs to be first off the line. I mean, maybe a bit of death cam IGLing, maybe?
Yeah, potentially. So maybe a lot of death cams to the enemy too, that's for sure. Something I do think is quite interesting going into this veto is Icebox, of course, is one of those pocket picks for the American team, which they've proven to be very good at. They had that overtime match against Belgium, so the Chileans have quite a bit to anti-strat. For the Chileans, they've been very comfortable moving to Breeze as a map which has favoured them beautifully, and actually Breeze was their pocket pick, which got them through this group, only losing about 5 rounds total over 2 matches against, I believe, the German team and, if I'm not mistaken, the Australian team. And so now we have the option between Icebox and Breeze. Do we risk these teams foregoing their insta-ban and instead targeting the bans on one another?
Potentially. I mean, we'll have to jump into the match fairly soon, hopefully, because I'm ready and raring to go on this one, Kremer. And I think we're going to zero in a little bit more on the agent picks, because it feels like the USA have been going fairly by the book and fairly solid, with a little bit of a wild card. I mean, from Dip, playing a little bit more agents recently, you were saying.
Yeah, of course. And Dip has played, over the last 30 days, he's played 6 different agents.
Wow.
So it is an extremely versatile IGL. And for me, that means that you have a lot more freedom on the American team to go wild with these unorthodox strats, bringing out neons potentially, even some, backwards Yoru strategies where you just plunge yourself into the back line and hope to try and displace so many crosshairs you can just plow onto a site.
Absolutely. I mean, it could be said, jack of all trades, master of none. Do you want to try and isolate maybe 3 agents as a large roster?
Well,
it does follow on, and I think you're about to say what the rest of that phrase is, right?
I am.
You're definitely going to.
Better than a master of one. And for Dip, he is proving so versatile, but it looks like he is falling back onto, he hasn't been picked just yet, but it looks like he's falling back onto his comfort pick of the Fade. And of course, going on to Haven, we've seen mirror matchups from them before. It looks like it may be the same story here. The player matchup I'm looking forward to here is between Rocket and Ferbster, both very talented raises, and for Ferbster particularly, this has proven to be his Jubilee tournament.
So far, Ferbster has been the MVP of the roster, of the highest ACS, 268 right now, 268.2 over the group stages, which, of course, it's pretty phenomenal. I think it's something like the 4th best raise in this tournament right now, around that. I have to double check all those stats exactly, but it is going to be very, very powerful. We'll see if that can be kept up with, because of course you've got Rocket on that 232.6 ACS, which is also really very notable. And over the 5 games that they've played each, that's still very much achievable.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The other player I'm looking out for here is Benzi on the Breach. Now, he's been a little bit inconsistent. When Benzi's playing well, the Chilean team is unstoppable. When he's having a quieter game, it puts even more pressure on their duelists, on their chambers, especially on, of course, on Faraz Peak, to have to make up for that lack of firepower.
Going to see both chambers coming through as well. Obviously, we're still playing on the pre-nerf chamber.
The chamber patch.
Before the chamber patch, so it is still as strong as it was then. Not that it isn't strong anymore, but we're still going to be playing back there, so going to be seeing that matchup on Haven as well.
Absolutely. I'm going to put you on the spot here a bit, John.
Okay.
Going into Haven, who do you think's winning this map?
I think you have to go with the numbers. The USA, 3 wins on Haven. Chile, 2 losses on Haven.
Interesting. You think the US? I'm a sucker for an upset. I think the Chileans have got this. I really think that. Bearing in mind, I don't think we've seen the Chileans at full power yet. I think we've seen them play good, but we've not seen them catch a light. And I think it's just going to take mere sparks to set them ablaze. And I think this map, a best of 3 on the stage, that may be what they need.
Hopefully they can keep it all going as we head on into Haven for the first match between the USA and Chile. We will be taking a look at who's going to be able to stay strong for the first map of the series. It's all to play for. Chile, I would say, are behind. You would disagree with me.
Absolutely. Well, the US starting on attack looks like it's going to be an early list over to this A site. An early peek potentially garnered here by the Chambers. We're able to see the duel straight off the back. It's an early kill from the Headhunter. With Dip falling now, without an IGL, how the US look to hit the safe site.
Well, the spike's still moving up long. Ray's going to be looking to move on in. Boombot clearing out the sides. They've cleared up in hell. They're moving on. Looks like a retake now on the cards for Chile. They play behind the open orbs. The rotate's coming through. They set it up. Spike planted. Indentured on the A site. Numbers still in the advantage of Chile for the retake. One on the up, and no one on the flank right now, so it's going to be brute force straight on through. First wave goes to the US yet again. They equalize the numbers, and that falls everybody back. A lot more time bought there, Kremer.
Absolutely. Aftershot is going to buy a lot of space, though, and that's going to delay the entire retake job.
2 trades coming on through as well. Rays losing the omen. Nice hold around the corner from Burbs. 1 or 2 with a frenzy. And Benji puts the ghost in. Last pick in the USA early lead.
The key thing with retakes is the sooner you go into your retake, the easier it is to win. And for the Chilean team, they had the right mindset to be able to stack up and just plunge themselves onto the site the second they hear that spike go down. But Darkest, the hidden hero of that round there, his fault lines, his aftershocks brought so much time for the US to get into a position after that spike went down. It meant that by the time Chile were looking to get onto this site, all of them are pushing through Defender's connector. So that there was no way to either flank or split the attack. They just had to brute force their way in, and I mean, that's where Burbsa thrives. Anti-eco now. Looks like a couple of pistols here or there for the Chilean team, but for the US, this should be business as usual, unless something cataclysmic may happen.
You never know. We have seen some fairly crazy things already today. Maybe in for a little bit more of a treat. Grouping up again, looking like they're setting towards the A side. We did see the Headhunter be pretty crucial here from Franz Peak. Will he be able to land another? Spots them, moving around instantly. Rendezvous away.
Something to mention is he does have the information though, and you see the rotation, this huge exodus of players from the Chilean side to try and get into a position to delay this attack. But the US, their utility usage is just perfect.
And they've already taken that raise away. The paint shell will not have an impact for the retakes either, as the spike goes down yet again under the heaven window. Burbsa playing in the sewers, getting down and dirty with it. One for the spray. Benzi hops past, but the rest of his team not so lucky. Fault lines there, sure. But it's not really going to open up too much. 2 players now remain for Chile. Can they have a little bit of an impact on to their second round with these pistols? Just the frenzy remaining. 34 HP. It's not looking too likely. Maybe 1 pick if he's lucky. But 7 HP. Hang on a minute. Lands a headshot, turns away. 2 bullets, not going to work out. Ali finds it.
I think 1 casualty is something that the US are going to be more than happy to walk through. You've still got 4 weapons to go into your bonus with. And bearing in mind, we haven't seen anything, we haven't seen the US have to show their strat book too heavily just yet. It's mainly been a marauding party around the map to get these old torps up onto the breach before you then move back around to this A site. Now that the Chilean team have these Vandals, they have the ability to fight on these longer ranges. What are the US going to do? And we see actually a really early Rolling Thunder achieved by Darkest because of those ult orbs getting secured so early on. Looks like it is going to be a list over to this garage position, with Burbs going very fast towards it.
Straight on through, actually takes the whole of garage very, very quickly. Boombot's out, sure, there's the aftershock there to slow it down. The fault line again suppressing a little bit, but they still have that Rolling Thunder. They're looking to try and push straight on through, and it comes. Starts to isolate the back of the site. 2 knockups is good. They're playing around these open smokes. They find a 1-for-1 trade, but in comes the rest of the backup for the USA. And 3 kills found on the opening. 2 players left for a retake. A Vandal and a Phantom. Roger still there in action, but will be shut down there by Burbs. Back of sight. Tex on the fade with it all to do. 4 players stand in his way. Gets 1, lights it up, keeps the armor as well. Still at 25. Looks for the second peak. Wary of the spawn, but drops it out. Suppression back. Tex not out of it just yet, but takes a lick of damage. Moves it down to 50. Oh, okay, 1 and 2. Tex nearly lights them up, gives them a little bit of a jitter, but the USA, they are cool, calm, collected.
I mean, it shows you the second you give that Chilean team an inch, they're going to take a mile. Absolutely perfect from Tex there to make what was almost a catastrophe into just a hard-fought round. Now, yes, you are losing your rifles against the bonus, but the silver lining is the amount of damage you did. You forced out the Rolling Thunder, and fast strats like that, in sending the Rays to early garage control, they can only work once or twice per half. And so the fact you forced that out of the USA so early on means that you potentially have a little bit to work with going into the latter stages of this first half. Nightfall available for Tex. Burbs are 1 away from the showstopper. And for the US, it's a very passive round. They're expecting the aggression. Thus far, not much has been seen though. Benji almost inviting them to push this A-long position. But the rest of the US, Seems to be business as usual thus far. Instantly with the opening on Darkest, who for me has been the unsung hero thus far.
Absolutely I mean, second right now overall on the MVP list for the USA. Top fragged in one or two of their games as well. Really, really powerful performance coming out from Darkest. Excited to see what he has to offer in the future.
Oh, you're absolutely right. There's a lot of info garnered from Chile once again. They are able to hit a beautiful paranoia there to delay, and there are players here to stop this attack.
Verbser, again, front man. Looking to try and dissuade the Omen from TPing, but Benzie around the side with the Sheriff. Lays down the law. Verbser finds out about it, and they're backed off the long as well.
I'm surprised to see the commitment of the Nightfall. Bear in mind, there's only pistols behind this through the smoke. Darkest once again able to get yet another player. 40 seconds on the clock here. The US do have time to play with. And with the aggression of Tex, he is going to be the make or break for the Chilean side now on this C site.
Darkest looking to open up another opportunity. Bolt line down the long. Not going to peek on it. They're burning down the clock.
Look at the rotation now from Roger as well. They know it's going to be a hit to C.
Traded off. Tex goes 1 for 1. 2v3, still the numbers advantage for the US, and there's another found. Rotchit now just with the Marshal. Trying to paint shell it out, try to slow down this plant. Wasn't going to be planted for long though. And has to fall back. Looking for an exit peak if you can. Excellent if you can try and just keep a dent in the economy of the USA.
Absolutely, and I mean, saving a Phantom, you know, it's going to have that butterfly effect of either damage done in this after plant or just saving it for next round. Dip, clean shot straight to the skull of Rocket. The IGL showing he can indeed lead from the front, John, as the US get off to a flying start.
Really, really nice to convert as well off of that bonus round.
Absolutely.
Moving through really, really strong. I said it looked like this is a team that has Haven favor. I feel like I'm being proved right, but it is still the first half. It's still only 4 rounds.
Absolutely, and early days, right? Verbser still showstopper available. We're going to see actually quite a big power spike from both the teams here. You've got Darkest, Dip, Benzie, and soon-to-be Seltrak and Rocket all about to get their ults online here. For the US here, the sooner they can get onto these sites, the better off they are. First operator of the game as well on Farazbig on that chamber, looking for this early pick. He's attempted picks through this position before from Suez. He did turn the pistol around and it worked out with the Headhunter. Can he repeat that success now with that big, scary sniper rifle?
Looks like he's not going to get that opportunity just yet. Instead, Rotchit might be first face in the mid. There's a little bit of investment being made by the USA, pushing up, gaining ground. No counter-aggression, no flanks, but in comes the showstopper, bouncing high and wide as doesn't manage to find a pick there. Benzie gets the angle. There's a slow patch as well right to his side, and Ferbs is shut out.
Perfect stuff from Seltrak actually to delay and prevent that push onto that B site. Huge rotation from the US to get away. Now it's time for the operator to shine.
Needs to find value here, finds one, and that's what you want. Excellent start, Rolling Thunder on the retake, knocks up a teammate, not quite going to be in the right position for that, but that's time. And again,
Absolutely.
Chile burned down the clock.
Look at the position from Russia as well. He's in such a great position to flank now. The US have to go onto this A site, and they've got to do so against a stacked position.
Ali teeing up, but the spike's down, does trade it out, but there's more chaos to be sown as well. Shooting down the utility, but Benzie's holding really, really effectively. Fraz peaks there as well. Spray on in. And the crowd's happy about that one.
You can hear they're the hometown favourites, can't you? And, I mean, for Chile, that was great use of that utility to prevent any follow-up from Ferbs' showstopper. It even meant, furthermore, his dive into that B site ended up becoming an overextension because after those breach flashes from Darkest, there was no follow-up past that showstopper, and it puts too much dependency on the ult. Once that was caught out, they then forced the US to commit to the site they rotated to. Beautiful stuff thus far. However, the silver lining for the US is they now have 3 ultimates to play with. A very comfortable position for them. Rifles to work with outside of the Spectre over on Darkest.
Hey, look at that. They got Rolling Thunder. They're going for garage control. Why not? Move in towards this C site. It's worked before. A close position for Seltrak.
Oh!
One. Huge value on the Vandal. And we'll be able to light him up with Tex at the back foot as well. 2 for him. And it is an excellent answer from Chile.
Oh, John, we've got a game in our hands. We absolutely do. Perfect stuff from Chile there. The aggression off the back of that operator shows the mileage they're getting from that chamber. Remember, for Frazpic, He's not played any other agent this tournament. He is here on Chamber, and he's ready to see it through for good reason. Yes, he's only got 2 kills, but it's the impact of those frags which has worked so well for them. Something else to mention as well, he has an operator this round. Behind that, he's got a tour de force, which is going to come up going into the next round. So
sorry, as Vansili would say, it's tour de force.
I do
you have to
apologise,
really try and get some phlegm in there.
I'm sorry, I anglicise everything I say. And with that, he is going to have that sniper presence sort of ever looming over the US. We are still seeing a fair commitment actually from Mining Utility over to A Long here. It's tickle damage mainly. Darkest is going to be legged elsewhere on the map. As instead, once again, for Razbik, he's going to get a chance to ring true with that operator, and he does once again. Benji, he only showed a shoulder, but that was all he needed. Remember, Mining Utility for the US, so they are only hoping for 1 or 2 kills here, just to make it a bit expensive for the Chilean side, but the discipline from the South Americans is really working out for them.
Excellent stuff. 3 ultimates online as well for them coming through into this next round. They're set up to equalize here. We said it was only 4 rounds, and again, that is going to come to pass. Seltrak finds Ali on the trade.
Ooh,
a little bit hairy there for Roger, but that is the spike. Traded off with the Marshall. A nice little pickup. That'll be a rifle, but 13 HP on the breach. Not going to be super strong, but already, hang on a minute, Ferbser, he's making waves over on the site. Already up to the boxes, a teleport from Seltrak, and they have no idea the USA spun.
Oh my, the crowd is definitely in favour of Chile here. And I mean, they're giving us an entertaining game, that's for sure. I love the confidence as well from Seltrak to go for what is quite an aggressive teleport when you don't know exactly where Darkest is playing.
So I think he got the paranoia through there as well. So.
Absolutely. So he really just focused that final kill to make sure that the US had no way to get onto that site. Beautiful stuff thus far, and now the ults, they've sort of feathered out a bit. It's even standing for both teams, that is, up until Tex is going to get that Nightfall. Tex having a great game thus far, matching what has been a formidable start from Darkest. Slowing down a little bit, this is where the Chileans have shown that tenacity we were talking about in the early game. And again, it's aggression, John. Look where Ferbs is positioned. Where Rocket's positioned himself, moving up through a main. Garage control once again to be acquired, but this time Seltrak's wise to it.
They've rotated Fraspeak over towards the C site on the long. The Americans, or the North Americans, I should say. Got 2 Americans here. Going to be a little bit slower still. Garage control starting to be leveraged. Mid control as well, but a lovely push up the long for Roger. Finds Benji.
I really like the discipline as well. So once he gets that first pick, to just back off, just get out of there. Doesn't want to risk the follow-up. Showstopper deployed, not going to land. Ali does get damaged by it, though. They predicted from the Shadows positioning. Now Ali in serious trouble.
Oh, a jump and caught off the feet there. Roger exploited by Dip in the sewers. Moving up, spike planted. We've seen once the USA get onto this A site, they are very, very hard to dismount from it. We'll see if there's an opportunity to do so here. The Tour de Force is available for Fraspeak, but you're probably not going to look to invest it unless you get some sort of an opening. That's what you're looking for. Heaven Angle now back in control of Chile on the retake. The Rolling Thunder in to try and slow things down, but Seltrak is so brutal today on this Omen. The blinds are powerful. Fortunately, Dip is on the swivel. It doesn't last long enough, and in the 1v1, Dip gets a third.
Leading from the front once again, beautiful stuff on the fade, and Dip, one of the really proved to be quite confident there. A lot of players, once they realise they're in the 1v1, get the hell out of there. But remember, when you are up against the breach, you have so much utility to stick that spike, to force you out of position, to concuss, to blind you. You've got to take the 1v1, and it shows such a smart play from Dip. This split-second decision-making is working out beautifully from them. Benji about to bring out a tour de force. It may not matter, though, because he's already got that operator in his back pocket. Over to Chile is going to be met with a tour de force, this time in the hands of Fraspeak. And we're yet to see the chamber duel, at least on long. The answer may finally be through, but it's Tex once again to get an opening. And that's the spike secured as well.
It's really good information. And a lot of control there as well. They still have that window position with Roger, but they fall away. They're happy with the pick. Now they're going to spread out, set up yet again. A little bit of a foray into the C long, shut down very quickly by Benzi. And these rifles having no impact on the USA.
And the second the US misplace themselves or have a player in a position where it can't be traded, the Chilean side is there to punish it. They've been so swift with these punishments now that potentially the US could be a little bit shaken.
Going to try and stir things up here, though, over on the C site. Ferbser spray down, opens. Again, retribution onto Benji. Onto Benzi. around the corner, the Boombot. Again, fast through, but traded off. Seltrak faking the TP there. They're worried now. Tour de Force into action, spots a wrist, and again, claps the angle hard. Slows things down and brings Spike back into control yet again. It feels like Chile have never been without the info they need.
Absolutely, and this is off the back of just some masterful plays from Benzi and Seltrak. They are making the lives of Razbeak and Rocket so easy that all they have to do is isolate some 1v1s. Remember, we are on the US's map pick, a map which they currently boast 100% win rate on. Not just in this tournament, but over the last good 60 days or so. That's how damn good they are. The fact Chile now is not even matching them, but on the verge of beating them? This could be unheard of, frankly. And remember, for both of these teams, they've got experience together. They are damn established. So I wouldn't mind seeing some timeouts get called, a way to try and break the momentum here, and potentially even reevaluate how the US is going to be making these attacks, these dives onto these sites. Because it feels, when they launched that fast garage control in round 3 with the Rolling Thunder, it caught Chile flat-footed. The second they went into their defaults, that's where Chile thrives, in forcing out the 1v1s. I want to see the US pull back to the faster play style and potentially even just not even use it with ults. Just try to get, with that mining utility, as much of an advanced position as possible.
The US seemingly also on Haven, stronger on their attack side in the games that they have been played so far. We've got a little bit of a timeout coming through from the USA. Nice one there.
Thank you.
Going to be taking a breather, making sure that they can keep things nice and chill while they still have a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, I think that's what's you need to remember as well, that these are young teams. You know, when we were speaking to the guys on the American team, I think there was 19, 20, 21-year-olds. That's young, and when you're that young, the emotions can dictate your game very, very well.
Do they dictate your games?
Absolutely. So they dictate my casts. So it's either it could be a very big double-edged sword, where either once the emotions are running, once you're feeling good, you can be ultra aggressive, everything works. But when you're down in a rut, when you're going blow for blow with a team that has shown they can recover their defense well, what do the US do to stay focused? Hero Operator comes out on dip, surprisingly.
Let's play.
Tour de Force, I think, activated there.
Yeah, on Benji as well.
Start the round. Fraspeak. Oh, denied that one. To be fair, Fraspeak has had massive value from these snipers so far.
Absolutely, and I think a double operator setup with only pistols is certainly a gamble from the US. It's got to work out. Looking to list over to this A site. There's the opening. Rocket falls, but they haven't displaced the chamber. Fraspeak just for one, instantly traded. The A site swings open like a door in a gale, but can the US bring the cool breezes of death over to this A site?
The shutters are battering, banging on the walls and making plenty of noise for Chile, but at the moment the USA in control of the round. We talk about their A-site tenacity. And a nice little pick up there. 3 on the round now for Benji. Turns his attention to the rest of them. He's looking to line it up, but Benzi stops the 1-letter difference, Benji. It's 2, but I like 1.
It's the Battle of Bens.
Something like that. Paint shell onto the back to cover the off angle, and there's 2 players on the flank. They're going to be playing from the back of sight. Turn the sides around, it's now on the defense.
What may end up playing against the US here is it's not planted for them. They are going to have to try and find a way to get back onto the site they've already taken.
That is massive, though. The Rolling Thunder didn't really get too much value because they'd already pushed away, but it did guarantee them that site. The defuse being stuck. Oh, the spray water too. They turn it around. Hang on a minute. They got defused. He came through with it. I didn't even realise he was sticking that one.
A blunder there from the US. The thought process is there to isolate one of the remaining players. But what they accidentally do, they missed it. They overcommit to that push through to defenders spawn. And it means that once Chile get back onto that site from the flank, it's then the US having to retake their own site. They were makers of their own prison.
Oh my!
And they are sealed now at an equaliser.
That was so close.
And what is a great read on the Chilean part as well. Remember, that was a heavy commitment from both teams. We saw Tour de Force showstopper from the US. Over on the Chilean side, we saw both the Rolling Thunder and the Nightfall get committed. Huge commitment for what was only an operator and a couple of pistols on the US.
Exactly, right? You've got so little being invested there. A really nice turnaround. Let's see if they can capitalize. 5 and 5 right now, 1 HP. And Seltrak backed off. Does get a little bit of a heal up.
You can see
30 now.
The Chileans have found their footing, haven't they? We're seeing some real confidence come out from them. Looking to take fights in both window, through garage, a position which initially they were losing consistently.
Dip has the opening, spotted out by the Boombot, Ali. Able to put the final bullet through. Dip with a second and turns it around. Ben Chambers, the last to fall to the barrel there. Benzi tries to flash point through, opens up for one, turns for a second, but there's a fourth on the round, and the IGL Dip is on a roll.
The second we see Chile they land a punch onto the US are instantly there with the repartee, shutting them down so swiftly. And of course, who better the hero IGL of Dip? We mentioned how the players to watch out for are Ferbza and Benji. We haven't mentioned Dip, and I'll tell you what, that may be a problem on our part, because he is really showing us what you can do on that phase.
Should we just list all of the USA players and say we should watch out for them? Because now...
we might as well.
Seems like we should.
Once again, the US looking to dive onto the safe site. It's met with aggression, though. The combo, boy, just about lands, but there's no kill off the back of it. Instead, Ferbza, the player we just spoke about, instantly there with 2 swift kills. There's glancing damage on the remaining members of the US. Luckily for Chile, they're very swift with their rotation, so they're going to be able to at least delay this initial assault to this site. But only to this site. The US, they've backed off, their gaze is set elsewhere, and now that puts even more pressure onto Frazbeek, who only has a Guardian to work with.
When you have 5 players alive and you're playing against 3, Haven is so open to you. You can just reset, go again. Being that fast as well was a massive asset to them.
Absolutely. And now it's just a straight execution defeat. There's no one there for the Chilean side to stop this.
Moving straight on through, already Ferbza leading the charge. Sure, Frazbeek's on the sidelines, but he's got a duel to worry about. Benji wins that turn. 63 HP, now worried about the flank. Needs to be as well, because there's 2 there. Make that 1 as he's looking to line up yet another shot, and it's good. 3 for Benji, a flank master.
The half ends not with a bang, but with a supernova. The US, they finally get back on track to what was a very strong start to the half. The Chileans have definitely surprised me. I knew there was hidden talent there. I didn't know there was this much talent. I cannot wait to see how the second half progresses. Bearing in mind, the US, they do have a favourment to their attacking half. Is 7-5 enough?
I mean, it is fair. It's a minor advantage, I would say, on their attacking half, right? So you're right. This power from Chile is brilliant to see.
It puts even more pressure onto this pistol round now, where if the Chilean side wins this, straight back into 7-7, and then the US, they're back at almost square one. Thus far, though, Chilean side looking to find a way to what's going to have to match this aggression through garage now from the US. Another Pink Shells combo to land.
Straight into the garage. Dip. First to face, wins out the trade. Not too much damage sent back either way. Ferbza rocket in for a nice little 1-2 peek. Has the frenzy close range, finds very big value there in the mid. Look at that excellent fault line from Darkest. Shoulder peeking him as well, putting the fear of God in. It's working out. Frazbeek now last standing for the Chilean side. Looks for the long range challenge, but needs to be worried about his closed doors.
Yep. That's back-to-back pistol rounds now that Ferbza's had a significant impact with that frenzy. Maybe that's where Ferbza shines. These pistol rounds brings out the frenzy. He works so well alongside Dip. They move around like this 2-man hit squads, and they just isolate players, catch them off guard, and then use that man advantage to back off and force your opponents to play into an uncomfortable scenario. Going into the anti-eco for the Chilean side, yeah, there's a few sheriffs, there's the odd shorty. We might see a cheeky kill here or there, but unless the US are the ones to drop the ball, then this should be a 9-5 half. But as we've seen, if that first series was anything to go by, these pistols don't need to just be respected, they need to be feared.
Trying to open up towards the B site. Celltrack already in and
really
planting.
Fast plant.
Very, very fast. I mean, they're just trying to get the value here, but they are getting shut down in the meantime. Nice little flank around coming through as well from Benji in the mid. Does get spotted. Taken out by the Sheriff in a second as well. He's on the turn. Looking to half defuse it there. Will be shut out again. Three kills on the round for Benzi. That's a lot of value on the breach, but they do take the out.
3 kills on Spike Plant is perfect value. I think for me, the critical mass you hit, if you get 2 kills on your eco rounds, you're in a pretty good position. The fact we saw 3 and the Spike Plants, Chile are going to be very happy with that, and it also complements their composition so well, because you had the phase, the raise, and the breach left alive, all of which equipped with afterplant utility. The C's to set up the paint shells, you got the aftershocks on the breach, you even have the fault line if you want to try and go aggressive off the back of that. You see that fault line there from Benzi by so much time. Beautiful stuff from Chile, and credit where credit's due to the US actually for being able to stop that, because that is a damn hard strategy to counter.
And it is only round 2 on the half, right? Which means it's not the best weaponry you've got. Sure, you've got the automatic weapons and stuff that are going to be coming on through, but you're right, that is really nice value for Chile into the rifle round, forcing actually a couple of pistols out here at the start. Tex goes down first, aggressive from the US. It worked out on their attack. Why wouldn't it work on the defense? 1, 2, and 3. The rifle advantage gets vanished in a split second there. 2 players now standing. Seltrak, a dominating presence on the Chilean roster, looks for the challenge over the long, but does he know about the close player? They're starting to find little openings, little inklings of what they can find, and Seltrak gets another, bringing 3 players now to the US roster. It is 2 alive for Chile.
You've got to be so careful right now. The US, they haven't respected Chile enough. They went for the kills and they've been punished. It's all on Benji now. 1 versus 2. Low HP on Faraz means that this is by all means winnable. For Chile, they need to get the spike down as quick as possible.
He knows they're here. Seltrak, he spots an angle. The headhunter, not quite good enough there. And what a way to pick up a round for Chile.
Absolutely, but the same rule applies to that second round. That was a lot of damage for just a couple of Spectres and pistols. The US making Chile bleed for every step they take. And right now, for both these teams, this best of 3 is going to be a war of attrition. It's going to be death by 1,000 cuts. We have not seen any significant blows to each team like we saw in that final map of our first series. It looks neck and neck right now. Ferbsa, 1 away from his showstopper. Benzi, 1 from his Rolling Thunder. Both players to keep an eye on here, as once again Chile look to try and fight for this long position, having to duel a very early operator on Benji.
Playing it slow, not going super fast. Benji looking for value. Will have the face, will have the chance. Able to nail it. Rendezvous back. Doesn't want to give that operator up. Sensible.
This is the same strategy that was working so well for Chile on their defense, which is peek, get an early frag, then back off. And it then forces the Chileans to work in quite awkward positions now, with players over to A, players over to B. It may be a fight for an ult orb here, just to try and set up Benzi. Early damage shot to Ferbsa, but it's not the kill, it's not the equalizer that they're hunting for here.
Spike moved over to A long. And this is too slow, I think, now. Sure, they can fight for this orb, but they've got the angle for Benji to worry about. And they can control that turn. Looks like they know what's up here. Shots need to land for Benji as he looks for the face. The Omen Orb covers, he's waiting for the timing. Just sails to the right of it, and that allows Chile on and on to the site. A is now completely covered. Again, Benji not quite getting the lineups there on the operator.
That's a Rolling Thunder achieved as well off the back of that spike plant.
Excellent news for Benzi. Potential to cover this post plant or use it in the next round. We'll have to wait and see. The drop down comes through. The US want a retake. It's 2 on the start for Chile. A 3rd and a 4th as well as Tex anchors from the center. And now 1 player stands. Benji. He had the heaven position, but he was pushed off. No mercy.
Absolutely perfect. Remember, they had to go through a hellscape of a group stage to even get to playoffs. But they've shown us exactly why they were the ones to go through. That head-to-head against the Australian team, it was their breeze which carried them through. A Descent which was winless in the group stage is now looking to redeem itself in playoffs. And what a matchup for it to be. What a matchup for it to be. And now I want to mention as well is in that afterplant, when you end up with teams retaking onto you that quickly, it's so hard to set up. Tex and Benzi did absolutely perfectly there to hold each angle of attack to make sure once that spike goes down, you then have enough utility to prevent the retake. And then the discipline to not use that Rolling Thunder, it becomes so easy to overcommit abilities in rounds like that. They keep their discipline, they use their mining utility, and it works out for them. Their aim is what gets them through, aided by that mining utility. Now for the US, they have to go up against the Rolling Thunder, which they could have baited out last round, and better still, that operator on Benji now needs to have even more impact.
The big surprise for me so far this match is Benzi. Right, top fragging right now on the breach. An agent that maybe you wouldn't consider a massive pop-off performer, but super, super valuable. The lowest ACS on the team coming into this game. He has stepped up massively.
I told you he's inconsistent. And I told you, once he finds that consistency, he is a master at his craft. And for the Chilean side, now Benzi's doing well. It's going to be very easy for the rest of them to fall into that rhythm. For the US, same story, right? Benji, he's had those pop-off rounds, as has Ferbza, but they've not had the clean domination that we've seen in the group stage. It's instead been dip.
I don't like it, but I have to deal with it.
Yeah.
We're getting a little bit of a tech pause. I believe that's, I'm not sure which side it is, but we'll be getting that sorted as soon as possible. Yeah. Maybe the technical issue is we just lost that round. Can we, how did that happen?
Can we reset it again, please? Yeah. I tell you what, I would love to see a little bit more aggression from the American team. So we saw Benji, the peak he's taking towards Sewers, a lot more passive than the one that Ferbza was going for when he was on the defense. It feels like a lot more respect is being given to Chile from the US than vice versa. So for me, I mean, you can hear the support the Chilean team has, right? That's incredible. But for the members of the US, I want to see a lot more bold peaks and sort of phase-raised combos with that Seize and those paint shells, the aggression of Benji with that operator. Yes, the round that kind of springs to mind is when they only had pistols. Ferbza with that 3k on the Spectre, but they kept fighting, they overextended, and it meant that they just got punished. Feels like that set them back mentally to the point now where they're scared of peaking, they're scared of aggression, because it could be punished in the same way as that third round.
Involve the coach in the back there. Making sure his team's being looked after, I'm sure they are.
Yeah, he's not just the coach, he's also the founder of the Northwood University sort of Valorant program. I'm so proud of, considering they're currently ranked 1 in the collegiate circuit. So Northwood, they go into this with, you know, with the resume, right?
I mean, you talked about how this isn't the team that we've seen dominate the group stages. Yeah. This isn't the team that you saw dominate North America either, right?
That's true.
This is still, they're still in the lead. We have to give them that credit,
That's true.
To be fair. And 13-8 is their, I think, normal scoreline on Haven. Yeah. In all 3 of their matches, they got a 13-8 scoreline on Haven. So they are still below that threshold.
Right, maybe the second Chile hit 8 rounds, the US go, right, and then just go ahead and win it. But I quite like the momentum Chile are working with. I think they're not feeling too shaken by the fact they're down. They're still going for these peaks. They're still looking for aggression.
Yeah.
And that's sort of shown in their afterplants as well, where they're willing to keep fighting even once they're in a retake.
It seemed like we saw the US team backstage. We saw the Chilean team. They looked very
really
laid
relaxed.
back.
They
right?
were
They looked
really relaxed,
very relaxed coming into this game, coming into this tournament as well. From the quotes that we've had from them, they seem really chill, right?
Yeah.
You know, even though they're an LCQ team, it feels like they're, I don't know, they're just quietly confident. And even though they're behind right now,
absolutely,
this game is far from over.
Something to mention as well, for Chile and the LCQ, they just 2-0'd everything. They didn't drop a map. So they really did dominate that LCQ. So they earned their spot here by quite a distance. And now they're earning their spot in playoffs. We've got a game in our hands, John.
It's the round of 16 still, and the quality of the game so far today has been phenomenal. I mean, even the first match that we saw, unexpected, I would say, to go to 3. Absolutely. I mean, it was unexpected maybe to go all the way to 3.
Yeah.
Egypt coming in as the favourite. Yeah. Indonesia really gave them a run for their spot in those quarterfinals. Now, again, it looks like tenemos una partida.
Can I get a translation?
We have a match.
We do indeed have a match, and I appreciate the translation as well. I'm not as smart as you are, John. As we go into these next couple of rounds, for the US side, I think that aggression has worked for them, but the trap they fell into is Chile are very good at making them overextend. I think that we need to see they still need to keep that respect, but they can't give respect to the point where they're letting Chile just set up, execute on sites. There needs to be a middle ground to be found, right? And remember, this is the US's map pick. Our next map is Breeze, a map which Chile have dominated on, and a map which we haven't seen the US team play for a good while now.
I have to dig into the strap pocket. Thumbs up coming through from Ali there on the end, closest to the camera. Looking pretty chill, getting ready to get on with it.
Absolutely. Business as usual for the US team. Another match, another series, another chance to try and win a trophy, right? Add to the collection. That is until Chile came along.
We are still in the tech pause here.
While we are in the tech pause, I'm going to give you a chance to change your prediction. Do you want to hop on to the Chilean side, or do you still think the US is going to take this?
I'm going to stick with the US. I think that
fair enough.
We have seen enough, and I think this might actually help for them have a little bit of that mental reset. They're playing on this defense. We said their attack side is going to be stronger. So a couple of cracks being found by the Chilean squad, they can, I feel, address those a little bit more during this pause.
Absolutely. You say that.
Internally.
I'm sticking to the Chilean side.
That's fair.
They're playing some very entertaining Valorant at the moment. They're not scared to take fights. And I think, for me, both Benzi and Darkest have really performed well on these breaches. And absolutely. I think, for me, Haven is a map which is made by your breach. Your duelists certainly help, but it's your breaches which set everything up. Your breaches in your face. So I love this breach duel. I now want to see how it pans out in the sort of latter stages of this map, sort of dying whispers of it. And I also want to see how the US are going to fare on their retakes, because they've not won a retake yet.
It looks like we are going to be getting back into the game. We did go from one tech pause to a different tech pause during that.
That's fine.
You know what? It's handled.
We do tech pauses in batches here.
I'll tell you what, get them all out of the way now.
Exactly.
This isn't a pansy high podcast. We're trying to keep it. We're trying to keep it cool.
So to mention here as well, Benji does have the operator. Darkest brings out a Marshal as well. That's it for the long range potential. And it's aggression from the US now, pushing 3C. It's going to be down to Cell Track to stop this.
Up high, doesn't get value for the position. Paranoia to slow the aggression down C long. And will be backed off. Well, they're going to move over to A, though, and that's an opening potential.
What they're doing is, for the US, they're funneling the Chilean team into the awaiting arms, the inviting arms of this chamber.
Oh, needed to get that shot there, but didn't quite land it. Again, a little opening found on A long, and Benji lets it drop. That's the second time that happens. It can't happen again. And the plant goes down in a really secure post plant.
Absolutely. Paint shell's not going to do too much damage. Look at the HP of Chile there. Cell Track, Benzi checks all hit down low. That's where these sheriffs really look scary as well.
The pistol's not going to find an impact on the first drop. Burbs is there. A drop down from Benji, but Dip's on the warpath. Ali's there as well. And now, just Dip in action. Look at a play from actually on the site. The paint shell pushes him back, uses a little bit of cover, looks for the spray, covers across as well, taps the defuse, waits for the peek, gets the headshot, and a second as well! 4 for Dip, and what a way to bring it back!
We mentioned Dip is the player to keep an eye on, and for good reason. Only a sheriff, only heads to find, no problem. Finds that Vandal, finds 2 players, finds the defuse of Nightfall, and the operator for Benji. That is all you could possibly want if you are an American fan right now. Dip, what a map so far, and what a retake from the US. The second we say, you know what, the US, their retakes haven't looked too good. Well, there you have it. What a round.
Definitely should be happy with that. Dip in the middle there, IGLing from the center. Leading from the front as well. Fantastic performance in that round.
We've got a judge come out from Cell Track as well. Tour de force from Frazpeak. There's the opening Burbs to fall. There are still ults available for both teams, though. That Nightfall on Dip is going to be the difference maker here.
Nice teleport into sight in the plant as well. Slow as there. Nightfall, lovely headshot. That gives the spike over to the control of the defense.
And with the Rolling Thunder in the hands of Darkest here, trying to reclaim this spike is going to be so hard for Chile.
And they do have the Rolling Thunder on side as well for Benzi, and the Showstopper to clear angles. I say that, hang on a minute, I take that back. Rolling Thunder invested on the defense there. Showstopper denied value. The Tour de Force is the only ultimate they have, and probably not going to be the best for it. They are just going to trade off these angles. Oh, a shoulder is all you need, but Benji spots Rochit moving on forwards. A nice little trade coming through for the USA. They push another one into the sight lines. Darkest lines it up. Now it's just Frazpeak.
What a round from both Benji and Darkest there. Darkest to not only use that Rolling Thunder to buy space, he gets 2 fault lines off and an aftershock, and his flashes all land. He then cancels the plant by pushing through the chamber slow. Better still, he's able to set up Benji with the saved operator from Dip last round, and you see the butterfly effect that starts to take place here. Once Benji has that operator, Frazpeak can no longer be as aggressive as he would want to be with that tour de force because of the ever-looming threat of that sniper's presence. Benzi does still have that Rolling Thunder, but there's no firepower to follow it up. The Judge still in the hands of Seltrak. What can he hope to do with it as they set up for what may be a hit through Garage, or better still, to this B site? Rolling Thunder, but it's still in their back pocket, and another attempt for an early plant.
Darkest, though, knows this play. He spots it out, doesn't even take damage from the boombot there. And they are back in this push off. Chile, they are getting turned around at the door. Turn away. No, thank you.
Looks like the US have found their footing here. Chile have been sent reeling. Tex one away from a Nightfall, so that's at least something they're going to have next round. But what they won't have is that cushion of rounds that they can lose. The US on the precipice of map points on their own map pick, and a statement to Chile that they are here and they are here to win.
No real ground found, but a nice little angle for Tex to move towards this C site. Actually, a lot of control given up here, Kramer, on this site.
Yeah.
And that's going to allow them to move through, potentially playing as 3. If they can get control of long, there's a very valuable round here for them.
Oh, it is. And it's actually aggression instead of a plant, but it's expected by Darkest here. So smart, John.
Ooh, it might be expected, but it's not going to be found. Unfortunately, Benzi lands the headshot there. Plant comes through. 4v3 on the retake. They don't manage to get enough ground to go and get the rifle, though. That is going to be pretty big, as the fault line slows things down yet again.
Ooh,
In comes the Rolling Thunder. This is bold. The play, hang on a minute. He didn't even spot him, go right past him. Burbsa finds an initial pick and leaves 2 on the site now for his 3 teammates to deal with.
All on Rocket, not much to do. Dip delivers that killing blow. The US, it's a sanguineous sovereignty for our sodden superheroes. The US, they make it 12 for Chile now, up against it. That spike plant is going to allow them to have a little bit more cash to play with, potentially to have a little bit more firepower behind them. But John, is that enough?
I love that little hot pass that it just kind of flew off the side of the screen.
Yeah.
A little bit too much tunnel vision there to catch that
4x3.
But exactly, you know, stretch screen, what are you going to do? Nice retake, though, coming through from the US, even after that Rolling Thunder.
Absolutely, perfect stuff thus far. And I tell you what, considering they've just hit map point, the US looking very composed. Tex with that Nightfall. There are rifles behind it. The Nightfall, the only ult to work with, means it is crucial, critical for the success of Chile now.
What are you going to do when Dip just rolls around the corner, slaps you back? And Chile going to be knocked off their feet there, opening up, trying to move in with the fade, and actually Frazpeak gets an opener onto Darkest, a really important pickup as well. Those fault lines so valuable for retakes.
Something to mention as well is that from the shadows and that tour de force don't have too much impact on retakes either. The US, their aim is what needs to get them through here, and with Dip low on HP, this could really come back to haunt them.
Now back on the high ground, Benji stumbled a couple times in this spot, but lands it this time around. Back on form for a second as well. One player now playing in hell. Tex wants to hold it down for Chile and can't quite decide which way to go. Is it left? Is it right? Either way, he's wrong.
Left, right, well for Benji it's good night to Chile on Haven as it goes 13-7. I'll tell you what, for the US average, a little bit better than expected maybe, John. But a hell of a performance regardless. And I tell you what, if this is but a taste as to what's to come, I cannot wait to get into our next map.
I mean, the USA might have taken the dub there, but you know what? It takes 2 to tango, and Chile have brought their dancing shoes today.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm so pleasantly surprised by both Darkest and particularly Benzi, who, as we said, has been inconsistent through the group stage, has hit this playoff opening map, and has just popped off.
Moving over into the second map, though, we're going to be looking over to Breeze. I'm really excited to see how that stacks up. Neither of these teams played this in the group. Oh, hang on a minute. Take that back. Chile played it twice in the group stage. Exactly. On both times around. It was 13-3 score lines. Yeah. We haven't seen the USA play that this time.
Absolutely. And the US has been a good while since they've actually played on Breeze, which means that for the Chileans, they may be looking at the 0-1 series scoreline, and rather than being shaken by it, they could just be rubbing their hands together mischievously, knowing that actually, we're exactly like that. We're going to a map which they know. And so, this is by all means not a sealed deal for the Americans.
No, not at all. But it is excellent to get that first little step in their door, that boost of confidence coming into the playoff bracket. Not only that, to do it on the stage as well. We've got other matches going on right now in the Red Bull Campus Clutch for the other teams in this round of 16. So to be able to step up and perform on that stage, those nerves, they're going to start to melt away now.
Absolutely, and something to mention for the Chileans when it comes to nerves is they've got the crowd behind them. We heard that throughout that game. This is a wild crowd as well. Very vocal about their support. And for the Chileans, as mentioned, that's a double-edged sword. When your emotions are high, you're doing well, it's great. But when you're down in the dumps, when you're in the trenches, trying to find your emotions, trying to keep your composure can be so damn difficult.
Yeah, they need to keep that on the cool, because if you don't, it can just run all away from you. Hopefully they'll be able to, you know, it's seaside on Breeze, right?
Exactly,
so hopefully they'll be able to take a little bit of a chill out, make sure that they've got themselves focused.
Yeah,
exactly.
Exactly, pull up deck chair, maybe a bit of wine. It's based in France, isn't it, Breeze?
You know what? I'm not sure.
I think it could be. So a French holiday to the north of France. Sounds like quite a nice deal if you ask me. But of course,
a lovely cold Red Bull on the beach.
Something tells me it won't be that relaxed though for the members of both teams actually. Bear in mind that for the Chilean side, they're when they are playing Breeze, you get Tex who moves away from that fade onto that jet. Eyes yelling from the jet means I'm expecting some serious aggression from them, and potentially something that could catch the US a little bit flat-footed.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how that's going to change things up. A lot of long sight lines on Breeze as
Absolutely.
well, so the
Double
chambers
setups.
going to be coming through as well. Very valuable.
Absolutely, and for Frasnik, who is currently only playing chamber, this map is perfect for him. So I think that for the Chileans, this could really be a chance to strike back at the Americans.
Well, there you go. We are going to be heading back to the stage with Ian.
Thank you very much. I am loving it here in Sao Paulo. I know our live crowd's loving it as well. And to the left of me, by the way, my name's Ian. Thank you so much for having me. We've got award-winning analyst Jessica. I'm going to say that 15,000 times this week. And we have World Championship coach as well. Of course, G2 Gozen. It is Kakas. Kakas, how are you doing?
Good, good. Feels amazing here.
It feels, do you know what? This is the first time that we've met, right?
Yeah.
We shook hands, and then I took it up a notch. Should we do it again?
Oh, let me back up for this, boys. Go ahead, go ahead. Oh.
Talk me through it, Jess.
Isn't this just heartwarming? Just two game-loving men.
That's it.
Coming in, giving a hug. Lots of sportsmanship here.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what we just saw there. It was almost as exciting as that hug. We saw USA take map 1 from Chile. And look, it was back and forth. I'm going to actually come to you first here. Chile showed some really good moments of gameplay, but USA just seemed to have their number.
I mean, Chile has like really good fundamentals.
Yeah.
And they had some momentum going, but like it was, I think, a bit unlucky with the pause. That's like, it just broke down, you know, and like North America could just bounce back on this, and like they just completely dominated.
I think fundamentals, and another word I want to throw is discipline into the mix. I think both of these teams showed incredible discipline throughout this map. I think the USA actually was taken aback by Chile's discipline. They were expecting pushes left, right, and center, and I think Chile really stood their ground when they needed to. It's unfortunate in the mid to late round, the USA had better fundamentals to be able to capitalize on that discipline, and Chile wasn't able to be able to, you know, just finish off those rounds in a cool, clean, crisp sort of motion. So that's something that I think Chile will learn from that map. Do I think it's enough to win the series? I still got my hand up about USA being the ones that have the experience to really take this.
Yeah, and also like that round 2v1, it was heartbreaking for them.
Absolutely.
This Chile team, though, they're arguably easy to underestimate, just simply because, you know, they got here via the last chance qualifier. Yep. They came second in their groups. USA are on this like formidable, just undefeated run at the moment. They're not dropping maps anywhere. Do you think that, despite that, USA did show Chile the respect that they deserved?
I think when you get on stage, it innately drops into you that you're in a very serious position and you have to give respect. I don't know a single team in any, you know, World Cup that I've ever watched or World Championship that hasn't given respect to their other teammates, or rather to their opponents. So I think the US did. I think after the first few rounds, you know, winning the third round, you get a little bit giddy, you get a bit maybe overconfident, and I think that maybe was a little bit of their downfall, but Chile played well to bring that back, and I think this is the story of the initiators. Welcome to a map where the story is always about the initiators yet again today, and that's something that both of these teams really stood up with, and I'm really proud of both of the sides here. Benzie did a really, really good job on his side as well.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that because I know that you as an analyst, you like to analyze high-quality gameplay, right?
That's true. I mean, generally,
that's what you like to do.
Can't lie.
These teams so far are giving you everything you wanted.
Yeah, I think the biggest surprise to me is that you can come to this tier level and still get high-level gameplay. You and I can stand here, use all of the fundamentals we understand about strategy, utility usage, retakes, everything, and we're still talking about this on the same level that we would on a VCT EMEA desk, for example. So that is an incredible level of gameplay that we're being afforded here.
Yeah, I was also surprised by, for example, Chile's decisions that, for example, they are going for a site, they're not planting instantly, Like, they're taking their positions, they're taking their timings, like, maybe even pushing further, like, to take more space control, which is really good, and, like, on amateur level, like, you wouldn't get that for sure.
Not. You would not.
Kakas, Jess has touched on it there, the size and the magnitude of this stage, right? When you get on there, you have to give your opponent the respect that they deserve. As a man who knows what it takes on big stages, as a coach, how do you deal with it, the magnitude? Because there are players here that, of course, have never even been in this position ever before. There's a lot of pressure involved with, number one, wanting to progress to the quarterfinals. Number two, wanting to represent your country and wave the flag high in the air. And then number three, being able to handle it under the bright lights.
I mean, you have to have this mentality that, like, if you're going to lose, like, nothing really happens, and... Yeah, of course it's going to be hard for all of them, like especially if they're new to the stages and stuff, since like they're students. But yeah, like to handle this, you need experience, right?
Yeah.
So like I think it's a good step for everybody playing here in like no matter what, like how they're going to end up, like losing or winning. So yeah.
Agree. And every single player deserves to be here. Jess, let's talk about player dip.
You talking about dip?
I want to talk about the dip.
You want to talk about dip?
The man.
The dip that had the diff?
That's it.
The dip that had the dip. Can we bring Dip up? Thank you very much. He had the old initiator dip. Now, not by much. I will say Benzi stood up for his side, and this was a story being told, a tale of the initiators. But Dip, well, he gave me the diff that I was looking for. There was
the dip
not
with the diff. I like
the dip with the diff. I don't know. I just came up on the spot with that one. But he was the one that has moved onto the fade. For most of the teams, which is a little bit surprising, a lot of teams have not moved away from Sova here at this tournament. There is a high percentage of Sova play and not a high percentage of fade just yet. Now that we're moving into the latter parts of the tournament, it's nice to see people, showing that they have the fade utility, because that's the future of Valorant, at least in the meta currently. And the fact that we're seeing a lot more fade gameplay and really good fade gameplay, that will actually be the difference. But you can't keep resting on your laurels. Well, I used to play Sova, so I guess I'll keep playing Sova. We're a little bit past that. Maybe not on the next map, but on some of these other maps, like we've just seen, fade can be a real difference maker from an initiator standpoint.
Can you feel that? Can you feel that? It feels like I don't know if it's the aircon or what, but there's definitely a breeze coming through. You got it?
You just want to take over? I'm out of here. That was
Okay.
awful.
Okay, I'll bow out there. Let's get into our second map, USA versus Chile. We are going a breeze, of course, as the terrible pun I just alluded to. But one thing's for sure, we are now crossing over to our casters.
I liked it, Ian. I thought it was good. I'm a big fan of that one. I'll give you credit there.
You're a funny man, Ian. You're a funny man. Of course, we're going on to Breeze. For Chile now, it's make or break. Alita doing it on their home ground. For the members of the US, I think that the one thing they're going to have to try and control here is that operator presence from both Farazbeak and, of course, from Tex, who, bear in mind that the defensive operator presence from Farazbeak on Haven was really damn strong. So for the US, if they can keep Farazbeak kind of tucked into a pocket, if they can keep him on his back foot, trying to counter that, trying to find some aggression past that, is going to be really damn difficult. So going to our agent select from the Chilean side, it looks like business as usual.
Seems like we are going to see the regular lineup that we saw from them twice in the group stages, the KO Sova Jet Viper Chamber. Looks like we might be seeing a little bit of a mirror matchup as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's just signature agents from both of from the entire team thus far. And now the duel I'm really interested in now is between both Benzi and Dip. Dip, who played out of his mind on Haven as the Fade, and then Benzi, who showed us that when he's playing good, his whole team is unstoppable. But with both of them on the Sova now, the reconnaissance that comes from that is going to be so damn interesting. Something else I want to mention now is for Tex on the Jet. Ice yelling as a Jet is damn difficult. So I want to see how Chile potentially adapt to that and wields what could be that double-edged sword against the US.
I mean, it's obviously working out on Breeze for
Absolutely,
them, right?
absolutely.
13-3 scorelines both times they've played it so far this tournament, but the USA, I'm thinking going to give them a little bit more of a challenge.
Absolutely. I would love to see a third map. I really would. I think Ascent, I think is where we finish this, would be incredible. Especially with both teams playing so well. The Chile, though, it's on them to try and get us there. The ball's in the Chilean court, the Americans now. How do they recover? How do they respond? And how do they keep their momentum on the second map?
With the support of the crowd, anything is possible here, Kremer. And Chile will be looking to channel that into their breeze. Starting out, they will be playing on the attack. The US starting that defense.
Thus far, the Chilean side set up for this attack over towards A. It's going to be down to Darkus to try and counteract this over in mid. Raspi catching up the timing on the Jets here.
They do now know of each other's presence. Dash activated there. The rendezvous's not going to matter when there's a round going straight through your eyeball. Verbser turns attention to A main. Cloudburst out through, and Verbser breaches well. Over onto Keltrax with a Viper. Tagged up, spotted as well. Trading off though, and it is still the numbers advantage. Going over for the defense on the USA. Looking to try and control that cross. A sneaky little position for Verbser, but it's actually dipped with the shot dart to find it. But Benzi equalizes, and now Benji leaves them 1 versus 1. Ali now up to the plate. Will get rebuffed. Aroche picks up a third.
Oh, if this is what's to come, but a mid-taste. Firstly, send my compliments to the chef. Secondly, I cannot wait to see how this map pans out. And for Rocket, there's something to take note of. Chile didn't plant that spike. That was constant aggression. We saw a really deep flash drive from Rocket as well to try and allow Benzi to work for this early, to try and garner this man advantage. Something which they only just about did. It was Verbser who was able to respond as well as Dip with some great shock dart placements. The US now on the back foot, look for aggression over to B main, where it's going to be down to one very scary Viper in the form of Seltrak to be waiting for them.
Tech's already opening up though, and the bidding starting to get high already for the USA. Nice little angle for Seltrak, not spotted, certainly not found now, but it's not going to matter. Turns the corner, Dip trades it off, and again, it looks like the IGL is on form for the US.
Look how deep the chamber is, look how deep Braspeak is onto this A site. Wow. So for the US, it's going to be a retake. The question is, how expensive can they make this retake? Ultor's being acquired, a little bit of damage attempted through the mid doors here with that Marshall, and hey, with Benzi falling, I guess that's the definition of damage.
Okay, all right, I see you there, Ali. Sneaking those angles, playing your game. And you love to see it. Marshall finds an opening. Fraspeak controlling on the sidelines, one side to the other, finally lands the sensor. And now with the spike down, Ali wants a little bit more of an angle. Dip turning through the main. Tex picks that one up. Thank you very much. Last player standing now, Ali. He's had one. Needs to knock off a couple more if he wants to take this site, but it's expensive. It's money that he's trying to siphon away from the enemy team from Chile. Won't be able to find any more. And the Bulldog lands the headshot. It's Ali going down. Chile on 2.
Losing 2 players is, well, I'd argue, it's quite acceptable for Chile. Bearing in mind that they're able to retrieve the 2 Bulldogs that they invested into that round anyway. So all you're really losing is the odd Spectre. I think even the odd Pistol. Really, really strong position now for the members of Chile going into the San Diego. Remember, those Bulldogs, they do have that long-range threat to them, which is something that your Spectres don't have. And so, for the US, I want to see them keep it clean, I want to see them keep it disciplined, with Vandals on every single member. The ults aren't quite there yet. Benzi the closest 2 away from his Hunter's Fury. His aim is going to have to be what carries him to victory here. And for Ferbser, he certainly has aim by the bucket loads. Fortunately, though, without information, it's Dip to get that first blood.
Dip is just continuing to open it up. Oh, 3 in the mid. They peek him, and he is just ready for it every single time.
Absolutely, and set up beautifully by the bait and switch with Ferbser as well. Dip on for 4, unable to convert it, but that's when Ferbser strikes. Fraspeak blinks, and he misses it. Where's my team gone, boys? Where are you?
Flashbang around the side, flashed out. Fraspeak gets one, but Ali's there. The haymaker from the sideline.
Yep, perfect stuff from the US, and they respond beautifully. Now, losing 2 players, same story as our anti-eco. It's the sort of acceptable casualty, right, you're expecting going into your 3rd round. So for the Chilean side, now the proper guns come out. Now those big, deep scary, threatening guns come out, what will they do with them? And we're also going to be seeing a Guardian come out on Seltrak rather than the risk of an Operator. I actually quite like that. Guardians, for me, a little bit of a niche weapon, but on a map like Breeze, they certainly have their presence. Rocket one away from a no command. Benzi, a Hunter's Fury, but that's to match Dip, who's already got his readily available. And with the confidence of that Hunter's Fury, it's aggression from Ferbza already through B.
Does get spotted. The Guardian's good for Seltrak. The one-tap dirt nap coming through for Ferbza. Not ideal. See you in the next round. Chile, slow, passive.
With the ult-opping skill on the other side of the map for Rocket, that's going to be the null command readily available for them. And on a hit to be here, this null command could actually catch out Dip, meaning that there's going to be no threat to either delay or cancel these marks with Ali on the other side of the map.
Recon bolt sent over. The Viper wall as well. In its presence, can't teleport away. You've been suppressed there, unfortunately. Back of the site, valuable spot to hold. Can he hold the corner? Yes, an excellent angle off-bound for as well. Darkest. Benji lands yet another, and the numbers are even. But one player's down already. Seltrak, really a lone operator in this scenario. Can't really do too much to get Roche back up.
Absolutely, with only 30 HP as well, he's got to try and fake the fact he's rotated, sort of raising, lowering the wall, hoping that will bait the US into a rotation. But with 30 seconds left, they're not budging, they're not shifting for Seltrak. At least there'll be a Viper's Pit next round, but that's the silver lining they're going to have to find in this. Beautiful defense there from the US. Question now is, can they repeat it?
Ooh, landing a headshot there could have been a little bit of a difference maker for it, but Seltrak put back on track. That's some good news coming through from the US defense. Take a look at this hold yet again. It was a really nice 1-2 punch coming through from Darkest at the back and Benji on the front.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I can't help but think that for the Chilean team, they seemed a little bit scared of pushing that back line where Benji was playing. And it meant that he had a lot of space to just jiggle in and out, doing damage on each swing and harassing the Chilean HP just down to sort of the mid-range position, allowing his teammates to be the ones to get those frags. And Dip still with that Hunter's Fury. You've got Ferbza, Darkest, both are bouncing on the precipice of getting their ults as well. For Chile, other than the Blade Storm, which could come out from Tex here, there's not much to work with.
Marshall's lighting up the tube.
There is that Blade Storm available for Tex. Not quite wielded just yet. Hopefully, well, I guess with the Chilean side, hoping that Brasby can get into a fairly aggressive position on tube once again. But Benji's ready for it this time.
A little bit of cover up there. Might have been good for Ferbza, but falls away from it. The decay taking him a little bit too low for comfort. Spray down is good. Dip and Darkest both opening up for one. Benzi and Roche now left last two standing for Chile on this somewhat eco. Forced a little bit into it. They're having a couple of marshals, but they're not even going to get any value for it. A really nice consolidation round from the USA.
What's even better for the US is they did that without ult commitments. 4 ults now available up against the 3, soon to be 4 with Brasby 2 away from a Tour de Force on Chile as well. So much utility to work with on both teams now. The KOs on both sides are going to have the biggest impact in these rounds, not just when it comes to setting up teammates with flash drives. It now comes through the usage of those daggers to suppress and to keep the enemy back at an angle where you can fight them and zone them out of these sites.
Knife over into the mid. Just press over towards the B main approach. Hunter's Fury from Dip. Looks for one. Doesn't quite get any intel to the rest of the map, but the mid-top is covered as Tex goes down. Let's go for Benji. On a rifle round, losing too early. This is what you're talking about, the power of those ults.
It's such a beautiful bait and switch from the US as well. They use that Hunter's Fury in a position where Tex can extend to potentially kill the Sova, but that's where Benji is there to cover his teammates. You invite Chile into your active lines of sight, and they punish it beautifully. Down to the 3v5. If you're on the Chilean side, you need a kill, you need it quick.
Ali, close angle, crucial for Darkest, doesn't even need him. What is going on? How does he's just taking all these shots, he knows exactly where they're going to be. He hears that approach, he senses it. And with Purest Dark, sends them to bed.
I said it would have to be the KOs to have the impact. Darkest, he does not disappoint, John. What's around from him, both in the suppression to force the early gunfights, but then again when he's having to cover his Viper, who's already on the head glitch. So he just does the bait switch through the smoke, does the damage, actually even picks off the kill, that emboldens him to go aggressive, and it pays off wonderfully Forced through the scoreline now. For the Chilean side, it's a couple of pistols, couple of marshals to work with. Peak one away from a tour de force, which may be where we see the real impact come from the Chilean side alongside this Blade Storm. Already brought out by Ferbsa and even going more aggressive than they were with the rifles.
This is already the worst scoreline that Chile have had on this map. Yeah. So the USA definitely doing a lot and are gonna do more as well. Ferbsa threads the needle, lands both of them, refreshes those knives as well. Really, really nice start to the anti-eco. Those two marshals, I mean, you see it on Breeze, it's a standard fare, but you are going to be picking up those long-range positions, but not really finding any value in last round or this round.
It's the victory through lobbing cutlery for the US side thus far. And with Tex and Frasbeek both being the players who fall, that's your tour de force, that's your Blade Storm. Your two ultimates that you need to have impacts on your eco just plucked from the round. Now it's the marshals, the sheriffs, much harder weapons to wield than a tour de force, than a Blade Storm. And with aggression from Soundtrack, Darkest already waiting for it. It's laboured, that's very laboured, but Ali's there to recover.
I thought the shorty was going to come into play.
I'd love to have seen a shorty kill.
It would have been great. I'm still waiting for it. One day, maybe, if I'm a good boy, I'll be able to have a shorty kill in a game that I'm casting. Coming through, Ferbsa, back up into the mid, still has a knife or two to play with, but the rifles just going to find the rounds through the bricks. Not going to land too much damage, but Dip is there, playing that top mid position. Hasn't been challenged for a while. He's champing at the bit, but Darkest steals that one away.
Looks like the US have found that rhythm here. Really dominant performance thus far, and for the Chilean side, they're doing a great job slowing these rounds, slowing the pace. The issue is by the time the round is slowed to a position in which Chile can execute, they just don't have the players. So I think for Chile, if they can find a way to get this man advantage, this player advantage a little bit earlier, they could be in such a strong position to mount a comeback. This is by all means not a sealed deal, but for the US, they're looking pretty damn strong. Operators finally come out. One on Tex, one on Benji. This duel now is going to really dictate how one-sided this half may be.
Trying to move that utility down, and Benji takes down the Jet. The IGL Tex falls first. That might even be the difference maker here, all in all.
For Benji, if it moves, it dies. If it dies, he moves on. 5-2 the scoreline, and I mean, for the player count, only 5-3 here. The Chileans, yes, they have the ults to work with, but they've not been in a position to use them. For the US, they're doing such a good job at forcing gunfights, forcing the Chileans into an uncomfortable position that's trying to work through this myriad of utility, this hailstorm of bullets. They finally get to a site, they're 2 players down.
Darkest, such an immovable object on this A site. Will open one, just get flashed out, can't really go for the full peek there. Pinged out on the player. Benzi still working from the main. Ferbsa's there for backup as well, and Ali lays it down straight on through.
How does Darkest survive that long? He is unkillable right now, and with the use of these flash drives, he's buying so much time. He's blessed with Da Vinci vision, frankly. Just constantly buying time, space, suppressions. Chileans, they've had this Viper's Pit for the last kind of 4 or 5 rounds now, and they've just not got to a site. They've not been able to use it. Such a strong performance from the US so far. For the Chileans, I'm interested to see how their defense works out, because this aggression, they only work for so long from the Americans.
Their attack has been characterized, I would say, by aggression for the Americans.
Absolutely.
Right? Certainly on the first map that we saw. This time the defense seemingly getting a couple of aggressive peeks in as well.
Smiles
the US team, look at them, they are chilling right now. They are happy to be here, and why not? It's lovely here in Rio. We're having a great time.
It's the hottest day we've had so far.
Is it?
Since we've been here, yeah. It's quite nice weather, actually.
It's lucky we've got AC in the green room then.
We are very lucky to have AC in the green room. We're very lucky to have AC up here as well, actually.
That's true. I would be a puddle on the floor. I would melt.
As would I.
Under the pressure. Hopefully, Chile won't melt under this pressure they're in. We heard at the end of that last round as well, the crowd really picking them up, trying to give them that confidence, to buoy them back into this as we go back into round number 9. 6-2 lies the score, and it tells the tale of USA going all the way.
tour de force available for Fraz Peak, something to work with, but look at that suppression from Darkest. Garners so much info, and for the Chileans, that Spectre on the Viper is sort of the telltale sign that they're going to try and set up for a Viper's Pit onto this B site. Assault comes through, Dip the man to try and stop it.
Viper wall blocking vision right now, but that's going to fall as Ali opens 1,
Oh
2,
my.
3 headshots coming through. Excellent hold from the Viper. Looks for more as well. Lines up a 4th. Ace on the cards, but it's taken. It's Verbza who's there. 2 players lost, but the USA close down the hopes of Chile.
Once again, they look like they're in a position to absolutely dominate with a clean execution. The set piece goes down, the flashes follow it up, but Ali just finds a way to position himself, to poise himself, to cancel every single player who swings into him. And it's heartbreaking for Chile to have the Spectre on Seltrak be the first weapon that swings. It's the weakest weapon on the team and it goes first. And it's also with the Spike and with that Viper's Pit, which was their win condition in that round. Unfortunately for the Chile, it's just not enough. The US is feathering their roles beautifully. Viper's Pit committed now. And for Chile, the presence in mid is going to have to go up against Dip over the top of the grey, green and greasy ooze. There's no kill as of yet, but the information may very well force Chile to, well, for now, renew their vigour in mid.
Benji has been dominating these sidelines for quite a while now. We've had Darkest immovable over on A. Now sent over to B, because you know what? We've got a Viper's Pit. We can just cover that for you. Excellent stuff. We've even had Dip controlling mid really effectively. They've fallen off that position a little bit for him.
Absolutely. Headhunter not quite able to find that opening. Darkest once again is there to shut down Seltrak. Ali now potentially being pressured out of his own pit.
Verbza, though, has got his back, opens the trades. Betsy behind the corner, swings out wide, spike down. Now Verbza's position's known, sure, but Tex going to be challenged that one. Flash from main. Trying to keep this one going. Not going to take the challenge just yet. Tex in the corner with Darkest. Pops the Cloudburst there. Might even dash over for the orb if he's feeling cheeky, but another Cloudburst waiting for the flank.
What can you do if you're Tex here? You're in a position that's known, you've only got a Marshal to work with, and you've got to go up against an Operator which will already be holding you across, and Vandal's ready in a crossfire. It feels like an impossible scenario, especially with only 12 seconds on the board for Tex here. I think damage may be the only goal.
They know he's snuck out now, Tex playing on the stack. And you're not getting past Darkest, not that day, not any day.
Absolutely.
Certainly not this one.
This tournament, for me, feels like the Pandora's box for the American team. Right? They've done so well in the collegiate leagues. They've done so well in North American tournaments. This is where they really start to flex their muscles, roll their shoulders on the international stage, maybe even pose a bit for the cameras and show them that actually this could be their Mr. Universe, right? They've been damn good. They've been damn good. And for the Chileans, bearing in mind how significant of an underdog they are going into this, the fact they are making the US work this hard for rounds is nothing to turn your nose up at.
USA fighting fiercely here to dominate in the Americas derby. Shot around, opening bid. 3 ultimates available, but Verbza snatches one of them away into their control. Darkest lining up headshot after headshot, round after round. The Viper's Pit's there, but how can you stop Verbza? He's right around the corner. Seltrak finally puts him back, but Rip Benji leads to the prefix and takes him out of the mix as well. Roche down, the last to go, knitted up.
The US's spontaneous use of utility to set up for Benji. We saw there that once the Viper's Pit went down, instant snake bites into the default plant positions, forcing the aggression into Benji, who's already posted with that Operator. On the other side, you've got Darkest as well, who was literally just playing for cover. He was just playing for time, allowing his teammates to set up as Benji did with that Operator, and to do so quickly shows rehearsal in a team, which is very, very uncommon. The fact they've been able to both do it and master it really, for me, shows that we may potentially have a tournament winner in this match.
Definitely a main contender. Suppression over onto Roche again. On that KO, we'll have to wait for that timeout. A-site aggression coming through from Benji to push into A main. No information there. Dip holding the top. You know what they say, you got to buy the dip. and he's looking very profitable right now.
He truly is. Dex, Marshall in hand. Not been able to get too much mileage from this weapon, but for Sildrax and Fraspeak, these Guardians, they have been able to get pack a punch, really, for the members of the Chilean side. Let's see what they can do now, setting up for, once again, mid-control, challenging Dip, who has been the hero of the series for me so far.
The crowd might have other ideas, though. Certainly showing out for the South American squad. Darkest, again with the first frag into the round, and it's just lining up for the North American team. The US on a tear, but Benzi, last standing, Vandal in hand. Viper Wall to worry about, goes through, and he's blown up. A triple on the round for Ali.
It's a good round for Ali, but that was Dip who set it up. Dip played out of his mind there, picking every single player. When they weren't pinged, they were tagged by the Trendos of that Hunter's Fury, and then when they weren't tagged by that, they were tagged by the Shock Darts. Right now, Dip is making masterful usage of this utility, and, well, for Chile, our stars with scars, having to limp into our second half, I don't know if they have the room to recover this.
It's going to be really, really difficult. Pistol round, so important here, right? Like, it is absolutely going to decide this match, almost
Comeback
certainly.
starts with the pistol round. So if there was a recovery, this would be it. That being said, looks like the US spread out into a bit of a default for the Chilean side. Nothing too aggressive other than the swing from this chamber from Fraspeak, who, on the defense, on the chamber, was able to get the opening kill of our last map. The opening kill of this series, actually. Won't be blessed with it this time, though, as the US set their gaze away with a retake setup for Chile now. This has got to be a rounds they win, otherwise they are going to be in serious, serious trouble.
Ali trying to use that vision cover from the Viper Wall to get them onto the site. The spike does get planted, but Fraspeak falls first, flattening them just a little bit more. 4 players now on the post plant, but a lot of damage done over to the USA, increasing the value of the pistols in hand. A lot of info found as well from the Recon Bolt, but Benzi let's get traded off towards, actually. Hang on a minute. Dip's rolling straight on through as well. Chile, 2 players alive and around the corner. Looking for the last one, Darkest. You just can't do it. And with that, that might be the USA. They might have just done it there.
You can see for the American team, this whole series has slowly switched from like determined malice to delighted merriment, as they seem to have, once they found the winning formula of aggression without overextending, once they get these player advantages, they're falling back so quickly, and they know that when they do overextend, they have teammates to support it with utility. Once they found that sweet spot, they've been so damn good. And for the Chileans, there's still time to adapt. But that adaptation needs to come in now. Forced by second rounds, not quite able to work out yet.
You get a call that this is a force buy, you just fade off. You don't want to be facing into SMGs
Absolutely.
here. Celtrack looking for a good hold trade, but Furtsa is too quick for him. Gives him the slip straight on through the cover. And North America looking to plant. The USA want to bring themselves to match point here with control over this B-side.
Match and series point as well. A dark prospect for the Chileans here. Through the Viper's Wall. A kill for Rocket, just yes. Hoping to at least do some damage, something to even out the scales here in this retake. But the US, they're not giving even an inch.
And they've taken over a mile for sure by now. 11-2. Spray down challenge for Ali. Has to ADS there to get that one done, but it's not going to matter either way because the rest of the enemy team getting picked off. Tex last to fall, and with that, the USA 12-2. Chile came into this one with a 13-3 record on both times they've played Breeze before, and the USA have eaten that for breakfast.
Absolutely, and I think for me that isn't a. It shows just how good this US team is. Yeah, they're a team that has played tournament after tournament with the same core for so long that there isn't a map they find troubling. You know, it's so hard to make them uncomfortable. You're going to have to work for every second every second you have in every map. And well, for the Chileans now, it's the best buy they can muster. A couple of Bulldogs, Guardian in the mix. Unfortunately, up against the Vandals, or the Vandal for Benji. The US, they want to take this in a mere 15.
Tex not getting value from the peak there, unfortunately. A little bit of damage found onto Ferbs are actually in the mid. Bring him back into line, 49 HP. Not super fast aggressive right now by the US. They just want to keep those numbers, keep it calm. Keep that round F high.
Absolutely, and the US not overextending. It's like there's this refined industry to this destruction, right? They're being so damn methodical. Ferbs instantly there on the opening, but you see straight afterwards, no further dash, no overextension. He waits for his team. The Chileans now into a 4v5 retake. Remember, Ferbs at low on HP means this is doable, but they need to get onto this site as quick as humanly possible.
They need to get the picks first and fast, because the spike is planted, it is down. Roche doesn't get spotted out. Ferbs can't really go as aggressive as he might have liked with that 41 HP left. Knows that his angle's being suppressed. A lovely shot dart through. Finds one. The swing and the push is there, but it's only going to get value for one. And with that, the USA deal the final blow. Chile will fall, and the North American team will be moving forwards.
They don't just survive, they thrive. What a performance from them, and what a way to show quality of skill that we've not seen in the Red Bull Campus Clutch for so long. This has just raised it to a whole other level, and for good reason. What a series, and what a statement to make to the Czech team, who are now waiting to see which of these two teams they'll be playing against in our quarterfinals.
And the Czech team, powerful in their own right, as well. We haven't seen so much from them, we haven't heard too much, but this is a strong roster that the USA are going to be coming up against.
Absolutely. There is no easy game in this tournament, right? From group stage to playoffs, you are going to have to work for every single round. And, I mean, you've got to give it up to the Chilean team. They played out of their minds, and they gave us an incredible series to watch.
In a way that not many people might have expected.
Absolutely.
Coming into this tournament, it is very, very impressive.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm sure we're going to see more from this Chilean roster.
I would love to see more from them. I would absolutely love to. It was swift from the Americans, but damn entertaining for both teams. I tell you what, Dip, for me, was the MVP of that game. Played out of his mind. From the fade on Haven to the sober on Breeze. Absolutely dominant. And it comes not just from his ability to get frags, from his ability to set up his team, from his util usage, and from his strength, especially in afterplants.
I also think you have to give credit to the power that Darkest displayed.
Absolutely. That KO was unstoppable.
The KO was unstoppable. The breach,
absolutely,
really valuable. I would say maybe a little bit overshadowed by Benzi's breach on the first map, to be fair, but still doing so much work for the roster.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, bear in mind, Benzi, he was a little bit inconsistent going through the group stage. He had those shaky performances. He's hit playoffs, played out of his mind. He has both redeemed, renewed, and showed us that actually he is a player who packs some serious punch when he's often overshadowed by Fraspeak. Don't matter anymore. We now know that if you're going up against the Chileans, you've got a breach to worry about as well.
Absolutely. I mean, it's really, really cool to see that sort of stuff. And I'm sure that the Chileans are going to be sticking around, making sure that they're giving their support to whoever else, which other team they're going to be supporting. I'm not entirely sure. I haven't asked them. I have to go and check.
Yeah,
but they'll certainly be adding to the noise of the crowd that was behind them as well.
Absolutely. And I mean, that was a lot of noise, let's be honest. They really were a fan of favourites. And it makes me think that actually, when the rest of the South American teams play, how loud is this crowd going to get? Especially the deeper into the tournament we now go.
Absolutely. When the crowd gets behind you, there's very little you can't do. Certainly,
exactly.
The only thing that gives you more is Red Bull. Gives you more wings there. But you know what? They're going to have to settle for the crowd power, because that is pretty powerful in itself.
It truly is, as is Red Bull. So
okay, all right, we don't have to do that too much.
You couldn't tell. You couldn't tell it's the Red Bull Campus Clutch, could you?
No, you couldn't. You wouldn't know. Despite the big sign that says World Finals behind us.
Yeah, and that's it's been an absolutely magnificent event thus far, and it's only going to get better.
Absolutely. I'm so looking forward to the rest of today's games as well. We've got another match coming up after this. The USA are going to be able to get some research done. They won't be able to see the Czech team, which is maybe a little bit of a difference maker there. The USA, they'll be able to get downloaded potentially by some of the Czech players.
That's true. A lot of anti-stratting to come out, especially when the quality has really actually caught us by surprise, hasn't it? These are some bloody good teams. And if we were to look at these without player names, without team names, you could consider these professional matches.
I would say so. I think they are up to that standard.
Absolutely.
They have done so well. And you've got to consider that all these guys are students as well,
Yeah.
right?
They're studying alongside this.
This isn't necessarily their full-time occupation.
Absolutely.
Some of them do put more time into it than others, I'm sure. And the USA certainly are very committed, obviously, with the scene that they have over in North America. There's a lot that they do there and do commit themselves quite a lot. But they also have their studies. They're also doing this.
Yeah.
So not only are we seeing these guys play well here, this is potentially the next swathe of pros to come through.
Absolutely, and of course we've still got matches being played as we speak, going to their third map. We can sort of hear the shouting as we're going. So the fact that we have got matches start to finish is really, really entertaining, and it takes some serious prescience and forethought to be able to plan your route through a bracket while simultaneously anti-stratting the teams you're going to be up against.
I've just taken a look at the brackets. I'm not going to spoil anything, but all of the other matches are finished as well.
Ooh.
So
have we got bangers ahead of us?
I hope so. I think we're going to be
certifiable bangers.
I think we're going to be going in for some more treats, but we've still got plenty more to play for today. Let's head over to the desk.
Alrighty, I have with me here Team USA, and I mean, first off, how are you feeling? Kind of momentum shifting on that second map, going into a nice 13-2. What do you think?
Yeah, it was good. I think first map, we got out the shakes. We always start a little bit slow in our first match on stage, but map 2, we were all calm and played a lot more loose.
Yeah, absolutely. That showed very, very prominently. How did it feel right now as a lot of the crowd here was cheering on for Chile? You kind of being the underdogs here. Obviously, we had Team Canada cheering you on in the front row, but what were you feeling throughout the match?
No, we were feeling good, man. We love being the underdogs. Honestly, we thrive off that, so we're feeling good.
Awesome. Love to hear that from you. So I was with you there in Texas for the national finals when you guys won, obviously, because you're here now. But how much did you guys prepare for the World Finals over the last 3 weeks?
I mean, honestly, we kind of just did our own thing. We prepared a little bit, but we didn't want to do too much and overthink it. So we just did what we've been doing the whole year. So.
Awesome. Hey, if it works, it works. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Are there any other teams out there that you're kind of looking out for as maybe the person you're really gunning for or afraid of a little bit?
No, we're not afraid. But Egypt, I think, would be a good matchup in the finals. We play Czech next. I know they're a solid team, so looking forward to that as well.
Awesome. All right. Well, congratulations on making it to the quarterfinals, going 6-0 in your game so far. So that's amazing. We're going to toss it back up to the desk. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Theo. And cool, calm, and collected. That's the confidence we were talking about with this American team. There you go. Chile has been beaten by Team USA.
Go on, Carcass. You want to kick us off? Because you and I were a little bit on the Team Chile.
Oh, I'm
at the
smiling
start
right
there.
now.
I did predict otherwise, but I was much there with you applauding them. You know, map 1 looked possible. This last map, though, I don't know, man. I just felt like USA had their number through and through. There was nothing Chile could do.
Yeah, I think it's also kind of mental game.
Oh, yeah.
They lost it.
They lost in the mental?
I think so.
Yes, Carcass was saying that there was a clutch situation that happened in the moment that USA won. You know, Carcass, go ahead and give us the rundown.
Yeah,
what
go
was
on.
your perspective
Play
of
by
it?
play that for me.
Okay, like there was like a fades from USA team in the Haven, like back then, and I think from that clutch 2v1, like 1v2 where Chile lost.
Yep.
I think then it went down basically. Like they started losing on Haven, and like in Breeze they didn't come back. Like it was just full domination from
Team USA.
From Team USA, yeah, and like they were controlling all the map, all the game, you know, and like they were doing whatever they wanted.
So I would like to hear from both of you as well, because in the first map, it was actually very close. Both of you, great coaching experience, obviously, right? When something goes the other way and, you know, your team is down and out and their heads are out of it, what are practices or things that you tell them to really keep their mental in check?
I used to hold one player, and it wasn't, I tried to actually not make it the IGL, because the IGL already has a ton of things to think about during a match. I'd make it someone else's job, that if you looked over and someone's face was sour, we call it a sour face, right? If someone's face was sour, you crack the worst icebreaker. A joke that's so bad that you're just like, I know for a fact you have to laugh because it's that bad. Dad joke if you're Ian Chambers, you know, and you know, a pun if you're me, whatever it might be, so bad that they can't laugh at themselves anymore. They have to laugh at that thing. You have to icebreaker it. And I say, even to myself these days, I'm like, GG, go next.
Like every round's GG go next. You're like, oh, I whiffed. Oh well, GG go next. Like you just refresh that. You go again, and you know that you're better than that. You can't let that sit in the back of your head.
You're right. And take a look at the MVP Dip. I mean, we just saw him in that interview. The man went absolutely crazy. Carcass 15 and 8, man. Gotta
That's
love
crazy.
it from a Sova player, right?
Oh.
Especially knowing that it's Sova, it's not a Jets, not a Chamber or something, you know, like this. It's Sova performing that well, so like that's really impressive from him.
I'm gonna miss Breeze for this exact reason, man. Sova mains.
Oh.
Sova, you know, Petch is my favorite Sova main in the world, and the fact that like Breeze is just gonna exit, I'm like, no. I mean, we got Icebox, right? So maybe I can still get a little taste, but.
But we're playing Fate on Icebox.
Hey.
Man, you gotta take all the good things away from me right before Christmas, man. Oh, okay.
But maybe
all right.
next year,
Oh.
we're changing the composition, you know?
Someone's clipping this, I'm telling you. Someone's clipping this. This is going on the Reddit.
Do it, please. Do it right now. 13 first blast for Team USA, though, as they move forward. And, hey, they're moving on. My boys from America, there we go.
It's funny because I was watching that match. Map number 1, I was okay. Discipline was the key word we used. Map number 2, and I was like, these are serious contenders against Egypt. Like, this is it. I was like, I watched map 2, I was like, that's it. I know it's Breeze, and it can often be one of those times where people can't hack it with the power angles, the ops, and whatnot. But I think Chile tried. Like, I think they genuinely put everything on the line, and they were diffed so hard that I reckon if US doesn't make it to the finals, they would have underperformed given what they gave us today.
Now, that interview was one of my most favorite things, right? Let's talk about it. The simple fact that every team out there wants to play Egypt. They want to come for that crown, man. They're gunning for the top.
Yeah,
That's what you want.
That's what you want, exactly. Like,
Yeah. Big time. So, coming up next, we're going to have Poland taking the main stage against Peru. That's going to be really fun. And let's take a look at the bracket as well to see how things have unfolded. Wow. Day 1 is almost over already. And here we are, the semifinals. Things we're looking forward to. Poland will be playing against Peru, as you see on the bottom right side of your screen. But take a look at the rest as well. Macedonia versus Slovenia, Czech Republic, United States.
Oh no, this is the worst
Let's
spoiler
go.
I could have had. My boys are out. But my
New
no,
Zealand, they lost!
No! You know,
Sign!
production, you could have given this to me before I got on the dish. Could have let me down easy. And I find out like this, that my boys got knocked out by to be fair. Macedonia has been ruining people in the group stage.
Really?
So,
Not beating them, but ruining
them. So I was like, you know what, my boys are gonna have to play the best Valorant that they've ever played to beat them. So fair enough. But my goodness, this bracket is shaping up so good. My fear, though.
Okay.
My fear.
Talk to me.
We were here the other day for the group stage.
Yes.
And I was watching Poland play. They just happened to be playing while I was there. I have never heard a team louder than them. I'm talking not inconsequential
That was
rounds.
them making all that noise?
And they were giving it to their opponent. And I was like, I don't want to be their opponents. I was like, I don't want to sit across from you. I don't want to nothing. They're going to get in the heads of their opponents. If they look over and Poland's great, Peru, mental's gone. Mental's boomed. I'm on the other side.
I had a chance to talk with the Poland's coach.
Give it to
so,
us.
Give us a juice.
Like, they were like super happy whenever they had to play in front of the enemy team, you know?
Okay.
So like they were
that makes
constantly
sense.
like standing up and then screaming on them, you know, and stuff like that.
I don't know what they were screaming, but it was intense.
Polish people are so brave and bold. I love it.
That's what
Jim
it is.
Darby talking about Polish just out there. I
Yep.
love him.
Yep.
Yeah, top. I lived in Poland for a year. Now,
That's
when
true.
it comes to competitive shooters, though, Poland's always in the mix. Katowice, we all know
I
about that.
know.
The rich history in shooters.
Yep.
But I did want to say, taking a look at the bracket right there, seeing you just came back from champions, okay? You did game changers, people from all over the world, and doing it in a scene like this, in this tier, is beautiful. Giving these students an experience that we could only dream of.
This is the thing that we're referencing, right? There's going to be a different experience for every player. Every player is going to look at this differently, going to experience different feelings.
Totally.
For Team US, for example, they've been dominating their collegiate scene inside the US for a long time. For them, it's an expectation. You know, it's the same as we look at G2 Goes and we say it's an expectation that they get, you know, to the top 4 of game changers at the very least at all times, right? So there's differing expectations. But for some of these teams who are not sort of returning or have never made the playoffs for Red Bull Campus Clutch, they're sitting here and again, I'm going to, you know, put
Poland on the stand here and be like, they're the ones yelling at you from across. You got all these fans screaming one of the other team's names, and you just know for a fact that's going to be the most terrifying. If they can hold up to that,
I'll be shook.
That is the strongest mental, I'm saying. I'm going to be watching them.
All right, well, Jess got me hyped right now, Car, because I know you can't wait either, baby. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to send this over to a short break, but when we come back, you know the deal already. We're going to see Peru take on Poland. I'll see you guys on the other side. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's like we never left, right? Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm your boy, Billy, hosting the show. We got Jess and also Carcass.
What's up?
Analyst of the Year. We got a championship coach right here. Carcass, this has been a pleasure, hasn't it?
It's amazing to be here, as well, joining you guys.
All right, I have a question. How do you like working on the desk?
Oh, yeah, what do you think?
I would rather stick to coaching, okay? But,
no
maybe,
future analyst work?
Maybe in the future, okay? Let's
we
leave
can
it here.
snag them and bring them on the desk whenever, right?
I'm just saying, if you're ever free, man,
we'll make it happen, all right?
Desk.
So,
That's
Jess, let's talk about the teams.
All right.
You said Poland, they were really hyped, energetic. They came here for the experience, and they're absolutely living it up. I would really love to see Poland really go crazy, because last year, I'm not sure Poland went this deep.
No, there's a lot of teams. Even you look at Peru, you look at Portugal who's been knocked out as well. I mean, there's teams that were able to step up last time that couldn't this time. A reminder to everyone as well, that's the roster of Poland on your screen. Yeah, try and pronounce some of their names. We're going to struggle.
Oh, that's easy. Jazz, Kenobi?
Yeah, do the others. There are some funky, very difficult names to pronounce, so if you can pronounce it, shout out to you. But there are some players and teams that have never been to this level before. If Poland keep up that same energy they had in the group stage, and that's a lot smaller boost that they were playing in, then shout out to them. But what I will say is that all those highs where you're giving that energy across, maybe you give a little smack talk and whatnot, that's great. But what do you do when things aren't going your way? And especially when you're on a stage this big, and then all of a sudden all that smack talk doesn't really amount to anything. How do you rise above that? And that's the kind of pressure that this stage will impinge upon them, I think.
Hey, it's going to be all about that walk. We know if you could do the talk. But also, we got a chance to hear from Team Poland. Let's hear what they had to say.
We know other teams, and we know that we have a good chest, and it's my time to shine, and I'm looking forward for my future. We are strong, we are looking for win, but looking realistically, we have a good chance to win the whole tournament, and we came here to win. All of us wants to win, and we are confident.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we heard a lot about Poland, but the team that they will be going against is Team Peru. We just saw a Latin American representative on that main stage versus Team USA. Unfortunately, Chile weren't able to walk away with the victory, right? But their neighbors can go really big on that main stage and try to make some noise. I believe in them, man. I can't wait to see what Peru has to do.
I am just looking at the group, and they had a tough group. They had a tough group. Anyone that denies the fact that Group G was tough, I don't believe you for a second. Looking over the fact that Indonesia, who we saw absolutely take 3 maps against Egypt, that was their second seed. They were the second seed. We're saying Poland is, and then Peru coming in is the first seed. Poland is going up against the first seed of the team that pushed Egypt. That just shows me that this team has a serious amount of gameplay behind them. Obviously, they had France in their group as well. Norway, the Norwegians. I mean, Austria in there as well. This was a group of death. There was a couple other groups, Kios, Freeman as a group of death, but they were in one, and it was sink or swim, and they damn swam. So this is a team I really want to see match up on the stage.
Okay, and hopefully Peru, they can keep on with that Latin American aggression that we all love to see from this region. And hey, they show us some type of consistency with their gameplay. It's going to be beautiful to see. Yep. But we also have a video from Peru. We'll see you on the other side, all right?
Our goal in this tournament is to win everything. We just lost 1 match, so it's kind of tough. But yeah, we were expecting to win everything. No single drop of a map.
All right, there you have it now. As the back band phase is about to be underway, curious, all right? We got very lucky last time we saw the maps. I mean, they gave us exactly what we wanted, right, Carcass?
Yeah, exactly.
Jess, what do you want to see now? What would you like to see? What's your favorite map?
Good question. I would say the best maps competitively.
Okay.
I love Ascent. I know people say it's like, choke point central and stuff like that.
Ascent is definitely a play.
Yeah. So I'm like, I love a bit of Ascent, but after watching that Breeze, maybe just the way that, US played it, I'm not sure, but I was like, I want some more long-range maps. What about a Bind? I know it's getting removed. So is Breeze. Why don't we get the maps that are getting removed? Give me some nostalgia to hang on to for the future.
Right. Carcass, what's your favorite map, my guy?
I want to see Icebox.
Icebox.
I really love that map, man.
Yeah.
As GTO team, we love that map, Like, it's a good map. It's pretty simple, straightforward to the point, Like, go to the sites, execute some fakes and stuff like that.
Big time.
But I really love it.
Yep.
All right, so, Jess, these two teams about to battle it out. This will be our third and last series of the day.
Oh, don't make it the last.
But you know what, though? I want to walk around and watch more of the gameplay.
Yep.
Hey, there might be a special treat involved as well. But my expectations for this matchup is going to be very high. So, a little bit of predictions when it comes to the different play styles. I have to ask you, when it comes to the play styles, Poland versus Peru, Latin America versus Europe, which play style do you really like the most, especially since you worked in Europe a lot?
It's interesting because we saw just before, obviously, having a lot of double initiator compositions. I love double initiator. I don't know, maybe I've just got chaotic energy. I'm loving it. But we want to see maps that are going to help Peru who run double controller compositions a lot. They love the double controller, which is a little unusual for aggressive playstyles. That's a lot more controlling than I would have expected. Breeze, every time I request a map, they get rid of it, so I don't know why I keep requesting any map. Poland's like, nah, get it out of here. Fracture, that's interesting, okay? They barely won that in their previous game against the UK. So Peru's like, you know what? I wasn't comfortable. We won it, but we barely won it. They lost Pearl, so I actually thought they'd get rid of Pearl. They egregiously lost Pearl.
Okay.
So interesting that they're going to let that float. Does that mean Peru...
Ascent. Okay, Ascent seems to be a fan favorite this event so far.
The most played map in the entire group stage by far.
Hey, listen, it's a small map, but straight up in your face. I mean,
I like it.
These players want that action.
Do we get... what does Peru want? Ascent was the one map that they won. There you go, my man.
Marcus, you're a lucky man. Let's play the lottery sometime. What's going on?
I love this. I am a little sad we didn't get that Pearl. Well, we might still get it as a okay. You know what? Honestly, stop. I just don't even know why I try.
Say the opposite from now on.
Say the opposite of what I want. Okay,
you're caster cursing yourself.
I can't even believe I'm doing this. Okay, all right, no problem. So we're not going to get Pearl.
No
Haven out as well. Does that mean that Fracture's... Bind?
Bind. Wait, there we go!
Bind.
Oh, please go 3 maps. Please go 3 maps. I've got to see it.
I'm hoping it. Okay, so
oh my goodness.
Let's go ahead and have some fun. Ladies and gentlemen, Ascent, Icebox, and then Bind. Jess is a happy woman right now, but why are you on your high right now, Jess?
Okay.
Predictions. Which team would you like to see come out on top? Which team do you think will have the better edge with the region's playstyle?
Ooh, I want to see why they are so adamant on running a lot of double controllers on certain maps. I want to see what their whole control meta is for them, what it is about going away from their region's playstyle. It's not so much about the aggressiveness, the flashes and whatnot, taking control of those power positions. For them, it's about, I'm going to default this, I'm going to use the utility I have in a supportive way to get the job done. So I want to see what that's like because it's not my favorite playstyle, but it doesn't mean it can't work.
Now, I'm expecting a lot of trash talk in this matchup as well. I mean, Carcass, wouldn't you like to see that? Good trash talk, friendly trash talk. We're friends here, right?
Good trash talk is nice, you know?
Yeah.
Good trash talk is nice.
Right. Now, there's a catch to it as well. Now, I used to play, trash talking was my thing, but...
don't search videos of Valley.
If you trash talk and you lose a round, though...
That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing.
You just don't lose at that point.
Talk the talk, walk the walk.
Talk the talk, you got to walk the walk. So I want to see Poland try to bring that energy and that hype. I would love to see, some loud cheers on that main stage. Wouldn't it be nice?
I think the energy is where it's going to be at because at this point, Peru for them is actually an unknown quantity. You can check all of the stats all you want. You can check the compositions like I have and go through a few things. But at that point, you really are guesstimating. We don't have a lot of the VODs from the group stage. Yeah. We don't have information. So I really don't think that there's an opportunity for them to play too much into a counter strategy, conditioning themselves for anything. They themselves have to believe in themselves, speak to each other, get that hype.
Okay.
I am worried they might underestimate Peru, considering how well Poland has seemingly did throughout their group stage. And that can be a very fatal mistake to come into a match. You lose the momentum, you get in your own head, you smack talk and you don't get the results. That's a bad area to be in.
I want to see Peru just go all out. Now, in the last series, what we saw just a lopsided stat when it came to First Blood. So it was 2-13.
Oof.
And, you know, talk about initiator support players. I want to see Peru ruin their strategies a little bit. Go up there, get some valuable picks on those support players, and really open up that playbook that you have. I think that might be the key to this matchup.
You know what, Kakas? Call it. This is you're leaving the desk after
everything you say comes
after this
to life
map.
Sometimes.
I cast curse everything, so I'm not allowed to say anything. But you've got to speak something. Who on this map, man? Who and how? What's the scoreline? I'm gonna go that deep.
Just make something up.
Yeah.
Yes.
If this comes true, I'm asking him for the Powerball numbers.
Wait. I need to
wait
a little bit.
This guy.
Oh my God, I can feel it.
It's gonna be Poland 13-10.
Poland
You heard it.
13-10.
You heard it.
If that happens.
If that happens,
I'm buying you a beautiful dinner
Mind
tonight.
you, during the World Cup, I called 53rd minute that the England would kick a goal, and they did. And that was the freakiest thing I've ever done in my life. So
there we
he
go.
has the power. We all have the power.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, for the third matchup of the day, the teams are ready. So let's go ahead and jump right into it. We have Poland and we have Peru. Ian, bring them on out.
All right. This has been one heck of a journey to get to this point. Ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder, you are watching us here live in Sao Paulo, Brazil, as we are about to get stuck into our first quarterfinal of the 2022 Red Bull Campus Clutch. Are we ready to introduce our quarterfinalists? I know I am. Now, these guys only formed 3 months ago, but they are already an impactful pack. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Peru!
Be ready because Peru is not a joke. We're going to fight with all that we have and we're going to win.
Their opponents are regarded as one of the most prepped teams here, reportedly training up to 12 hours a day. But will practice make perfect? For Poland!
We are Team Poland. We are here to beat you.
Two fantastic teams that we know for a fact can handle the pressure, but do they have what it takes to step into our semi-finals? It's time to find out. Over now to our casters.
Thank you so much to our wonderful desk, Ian, Vancillion Triad. Dan, how's it feeling today? I know we're going to have time to talk about the teams, but I want to talk about the vibes. This is our first time working together, also at the Red Bull Campus Clutch.
Yeah.
So what's it like to be in Sao Paulo for this event here?
Everything is so exciting. I love this event. I love how international it feels everywhere. Everyone you talk to is from a different country.
Yeah.
Everyone is so excited to be here, and I feel exactly the same energy. It's the third match of the day that we're jumping into, but the energy everywhere is so high.
That's the crazy part, because we actually get to hear it from the green room at the same time. The Chileans, the fans going on with those clappers.
Screaming.
So I'm looking forward to the grand finals tomorrow on top of that. Hopefully we're going to get maybe, with the brackets, that's how it's going out, that we maybe hopefully have another Spanish team maybe moving forward to the grand finals. But, you know, I'm also with the fact that I kind of want the Canada versus USA grand finals. But
I don't know how to feel about that. Look, we're going to be looking at Peru right now.
That's
and Peru
true.
has been looking really, really good recently. I think it's been a surprise for a lot of the teams, even in South America.
Yes.
But they have a statement to make, and I feel like it's a team that I could see in the grand finals maybe.
Yeah, so why do you think Peru is going to be going far or might be able to, would you call this an upset against Poland if it's going to happen?
Well, I think this is a team, and at the core itself, 3 of the players were already in a team before, tried to go into VCT. They have that experience, and now they have that LAN experience. They have so much support from the community, and that's the cool thing that we were talking about. Yeah, there were so many people in the audience yelling and screaming and supporting Chile, but it's the same thing for Peru, and especially because we're here in South America.
The crazy part about this, too, though, is that the Peruvian team is also a team that, in their groups, beat the French team. And I remember looking at the packets and looking at the storylines of a lot of these teams competing at this tournament, that France kind of wanted to build some sort of super team. And just before we got the chance to sit together, and we actually had a chance to speak to Carcass, and Carcass was like, yeah, we actually scrimmed against them, and they were looking pretty good.
Really good, yeah.
So to see that Peru actually got, now what would I call it, upset, I think it was even like a 13-10 on Ascent, but I could be wrong on that one. But it shows that they have potential to upset. But on the topic of being able to upset, I feel that Poland is going to be another one that could be able to be a dark horse in this tournament. Themselves have been a team that, in the group stages, have beaten one of the winners of last year from Team Egypt, from Team Anubis, and that is going to be actually 2 of them. Right, we're looking at Frost and his teammate, Tuna, the winners of last year that actually got eliminated into groups. And then they actually just beat Bati from Project S, who was also a finalist from last year's Rebel Campus Clutch in the finals. So, I mean, Poland, I think they have some firing power in here.
And that's the thing, I don't even think Poland is really an underdog just because of the thing that Ian exactly was saying. The preparation that they have, 10 to 12 hours every day practicing, getting ready for this moment, getting ready for this tournament, and now that we're approaching this quarterfinals, those grand finals, that's when you actually get to show off everything that you were preparing, because this team, they've been playing the same map pretty much over and over again. It's been that icebox, and I don't know how it's working out. I hope that we get to see that, because they've been playing with that Reina, and they look unstoppable with it. So hopefully we get to see a little bit more of that from them.
The crazy part with having a Reina in this composition, or just overall for Team Poland, it seems like the superstar player that you have in this roster is going to lay a lot on the shoulders of Jas. Playing a Raze, playing a lot of Chamber, potentially being the primary op for the team if he's going to be the one that's going to consistently play Chamber on the maps that you need to, while you have a Reina that could maybe, try to create that space when you want that on Icebox. But who do you want to look out for when you're going to think about the other team, Peru?
In Peru, there's so many players that have caught my attention, but I think Richie is the star so far. Every single time that you look at what he did yesterday, the day before, it's been unstoppable. The stats on the Killjoy especially, which I think is the most impressive part. Such a good lurker, getting so much information constantly, and being able to get that communication to everybody else. So that is the one player that I'm looking at. But I've seen some really interesting clutches. I was told there was a really nice clutch happening on that match before against Portugal. So there's even more chances to see that potential, how the players really wake up when they get to be on the stage.
And we are going to be able to see that Icebox map, Dryad. That's going to be the second map of this series, where now Poland are currently 4-0 after beating Portugal in their best of 3 in the round of 16. Now in a round of 8 in this matchup, though, the first map is still going to be here, Ascent. And if you look at Peru on that record, they are currently, I think, 2-0, if not 3-0, at least 2-0 coming out of groups, right? So it might be their stronger map.
It is the map that they started with going against Great Britain a little bit earlier today. And that was the cool thing. That is when a massive clutch ended up happening for Chuto. And it allowed them to close out the series. It was getting difficult. It was getting better and better for Great Britain, but they were able to close it. So really good score on this side of the Peru for Ascent. But now we got to see how those agents are going to be looking like.
Yeah, and even for Poland here, on Ascent, a team that usually likes to, it looks like if they want to keep towards that meta, keeping that Omen, maybe doing some Rays here and there. But for the Jet, I think is what we're going to be expecting coming out of Team Poland. They like to bring that out, and we'll see if that is indeed the case.
And that is the question. Only one map of us that has been played by Poland so far in the group stage. Now they get to bring it again. And it's a real test for something that you were talking about, right? Jazz.
Yeah.
We've seen so much of this chamber. We've heard so much of this chamber. But now on the Killjoy role, going against Witchy, the player that I was just talking about as well, and how those two are going to duel each other, going into those third angles and trying to start off those fights so aggressively. I want to see how this is going to turn out.
Mind you, Witchy is probably like at the top of the ACS chart coming out of the groups as well,
Insane.
playing these roles. So
Yeah.
definitely a player to look out for Team Peru. And you know what? I'm gonna lean a little bit for Team Peru at the same time, because I'm always a fan of those storylines when parents come out to support their esports kids. And we actually do have the father of Wibodios that actually flew out from Peru to be right here in the crowd and to support his son through the tournament. And again, it's been a wonderful journey for Team Peru, continuing the Cinderella story there. But Poland, at least, if you're looking at other games, originally in tactical FPS, or a country that is usually very known to be very strong in tactical FPS. So we'll see how that's going to have to pan out going into the first map here of Ascent.
And I'm so ready to see how this matchup is going to go. Again, it is the same first map that we saw for Peru when they were facing the enemy of Great Britain, but now it's another deal, it's another story. It is against Poland, and we get to see it now.
And we're going to try to start things very quickly on the attack. It's going to be Peru moving forward, and already at the entrance, greeted by the shorty, by this Jet. And what a hole! Can't even close and can't even get into the entry. The pistol round comes in for Team Poland.
One of the fastest pistol rounds that we're going to see, so early, so well read into the B side, and it's just all the goes going crazy. Once the damage is done, there's nothing else that you can do. Poland, they get to get away with that first one.
And as you wanted to start things off, I mean, the idea was there from Peru, right? Trying to bring this quick flash, trying to set the pace, set the tone quite quickly. And I wonder here from this eco, coming out from Team Peru, are they going to slow down the pace? Are they going to try to slow it down once their gun comes out? And looking at this right here, Trent, it seems like we're going towards this B-side again.
And they're going to make it fast again, but the information they're going to gather so fast. The Ares as well has a story to tell, and Witchy's already down.
And that's Jazz with the opening kill. Shock Dart's also coming into B main, so we talked about slowing things down. It's not going to be Peru trying to slow things down. They're trying to move it very quickly to at least try to get a plant down. But it got stopped by Shock Darts. It got stopped by kills, and we're just going to try to tally back towards A for a plant.
And there's so much here that you can do, but the 3 players remaining, the information already, all that space that Poland has been able to gather should allow them to get a clean round here. And Kenobi expecting it on the other side, a little bit of a trade. But the paranoia is there to connect.
Yeah, a nice little answer coming back from the defense. That would have been a great opportunity to at least get a kill, get into sight, and go for a plant. But playing that right away doesn't allow Shuta to move in with Selin to get the plant. So already on the flank, this Jet. It's going to be Chinko coming back with this Marshall and Selin. At least trying to keep things alive. A 3 versus 1 turns around, but the classic mid-air stops it. And it's 2 unanswered rounds, but damn, we at least have 3 kills on a full classic save.
And it didn't seem like it was going to be the case even after the rotation started taking place. There was so much space that Poland had already gathered, pushing forward Kenobi, being able to get one and attempting a little bit more. That was not exactly what they were dreaming of, but this is when it gets interesting for Peru. We saw this 2 quick enters into B side before. Now you get to change it around a little bit more.
So with this gun run down, you can see at least maybe some sort of defaulting, right? We're seeing very far back, the Omni even on top of the roof, looking at this A-side push, even a turret holding in towards top mid.
And I saw the contest early on is going to go, but playing it so much slower, putting that pressure now into Poland. See, if they want to contest that mid, that catwalk where nobody else is going to be looking at. This is the player that we talked about, the Witchy. On this Killjoy, always managing to get multi-kills over and over again. And in those pistol rounds, in that 3rd round, it is a perfect opportunity to start that streak.
Yeah, they're not giving him a chance, though. He's stuck between both of his utility. So the first point of contact is going to be the Owl Drone coming out into B main. Shock Darts to retaliate, but not going to do any damage. Owl Drone also not spotting anybody yet. We're just trying to get a spray through. No contact from the areas of Ashmerito. As once again, this is all to make some noise. The spike is still down towards spawn. This might be a double pump back.
And there's nothing. It was all just fighting for that space, making sure that Omen that was pushing forward would have to fall back, have to play for that B side. And like you said, that spike was on the floor in the meantime. There was nothing to worry about on the side of Peru. Now they want to approach that A side next.
Yeah, making some noise, clearing out wine. First point of contact is going to have to be Kenobi. Only has a Ghost to work with, and it's going to have to be a flash for his teammates to move out. And now a drop from the site. Juashenko gets picked off, but the Nano Swarm was still on the ground to hold it back for the defenders. Wishy fighting back at the top of the dice. Now the last man standing on a 2 versus 1 was stopped right there. A bonus round converted by Team Poland as they're going to be swimming in richness.
What a round for Poland. Read so well, and it was a good opening as the dash into Jen for that Jet. Almost made it work, only got traded, and at that point the time was running out. We saw how slow that early round was looking for this attacking side, and there was nothing else. Poland knew exactly what was going on, so another eco comes in for Peru.
It was one of those moments then where you're trying to make and create that diversion towards the B site, but nothing was needed to be used towards the A site. The KO had full utility going out there to just be ready for any type of aggressive push coming out from the attack after.
Yeah, the only thing that we saw that was the Aldro that pushed the Omen back, but that just enabled the rotation from B side to happen even faster for Poland, and this is not something that you want to happen early on, but for Poland, it has to feel good. This is all the preparation that they talked about. They had to be ready for this aggressive pushes, for the slower pushes that come from this team.
Well, at least this is a great moment here for Peru to just regather their senses. It seems as we have a small pause going into this. So looking back at it, I know it's only been a few rounds that's been played so far. Peru's been having a stellar position on defense. What could we actually do here for Team Peru to try to bring this back? I know that usually here in this text, you can't really talk to each other, but at least you're able to remain and contain your senses.
In general, I really like the positioning that we're looking at for Poland. Peru, we saw Wichi trying to contest that catwalk, trying to see that mid control, but we haven't seen that full mid control coming in from them. We haven't seen that early utility from them. So that is a good opportunity to change things around. And I know that Peru has it in them, but this round might not be it.
We'll see, because we do have a couple of stingers on the attack. A shoulder peek, and the off shot missed. Juashenko forced to fall back, but we retaliate right away. The paranoia, the dash in, the shorty still connects, and Shuto gets picked off. But we finally answer back. Still a player disadvantage going out for the attack, but we haven't made it into the A side for our plan. The spike's already down towards 3. Nothing really that Poland could do, or should I say Peru could do, as Poland brings up the 4th on the round.
The crossfire, every single one of those scenarios is beautiful. Every single round as well that we've seen now for Poland, they're always playing together for that crossfire, or they're making sure at least one of them is getting traded. The numbers advantage is doing everything for this defense, and it looks so easy for them.
It looks very easy. It looked like there was some sort of chance. Exactly.
Yeah.
It looked like there was a chance, though, with that stinger, and somehow a stinger with more bullets than a shorty. The shorty still got the pick in the end in a close-range battle when the first one looked like it was going to whiff. But you talked about this mid-control, Dan. We might be able to see it this time because the recon dart already went in towards Kinchman.
Yeah. And we get to see it early on, but the question is how quick is this attacking side able to react on it, pushing forward this time around from Catwalk. And it's all the Killjoy utility, though, that they're going to have to deal with.
That's right. It's the alarm bot. Storming the alarm right now gets triggered, but the nano swarms, it's just going to be called once that switch gets picked onto the doorway. And look at that shoulder peek. Out from Juashenko, misses the shot, forced to fall back, but that's still alert for the rest here of Team Poland to set up for the crossfire towards 3. But we ensue a battle towards B main. It's going to be a 1v1 battle right out there between the Killjoy and the Omen. But meanwhile, what a flick coming out. Another one to fall. Swag is now going to be the last player standing. And a flawless coming out for the defense after that. I don't know at this point, Dan, what kind of answer does Peru have?
I mean, the operator playing so aggressive. We talked about the mid control. Yes, we got to see it towards Catwalk, but who is expecting the Jet to be pushing forward? Absolutely no fear, and manages to get to one of them with that insane flick. It's just a dream scenario for Poland.
Look at the thumbs up. They're just happy about it. I was like, even I can believe that shot, unless he's like, the coach can believe it. He was like turning around, like, did you see that? Was somebody specking me? Because I know when we were all alive, somebody had to be specking me there.
So good. I love to see that, though. Clean rounds, they make it look easy, and even when you look at their faces, the confidence is there. And again, it goes back to the preparation that Poland has had. Peru's the one that has to adapt, though I feel comfortable they're able to do so, right? They did it, you mentioned it, against France, and they've done it throughout the entirety of the group stages when you only had one map to get away into the next victory. So for Peru, it's calming down those nerves, talking a little bit to the coaches, and going for a different approach, especially when there's an operator on the enemy jet and you just cannot get, there's nothing that they could do for that one. Pushing you forward, you never know where it's going to be.
At least we see the vibes, right? We talked about the vibes here at the global stage, at the world stage for the Red Bull Campus touchdown, and I'm sure the desk has touched upon this too.
Yeah.
A lot of these players, first time flying on an airplane, first time coming into being able to play in the most professional settings that they've ever seen.
And it's beautiful.
In
What
this
a
event,
beautiful
exactly.
stage.
And we have a beautiful crowd supporting them on top of that. So they're vibing, they're having a good time. And for here to have a good time, an eco round on the attack this time for Peru. Early pressure going in towards the A side, but it's a split. Another one of those defaults trying to prod out where this pressure is coming from, and it's 2 on the defense at the beginning towards the A side.
But even then, you changed that Killjoy utility on the defense a little bit more before we saw it.
Oh
the
my
damage,
God.
but what is happening with the Odin? 3 kills, and sure, it was an eco, but the Odin has done more than enough. Any chances, any hopes have been shut down for Peru in this round.
Yep.
And it's a classic on the other side, a flawless as well. The setup changed as well. The defense, they didn't even have to change it. Everything has been working out, but they are making sure that Peru doesn't know what's going to happen next.
Yeah. At least we have some sort of glimpse of hope, right, Dan? You talked about, okay, we need some mid-control here from Peru from time to time. They got it this time. Of course, they did it with only pistols. And about 2 rounds ago, when we talked about those beautiful flicks that came out from Gioshenko, that was from the defense working towards mid-pressure. So if we're starting to fight back here, which seems to be the case, we might find an answer finally.
There's so many things now that you have to deal with. Like I mentioned, that Killjoy setup on the defense keeps changing. Now towards B. Jazz, by the way, 9 kills. Gets flashed, but the operator has to run away. It doesn't matter. Everybody's there.
We got the collapse up on Catwalk at the same time, so everybody drops. Now we have a couple of pinks coming out from Emergito towards B main. And ADS in with the Odin. Finally, he gets stopped. But the round seems to be coming back here for Team Poland as we hear the sounds of the last player falling. Poland coming out with another round, and we tried to fight towards mid, but it seems as though we forgot about Catwalk, Dan.
Oh, absolutely. And the one thing that I was mentioning, right, is Jazz. We talked about this chamber. We talked about what this Sentinel player is able to do, but on this Killjoy, absolutely popping up every time that we get to see it. In the right place at the right time, it seems like every round the Killjoy is there for support.
I mean, usually at this point is one of those rounds where, okay, they might have a chance. We finally have a lot of ultimates coming out on the attack, but we have the same thing coming in from the defense. Trying to cross this line of getting pressure, getting map control on mid, seems to not work at all as 100 Fury comes out. There you go. A couple of guys falling down. I mean, yeah, and this is confidence, right? They know Team Poland that Peru's on an eco and a half buy, yet they still want to invest their ultimates just to deny any type of pushes.
And we get to these rounds, it gets more difficult. There's no way the Odin keeps doing this. There's absolutely no chance. Sure, again, an eco not too much to work on, but it really gets to your mental when you see 7-0, when you see 8-0, and there's no chance, there's no opportunity. Again, different things have been tried, different attempts have been made, but Poland are so aware of any possibilities that this attack wants to bring to them. Yeah. One more and it's 8-0.
8-0 indeed, and I mean, maybe at this point, I don't think you're going to be, or you should start thinking about the second half already. We talked about those ultimates that are available from this previous round that could still be used in this round here for Peru. They had one of those moments where they tried to go with the fast-paced attack on that pistol round, on that second round. Maybe this time with the KO, with the weapons, they could do that type of fast pace and maybe try to hit towards this B site. But even then, on the end of Poland, we have a lot to answer back.
And there's so much information that they're able to gather. The KO on the A side. We have the Soba and the Omen ready with the Paranoia towards B. It's so difficult to get anything going on, even with the setup with the alarm bot towards mid. Any entry that Peru wants to attempt is going to be contested hard by this Poland team.
Yeah. This is going to be good, though. We hear the L drone coming out from the B site. The alarm bot's going to get spotted. Bulls is trying to push forward for some info. That's potentially going to force a rotate back. And then we might have an execute going in later. Nonetheless, the last line could maybe be also from the shadows from Dios. Could maybe at least hopefully get a plant. It's been a while since we've seen a plant here, Dan.
It feels like it hasn't happened, right? Every single round is Poland shutting down and taking down every single one of the players from Peru. But yeah, like you said, so many ultimates, even for that post round. That lockdown is going to be available for Peru. You can put it towards B, but you have to be ready for that utility that's going to counter it.
But this, it's dangerous. Because the Omen is way too far. How are they going to smoke towards spawn if they want to try to get a hit towards this B side? Indeed, we get a couple of kills going in, and we're still trying to get this lurch into this A site. We really want to go for this from the shadows, GB, plant, and A. But look at Poland. They're not even moving from this lockdown. The shotgun's coming out, and it actually even stops the lockdown. So all those plans just get fully canceled with 20 seconds left. What do you do?
Look at Poland just standing strong, like you said, on the A side, that Jet, not moving at all. 15 seconds, you can't plant the spike, you can't get in. All those ultimates that were available, where did they go? There's nothing else but to save the rifles. In a scenario like this one, you're going to give one more round to Poland. What can you do next?
And a wasted effort on top of that. We saw that Weibo Dios actually went with that from the shadows, even gets killed at the end of the round. But you saw it, maybe he was even trying to go for a fake TP to make them think that he was picking up the spike, and then, hey, let's try to do a KO ult. But I think it was one of those moments as well that Team Peru didn't even look at the time that was remaining. Once they realized there was only 10 seconds left, yeah, can't do any KO ults, can't get into sight. Hopefully this round is the round.
And it seems like we've been waiting for that round coming in for Peru, but it's just Poland, really. Understanding exactly what they have to do, how they have to hold, and they always have the numbers advantage too. Every single first blood that we've seen so far, Poland has been able to take it. It is everything that they need. It is why those rotations are not happening that early. The entry is so hard, the paranoia, the utility that is being used is just so on point for this defense.
A little bit of pressure towards the beginning of this round. Making Norris towards the B main, ADSing once again. I mean, the Nano Swarms, nothing, no utility coming out from the Sova on top of that to try to break the utility at the beginning. We're just trying to go through the KOL to get to 9. Ajbarito could just stand here the whole time and just chill. Seems as though there really is no confidence here from Peru to try to move inside these sites, Dan.
That's what we're saying, right? It really gets to your head when you start losing this round. It feels like after it's 5-0, 6-0, it's so difficult to get those changes, to get what needs to be done. And the last kills will be coming through with a classic, a flawless one more. It is a confidence that you can see not only in game, but when you look at the faces of the Polish players, they look so confident. They know exactly what to do. And like we said, there's always a crossfire going on. The rotations happen exactly when that information has been gathered.
And this is probably like, what, the third flawless at least that we've seen from Team Poland in this first half. So you definitely know the last 2 rounds, plenty of money. Look at what they have. We talked about Jas being an important player in this roster, and he's definitely showing so far.
Insane. 13-1. A player that is always there to help out the team, is always there to get that information and communicate so well. One of the best ones that we've had in this tournament so far in the group stage, and now here in the quarterfinals. Now, a little bit different, right? The pressure towards mid.
Yep.
And now with a couple of rifles in the hands.
A hero rifle for Wishi, a bulldog for Shuto, but nobody was looking towards A main, so Jas is able to come back. Speaking of the devil, gets a double kill, a double elimination into the mid. And they're trying to go back in. Everybody else is pretty much pinned now for the attack of Peru.
I mean, yeah, what space do you have to work with? There's absolutely nothing, completely surrounded by all the Polish players, and Jas gets taken down, but you have the confidence. Everybody else is trapped. Nothing that you can do, and Kenobi's the one who's going to play aggressive here.
Flanks from top mid, flanks from catwalk, Spikes is already down. One more time, Swag is the last player standing, and it almost feels at this point that he's been holding on to that Hunter's Fury forever. Never have we actually seen an opportunity that we can have a full, nice, you know, simple, ultimate execution coming out of Peru.
It's always so difficult, and when you're expecting to have those ultimates as win conditions and they're not working out, that's the worst thing that can happen. On top of losing those rounds after rounds and those kills not connecting, sometimes it happens, but this is not the instance where you want to go. We know Peru for making those comebacks, but this one is just looking so rough for them. Look at that, there's a lockdown coming through. Even more space is going to be secured by Paul.
0 point coming out right away. And finally, as we talk about the Hunter's Fury, it comes out, but it doesn't create the space from Tree, so 2 easy kills coming out to retaliate from Team Poland. Shorty close range once again, but Weibo Dios answers. A dink onto Jirashenko, whose line gets dropped. A 3 versus 3. We fight back, we push forward.
Okay.
And finally,
3 kills.
Silver lining. Ashburrito now on a 2 versus 1 with a right-click classic onto Swag. Spike has yet to get planted. Saylan goes out, looks for the kill, finally gets it. As it took a while, but the crowd is behind Peru as they put their first point on the board here on Ascent.
And the audience was waiting for that moment, for that one round. They get it at the end into a 1v1, the first one that we get to see in all those 12 rounds in the first half, but they make it work. Quick reaction at the end and a quick entry towards Tree. Now though, it's a different story, switching sides. If you're on the side of Peru, you're hoping that's going to change things around. Allow another one of those big comebacks for this team to happen, but it starts step by step into those pistol rounds. And now it's towards A for Poland.
You said step by step. I was going to start singing, but then I would give my age away because I was...
I don't even know what you're talking about. That's
exactly
how I know.
New kids on the block. But let's go back with the action. We talked about the silver lining. This time, it's Peru on a defense. And this might be the match to do it for this comeback to happen. You drop the first 2. A player advantage going out for the defenders. As Ashburrito attacks back. Another one to fall from the defenders. As the spike has yet to get planted. Finally picked up by Jirashenko. As they both work together. Him and Jazz around the dice, making sure that they clear out towards his A site. Might be a call again to go for a fake plant. Waiting it out. The crossfire setup though, Dan.
Yeah, and everyone here is going to be playing together for the defense too. Playing a little bit more reactionary of when that spike is going to be planted. That is going to be now towards Jen. Now, how does the defense react? They have that information, but one kill though coming through. It's going to be closed out. Nothing else they can do. Peru answers back. Big pistol round for them. They need that confidence.
Saw it from Poland with the last 2 players, Jazz and Jirashenko, were trying to cut some noise, potentially go for a plan after, but that's 0 point for all those plans, and it allowed for Peru to finally collapse back and get that second round and the first one of the pistol. Pistol round here on defense, especially on an Ascent, on a team that's falling behind by so many rounds, could be very important to start this comeback.
Even the decision of all of them playing towards heaven, everyone pushing from that area, making sure that the kills will take place or the players will get taken down the way that you want to. As now we move into a crucial one once again for Peru. Spectres in their hands, in position all across the map. We saw what the Poland was able to do on this defense, waiting so patiently, using that utility to perfection, but can Peru do the same?
Yep. Starts at least that way here, Dan, because both initiators playing towards this B site. 0 point and shock darts to do some damage onto both. Forcing now Team Poland to fall back after picking up the first orb. So Poland looking like they want to play the long game here in the second half.
And the utility that they have as well with that KO and that Sova, they're just going to play to their advantage. The longer this goes on, having that spike in their hands, approaching a little bit more of that A site, everything that I have to do here is going to be putting that pressure towards B, hoping that rotation will take place.
Small mistakes going in from the shrouded step from Bold. Swag answers with the second one onto Jirashenko. 2-player advantage going out for the attack as Wishi finally is able to fight back here towards B as well. Everything seems to be locked down on this eco round for Poland. Can't really cross the line here of either of the sites of A or B. Trying to get some lucky sprays through the smoke, but Swag's in a great position just to line up these last 2.
Ooh.
Okay, a little bit of a trade that works out. Can we get this last one? Runs out of bullets, but the free weapon is still out. Saylet gets the last one for the round, and that's 2. Make that even 3 unanswered overall for Team Peru.
And when you look at it, it's even the 3 in a row, right? It might not be connected the way that you want to, but you gotta hold on to anything if you're on the side of Peru. See what they can do next. And seeing how that positioning is going to look like. Poland, though, they were holding, they were being very, very patient. You mentioned it early on. They have so much to work with. And even then, Peru gave them that respect, gave them that space. They didn't want to contest and lose more than they needed to.
And a bonus round that can come out from Peru would be so good for that momentum, for that confidence to be able to come back. As the full weaponry ensues out for Team Poland, a pop flash to come out from the smoke, breaking the alarm bot and going for some sort of a split towards the B site. But this is all to create noise. This is all to try to create some sort of rotation out of Team Peru. And it seems to be a stalemate with 1:08 left on the clock.
And it's 4 of the players of Peru towards that A site. While the spike slowly but surely rotating towards B, that space towards mid has been gathered. The only thing that was holding it was that alarm bot that got taken down, and now market belongs to Poland.
There's a smoke coming out, playing very long range is going to be Wishi, all the way from tree to run these nanoswarms out. Recon Bolt looking for a spray through the smoke, so playing a retake game for the defenders, but we're pushing towards the spawn. Joashenko drops the first one, the swag falls for Team Peru. And now this B site is overtaking, overrun from the attack. The spike goes down, but Shuto comes in quickly to sweep the first one. Answer back, 2 more coming in from Team Poland. But at least off this plant coming in, it's a very quick retake for Team Peru. A 2 versus 2, both players in the attack, hiding inside the smoke. Another pop flash, but it misses. Allowing Shuto to get the ace into the round. And the defuse on top of that for the confidence as Peru fans continue to yell in this arena.
And Peru, all the fans, the content creators, the players themselves, they were telling me about Shuto because he's the one who clutched the match before for them to make it to the quarterfinals. And now he does it again with an ace on a round that they needed. The bonus round now that belongs to Peru, the defuse finally that took place. And that is one way to get confidence. You see it in their faces. You see that celebration. It's massive.
From a Red Bull clutchman to a hype man. 5 players now, full weapons here for Team Peru. Eco round for Poland, trying to get into this A side, but it's a high-low stack for the defenders out of Team Peru. Easy drops, updraft, double updraft though, answered back by Joashenko, who's trying to go for the heroic play. Can the other Jet do the same? Definitely not. Claws land by Saled as Bull is now. Last man standing, LMS looking back towards the tree, gaining some ground for the first shot onto Shuto. A little bit of a dink to drop a weapon, potentially to be able to get picked up.
Even then, you can hear the energy, the last one alive, but the energy feels different on the stage, in the arena. The people yelling, they know that Peru is going to get away with what more, unless Bull has something to say about it. 45 seconds still, more than enough time to work with.
We have a lot of co-streamers here live on the spot. We have Keo from North America with Tife and
Iconic from Peru.
Exactly. And if Tarek was here, he'd probably say at some point we might have a game in our hands after Peru gets this round here. Unless some heroic play here from Bull comes out, there's still 23 seconds left, and it seems like he's trying to look for some work into the A site.
It can't work.
Not with this crossfire. Should be a trade. Not even needed. Saled with another one into this round here. And that's the round that we were talking before. Another round for Peru. The cheers coming out.
Look at the energy. I love it.
The fans love the underdog story.
They definitely love this team. What they've been able to do so far in the group stage. And the players themselves, they're so friendly. They're so happy to be here. You said it, the family traveling all the way from Peru to Brazil to be able to support it and see these moments of them winning rounds, gaining that confidence back, and seeing how much more they can do. Now with an operator, we saw it in the first half in the hands of Poland, but now it is time to see what Chile can do with it.
Saw some 0-point lineups going out from the KOs, trying to open up the market. Doesn't ping anybody, as mid-control seems to be the plan now for Poland, inching up here towards Pizza. From the shadows for some information in the back of Garage, and it seems for Poland it's going to be a mid-to-B split.
It's going to be very similar to what we saw from that push on that last round. But what happens next now is a little bit more of the players being ready for this push to come through. Now she gets going. Woo!
But we answer back from Peru as well. 3 versus 3 as Burrito is trying to create space, as is Silva. But there are only 2 inside this B site. The Jet is on a lone island lurk on a flank. Shuto and Wishi actually is the one that's alone inside the site. A res coming out, back to a 3 versus 2. Wishi trying to just keep things up as the double up draft comes in for Shuto. Connects onto Bull. Going for a second one. Spotted one just at the bottom of the sidewalk. Trying to get these jump picks. And it works out for a couple of trades. The knives have been refreshed.
There's no way.
It's a 1 versus 1 with the spike planted. Kenobi holding back towards Dice. Still has the draft, but not available. Finally, we answer back for Team Poland from that point into a set.
Map point here, but it took a 1v1, and Juto, I thought he was about to get it. Expected the player to be a little bit further back, but Kenobi is ready to surprise, and now you get to see it once again. Poland, they were calm and collected on that first half. They knew things were getting risky, but now it is time to see if they can close it out into this one. 12-5, Peru, and a streak that has been broken for them.
Yeah. A streak that's been broken a little bit too early if you're a Peruvian fan. But thankfully, with the amount of rounds that they put and they stringed in a row, still a healthy gun round into this round number 18. Poland trying to move forward towards this B site. Again, double initiator setup from Swag and Salid into B main. Nice first shot, first contact. Nice second one there. As Gioshenko cannot get the entry. Support coming out from Swag. A smoke for the one-way. Perfect right now to just force Poland to fall back.
Amarito was doing this too on that Soba when we got to see things all the other way around. The Peru also makes it look clean. They show that they can do exactly the same, potentially even better for this round, as all players are alive in Poland in a tricky situation, trying to get out, trying to push for that space.
Yeah, but Peru has all that information already. A 0 point came out towards B main, and even a Nanosword that came out towards Tree from Jazz was supposed to be the information that Peru needed to say, okay, we know what the 3 players are, and Jazz somehow just gets 2 picks like that. But Shuto's pushed forward, hit by the paranoia, but it doesn't matter. Still Noided, gets the pick on Dash Moretto, answered by blow through the smoke. But Saylet is back there, going for the retaliation, going for the avenge on his teammate, as Bold is looking for the clutch on a 2 versus 1.
And once again is the Omen, the last one alive, the last one remaining in a 1v2. The door has been closed, knows exactly where Peru should be coming from. They can connect the kills this time around, connect those eliminations that has been looking for.
Hit by the 0 point. Defenders now know that Bold is holding towards Hell on this A site. We have to time this double jump down from both players, Swag and Saled. On a 3-2-1, the drop on the ground, there's fake shrouded step, actually it's a full one, outside towards the generator. One sticking onto the spike, swing back out, first headshot,
no way!
He's gonna get it! The Red Bull clutch! And the first map going in for Team Poland as they take it 13-5.
And you have to close it with a Red Bull clutch as well from the Omen. Looking at both of the sides, and look at that, I love that as well, the cosplayers here. Everybody's having so much fun. So Poland is going to be enjoying that map victory on Ascent. They didn't play Ascent too much before, only one time on the group stage, but they were ready to show us what they have to prepare for it.
Oh yeah. It took a while here for Peru to find their footing, at least on this first map, Dan. I mean, it took them 11 rounds to probably find their first round on top of that. But I do like that they were still vibing. They still have the confidence. I think this is a great opportunity for them to just turn the page and think about the next map. Now that they're warmed up, now that they know also that they can go toe-to-toe against Poland in these rounds when they play defense.
Absolutely. It looked like the energy changed when they were winning those 5 rounds in a row. It looked clean, and the confidence that Shuto definitely needs. You can already tell when Shuto is feeling that confidence, there's nothing that you can do on the other side, even if you're Poland. We have to see, because that map number 2, you said it, is Icebox, and we know the Poland is undefeated there.
Oh, that's a scary part too on top of that, because even when we look at the first map, those shots that came out from Jet, right, from Gioshenko, but this map he's playing Arena. You talked about the Icebox there, but at the same time though, the op that came out from Gioshenko could be good, but we know that Jazz on the chamber could also be very, very good as the operator.
And that is what catches my attention so much about what can happen on Icebox, because when you see that Reina composition, you start to question why they want to put a player on Reina, knowing that the real star player for those eliminations is Jazz on the chamber, going insane, 4-0 so far. And maybe they can get one more Peru, they need a little break. They need to make sure that they're feeling that energy once again because that map is not going to be easy.
Was there at least something that you saw from Peru's strategy that you're like, okay, maybe they could start applying this a little bit more into their map on Icebox? Because I know that at least the ace that came out from Shudo was definitely a proving point that they could frag back, they could fight back.
Absolutely. They are able to frag back, but now is the question of how much support is Shudo able to get for those momentums, because we don't get to see it very often, those moments where he's just going in, going crazy with the ultimate as well, with the Blade Storm. How many of those can we see over and over again, knowing that you're already down one map? So if you're able to get that support for those duelists, or potentially that Chamber too, I feel like there's a good chance for Peru, but like I said before, I know it's not going to be easy.
Well, at least there for the first map with Poland winning it. We finally have Ian that's ready down on the floor to talk about the debrief of the first map.
We know that the crowd are here now. Are we sure there's a crowd here?
Hello?
Yeah, I think Peru have got some fans in the building. Hello and welcome back to our analyst floor, I'm going to call this. My name's Ian Chambers alongside the legendary Jessica. I'm going to call you a legend now because you are that level.
Look, we're going to stop talking about me because there's someone way more important on the what do we call it? The analyst floor.
The analyst floor.
There's someone way more important than me on the analyst floor. There was a real champion.
Goes and fame. Game Changers champion. We have got Petra here joining us.
The best server in the world.
Yeah, best server in the world. How's that feel?
That's real.
But I think Poland has a really, really solid SOA too.
Oh, do you have server jealousy?
No, I'm just inspired.
Oh, you're inspired? Oh, yeah. I'll take that. All right, okay.
Before we even look back at what we just saw there, Petra, welcome to Sao Paulo. Mm-hmm. How are you finding your experience here at the Red Bull Campus Clutch?
I think it's great. Like, there's so much support, and everyone is cheering for their own teams, and yeah, it's a good atmosphere.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we never like to see in any form of a tournament, Jess, a bit of a one-sided affair.
A blowout is what I call them.
We could call it a blowout. I mean, yeah. Peru did start to kick back at the back end there.
That was good.
I liked that. We've got the fans nice and riled up. We've got fans of all ages cheering them on here as well. But Poland were just an absolute mega beast of a force on this map. That was, of course, their pick.
Yeah, I think there was someone who said it might even be in the casters. Our beautiful casters, both Dan and Vans, were talking about the fact that Poland had been practicing 10, 12 hours a day. Is it something like that? 10 to 12 hours a day for this tournament. And I think that's a stark sort of difference to what a lot of these other teams have been able to put in those students.
Well, Peru actually only formed 3 months ago. So it's the opposite end of the spectrum. But at the same breath, right, it's so impressive that they're here at this quarterfinal.
Oh, absolutely. And I said on the desk, and I'm confident by what I said, I wasn't wrong, I wasn't making it up. Peru was in a very tricky group. They had France, they had all of these other teams upon which they had to beat just to be on this stage right now. This is also not a top 16. This is a quarterfinal. So they had to win yet another match in the background. In the previous matches we saw, they've been winning matches. So either Poland is so good that Peru is just like, they just can't reach that level, and we don't really know what we're seeing right now, or Peru is just having a bad day at the office.
Yeah, and could be also the back map pick influence, right? So they could be really strong on the other maps.
Oh.
Petra, there's no real replacement for hours spent together putting in, that time on the server, right? Because one thing, you got team chemistry, that can go a long way, but ultimately, if you're spending all that time together, potentially 12 hours a day, that's going to give you an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. If they're only together for 3 months, Peru, they have to catch up so much. Yeah. So Poland definitely has a lot of advantage with the hours.
Stand-up players for you here, Jess.
I mean, I gotta say, shout out to Driad, who was just hyping up Jazz the entire time. Was like, look at Jazz, KJ important on this map, look. And then Jazz just came out and was controlling half of the map, and I was like, fair enough, that's KJ's job. Defensive sidedness, of course, is going to hit. I think Peru got a little unlucky with their starting side as well. We saw that mount that comeback, and that's where the KJ is going to have their biggest impact. But for the side of Peru, they ended up working out what the conditioning for the KJ was and how they can avoid that. But too little, too late at that point, and unfortunately the damage had been done.
I talk a lot about stamina, especially when we're getting into the latter stages of a tournament such as this. You know what it takes to have one best of 3 and then go into another. And, of course, best of 5s as well, right?
Yep.
For these players who aren't necessarily used to that, we're seeing both of these teams come off the back of a win in the round of 16. This takes that extra little bit of energy if you really want to make it through to those semi-finals.
Yeah, I think there's always a chance, right? Like you saw it, we had a final with an exhausting start. And it's always possible to come back. Like, if you keep up a hype and the energy towards each other, then there's nothing to be afraid of.
Does anybody standing to the left of me smell a Peru comeback?
We saw a little comeback on the last.
We did. And I will say that map-sidedness, I do genuinely think plays into maps like Ascent and whatnot. You know, people say, no, not so much. I think, yes, it does. I think moving on to the other maps, there is going to be a lot more of an even balance depending on the starting side. That's my one sort of given takeaway here.
I know the crowd can hear me here in Sao Paulo. I just want to check. Does anybody think Peru are going to come back into this? Oh, that was a bit quiet.
Yikes.
Ian! Okay, no, that's better. I believe anyway. I thought that was going to go the other way. Anyway, let's now cross over to our casters for Icebox.
Thank you so much, Ian, Jess, and Petra. You know what? I wanted to scream at Den, but I didn't want to bleed everybody's ears because I have a microphone and the speakers, right? So I'm there. I support you, and I do believe in a Peruvian comeback. Also on Icebox, we talked about it. A little bit of a wonky composition with the Reina going on to Icebox, but let's focus on Peru. They are a team that also brings out a Sage. So, you know, when you want to play the safe route, trying to go for these plants, that's definitely going to be a good thing, but it's also going to be a role of a Sage that's on Wishi, that star player that we're trying to talk about at the same time. That can maybe turn things around on top of that with Shuto.
And so far on the one Icebox map that we saw from Peru, which he did exactly this on Sage.
Yep.
Going insane and being able to get those eliminations when he needed the most and when the team needed the most. So this is a player that no matter what role he's playing, no matter if he's playing that quote-unquote passive Sage that people think of, he is ready for anything that the team is going to bring to them, especially Poland, especially when you're already down one map of Ascent and you need to make that change. But yes, we said it is not going to be easy. Poland, they're going to play that composition that we talked about with the Reina.
And same thing for Peru. So nothing really changes from what they prepared into the group stages into now. And again, Wishi having the MVP tag under the Sage pick, I'm gonna pump him up a lot. I believe in this player a lot as well because coming out of the groups, he was also the second highest rating in terms of ACS coming out of groups, and that's on roles such as a Sage. That's a role on Raze, for example, another map as well, and KJ. This time it was a little bit quiet on that first map on Ascent just because Poland just had every single read when we had Peru on the attack. I'm hoping that this time that they understand that, okay, this Polish team from the first map, they don't really rotate that much. So how do we fight against them? What can we do on a map like Icebox? And, you know, I'm hoping that with that Viper, we could maybe get a little bit of more of those lurks on the mid side, try to cut those rotations on the attack and see how that goes. I actually love the cosplay, by the way, that we have here.
It's so good. It's so good. I'm a fan. There's so many, by the way. I think there's like every Asian, basically, in a cosplay. I saw them when I was in the audience, and it's great. I love to see it. It brings a little bit more of that energy that the audience loves to see. But now we get into the match. It's map number 2. It is Icebox. Poland up 1-0. And now Peru trying to answer back.
And I was talking about this mid control right away. I didn't think it was going to happen this fast.
Okay.
The 0 point, the wall to come up, and the push under tube. A fight coming in from the parts as well. But it's a 2 versus 2. It's getting shut down towards the A site. Finally answered back by Shuto. As Peru finally makes it into this A site with a player advantage.
And finally, that spike is going to be planted on this side. But Jazz is trying to answer back. And we talk about this player, what he's capable of doing. He's going to shut down any hopes for Peru on the pistol round. That spike diffuse. And Poland, they get away with the first one once again.
I love it, though, from Peru, Dan. We tried to go for something a little bit different this time. Yes, a little bit of aggression. We talked about some crazy round at the beginning. But this was all a fake to try to go for a fake mid to B. By putting that wall off mid, and everybody else is just rotating and rushing back from the A site to try to catch Poland off guard.
And then one pattern that you can recognize, though, is maybe those pistol rounds and how fast the side of Peru likes to play them. We already saw it on Ascent. We get to see it again. It was different. It was towards mid, but it was exactly the same outcome, benefiting the side of Poland just a little bit more. A Vandal for confidence for the Reina. This is what I love to see. I love Reina, by the way. I have to say it. In Poland, they're ready for that action to take place.
Exactly. Who better than those 2 players that could just hold W and frag back from Jas and Giazhenko to win that 2 versus 3. But this round, the advantage comes out from Peru. But it stopped right away as there was already support coming out from the B side from the defenders. Only 2 more to go. Saylet actually wins a 1 versus 1. So Aggression coming out from the Classic by himself, picks up a Spectre, and we actually have some pretty healthy weaponry coming out from the attack on this 2v2.
And suddenly Peru has a Vandal. Hey, you're going to take it. If you're able to grab it towards yellow, it's a 2v2, so completely winnable for Peru. Would be massive as well, but this entry and this plant, now that they lost a Sage, it becomes so much more difficult. So they're going to go back. Poland, they don't even know where this is coming from. They don't know there's going to be that commitment towards B. There's enough time for Peru. We said on the map before sometimes, Peru running out of time on the attacking side. They want to change that sword, they want to change that narrative. That spike should be planted in time here before Poland is able to come.
That'll be definitely another silver lining for Peru. To put them in a position that we're going to have a much better advantage in terms of weapons in the third round. Not going to happen from a beautiful slow orb coming out from both. As Poland puts a second one here.
The slow orb was clean, and the two players that we have remaining, right, still with utility to invest into the side and making sure that Peru cannot get comfortable, not even with a rifle that they were able to pick up from the floor. So everything goes as planned. It gets a little bit risky, but again, it's a 2-0 coming in from Poland.
Clear to engage.
So with this, finally, round coming in from Peru, but we talked about those three players that drop on that second round, we at least have the opportunity to have a much weaker weaponry for Team Poland, and Peru can overtake this right now, but not as Kenobi gets the first one into the round, but already the support's already there from Peru to move into the B side for a flank. Shock turrets potentially coming from the top, a little bit of damage, but the spike still comes down safely.
And he planted save even without a Sage wall. It's a good opportunity here in a 4v4 as Poland has to push in, has to get that space, but has so much more to contest. Two of the players towards yellow. And that TP has to go in time. Peru should be able to get away with this one. The information is there. The darts as well connecting.
Well, fight back towards yellow. And Sly comes out with the classic. Bold on a 2 versus 1. Snake fight on the ground, and that's going to allow here for Peru to make things a lot easier to solidify the round coming into the third one. It took them a while in the first map here, Dan, but it's happening this round here, but unfortunately, we might lose a player in the process, and there he goes, Swag falls. So despite a much lower buy for Team Poland, they made it very expensive here for the attack.
Is sacrificed towards the end, but as long as Peru is able to stay in this game, getting those rounds constantly, there is always a chance for them to upset Poland. Here on Icebox, we said it 4-0 for Poland, the team that has played the most of this map so far in this tournament, and that has been undefeated. If Peru is able to get away with this round, to tie up the score as early as possible, that is a chance to change that momentum completely. We have to see if that actually gets to take place, though. An operator, though, in the hands of this defense, in the hands of Jazz especially.
These are the craziest shenanigans that we see here from Arena on the lineup. A forward push allowing a dismiss on a pickoff. Yeah. But into this round, the forward position allows Team Poland to get all this information towards this B side so we can stack the 3 players there. But everything's being screened by a Viper's toxic screen coming out on the attack of Webadios. We're still waiting for a plant, though.
Is going to go down as at least that wall. It's a 5v5. The operator trying to hunt for anyone trying to get those peaks, and that is the problem, right? 3 of the players are stuck towards yellow. Not so easy to get out of this position, and the spike hasn't been planted. This is the problem that when that utility doesn't come in early.
Attack was waiting for the fuel to come back up on the attack. 1 HP from Michi, and still gets the judge onto Asperito. And now Kenobi answers back. As a plant now comes down. 3 versus 2.
Do they know? They don't know.
Enemy remaining.
Oh my god.
No way.
Elise Webodios on patch 510 can still play around his Viper's pit. Snake bite on the ground. He turns at the wrong moment as Yuroshenko gets the pick off. And the defuse comes in. Heartbreaking here for Peru. But it's going to be 3 rounds in for Poland.
Yeah, you said it right. It is just the wrong moment to turn around. And it is so unfortunate as well for Peru. The Poland are going to be celebrating here 3 rounds now for this team. on the defense. And I like how they're able to give up that space. You have that operator towards Snowman, and you're able to make sure that rotation takes place, that retake takes place as well. And for Peru, it just hasn't worked out. They get stuck. They wait once again for that Viper wall to come back up. But at that point, the damage of Poland is ready to react over there. So it is one of those situations that you don't want to be in for the South American team. Gonna have to run with it into an eco round coming next.
Take flight.
Gonna be able to get that information. They send them around faster towards A. We haven't seen this from Peru before. Can they make it work with those pistols? There's a good chance as well. But again, Poland ready to answer back with Kenobi and the classics destroying absolutely everything that comes their way. Shuto, the last one alive here, is at 1v2.
Now it's Shuto on a pulse plan. Off shot misses, answers back, but the rest comes up from Bold. So another 2v1 that Shuto has to pull off. Spike is planted for him, but we're pushing up towards Spikes. Bold on top. Shuto couldn't get a clutch this time around. And it's another defuse coming in for Team Poland.
And at that point in that 1v2, you know, for the set of Poland, you just need to get on the head of the enemy, pushing, using those ropes as well, and pushing forward, making sure that the player has no chance to go into a 1v1. So 4-1 so far for Poland. The things, once again, they change for Peru. They go for a different approach. It was a Nika round as well. They want to make it fast, but it can become predictable the more that we get to see for Peru. They know they don't have the best economy. They try to make it fast. They try to get at least one player towards mid, and it still gets taken down.
Right here.
Wishy this time at least. We had these plans coming in from the attack. One thing that's good at least here, Dan, is Peru on the attack, they're at least able to move in now and get plants down. The issue now is on these pulse plans, trying to play far back. They're giving too much space for Poland to be able to come back and get these bigs. And speaking about giving too much space, not clearing the right angles, they lose a player early into the round, a star player and a shooter as well. Shuto, sorry.
Having no fear for Jazz, right? Gets detected, the Soba is able to spot it, and it doesn't even matter. The rest though comes in.
Hunter's Fury out 2 on the defense. Finally gets a ping on to Shuto off the res. That's going to hurt a little bit there.
The heal is there.
Yeah,
it's okay.
True. Not too frustrating in the end. But as they're looking to regain the space towards mid here, Dan, Kenobi's pushing down. This could be very important right now for Peru if they could actually win this fight. If Kenobi overextends just on the end. It should be sticking out. It's Wibodios on the other side. The spray's back. Made it back safely until this fight comes in, and unfortunately Wibodios loses the fight against Kenobi. A 5 versus 4. As the rotate goes back towards the A side, they'll both push all the way up forward. And stopped by Shuto. Wall to come up, plant to come down. 26 seconds left on the clock. But we're releasing off the spike plant because Ash Marino's moving down. Stuck in the back of the green box and still wins his duel as he wins a second one on top of that onto Shuto. So despite the second life, despite a second chance, there was no answer to their prayers, and Poland 5-1 now going into the first half.
The duels are clean for Poland, but as well, we get to see those mistakes coming through. We get to see maybe just the wanting to get one pick, wanting to get that opening pick for Peru when we see the Viper pushing forward and Webodios goes and tries to contest it, knowing that there's nobody that you can trade him. If he gets taken down, the Viper will run away and back to safety. Those are the scenarios that can't happen for Peru if they want to keep fighting for these rounds in the first half, having the hope that they stand a chance against this Polish team that so far has only given them one round to work with. In Peru, they slow it down, make it work. But Poland is always ready for everything. It's just going to get the opening again.
In a position to definitely be able to do that. Only a Bulldog in the hands of Wishi trying to get something out of this for the attack, but you can see the defenders from the way that they're pushed all the way up. They have control of this spike. So there's not going to be really anything that Peru could do into this round with the exception of Shuto finally picking one off with the Headhunter. Looking back for if Poland's going to make any mistakes off the overconfidence of peeking through. And unfortunately, he gets picked off. As now we have one more player to go. Swag getting picked off. And now Poland gets another round.
Just one more round, the confidence as well. They know they're playing it right. They know they're doing everything around that round. Before that, with the rifle v rifle, that was the most crucial one. In Peru, they had a couple scenarios, they had a couple attempts into this one. Doesn't work out as well. And we got to see what they can do. The chances could be fading away for this team of Peru, their representation for Latin America. Remaining in this tournament, pushing, trying to get to the grand finals, but Poland just getting closer and closer to that goal.
So as we're pushing, again, this confidence comes out from the defenders, and it's still going to be Ashma Reader is going to be able to get that first pick onto Wishi. Spike, at least still in control here of the attack from Peru, as we're set up towards the garage area. Very passive play, though, for Poland. We hear at least a KO a halt, but this is just safe play for Peru. It could get easily answered back until finally the punish comes in from the rotate, the flank that was attempted to come out there from Team Poland.
And I was going to say, in most of these rounds, you don't see Poland pushing for the way that they did for this round, for the flank and for the lurk. They make it this time, but when Poland is down a couple of numbers, they're able to make it even just after a little bit. You have that chamber alive, you have one more alive here, but Peru, they have found a chance. Chamber is the last hope here to get Poland to 7.
Finally, again, a glimmer of hope out for Team Peru. It's the time for Peru to push forward again. So despite, yes, getting these plans, the pulse plan's not working out, you can still see, though, Dan, from Team Peru, they still want to push forward. They still have that confidence, and they still want to make this a game in a good series.
They have some good ideas here. Playing a little bit more back and knowing that Poland has been now for 3 rounds in a row trying to get to them. Trying to disrespect a little bit more of that space that they did over and over again towards the sand, but this is a different map, it's a different story, and Peru is able to fight back earlier on. Now with Chito and an operator in the hands of this chamber, Poland is going to keep doing the same. They're going to keep pushing forward for the early duel.
They don't want to let go. And Syashenko moving forward at finally close range, answered back by the operator of Shuto. Joda falls out for Jasno. I know you like that one, Dan. But it misses the shot as he falls back towards the spawn. And it's going to be the soft battle happening very soon. Meanwhile, though, towards Garan, another attacker falls. Spike looking to get picked up. Finally, a res coming out from the defense. So a 5 versus 3, and all of Peru moving back towards the A site.
They have a Viper Spit as well for Wobodios. It's a 3v5 in Poland. They're expecting this push as well to come through. The Satrals as well for that protection for a second, in which he answers back.
There's a Dodafos, the ponytail of that stage on the attack from Wishi, holding under hell. Viper Spit coming out, and at least once again, another plan coming in for Peru. Forward positioning set up just by the Sage wall, but they know definitely for Team Poland that Wishi's hiding there. Trying to clear it out with a snake bite. Jazz popping one on the retake. Now it's only Wishi remaining, but gets wall banged. Actually, should I say Wobadios remaining. Picked up by Jazz in the end. Another one of those situations, Dan, where unfortunately on a pulse plan, it doesn't pan out for Peru, even if they have, ultimates in their favor.
And they have those ultimates as well, but the patience and deciding to commit to it without one of the crucial ones as well that we got to see. And one of those that can create that space, which he was fighting for. It was on the other side of the wall, had to move, had to go for that peak. And at that point, the numbers once again belong to Poland. I mentioned it before. For Poland, every time they're down numbers, and it doesn't happen very often, but when they do, they know exactly how to play together for that crossfire. It is one of the things that makes the team strong. And when you get to see everything that they've talked about, right, how much they like to play, how much they've been playing together, 10 to 12 hours every day, that is insane to think about. But when you see the results, when you see these rounds, you know where that practice is going.
Once again, it seems like a tactical timeout coming out for Team Peru. Coach always leaning in here to the IGO.
Yep.
Headset off to try to discuss the next few rounds, and it seems as though from that type of strategy here, the rest of Team Peru on either side of that stage, on either side of the floor, putting a lot of faith into the right calls coming out from the IGL from Peru.
And it's a pressure, right, that the IGLs always have, making sure that you're doing that you're making that right call. And when you don't, you can't really get to your head. It can put that pressure is actually Poland, and we talked about them, how serious they look even when they're winning those rounds. We only saw them giving us a little bit more energy when they were down a couple rounds on that map number 1, but that is one of the things that they talked about for this tournament. They were trying not to get overwhelmed by how crazy this whole experience is, and this is when you need it the most, when you're in that match, when you're in the moment, and you know you cannot lose the advantage no matter how nervous you are, how much nerves can get to you.
Yeah. And I'm liking what I'm seeing for Peru this round here. Lots of good utility, shock darts, snake bites, slow orb combo to try to deny the orb so that they could actually not allow Poland to push forward on top of that, and they can regain the space towards A main, but it gets traded off a 4 versus 4. So now that is going to cause Peru to backpedal towards mid. Jazz looking for the cross, but they don't have a poison orb on mid. So op shot misses, thankfully, though, for Peru, allowing Shuto to move up towards the pipes, breaking this trademark, and then also giving his position away. And Peru seems to be inching back and forth. Still a lot of time if they want to move back towards this A site, but it's their turn to figure out where Poland could be standing.
And every time that we get to see this arena towards B, is at least able to guarantee one pick, one opening. Jazz on the other side waiting towards mid. Every single angle being covered, trying to answer Huevos Dios, but the time can be running out. 30 seconds, spike gonna be planted. There's no utility here. The shock dart's on the other side. Then Soba pushing forward at 3v3.
Yeah, and thankfully from the op shot that missed. The operator from Jazz allows his plant to come down. Hunter's Fury coming on the attack back towards Snowman. No pings coming in as Jazz wants to try to take the matter into his own hand with the Headhunter. But Kenobi comes in for the flank while all of that action ensues. And that once again becomes another defuse from Poland. It sounded like a broken record at this time, Dan. Great utility from Peru that beat us around. Great plants. What the hell is going on in these post plants?
Is the patience as well for Poland. They know they can play and win this retake every single time. And I think one of the reasons why is that unsung hero. We've talked about Poland in general. We've talked about Jazz, but Kenobi has been going insane on this Viper, getting so much information, and we got to see the exact same thing. One of the clutches that we got to see in Ascend was because of Kenobi, so patient, so ready to communicate with the team and to enable a round like that one to take place.
It seems as though with the lower weaponry for Peru, seems as though rather, just losing a little bit of my voice there, but we're going back to the pistol round and try to work for mid control, and it works out. First one to fall. Gioshego's been a thorn on their side with the forward position, and he's been doing for Team Poland. Hunter's Fury on the defense, only a ping onto Wishi, and a res that's also available. So try to keep Wishi up, try to get this plant, and try to stop these forward positions. The Owl Drone finally is going to ping out Kenobi, and Kenobi's going to be stuck in a hard place and finally gets picked off. Wall to come up, we react right away, and Peru wants to move into this B site for a plant.
With 2 peaks and an Eco round, this is going to be looking good for them. If everything goes according to plan, Jazz and Build, we talked about those retakes, but when you don't have that Viper to get that support, that Soba as well for that information, it becomes so much more difficult. Peru should be getting away with this one. There's a little contest, they know exactly where the stage is located. And still,
Still they get one.
No
so they get
way.
a second one. This is somewhat doable here. Jazz definitely is a sharpshooter that could turn it over for the next few. As now slow orbs are going in, the trade comes out, looking for the flank, and the flash comes out at least, but we can't push forward, and somehow, Bull comes out for the kill. Is there enough time though?
I don't think so.
There should be. There should be.
Barely.
It's gonna be a 4K,
okay,
a Red Bull clutch, and a defuse for Poland. And we're back at square one on a post plan failed by Team Peru.
There is no way that just happened. Bull pushing from mid. They knew, this side of Peru, they knew exactly where this stage was coming from and still contested it one by one. And every single one got took down by this stage. We were talking so much about the roles and the aggression that has to come through no matter what you're playing. And we definitely got to see it this time around. Bill, so clean for that one. What a clutch.
I'm hoping that the total pulse here on the attack is going to be good enough for Shuto for the pulse plant. A 140 dink coming out from the A site here, forcing the attack and the defenders to just slow down the pace just for a bit. But it's an instant trade-off, 4 versus 4. Battle onto the pipes. One here on the attack by Peru. There's only one sole defender stays towards A, and that's going to be Jazz. Meanwhile, though, Tula falls towards the B site. The early wall for Bold is not going to stop the penetrating forces of the Tula falls from Shuto, and we have all the map to work with on the 4 versus 2, and they're running into the operator. First shot does not connect. Jazz falls back.
And is a decision as well, but can't run away. Has to take the duel in with the operator as well. The shorty is so hard. Nothing else that can be done this time around for Jazz. Spike gonna be planted. Kenobi, the last one alive. Of 1v4 for this Viper.
And at this point, I'm not gonna discount or discredit pulling on retakes. Also, a Viper's Pit available for Kenobi, and thankfully, we have that null command that came out. And finally, Wibodios, and finally, Peru. They win a post plant, and they make it around here for Team Peru.
And it took all that early damage as well. For Poland, when they wanted to get that information towards B, they wanted to know if that rotation was taking place, but it was actually the Sage that had to play for contact, got taken down by the 2 of the 4s. And at that point, Peru had all that space towards A into a 1v4. It was just a matter of time for them to close it out. But 9-3, do we believe here?
I mean, I'd love to say that. You know, I was yelling, as I mentioned before, at the beginning of the second map, that I was with Ian Chambers. I do believe in the Peruvian comeback.
Okay.
But after these post-plant situations, I don't know anymore. The only thing I could do is now hope instead of believe. And I'm hoping that Peru could actually get something on the defense, just like they did on the first map of Ascent. But it's still going to be first damage done by Jazz. Headhunter in the chest of 2 Webodios. As now they force to fall back on the defense. The wall comes up on the attack. A hold coming in. Rishi picked off, and even Walsh on the other end on the attack. A 4 versus 4. Spike is now moving in for a plan at default. Shock darts coming in to deny. And we're slowly closing in. A nice shock dart finally by Slag. Just at a default spot as they're trying to move back from Bolt to get the plant. And finally, there you go. One more. Dwashenko stopped by Swag. And the pistol round, just like we wanted on the second half on defense, comes in favor of Peru.
And it's a good opportunity to shock dart as well. Those kills into that early communication that was able to take place for this round. Poland actually is able to entry those sites so much quicker because of the way the Investa Soba utility, they already had that site with that stage as well, making sure that the angles that they had to take care of were less. But even then, Peru is able to close it out. Big round for them once again. And a pistol round that they absolutely needed. But Poland is able and ready to do anything to upset it.
And it's set up to look for an aggressive defense for Peru. It's going to be the bait and switch from Shuto to allow Wibodios to clean up the rest here with the Spectre. And this is where Poland are trying to move forward at the entrance of this B site. First contact, one, second one as well. By the defenders, things are looking good so far. Unfortunately, a little bit of a mouse wheel issue, but thankfully Shuto is there to avenge his teammate to get a 4th into the round. So it's as clean as it could be here, Dan, and it's 2 in a row for the defenders this time.
And one of the questions that I had towards the beginning, right, is how is this Reyna going to play on this map? Why do they decide to go with this Reyna? We got to see that lurk, that attempt of a lurk towards mid that got read by Peru early on, and this is good. It was in a round where you want to know exactly where this Reyna is going to be potentially playing for that what comes next to shut it down as soon as possible. If not, things can go wrong, and you cannot afford that at this point of the defense.
One player to fall early here. Kenobi picked off by a headshot by Shuto. Defenders now staying back towards the back of the A site. Looks like they want to give the round here and at least the map control for Poland to be able to move forward towards this B site. What do they have here for this retake? They don't really have any ultimates, so they're just going to play the power of numbers and trades to be able to retake the site. That said, is Shuto, again, the first one to be the point of contact out towards Orange. And I would understand this stat because they're on this bonus round here, Dan.
And they get a little bit of information. Shuto knows where Poland is going to be located here, but the spike hasn't been planted. It's going to push forward, going for the duel as well that is taking place on the other side towards A. And Jas fighting for his life, trying to stay alive, but the damage has been done. Peru, in the meantime, gets to plant that spike. And they get to play this 3v2.
Balled on this pulse plant, making it a little bit easier for them as the spike is planted for Poland in the back of Snowman as well. Both of them crossing over as Giashenko spots to contact any enemies, but they still have to break the wall for Team Peru to attempt for this retake. Slorb and a flash ready for the double swing right after. Snakebite onto the ground, it works out, and Giashenko's walking into it, being vulnerable, and still with the dismiss, there's not going to be any time moving forward. Greatly played for the last two players of Team Poland as they make it 10 into the board, and also a Red Bull clutch for Giashenko.
The double digits there, and even a post one that looks so interesting coming in for Poland on the attacking side. The way that they put the stage wall, it denies so much map control for this post plan, but into a 2v2, you wanted to take that advantage, know exactly where this defense was coming from. It's one of those rounds that you don't expect to work out this way every single time, but you also had the Reina to be able to dismiss and stay alive for long enough. Waste all that time for Peru as they can't get to their heads. Once again, Vandals in their hands, and an early contest towards mid.
0 point spawning Elise Gold at the beginning of the round that was being thrown all the way from Saled. Underhand flash, but the battle does not come in favor. First attack in favor of Team Poland, but at least on the A side, we answer back on Belt. Aggression, coming out from the Reina too. This is just going to be a stalemate. Back and forth going through, and nobody's really crossed any lines to try to get into any of the sites. Swag's in a difficult position, though, towards yellow. No point of escape. Held in the corner with the Phantom. Well, Jas is moving forward with the rest of his teammates towards this B site. If this is not cleared, this could be a clean 3 sweep. But now off this timing, Swag will not get the information of how many players are inside this B site. Could potentially get one, and that could only be it.
How does he not clear it?
Inching back out, there's the first and the second one.
Almost.
1 HP remaining.
Oh.
Now drawn to come out, and Jas, there you go. Like I said, they weren't watching that rotate. So Swag's at 1 HP on a 1 versus 1. And to add insult to injury, Poland gets a self-heal to get more HP. 20 seconds left, no time to run away. Running back towards the B site. And that backstab didn't work out in favor at all of Team Peru. And we're getting close to winning the series now for Team Poland.
It's getting closer and closer. It got risky as well, not clearing yellow, having that one player there, but not able to connect with that Phantom this time around for the 2 eliminations that would have made a difference. And now, the last time the coach gets to talk to the players. The last opportunity here for Peru to make a comeback, not only on this map, but the entire series, because Poland, you're getting away with the early damage, with the early picks, and Peru cannot afford that to happen anymore.
This timeout is much needed. You can see how we're looking confident, at least on Poland's side, just to be able to relax a bit, waiting for this timeout to finish. Well, for Team Peru, I mean, you're going to have to think about a lot of these rounds moving forward, Dan. You don't have too many timeouts to work with, and this is going to be potentially even your last one. I'm pretty sure this is our second one right here, right? So, and that's going to have to be for what? Trying to win 7 rounds, 8 rounds in a row to try to bring it to a third map if possible.
It's so much, and we've talked about it, right? If there's someone that can make a comeback happen, it's got to be this Peru team. They've done it before. They've been able to close out series against the teams that we consider the best in this tournament, against France, and against everybody else that they had to face in the group stage. Even early on, they didn't match today, but it feels a little different, right? It's Poland making those rounds clean, having so much space to work with as well throughout. There's no way.
Oh,
There's no way.
Spot in the shoulder of the third player too. Selig goes back to the 410, but again, one of those moments where at least the timeout is not to try to win this round. Of course, it can if you want it, if you can, but they don't have the weaponry to work with. So losing this round is definitely acceptable, at least if you're watching this as a fan from Peru. And you're hoping that the next rounds, when you finally have the economy right, you can actually turn it around. So an easy plan for Team Poland. A 5 versus 3. We do have a Vandals in the hands of Salem. Right, I think they could still go for this. Losing this round here, Dan, I think they might still have an economy of like small shields and a Vandal if possible here for Salem.
Right.
Let's try to make it at least somewhat expensive for Team Poland as they're low on their side. Swag, first one to contact, getting the first pick. Finding across towards this wall as the wall does get broken, but it's still that duel that falls from Jazz at the beginning of the round and at the end of the round. That is going to stop everything there. Map and series point for Team Poland, looking to eliminate Peru right here and right now.
And Jazz opens up the eliminations, 2 towards A side and finish with 2 towards that B side. With a tour de force, it just looks so clean. We were hyping up this player, and this is exactly why. We got to see a little bit of it on that map number 1, but this is a different story. Match point now for Poland. Peru, the last chances, the last hope that they have to stay here, to stay alive in Poland. They want to play aggressive. They want to get things over with.
That's what I'm talking about. At least facing adversity, looking for elimination. They could still push forward. They could still play aggressive. So they're not really shook by the scoreline, and it shows from Wishy with the first frag into the round. Gioshenko trying to move forward. And it's still, once again, Wishy trying to take the matter into his own hands, looking for the third, and man, they're just holding that W and it's working. A 3 versus 2. As we do hear an ult coming out on the defenders. Saled with the null command. Jazz finally picked off, and it's all up to Bold. Looking to get flanked on top of that by Shuto. As he's looking to jump on the belt, and as soon as he does, down to 30 HP, goes for the re-heal. Still very doable at this point. He's looking to fight back towards the A site with confidence. Almost lined up the last 2 kills.
Oh, that would have been terrifying, and such a good way to close it out. But Poland is going to potentially have to wait a little bit longer unless Peru has something to say. This round felt different, Rouse. When you get to that match point, you just have to play like nothing has happened. You just have to give your best with that aggression. And Huevo Dios was trying to do exactly that, being able to get the early kills, the multi-frags as well. But still, a long way to go, a round after one, a round approach that they have to take.
Early aggression just to try to get the Viper's Pit out as soon as possible. And a ping even comes out towards B main. Now finally seeing through the pings, understanding that Poland's on an eco. Peru doesn't have to waste that Viper's Pit right away. But they have lost Wibodio, so they can't even use it at all this time, and it's like doesn't work out. Wishy's able to answer back. Wishy looking to fall back towards Snowman if he can, but stopped by Gioshenko. As the B side is now taken over by Team Poland. Still pushing towards the spawn. The Aldro, the timing on this one, pulling out the weapon here is Swag. Peeking, jiggling, looking for the pick, wins it. That's the 2 versus 2. Marshall in hand, looking for this tag of the Saled. As Ball spots him towards the orange side. Couple of misses, but at least Jazz is there for the support. And Shuto's now going to be stuck on a 2 versus 1. On the first pick, spotting Shuto, 4 bullets left into his Guardian. That clock is ticking down on that spike. Going for the Headhunter, but this is such great utility by Bold just to slow down the clock. It's looking to be an impossible task now, especially as Jazz gets the pick from the top. And that's going to be 13-6 on the second map for Team Poland as they advance now into the Red Bull Campus Clutch.
And the Poland fans screaming and celebrating that victory, a 2-0 victory against Peru. And a couple rounds that were difficult, but overall the confidence, the control, calm and collected. We got to see this Polish team every single time. It was an icebox that continues to be undefeated. And it was an ascent that left that earliest statement against the enemy team. What a good performance for Poland to continue pushing forward, to continue fighting for the grand finals here.
Yeah. You can definitely see it as the practice pays off. You've mentioned it, Jess mentioned it. 10 to 12 hours a day leading into this event here. And they won that with a lot of confidence, actually, if I could put it that way, against Peru. Eyeing that trophy as we see right here. Moving forward into the semifinals, waiting for the victory between 07 and Egypt to see who's going to move forward out of that one too, and that's going to be quite an interesting semifinals for whatever matchup is going to face off against Poland here.
All the teams that keep pushing forward, they keep moving forward, they always have such an interesting story to tell, and it's just the nature of this tournament, right? Yeah. It's such an international stage. All the players that, many of them, the first time you mentioned it, that they've traveled, that they've been here in Sao Paulo, and Poland is making history right now. I want to see how much they can make, because that preparation is showing up every single time that we get to see them.
Oh yeah, definitely. And when we look about that second map there, that map on Icebox, we saw that weird composition, bringing out a chamber in arena. Usually when you see arena, you want to see like a jet arena, going old school style into like
Aggressive.
The 2020, but
yeah.
It still worked out in their favor. The aggression did really pay off here for Gioshenko.
And it is that support as well that we get to see for those aggressive players. And the biggest takeaway for me for this was that decision-making that we see for Jazz every single time. This chamber sometimes gets spotted with the Soba utility, stays a little bit longer, and knows that he's able to get that elimination. We got to see it over and over again, and it is those decisions that really make and shape a player to continue to make a difference for the team the way that he did for Poland.
On top of that, what do you make of Peru here at this point? Because they mentioned it also, Ian mentioned it. It's only been 3 months that this team has existed, right? And they still made it this far. They made it out of groups. They had a great upset against Team France. They went, 4-1 in their groups on top of that, too. It was a very, very tough match. I mean, I was watching onto the stands that we had across here, and they were like the last match playing into the group stages, and they finally made it across. And, you know, I still like that little Cinderella story. I think that looking at them next year, I don't think we shouldn't sleep on them.
I really like what we got to see for Peru, and I think the players themselves, from what they got so far, they're proud and they're happy of what they got, because it's massive. They said it, one of the things that they kept saying over and over again is that they wanted to make sure that people knew about Peru and Valorant. Peru, they like to play Valorant, they're playing together. A lot of these players actually competed at the top level, and they have so much more to prove. They already left such a good statement here. This is as far as they make it, but I know they leave happy. They were able to get that support for the family, the fans, everybody yelling here. And I think we are all on their side at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned before, we had the father of Libo Dios actually that flew in from Peru to support his kid. And you know what? I'd be proud to look at a team that's only made it in 3 months and now already made it into the quarterfinals. Made it very, very difficult, actually, for Poland once they had their footing right, and especially seeing the comfort that they had on defense. Yeah. Again, there's a couple of things to fix on their post plans, but overall, I'd still be happy for that.
Absolutely. You need to be proud of everything, just putting everything into a picture, right? The qualifiers to make it here, being in Sao Paulo, being able to enjoy this city, being able to enjoy the tournament, and also able to play. It is actually one of the things that I heard for one of the players from South America, that this tournament, this Red Bull Campus Clutch, is not only about playing on stage, but it's also about everything that you get, everything that is from getting here, from going to the hotel, from getting those little surprises from Red Bull. It is everything that just adds up and makes it something so memorable for every single one of the students and the players.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at it from our perspective, outside of being a caster or just a fan here of this event, you had a chance to do some capoeira. It was like living an experience with Red Bull. Exactly. I'm not only playing a competition here. If I'm a player for Red Bull, I'm also doing like a vacation, learning about the culture around Sao Paulo. And we pretty much had the same thing going into Madrid, Spain last year. The players had the same opportunity to visit Spain, to understand and see the culture a little bit more. So for a lot of these students, for a lot of these university players going in here to these tournaments, it gives them an opportunity to see the world and also see the biggest stage that they'll ever play on. Hopefully after that, to move into the pro circuit, going into the VCTs, as we've seen a couple of these players do in the past from the Red Bull Campus Clutch last year.
And having this, having the experience, not only playing in a tournament as intense as this one, having to play all of those matches in the group stage, but also being able to play in front of an audience. How many players are able to do that, right? It's such unique opportunities that you get here, and you just get away with happy. So I feel like that is going to be the feeling for Peru and all the teams that have been eliminated. They're still here. Players that and teams that got eliminated in the last couple of days. I know Colombia, Chile, one of the teams from Chile, they came here. They were supporting their friends from Peru. They were supporting their friends from Chile. Everybody staying here. So that is what we want to continue to see, and we know that everybody's happy at the end of the day.
Well, Lise, Dan, I'm very happy that we had this cast together. Kick-ass job. And now it's time to bring it to Keo on the desk for the interview.
Alrighty, we are down here with the winning team, Poland, taking it away with a pretty
dominant win against Peru. First off, with how much you guys beat them by, how are you feeling after that match?
Yeah, we started Assen with the 11-0, I guess. We stomped them at the beginning, and after Assen, we knew that the match will be won by us. So the atmosphere was good. Everyone was focused. Even on the 11-0, we didn't throw rounds, and we wanted to win as much as possible. And the pressure at the beginning was something different because it's first time that we play on this kind of big stage. So I was a little bit nervous, but after pistol rounds, everything was fine. So.
Yeah, first match on a big stage going 11-0 to start it is a good way to kind of crush some of those nerves, I'm sure. So what was going through some of your team's comms when Peru started to get a little bit of momentum? Were you guys just staying strong because you had a good lead, or were you guys starting to get a little shaky?
No, they had little momentum, but we didn't think that they're gonna catch the score because the round we lost, we completely knew what's wrong. So we instantly learn from our mistake and try to adapt for the gameplay. So as you can see, we won pretty easy. So.
Absolutely, yeah, it was very, very prominent there. All right, so you're playing in the semifinals against either Canada or Egypt. If you had your pick, which team would you want to go up against?
Actually, we lost against this Canada team in our group stage. They seems to be prepared. They did stuff they pick everything together. They have good synergy in the team, and individually also they are good. But it's best of one in group, so everything can happen. But if I would predict, it's gonna be a tough match. The Egypt team, they are good as well, so it's gonna be definitely a good match. But I'm not gonna type the winner.
Sounds good. All right, well, good luck to you in your semifinal match. We're gonna head back to the desk up there, and congratulations on making it this far.
Thank you so much. Bringing it back to the analyst desk. My name is Veli. Once again, I have Jess and also another star-studded guest. We got Petra.
Woo!
How you doing, girl?
Let's go. I can't believe G2 goes and just flew out to Sao Paulo and was like, yeah. We have a little bit of time to grace your screens.
We made some time for you guys.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, my goodness.
There we go. But back into the game. Jess, you were saying it outright. This Polish team looks scary and whoo! The best performance we've seen on that main stage.
Yes, this is the best performance we've seen on the main stage. This is the most dominating performance. And the worst part about it is that we set up this storyline of them being the biggest trash talkers. They let their opponents know. They stopped doing it because I actually think they felt bad. At one point, they were like, we just let our actions do the smack talking, and they stopped. And I was like, oh, it's dangerous, because they know now. They know they're in a power position. They're in a dominating position. They don't need to say anything. They're already in the heads of their opponents, and I'm like, all right, that's a dangerous position to be in. So, yeah, I think they know where they were at.
Petra, you saw some of this matchup as well. It was fun, right?
Yeah, it was really fun. I really liked how Poland was playing, the team play and the dominance they had, and they just kept on going. And Peru tried to fight back, but unfortunately...
Poland too strong. Let's take a look at the stats right now. 13-6 to close it out, and it was a nice 2-0. But man, Sage, 20 and 10, you gotta love it. You gotta love it.
Bro, at one point, Bold was wielding, I think down B long, the op. He got to a point where he was like, Sage op, battle Sage? I think that's something I could do. I think that's what I should do now. They were double opping. I was like, oh, look, I don't know what your strategy is. I think they were trying to be diverse and versatile at one point, but I was like, you're going so far off the script that I'm not ready for what you're throwing at me. So absolutely deserved. There's a lot of battle sages that come out on Icebox.
Yeah, I'm not ready for the ranked games right now. Yeah, it's going to be battle sages everywhere.
Yeah, Reyna as well. I'm sick of people playing Reyna. I know you've got Giuliano who's whipping it out. Every time I see a Reyna in my ranked game, I was like, can you stop? I'm begging you. No more Reyna.
There you go. Also, I'd like to give a round of applause to Peru. Okay.
Yes.
Peru put on a good performance. Yes. Tried their best to come back. We saw the stats of First Bloods where they actually led it, but if they could just protect the plant, that would have been it for them. But now these players on this team, they know how to come back better next time.
And that's the biggest thing. I think there's not just, experience that you get from LANs, but especially when you're a young team, you're not putting in 13 hours a day like Poland is.
Yeah.
So you maybe not got that kind of team synergy. They were put together 3 months ago. So this is very different teams we have. I think that's just so humbling to get on a stage, to go up against a team that's so good and so well formed. I would be humbled. I'd also want to come back next time way more hungry. I will tell you that much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they were still confident, even though they were losing. They were still confident in everything what they were doing, right?
Yep.
So I really think we're gonna see more of them.
Yeah.
All right, so Petra, okay, so day one so far, the stream has been phenomenal. You've been having a good time here in Sao Paulo, Brazil?
Yeah, definitely. It's great. Like everywhere we went, like at the event, but also outside of Brazil, it was great.
Oh, it was amazing. And the food is banging, right?
I like the food, yeah, definitely.
Name your favorite. Do you know the names of the Brazilian foods? I've been here over a week, and so I've been trying everything.
So I'm not picking up of anything of the language, so I'm not gonna remember the food either. I mean, I'm gonna remember the food, but not the name, right? So,
Okay.
but I definitely like everything.
Yeah.
The meats are so good here.
Yes, meat's popping.
Actually, by the way, I told you guys it might be a special surprise.
What is it? I love Christmas early.
So check
bring
this
it.
out.
Okay.
We have USA versus Czech Republic, and we're going to be tri-casting it. Production, if we could get that on the screen, pretty please. Let's jump right into that game.
This is Petra's debut as an analyst and caster, yes?
You're
what?
so talented.
I'm missing out on something, but I'm ready.
Okay.
Listen,
is this the agent select?
Number one, Petra, I'm just going to let you know now it's going to be a breeze. This is going to be map 2. Let's go ahead and jump into Asian Select.
Talk us through the comps, girl.
Okay, I'm talking you through the comps. Like, we can already see the composition is different, right? So they picked Sky, and the other picked KO. And yeah, I think I'm a fan of a KO composition. I think he can be so strong, his ult, the knife, the information he gets. And compared to Sky, I think KO can do it a little bit more.
Oh, yeah, definitely. But also when you have Sky and Sova on the same page as well, hey, you could double up that information and get exactly what you need.
Double initiator, baby. That's the future.
You've been preaching it all day.
I have been preaching. I think double initiators, like some people like argue with me. I'm like, no. Information key, flash is key. Welcome back to the faces.
I just tried
I love that we
you
came back on
showed it.
camera for you to just get a denial, man.
Sam, don't play me like that, okay? Let's get back into the game, all right?
I love that. Yo, the fact that you point out the KO as well, the U.S. literally last played Breeze. What was this game? We were doing it. We were playing this game against Chile. That was the last time they played. Darkest went nuclear on the KO.
Okay.
So this is his map. This is his agent. He was unkillable for some reason. I don't know what's going on, but I mean, I'm so glad we get to see this. For those wondering out there, Valley's already prefaced it. Well, I reckon we should podcast this.
Oh, easily.
Oh, hell yeah.
Listen, we're chilling right now.
We're chilling.
We're chilling. Petra, you feeling good, right?
I'm feeling good. I'm happy to be here and with great company. So.
She's humbling us. Stop it.
Okay, now as a chamber nerd right now, I'm hoping that this chamber absolutely pops off. This is what I want to see, especially in these pistol rounds.
I mean, the difference between the Cypher and the chamber as well. Look, I used to love Cypher. I came from a different, information-based FPS, and I was like, oh man, I'm gonna be a Cypher main for the rest of my life. I didn't end up being, but
that's why you like Sova and Sky together like me. It's a Rainbow Six thing.
It's the Rainbow Six, and you
Give
just
us
want
some
intel
drones.
everywhere, man. So I'm loving the Sova diffs we've been seeing today. There's been a lot of hot initiators.
And speaking of which, take a look what's happening middle right now. Chet, Sova, slowly working towards B. But Cypher's timing right now is going to be perfect. He's going to be able to stay alive just a little bit for his teammates to get that rotate going.
How many times have we seen B held down with Cypher? Is it Mimi that's usually on the Cypher?
Yeah, Mimi's a great Cypher, yeah. She can play the side alone and she will hold it, waiting for us, or either fighting them and kill them all, right? Like here, they play retake right now.
One enemy.
And it's kinda,
It's
kinda
just
popping
easy.
up.
It's just easy for them.
Right.
I actually respect teams that have pistol strats. Because they're free rounds, and it's free eco into, obviously the second, and then, of course, going into the rounds beyond. There's so much more confidence that breeds off of it. I can't remember which team it is. It's either an NA or EMEA team, and they do pistol strats. Like, they practice having, 5 different pistol strats on every map. And I'm like, I respect that. Because you want to bag 2 rounds for free, every side, that adds up. When you are always either going to OT or you're getting double digits constantly against your opponents, those 2 rounds are going to be massive.
Yeah, it's a big advantage for sure.
I'm loving the Marshall. I'm going to miss this map.
Yeah,
Just for the
same.
long-range engagements, I'm going to miss this map.
Are you a sniper?
Yes.
Really?
Bro, I
Jess,
was
let me
bred.
find
I
out
was
you
bred.
get loose in the game.
I was bred. My first ever competitive game that I played was Call of Duty. I was a quick scope main.
Oh, right. I played Call of Duty too.
Yeah. I came from the depths of the COD.
Where's your montage at?
I mean, I am not sharing that old YouTube ever. You ain't never seeing that. So, but I was half decent. So.
Oh, catch me Battlefield from along the way.
You either come from COD or Battlefield. That's it.
Love it. All right.
I want that candy cane, by the way, for Christmas. Or the snow globe. Put it in my store, right? You heard me. Thank you.
Manifesting.
Manifesting it, yeah.
It's kind of good damage.
Right.
Second rounds make me nervous. Oh, they got lineups.
The smoke is not on the spike, right?
I'm too blind to see, please. I'm too old.
There we go. Oh, what happened? Just took the damage and just kept running.
She might have won it if she had a smoke on the spike.
See, they need you behind them. Call timeout. Tell them what's up.
Yo, listen.
Yo, listen. If you're going to do lineups, you're going to need that toxic orb down.
So the double initiator duo chess, they're actually combined 8-1 when it comes to stats, leading the way for their team as well. Information is everything.
Information is everything.
There
I'm telling you. I'm telling you. And I think that's the future of Valorant. A lot of people, you know, they were doing a lot of frag heavy stuff for a while, especially when Sky was like broken for a bit and everything like that. Like flashes were like the big thing. I think by having intel and then using your flashes to capitalize off of it, that's the future of Valorant. I think that's the pairing you really need to be able to master.
Yeah, I would love to see that.
Yeah.
I would love to see that. That means more team play, more communication,
The puppies
everything.
out.
Yeah.
I would
All right.
love that.
The
More
puppies out.
interesting than only aiming. Also.
Yes.
No, don't be sorry. Listen, this is all three of us. Let's go.
Speak over Valley. Speak over
Oh,
Valley
I'm just
every
having
day.
fun. I'm ad-libbing right now. All right?
I love this. I can't believe we get to tune in on this game after a game, a day full of
Relaxing.
crazy, awesome games. Oh my God! For those wondering, I got my slides on. I'm chilling back. My chair is tilted back. Don't come back to the camera, please.
I like your slides.
Thank you. They're beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah, you have small feet.
Red Bull.
I'm short and I got small feet. I'm getting outed. This is why I like the analyst desk, because you don't know how short I am, and you don't have to see my feet.
Jess has 3 boxes.
Chair down.
Right.
I'm calling you out right now.
Damn, who put Petra on the desk, guys? She's calling me out. Nah, not a chance. Not a chance.
Let's go. 3-0.
This is very surprising to me, and the reason I say this is the attacking side from the US was not bad. I mean, we didn't see a bunch of it, but what we did manage to see was good. Was great. So them fumbling that third, bit of a fumble.
Yeah, the Jet couldn't find an entry yet, so I think she really is going to try here, maybe in mid, to find an entry.
I've heard that Ferb, and how did Sully put it? Sully put it something to the effect of, when Ferb is on their game, it's over. But it sounds like it's like a 1 in 4. You know what I mean? You got a 25% chance that Ferb's on their game. And if they're not, it's just like, it's one of those games where it's like, maybe you need Darkest to step up. Maybe you need Dip to step up. So that's tricky to rely on someone that might not be on their game that day.
Yeah.
And to have to compensate, I think that's tough.
Maybe she can still start rolling if you get some entries.
Yeah. Bit of confidence.
By the way,
Yo.
I want to give a big shout out to production, also the observers.
Who is observant? I didn't know the full list of observers.
Yeti and Impulse.
We got Yeti and my God.
Yeah.
Okay, shout out to my boy. Oh, yeah,
Yeti came to the green room to me today, looking handsome as ever, gave me a big hug. I was so happy to see him.
Shout out.
We have a little all-star squad over
I
here.
was just like thinking, damn, Red Bull flew out everyone. They were like, who can we fly? We'll get them all.
Red Bull treats us so well.
I'm
2
not.
years straight, no complaints.
I have no complaints. Not at all.
Speaking of which, I have no complaints from this gunplay right now.
What I want to see, and I know we're on, to remind everyone, you know, as we're sort of podcasting this is patch 5.1, 5.1 or 5.10, depending what you guys call it. And this still has the Chamber 2 TPs, right? So Chamber is still strong. There is still heaps of viability with him. The fact that Jet is one of the most played agents throughout the group stage going now into the knockouts is a little bewildering to me, because Chamber was the strongest by far, had the most impact. People who were opping, like you know, like Hey NF, for example, who was opping like crazy. It was unnecessary for them to have to play Jet here on this patch, and they've still all decided to do so. So it's interesting the dynamics of these compositions and the agent picks.
Yeah, I actually think they're really missing out on Chamber.
Yeah.
If you think about it, like, of course, Cypher is a really good agent, but if Gaio is also a meta, I think it's going to be pretty hard.
Oh!
Speaking of Jet.
Cypher dip? No. Intel? Anyone? I'm loving this.
Cabbages.
You call them cabbages? I like to call them little squids.
Cabbage?
Yeah, you know the
Yeah.
the little cabbages? There was a game where a cabbage got in the way recently. What was that game where that cabbage got in the way? Was it Game Changers?
Yeah, it was Game Changers.
It was
on
Game
Bind.
Changers. On Bind?
Yeah.
Cabbage got in the way?
Was it a game of us, I think, right?
Shopify, and was it you guys?
I'm not sure, but I remember I saw
I
it.
remember
So
I remember.
I remember seeing it. Yeah, I think it was Mary fighting someone, and the cabbage came in the way.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got right in the way.
Yep.
First the turret, now a cabbage.
Eat your vegetables.
Yeah. Mary learned that day. She's still growing. She got to eat her vegetables. That's it. Oh.
Breeze is my least favorite map.
Ooh, okay. We're coming out with hot takes.
Damn.
We're coming out with hot takes.
Oh.
Okay. Valley didn't even try and warn us, but here he is.
You're talking about what you like, Breeze. It just hit me all of a sudden.
Okay, you know what? I got another hot take back at you.
I get destroyed on Breeze. That's why.
Yeah. This is my hot take for people who hate Breeze. You only hate Breeze because you can't aim.
Number one, I'm telling my mom. Number two, Jess. All right. I'm taking your box away, okay?
Don't tell him. Don't tell him.
All right.
No, that's it. You just can't aim. You can't aim long range.
Jess.
That's it. That's my take.
That's why I'm a support player.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
It does make
There we
sense.
go.
I respect support
I
players.
got you with the flashes.
Yeah, you're like the teammate that flashes me when I try an entry. Oh, my
Okay.
goodness.
Speaking of aim, Darkest making it work, though. Gotta love it.
A couple of hot takes on the Marshall recently, actually. A couple of people think it's too OP for round two, too cheap. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it.
If you aim for heads.
It's a freebie. It is a freebie.
Just don't get hit, bothead.
Oh, yeah, my bad. That's why you're a sport player.
Hey, yo.
Hey, yo.
Listen, I was a sniper back in the day, too, okay?
I know,
okay.
and then they changed the way we had to play, man.
I know.
That was it. We became boomers real quick. That was it.
Let's see if Barbara can make something happen right here. I believe in the clutch.
I mean, they're 5-0 right now. I'm telling you, I feel this. Imagine.
No, they're a unit right now. Look
All
at
right,
this.
okay.
Bait and switch. Gotta love it.
This is it.
This
This
is
is
the
it.
reverse.
Five is all they get. I'm concerned that out of all of the games that we've watched, especially the mains, that obviously we could only broadcast 2 today, and then the third obviously coming in, and now we're just jumping into this one. We haven't seen Czech, right?
We haven't.
Have you watched Czech? I didn't get access to any of the VODs that I was able to watch Czech.
Not at all. This is a good first look for us as well. I want to see how they answer back to this. Still earlier in the game, they can make it happen.
Go on. Walk us through. I gotta get these Czech stats.
He didn't pop his ult yet. Oh, no, he did. Soa forgot their lineup as well.
Yeah.
He was aiming for the lineup, and then he was like, oh, never mind, man.
Just kidding.
I've been seeing some crazy Sova lineups recently. Sova's coming back into fashion.
I love it. I love Sova.
As you should. As you should. I'm speaking to the best Sova man in the world, ladies.
I mean, Fate is a really big competition for Sova, though.
I mean,
on some maps.
Yeah, on some maps, like if I run a Sova, I feel like I'm trolling. Like if I don't run a Fade, like I'm like, yeah, I'm trolling. Like this is just so strong, especially with Prowlers taking position and stuff. I'm like, ah.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining. Ooh. Or imagine. No, there's no time.
Oh, unlucky. Great attempt, though.
So there you go. Got number 2.
I told you 5 is all they get. 5 is all they get.
Imagine it's gonna be like that now.
You know what? I've been caster cursing the maps all day, so I'm not confident in my statement.
Oh, okay.
I've been caster cursing everything. I'm not. Yeah. All right. Let me see. Am I? Where's the overlay? We don't. Of course, we don't have an overlay. We are just tuning in as a watch party, ladies and gentlemen. I need to catch up. I'm pretty sure, unless my notes are wrong. Is this a quarterfinals game? This is a quarterfinals game, yeah?
Production, if you could let us know, we would absolutely
Please,
love that.
Should be, right?
It has to be.
so.
That's the only games that were. That means.
Oh, quarterfinal game,
this is the quarterfinal. So we've actually missed really important context for the audience right now, unfortunately. So I've just found out that Czech lost map 1. This is map 2. Czech lost map 1. Can you guess the score and the map?
13-0. Team USA.
Oh,
dominating.
Okay, we don't listen to the American. We'll have a less biased opinion.
Okay, 13-8.
Okay, close. 13-5, they lost Pearl.
Okay.
Which
I would have loved to watch that.
Pearl would have been a banger.
Yeah.
Pearl would have been a banger. I think they had... No, they didn't. I think US was running a Neon on that map, yep. Which would have been really interesting to see how they utilized that. But,
Hasn't there been a lot of controversy about Neon on Pearl?
I think it depends on your playstyle.
I don't really like Neon and Pearl.
What
Not
about
to play
Reyna?
and not to play again. Reyna is way better.
I
Reyna,
think you use a lot of better people than Neon on Pearl.
Yeah. But have you seen the Euro competition?
Yeah, I heard there was a team that ran Yoru in a really important competition recently on Pearl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did it
I can't
go?
remember their name. Yeah, whoever was using it had these really interesting lineups, especially for TPs and stuff. Really inventive, innovative, setting the meta for Yoru. I mean, if I think of their name, I'll let you know.
Yeah. I'm really curious. I would like to steal some lineups.
Yeah.
It's really interesting how Yoru came into play. When he first came out, nobody really knew how to use him at all.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's really hard to
It is
play
really
him.
hard.
Yeah.
You got to put in so many hours. Like, man, I don't have time for that.
Well, wasn't it the game where Tens used him on Bind, and then after that, it just opened up? Everyone else just started jumping on him?
They tried to use
Yeah.
it too.
Yeah, I mean, Forsaken was always just taking it. He's like, this is what I do. But everyone was like, well, that was his play style, so it worked for him. He's like, he was just crazy. And I was like, that's cool and all, but I feel like you can use him so much more inventingly. Like, people like, you can only use him on Bind, and you could only do this.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, man.
You can use him anywhere, in my opinion.
You need to be creative.
Yep.
5-3.
God.
5-3.
5 is all they get. If I'm right, I don't even know. I don't know what to do. For those who missed, well, I mean, we all missed Pearl. All of us. We were very sad about it. They ran the Neon, Dip ran the Neon. Did pretty good. Not so well on the opening kills, but did well, overall in his KD, ACS. And Ali was on the Astra and went nuclear. Went absolutely nuclear. Plus 20. Dropped 27 kills, 7 deaths.
That's
370 ACS.
Ooh.
That man
That's crazy.
was unreal.
That's the best support player ever.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
See, when Ferb's on. Shout out to you.
Right.
This is what you meant, right? Like,
I mean,
once he's rolling.
Once he's rolling, he's gone. That's it. 5's all they get. I'm feeling it. I know they're removing Bind, they're removing Breeze, right? So you're obviously getting rid of some iconic maps, in my opinion, where some big things have happened in Valorant history. I would like if they brought back another long-range map. I feel like there are some playstyles. Mind you, Pearl, be long, okay, yeah, sure, no problem, but there's a couple of other... Bind's getting taken out, so long angle there is not really applicable anymore. Where else do we have with long angles on the map outside of Pearl?
Icebox a little bit, but...
Little bit. Yeah, maybe over... Yeah.
I mean, every map a little bit.
A little bit.
But yeah, I agree. There should be another map added to the map pool. Something similar like Breeze, or just bring back Breeze.
What do, outside of the people who can't aim, what do we think the problem is with Breeze? Why are we removing it?
I actually don't know, because I really like Breeze. He's one of my favorite maps.
Yeah.
So I was also surprised they took it out.
I would redo the mid area.
What would you do?
I think the pillar in the middle should have, like the left side of pillar should have an interconnection towards B. So you can see where you go up towards elbow and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there should be a pathway. So that if someone was rotating through mid, they don't have to cross that wide open area. If people are afraid of always having to peek nest,
That would make it more attack-sided, right?
yeah, well, slightly, yeah. Yeah. But what if it then connected to tunnel, like a real short connection to tunnel, so that the defenders, if they wanted to push up towards elbow and mid, they had another option of
Yeah, it could be
challenging that.
interesting, yeah. You need more people to take some space.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, so send an email to
Uh,
Riot.
Anna, if you're out there, my beautiful Anna from Riot, you heard it. I'm a map designer now.
So many qualities.
I mean, I'm just adding to the resume. All right, 5 is not all they get. And
All right. There goes overlay as well.
I
For
was gonna
those of you
say-
that are just tuning in, there you have it.
Did you request this,
USA
Sally?
on the right. Excuse me.
Did you request this?
No, production's just on point
Oh,
like that.
my bad. They're just that good. All right.
They're just that good.
All right. Okay.
Czech Republic on the left, 6-4, leading the way.
I really don't know which way this is going. I have no idea. All right, let me turn into Stats Jess. Stats Jess is coming in. I am gonna pretend like historical sidedness for each of these teams is gonna decide the outcome of this match. So if they're attacking sided on Icebox or on Breeze, they're gonna be okay. The US is defensive sided. So if they get 5, they win this.
Okay.
Boom, boom. Putting it out there. They win Breeze.
I like that conclusion.
Easy peasy. Do the whole analyst spiel where you're like, the defensive side for the win. The end.
But is it the same? I think maybe I shouldn't start believing you. Since 5 is all they get, didn't work out.
Well, yeah, that was a pretty strict kind of rule, though, not going to lie. Oh, they haven't played Breeze? I have no stats?
That shot.
Do we know who picked this map? I want to know. I want to.
Probably USA.
I was gonna say because Czechs never played it, so
Not sure.
that would be some juicy information.
We're going into halftime tied up. That would be nice.
If it's 6-6, USA win. Hands down, feet down, toes down, everything down.
10 toes down. That's what we say in America. I like that, though. Go ahead.
You guys say that? That's a saying?
Toes?
10 toes down.
If I think about toes
You
down,
hold it
it's
down.
like something cringe because
Yeah.
you're like, you
Cringe like the saying. Huh? Really?
You got to say it with flavor, though. It makes sense. I'll get you hip, Jess.
Jess,
you got a little bit of culture in you, so I can get you accustomed, okay?
Oh, my
All
God.
right,
All right. Okay. For all the Australians out there, he called me not hip. So.
hip. Who says hip?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Wait, what?
Ayo.
What?
Ayo. Sit
I
back.
got to get both of you uncultured people cultured a little bit, okay, on the USA slang. I got you guys.
I think both Petra and I are the most cultured at this desk, given how many countries we've lived in and everything like that.
Well, with
I'm the
us,
same.
most cultured. Wait, actually, Petra, with this being a worldwide tournament, curious, where are you from?
I'm from the Netherlands.
Really?
You couldn't hear about my accent? Like, I have a big accent.
Don't give up.
Hey.
There we go.
The Netherlands is what I would consider to be one of the chillest parts of Europe.
Really?
Yeah, I would say. I mean, a lot of people say, like, you know, they're kind of like not as serious Germans, but they're still serious and stuff like that. I think you're perfect in the middle. Not too chill, not too serious. I think right in the middle.
Straightforward.
Yep, I love it. I love it.
Okay.
It's my kind of style.
You never been to the Netherlands?
Never in my life, no.
Would you like to go to Amsterdam or?
Heck yeah, I would love to go to Amsterdam. I would love to go to Netherlands. I love Europe.
I thought you were cultured.
I am. Says a girl that knows nothing about the word hip. Come on. All right.
Yeah, I got a hip. And I'm going to need a hip replacement if you keep talking all
Production,
that.
shut her mic off, please. Shut her off. Shut her off.
Nah, not a chance. All right, 6-6. Yep. I reckon the stats are true. Defensive sidedness for USA. That's it. It's over. All right, where are we looking? Where was I?
I'm about to 1v2 clutch both of y'all on
Is
this
the
desk.
statistic getting like updated like every round, like HLTV or something?
No.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. We don't have that luxury here, okay? We have to use our eyes. Nice entry.
Oh.
Nice entry with the spike, bro. Yes. I love hearing the Portuguese casters behind us, by the way. Definitely giving me that
Speaking of which, Up Mine.
Yes.
He speaks Portuguese. He has family in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Yes.
I would
He's
love.
Brazilian. Yep.
Maybe we should try to get Up Mine during one of the intros or whatnot to liven up the crowd.
That would be sick.
That would be hot.
Production has no choice but to listen to us right now. So this
These
is
are
the
his
perfect
people.
time. Yeah, this is the perfect time to suggest things where they have no choice but to listen to us. This is perfect.
I would imagine that'd be pretty dope. Little home crowd advantage, you know.
Every time he speaks Portuguese, I go really quiet so I can listen. I love
Beautiful
listening.
language.
I love listening to other languages.
Yes.
I'm all about that.
Hola.
Obrigada.
Let's go.
De
Oh,
nada.
you speak Portuguese?
Ah, you know. Yeah, I got about 3 words.
Wow. Better than mine.
All right. Team USA takes the lead. Czech Republic, though, I want them to keep on with that heat. They start off really hot. Just slow down a little bit. I want to see the boys pick it back up.
Ali's still on it. Imagine going, what KD? I can quick maths this. 21, that's 4. That'd be like 5 almost, yeah. You almost have a 5 KD on map 1. Ali had almost like a 4.5 KD map 1. He's coming to this map and he's like, go again.
I can do that again.
I can do that again. As a
Someone has to do
controller.
it.
You sure it's the controller? That's a lot of responsibility. You gotta be like util, wall, post, plant, molly. Like, nah, that's too much to think of. And pew pew.
Hey.
Good night.
Burr!
I love
Burr,
that.
get another one. Okay, that was nice. That was nice.
Speaking of Gus, our beautiful man Up Mine, he was bullying you?
Oh, yeah, because the Guardian. And look what just happened. You know what, though? Gus can't talk, though. Gus, I know you hear us right now. me and Gus, we have a wager, a one-on-one. I told him,
Oh,
hey,
that's true.
anything, any dollar amount, let me know. But I told him at the end of the day, out of the two of us, only one of us was a pro player. Only one of us made
That's
money
true.
playing games.
You have the pro player
Sit
gift.
down, little boy.
That's exactly right.
You know,
That's
I feel
exactly
bad
right.
because he's not here to defend himself. I love him, though.
That's the best time to do this, is when he's not here to defend himself. He said, and look, actually, let's get an actual pro player's opinion. He said that the Guardian is underrated. Where do you sit on the Guardian?
I think you can play the Guardian very well if you have the aim, right? You should really take it if you're really comfortable and having a good game. If you're not having a good game, I think the Guardian is not good for you.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay. So, Jet taking the Guardian is, it's good.
It's good. Ferb's on the game.
Yeah, he's on fire.
But, okay, but the thing I was trying to tell Gus, it's not like I'm running around with a Guardian like every single round. Like, hey, yo, let's go.
Full
Like,
by
come
round
on.
and he's got a Guardian, yeah.
Super overconfident, I got this.
It reminds me when Durkee used to run around with the Bulldog and he refused to upgrade on bind because he was
I remember that, yeah.
He had like an 80-something% headshot rate with it and he was getting kill after kill after kill and I was like,
if it works, it works.
Yeah, exactly.
And he refused to buy another weapon. I was like, all right.
Never change the working system.
Yeah, there you go.
By the way, Gus, Up Mine, the most magnificent afro I've seen in esports.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there we go, Ferb.
Hey, see? One tap. I call that a one tap.
The Guardian got it. It took a while, but he got it. He got it. I believed in him.
I didn't see any misses.
If
No, not at all.
If he would have missed everything, then everything we said was
Oh
kind of
my
bullshit.
Oh. The Guardian is at work. Let's go.
The Guardian God is giving us
GG.
exceptional plays.
Okay,
so
but
satisfying to watch.
It is. When that hits and it just like, it's unreal.
Haas has such a nice
Oy,
shot.
oy, oy.
There we go.
I'm a little confused as to where this is going. Are they splitting this? Why?
Oh, this is so clutchable.
They know there's
this
no
is
time.
so
He has to
clutchable.
hit B. Okay, don't worry.
Okay.
Benji was there. All right.
You might be right. Your predictions.
That's it. The defensive win rate doesn't lie. Stats don't lie. For those aspiring analysts out there, don't do that. Don't do what I'm doing right now. Stats lie. They are not continuously consistent.
Stats are for nerds. It's all about the eye test sometimes and how you actually feel about something.
Okay. Also, don't do that. Have some prep for the desk. Watch some VODs, see some, see some of the consistent plays from the players. Consistency is key, otherwise you look like a fool on the desk.
Yes.
That's it.
This is going to be either a slaughter or a nice move.
Oh, check this out.
Oh.
That's so much better than just peek.
Yes.
Oh, no.
Back up.
No.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Hello?
No.
Someone hit a shot? Mission Impossible?
The cloudburst was so clutch right there.
Oh, it's over. Ali's in the building. Ali's in the building. Ali's in halls. Teaching him. Hit him with it. Yes.
There you go.
I think we don't get MVP of the day, right? So I'm going to do an informal one, which means I need my stats because I'm a good analyst. But I'm feeling like Ali, for this series alone, like let's say USA wins this map, and obviously then won the series, would have to come up as like one of the top MVPs. I'm trying to think who else had a pop-off game today. Let's have a look at the playoffs. Let's see what the stats are telling me. Oh.
Where is he? Oh, here.
Yeah. These are some of the off-stream games that we have. We have a Turkish player, I can't see. We have a Macedonian player, is that a Polish player there?
Polish. It's from last game.
Yep. 2 Canadian players going crazy? Okay, the top list is stacked. I take it back. That's going to be a difficult pick. After this map, though, Ali should move up statistically.
Ali and Ferbs are on fire.
All right, let me do this. If I change this to none of that, just do that. Boom. Top three. Yep. The other two, the first rated player without this particular map stats, so this map doesn't count. The top rated player currently for the playoffs, or top 16, or the round 16 that we had today, and the quarterfinals is Nabil from the Canadian team.
Only playing race.
100% race, right? 100% race. And then Macedonian player Runner. And I've heard a lot of things about Runner. I just keep hearing Runner this, Runner that, duelist, crazy, going nuclear in the server. Cool. There's an average ACS of 334, which I think is just... That's pretty good. And then Ali coming in as third.
That's really impressive. Like, he's a smoker.
Yep.
And popping off like that, that's... Usually it's always the duelist in the top ranking, right?
I'll even accept an initiator these days, like a KO.
Yeah.
Some of the fades have been going crazy as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'll accept that.
Yeah, they can support themselves.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ali being a controller. In fact, he's the only top-rated controller player in the entire top 10, and he's in the top 3.
That's crazy.
That's unheard of.
And then we're not even talking about this game, right?
Yeah,
so
we're not even adding these stats.
If you look, he's like being a great player, and if you look at the stats, like he's a great supporter too.
14 assists. These are the kind of things that happened last Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals, is when Egypt played, there was a player by the name of Shalaby. And for all of those who don't know, he ended up getting picked up by Team Vitality.
He was so fun to watch.
He was so good. We're talking about an aggressive duelist, though. We're talking about a duelist players, but for teams out there that are looking for players, especially supportive players are very hard to come by. Good supportive players are very hard to come by. Ones who are consistent, ones who can also hold their own are just rarities. in the scene.
Or players that could just fit the mode. When you have worldwide tournaments like this, it's pretty much, you know, pick of the litter. You see exactly what type of play style that could contribute to your team. And hey, pick them up, import them, do whatever you need to do to make it happen.
Well, Ali is definitely one of those players that if I was scouting for players,
you would pick Ali for your team.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You would be Ali, give me the smoke.
Yep.
I'm gonna peek here.
Yep.
Telling him what to do.
You know, I go, Ali, you have your ult, you whole day by yourself. We all stack B.
Yeah, why not?
And the man holds it down by himself.
One enemy remaining.
And we don't hear anything until until the round's over and we won. See? Hello? Hello?
This is a super dominated game right now.
It didn't look like it was going to be this way.
Yeah, it was super close in the beginning. And they started so strong. You think it's harder to come back after you've been like dominating before and you're losing after? You think it's harder to come back from that than you're losing from the beginning and then...
No, I would rather lose from the beginning. I would rather lose from the beginning. Yeah. Because if you've tasted victory and then you don't know what you're doing wrong, that's worse. Because if you start from losing and you're like, okay, we're clear, our game plan from the beginning wasn't going to work, right? So you're like, that's fine. I can accept that. We can adapt. We can be more responsive, whatever. But if you're doing something, it's working, and all of a sudden it just stops working, you have like 1 or 2 rounds to work out what it is that you have to change.
Okay, I think I would rather like be dominant in the beginning and then come back from their comeback basically.
Okay.
Because they counter you in the beginning, right?
Yep.
They counter after you're dominating.
Yep.
And then you need to change your game plan. And if you get dominated from the beginning, you don't know, like you said, what you're doing
right,
wrong.
okay.
So I think you have a chance to come back from a comeback from the enemy.
I would rather never be red. I would rather never.
I'd
That's the
rather
thing.
play 13-0.
Okay. Okay.
Now, we love a good fight, right?
We do. Especially when you earn the win. Like when you know you put everything out there on the map and you left with nothing.
Oh, he's GG's.
Wow. Oh,
all right.
I gotta sit up. I gotta put myself in a respectable position.
Team USA, Swift 2-0. There you go.
Knew it.
Czech Republic, though, put on a great showing.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted them to go on another streak so bad.
Yeah.
So bad.
Yep. I'm just going through the matches that they play because let us not forget, these are best of 3 single elims, so there's no, like lower bracket to go through. None of these teams get another opportunity to sort of make their way through. And
but also, go ahead.
Oh,
Finish.
no, I was
have
just
an
going to
update.
say they were undefeated until that match. So
Check this out. We have Canada versus Egypt. Canada's currently up.
You talk about Egypt, like
Egypt, 11-3
like is it
Canada.
Krollo returning champion Egypt.
Were they? Yes. It's a shock, right? Everybody wanted Egypt, and now teams are stepping up to the plate, and they're putting in some work right now. Shout out to Canada. Canada goes hard.
I thought Canada was like that country that was like too nice to like be rude to anyone or whatever.
No. It's the quiet ones you got to worry about. Seriously. So, Canada, if they're able to make this happen, it'll be nice. We will be jumping into that game shortly, so just hang with us just a bit, and we're going to continue on with some surprises. It's Red Bull. They just seem to spoil everybody out here.
I love
Absolutely love it.
I love it. They've been giving me gifts all week. All week. They're like, I get back to my room, more gifts.
Oh, definitely.
It's like Oprah. You get a gift, and you get a gift, and you get a gift. That's Red Bull.
Yes.
That's Red Bull. I'm like, all right.
Yeah, you definitely need to leave some space in your suitcase when you come here.
So, yeah, about that Red Bull, you've given me so much. I actually need another suitcase. So, if you have a suitcase in the back, hit your girl up. I need it.
Oh, so once again, I'm going to give a big shout out to Team USA, but also Czech Republic. A round of applause for those players putting on a great performance, having the time of their life, and just hanging out with us in Sao Paulo, showing the world what they're made of.
Incredible.
Yes, definitely.
Fly across the world. I mean, for me, flying across the world. For you as well.
Yes.
Actually, yeah. How many hours did you fly?
It was like 17.
What? 17?
I don't know. I didn't count. I just got on the plane and was just happy to get here. I didn't count the
This
hours.
man was like, I don't know how long I'm going to be on this plane, but I'm excited.
I'm excited. I'm going to Brazil, baby. Let's go. But, yeah, it was exciting. Also, hats off to Ali and Ferbs.
Wow.
Popped off.
Wow.
Incredible performances. That Viper is just way too OP.
And it's hard to get. You know, there was a time where, like, Viper was famous because Nats would do his Nats lurk and everything like that, and all of those things. I just want to see a solid defensive Viper that is impenetrable. Like, I want to rely on my Viper on site and never have to worry that they're just going to drop the ball.
Ali can do the job.
Ali is your
Definitely.
man. Ali is your man. Yes.
No, it would be
that.
pretty cool to see another player get picked up and eventually hit the pro scene after this event.
I'm vouching for Ali. I'm vouching for him. Like,
From what we've seen
like
so
publicly
far.
vouching.
You know what would be the icing on the cake, though? Let Ali go ahead and win the championship with his team. Just like with Shalaby when he was walking off the stage and then it was announced he got picked up by a professional team.
I was so
like,
happy.
okay,
I was so happy.
Yes,
He deserved that. He deserved that.
Definitely.
Do we have the next match ready? Are we?
All right, wait. Let's actually send it over to Keo for the moment of glory.
Ooh.
Let's see what's going on.
Ooh.
Thank you very much to our extremely talented analyst desk. Of course, we have the Steel Series Moment of Glory coming up. I'm Crown3. I'm joined by the amazing
Keo. I'm here. We're going to run you through our Moment of Glory, which is coming to you from Team Egypt, one of the teams that is still currently in. They're playing Canada, and Kramer's going to run us through the play-by-play of this Moment of Glory.
Well, we were looking at this, weren't we? And it's quite hard to pick a Moment of Glory when you're looking at Team Egypt because everyone's kind of good. The main guy we're looking at, though, is going to be Avez. And what I quite like about this was, of course, on Pearl. And Avez has this really aggressive playstyle on this race. You see it here. Gets 2 kills towards the back of holes. There's no follow-up needed here at this point. You can get the plant, you can get off site, and you're home free, essentially, because retaking that B site can be so damn difficult for Indonesia, especially when you're 2 players down. But no problem for Avez. Keeps fighting, gets the third, anticipates the swing from defender's spawn, and then, hey, why not? The final kill on HeyNF, who, by the way, was having an incredible map. So not only does he shut down the confidence from HeyNF, he also boosts the confidence of his own team. This is map 2 of our opening game, or opening series of playoffs. So not only was he able to just completely decimate that team, he also was able to set the tone for the rest of playoffs.
Absolutely. And there's just so much high-level gameplay going in through that Moment of Glory there, because you see him try to take that fight with KO for just a second.
Absolutely.
And then he has the patience, instead of committing to that fight, especially after getting 3 eliminations, is impressive to back off, expect the next swing, and get another elimination. So I think with that, we're going to be tossing it back up to the desk. We'll see you over there.
Thank you so much, Krim and Keo. By the way, Keo, just multi-talented. The man does everything, right?
The man
Analyst, he can host, he can
analyze.
stream.
I don't know. We got
We'll
too many
everybody in
talented
Valorant.
people here. You know, Red Bull, next time, so I don't look as bad, can you send less talented people? That would be great. That would be fantastic.
Speaking
Thank
of
you.
talented at Red Bull, everyone that they've been surrounding us with, especially Petra, there we go.
Yes.
But the activities that we've had with other Red Bull athletes.
Oh, that's been amazing.
We did a Capiera.
I didn't do the Capiera.
Oh,
I didn't do
If
it.
I had more space here, I could give a demo, but
yeah.
no,
just push the chair back.
No.
Let's go.
I cannot show another talent.
She's been very nice to me today. Thank you.
Big time. So I'm waiting to see the Canada game right now.
I don't want
Egypt.
If Egypt is getting thrashed, I don't want to see it.
I want to see it. You know why? If Egypt loses, this is going to show us what they're made of. I want to see them come back strong on the second map. And speaking of, it was 11-3 when we last checked, right? It's 11-6 currently.
Okay, who won the first map? Because that's going to change my opinion about, obviously, what the outcome is going to be.
I believe this is the first map. Oh, Canada won. Oh, Canada won map 1. This is
no,
map
I can't
2.
do this. I can't do this.
I can do this.
I have to go back to my hotel room and have a bath if they lose. I can't do this.
Egypt. Backs against the wall right now.
No.
Okay, but what if they come back and make it happen? They're racking up rounds. It's possible. Can't
Everything
count
is
out
possible.
the defending champs.
I don't want to be on camera for this. I'm going to look devastated. I'm actually going to look devastated. Look, Team Egypt, when I found out, a couple of the boys were coming back, obviously Tuna and the likes from the other Egypt team that didn't manage to qualify and everything, and then, of course, my boy Krollo, when they found out I was coming back as well, they're like, Jess, what's up, everything. It's such a family vibe, and it seems like every year that we'll come back and do this, it's just going to continue to be that.
Better and better. It's
and
family.
Better and better. It's a big family, right? And I was like, oh my God. Like, they got to my heart and everything like that. I was like, oh my God, it's so good to see you guys. If they get knocked out now.
Oh, your boys.
Oh, my boys.
I know.
Oh.
The back-to-back story would have been beautiful.
It's still possible.
I kind
Still
of like
possible.
that there would be fresh blood as well, though. You know what I mean? Like it's
A little bit of drama.
A little bit of drama. Then it's like you
Spice
would
it
come
up a
back.
little.
Okay, so this is a question.
Okay.
If Canada beats Egypt, and Egypt is currently the team to beat, and everybody and their mama want to play Egypt right now,
Yes.
does that make Canada the team to beat, or other strong opponents, such as Poland?
Ooh.
Poland looked really
USA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Poland looks scary.
Who's your top 3 right now?
Poland, USA.
Egypt.
Yeah, I mean, I had
Yeah.
Egypt there, but
It's
I
fine.
mean,
All
if
right.
they get knocked out, is it Canada?
Yeah, then it's Canada.
Yeah, then Canada.
But
I mean,
then I want to see Canada's performance in this. Like,
Yeah,
I
but
want to
quick
see
maths. Quick maths. If they were number 1 and then Canada beat them, they are now number 1. Quick maths.
All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, before we head into that game, I'm going to show you the top 5 plays from this tournament. Let's go ahead and see what these future stars are doing.
Oh.
Top 5 players, excuse me.
Okay, okay.
Oh, Jess, there goes your stats.
So, okay, so this does not count with the Canada versus Egypt.
Correct.
And is this top 5 including the groups?
No groups. No
just
groups.
the playoffs. All right. Hold on. Let me. You girls going to make sure, because we were discussing this before, and we were talking about Nabil being, number 1. And I was like, okay, that's interesting, because that's Team Canada. So just to give you an idea,
He's
Nabil from
crushing
Team
it.
Canada, 247 ACS. That's what we're talking about. We were talking about Runner from Macedonia as well. Hyper coming in. He was before, and I assume this doesn't count Ali in there, because we've removed Ali from this list. He would have gone up in average.
Definitely,
He
yeah.
would have gone up. So this is just omitting like the 2 matches that we have had watch partying right now.
Okay.
Hyper coming in, of course. That was the Welsh team. Jazz, we had already seen the KJ plays on Ascent from him. Incredible. And then this is a name I can't say. So instead of embarrassing myself, I need someone else who can say this.
Let's call him Big G.
Big G.
Big G.
Big G.
Listen, we got to show Big G some love as well. Popping off.
Big G. Okay. This is from team. Is it? I'm gonna double check. Slovenia. That's right. The Slovenian team. I'm not gonna try and pronounce this. I would butcher.
Germanesca.
Mekista?
Germakista.
Yeah, Germakista. Oh, that actually
Germakista.
Oh.
Wait, whoa.
She put flavor on that.
Do it again. That was so cool. That was dope.
Damn. Okay, well, we're going with that
this is a
pronunciation.
cool name. I love it now.
Yeah, we're going with that pronunciation. Okay, so if Nabil is the king of ACS at the moment, is it hard? It's going to be hard to overtake him. I think it's going to be hard. Canada, obviously, given the scoreline that we're hearing between them and Egypt, I have a sneaky suspicion that to overcome Nabil, it's going to be probably very difficult.
Yeah, and the first blood rating was really high as well.
Oh, yeah, it was over 20, wasn't it?
I think it was even more.
Everybody was, yeah. Yeah, also an update. The score currently 12-7 in favor of Canada against Egypt. It's happening. It's happening.
I don't even know what I'm going to do.
Can the Pharaohs rise to the occasion? That's the real question right now.
Canada's stacked. How did we,
Stacked like
they've gone under the
pancakes.
radar because we didn't have any of their matches on live stream, right? So they've just been
Under
quietly.
the radar? No, Canada, they were known to be extremely good at this event.
I know, but I didn't have any of their VODs, man.
True.
So I was like, all right, they're under the radar for me.
That's going to make tomorrow even better now. Now
Yes.
all of these teams have VODs of who they're going to be going against.
Yep.
Hard stratting, hard countering.
Yep.
That's exactly what I want to see. So, yeah.
I don't know if I can take this information.
Right.
What if I gaslight myself and pretend it didn't happen?
That doesn't work.
Oh, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't work.
All right, I'm not allowed to do it.
Real
Okay.
life is still here, Jess.
Reality check. This reality check would be, if Egypt come back, we're hearing 12-8, so they've
just won a
obviously
round.
won that round. I have to remind everyone that last year when they won the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals in Spain, they were down 2-0 in maps. It was a best of 5. They were down 2-0 in maps. And on the second map, I can't remember which map it was. Might have been Icebox, might have been Breeze. I think it was a long-range-ish kind of map. They got 13-0'd.
Whoa.
They got 13-0'd. And this was Team Egypt. Like, this was the team to beat. They got 13-0'd. It was a little bit of like a storm. And everyone was like, it's over. Yeah, of course. They just got 13-0'd. They lost map 1. They lost map 2, map 3. Now, I have someone on the desk with me that knows what it's like to put it in reverse
Yeah.
and do that reverse sweep.
Now, I'm talking about, between 12 and 8, that obviously a best of 5 is way more serious. How do you do it? How do you do it? How do you bring it back?
We don't have a secret or anything, but we're mentally pretty strong, and we are fighting for everything. So even it was really hard to after, especially as the first map, right? Pearl was our best map, and after losing the first map, we were like, oof, this is gonna be a sweaty game. But we didn't give up, and we believed in ourselves. And when we started, snowballing, we were unstoppable.
I need Egypt to snowball.
I believe.
I need snowball.
By the way,
That's what I need.
speaking about that game, I know we wanted to jump in. We're really happy. We did not want to interrupt the players at all jumping into the game.
I
We're letting
agree
them
with
play
that
out.
decision.
If it goes to map 3 now, we're jumping right in there.
I need popcorn. Production, if it goes to map 3, I would like the biggest popcorn bucket.
12-9.
Oh, no, stop.
Okay.
Oh, stop.
I gotta call it. If Canada loses this, okay? Yes, obviously I'm kind of biased rooting for North America to win, right? This is the thing. If Canada are unable to close this out against the defending champions, there's no doubt in my mind Egypt runs away with it.
Yeah, if Egypt brings this back in the face of being eliminated,
that's impressive.
That's impressive. That's mental fortitude times 12.
I would feel unstoppable.
Ooh. A reminder about what Valley just said. We did not want to interrupt the players in a crucial elimination map. In order to show you the game, we actually would have to interrupt them, pause the game, get in the observer. We'd have to do things,
You don't want to do that in this type of
We're not
matchup.
doing that. It's called competitive
no.
integrity. And we have that here, so we don't do that. So
Right.
instead, we just slowly bring out the round.
Canada?
Oh, I'm hearing screams.
There's cheers happening.
I cannot make anything out of it. We need an update.
We need production, please. I am going crazy over here.
Give me the camera and let me run to the station. Let's go.
I don't know how to operate one of those big cameras, but we'll try. I'll run
Jess,
behind
grab
you.
those 2 cameras right there. Let's just go. Let's get it.
Imagine we just start running with the cameras. That's a Canadian accent. That's a Canadian accent.
Yeah.
Canada just won 13-9. We heard let's go across the venue, and that's it. Egypt will not be back-to-back champions, but we have to give them a round of applause for putting on such a great performance here at the Campus Clutch World Finals. But North America going strong, back-to-back wins.
I cannot believe North America in the playoffs has had 2 representations or 2 representatives. Only 2, right? You know,
Yes.
it's about got this many, got this, Mena's got this many, and then North America's like, we've only got 2 teams in the playoffs, and both of them.
It ain't about the quantity, it's about the quality. Let's take a look at the bracket right now to see how NA have been shocking the world. And ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. We have our top 4. United States, Canada, Poland, and Macedonia. This is a scary group right here.
I cannot believe this is how it ends up in the end. If someone had told me to do pick'ems on this, they're like, you lose your job if you don't get these pick'ems. I'm losing my job. I lose my job on the spot.
This is exciting. But not only that, these 4 teams are incredible, but their route to get here has been insane. I still want to see more of Poland, though.
I got to see more Poland, yeah.
I'm going to be honest. Yeah, I'm a little biased with North America and whatnot. Poland's terrifying to me.
Yeah. Who trains 12 to 13 hours a day? Like,
yeah, that's crazy.
Like, I just can't
Future
even...
professional gamers?
Yeah. I mean, to have that mental capacity to go through that every day.
You need to be fit.
Yeah. Also, you need to be massively fit. You got to be eating well. You got to be sleeping well to be able to retain that much gameplay in a day.
So much discipline.
Oh, Polish are extremely disciplined. I
Oh my
love living here.
goodness.
Hey, so let's go ahead and move right on. This has been exciting so far. Now, tomorrow's schedule is semifinal number 1. We're going to kick off with Macedonia versus my boys from the United States. Match number 2, Poland and Canada. That's going to be a banger of a matchup. And also, Jess, we have a little show match in G2.
G2?
G2?
I heard G2.
I heard G2. That's a good
G2
team.
Yeah, I hear they're all right.
Something about
They won
that.
something pretty big. I can't really remember what, but I mean, the fact that G2 goes is going to go up against poor Furia. Poor Furia.
Right. All right, and then the championship game to be determined. You guys know the deal already. This has been phenomenal so far. But before we shut this desk down, Petra,
You've been amazing on this desk so far.
It was great.
We love working with you. Any last words? You want to say hi to family, friends?
Hi to everyone.
I can't believe that all the G2 Goes and Girls Carcass as well got on the desk with us today.
Oh.
I mean, Mimi was shaking in her boots when we were down there, and I was like,
Mimi
"Girl,
was
you're
hilarious.
World champion.
I loved her.
Just
Right.
say what you got to say."
Right, Jess, what do you have to say to the beautiful people at home?
I'm heartbroken about Egypt. I'm sure all of you are as well. You know, you love the back-to-back, but just remember that the fact that we have so much depth of competition, that we have a brand new top 4, like that's incredible. That we can come
love to
back.
see that too, right?
We love to come back a year and a half later, and we have a brand new top 4. I mean, that is the level that we're at. 47 teams, 6,000 of which participated, just to be able to bring us down to 47 teams, and then we go to the top 16. Now we got a top 4. How did this happen so fast?
I love it.
I need time to slow down. I need to go back in time.
There was another U.S. and Canada team in the Final Four as well
They-
last year.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Hey, listen.
I mean,
Hey,
look, we got a
irons
different version now.
Still
different
sharp and
plays.
still. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say one thing. For all of you that showed up or even tuned in online, we love every single one of you. It has been nothing but a blast here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. But tomorrow, you guys already know the deal. We're going to have the grand finals, a show match. Can't wait to see G2 pop off, do their thing.
I'm very excited. It's
No,
gonna be
this
so
is
much fun.
important because we have the best server in the world playing in that show match. So, like, I think you should tune in.
There you have it. But I want to say we're shutting the desk down right now. Once again, just go. We got Petra. My name is Veli. We love you guys. Thank you for tuning in. And we'll catch you tomorrow for some more Red Bull Campus Clutch Road Finals. Spread love and have a good night.
Bye.